When a person passes away, is their consciousness? Indeed, for I have experienced it. Does the world truly harbor ghosts? Yes, for I am one. After being reborn in another's body, I discovered he possessed a breathtakingly beautiful wife. Should I sleep with her or refrain? I'm sorry, we've done all we could. Prepare for the aftermath. The doctor's voice outside the ward was soft, yet Lin Yu heard it clearly from his bed. Perhaps, just before death, one's hearing becomes extraordinarily acute, especially the piercing sound of a mother's weeping. Having sacrificed his life in an act of bravery, Lin Yu was not the first, and he bore no regrets, only sorrow for his mother. His father had passed away early, and his mother had raised him single-handedly, enduring countless hardships. He had just gained admission to the Qinghai City People's Hospital with outstanding results, and their life was about to brighten, only for this tragedy to strike. Cursed fate. Goodness indeed bears no rewards. Lin Yu muttered a curse under his breath, his eyelids finally succumbing to fatigue, closing slowly. My son. A heart-wrenching cry abruptly roused Lin Yu from his slumber. He opened his eyes to find himself standing at the foot of the bed, while his mother was collapsed over it, wailing uncontrollably. Mom, why are you crying? I'm perfectly fine here. Overjoyed, Lin Yu believed he had miraculously recovered, but when he reached out to pat his mother, his hand passed right through her body. His mother showed no reaction, still lost in her sorrow. Lin Yu's expression changed as he looked up, only to see another version of himself lying on the bed, gaunt and pale, clearly devoid of life. Am I dead? He glanced down at his ethereal form at the foot of the bed, noticing it was somewhat translucent. Lin Yu was taken aback. It was true. After death, there exists a soul. No matter what he said or did, his mother could not perceive him. With the nurse's help, his mother painfully dressed him in shrouds, and soon the mortuary attendants carried his body away to the hearse. His mother climbed aboard, sitting beside his corpse, gripping his hand tightly, tears continuously streaming from her swollen eyes. You can rest easy. Once I settle matters here, I will join you. To her, her son was her everything. With his death, her existence lost all meaning. Upon hearing his mother's intention to seek an end to her life, Lin Yu panicked. Mimicking scenes from movies about resurrection, he lay atop his corpse, yet it bore no effect. Each time he attempted to rise, he found only his soul. The vehicle soon arrived at the crematorium. After payment, the staff applied minimal makeup to Lin Yu's body and handed his mother a numbered tag, then wheeled his remains into the incineration chamber. Stop! As the attendants pushed his body into the furnace, Lin Yu instantly shattered. With the flames consuming his flesh, he felt his consciousness waning, countless faint glimmers dispersing around him, his spirit gradually fading. Simultaneously, a vision of another world unfolded before him. An expanse of unending darkness interspersed with fiery red flames and anguished screams. Hell! This was the first thought that flickered in Lin Yu's mind, a wave of profound terror engulfing him. His soul instinctively flailed in the air. The light points continued to escape from his being at an increasing pace. The hellish landscape sharpened, and he could hear a mysterious, hoarse voice calling him. At that moment, Lin Yu's body in the furnace was nearly reduced to ashes, when suddenly, amidst the embers, a jade pendant ignited with brilliant light. This pendant had been given to him by his grandfather upon his passing. Worn since childhood, his mother had intentionally left it on him when dressing him in shrouds. The pendant's radiance intensified, and with a resounding crack, a streak of emerald light erupted from it, attaching itself to Lin Yu's spirit. Then, in his mind, an ancient voice echoed, I am a sage of your ancestry. From this day forth, you shall be my successor, inheriting my medical arts to heal the world and yourself. The voice faded, and a vast influx of knowledge surged into Lin Yu's mind. Mystical medical practices, cultivation techniques, and his ancestors' experiences flooded his consciousness. As he absorbed the information, Lin Yu felt exhilarated, as though a new world had opened before him. Yet, this elation was fleeting. What use was such a legacy when he was a corpse on the brink of hell? This thought crossed his mind when a memory of resurrection techniques surfaced. The memory revealed that through such techniques, a soul that is not dispersed post-mortem could inhabit a new body. However, Lin Yu's physical form had been reduced to ashes in the inferno. Fortunately, there were records on resurrection methods for damaged bodies. When a physical form is lost, transform into a ghost, seek a living body, and attach oneself. Lin Yu gasped in shock. It meant that to revive, he must transform into a ghost and possess another's body. In human consciousness, ghosts are embodiments of malevolence. Moreover, if he were to inhabit another's body, would it not be akin to usurping their life? As he hesitated, his spirit grew increasingly faint, reduced to a mere shadow, the calling voice becoming ever clearer. Lin Yu steeled himself, observing the bodies being wheeled into the cremation hall, and suddenly conceived an idea. If a dead person wouldn't suffice, perhaps a living corpse would do? Minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at the largest vegetative state care center in Shanghai City. Many vegetative patients are devoid of consciousness. Trapped in eternal slumber, Lin Yu reasoned that possessing such individuals would not constitute murder. Initially, he searched room by room, seeking a suitable body. However, he soon felt his consciousness waning rapidly, on the verge of extinction, while the call from the abyss grew increasingly urgent. Without time for further contemplation, he spotted a 20-something male in a vegetative state, recited the resurrection incantation, and suddenly transformed into a wisp of white smoke, plunging into the body. "You cannot escape." Simultaneously, the calling voice morphed into a piercing scream, and Lin Yu lost all awareness. When he awakened again, he was blinded by bright light. After a moment, he adapted and looked down to find himself lying in a hospital room. Success! Lin Yu was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, sitting up abruptly to examine his new body. He eagerly tore away the foredrip and leapt from the bed, only to stumble and fall to the floor. Perhaps due to prolonged immobility, this young man's muscles had slightly atrophied. Lin Yu staggered to his feet, glancing at the calendar on the wall, realizing it was already the next day. Touching the bed and wall, feeling the coldness in his hands, it all felt like a dream had died yesterday, and today he was alive once more. After a brief adjustment to his new body, he rushed out of the hospital, driven by one urgent desire: to see his mother. At that moment, the bun shop was crowded, with a dozen thugs clamoring for his mother to repay her debts. To fund Lin Yu's surgery, she had been forced to borrow over 100,000 in high-interest loans, and upon learning of his death, the thugs hastily came to collect. "Please, I will sell the shop in the next few days and repay you as soon as I get the money. I beg you, just leave for now." With swollen eyes, Lin Yu's mother pleaded, hoping to dismiss them quickly. She did not want her son's departure to be unrestful. "Your shabby shop isn't worth much. Your son is dead. If we leave, how will you repay us?" The leader of the gang sneered. "Rest assured, I will not flee. I will gather the funds and return them to you promptly." "That won't do. We must collect the money today." Huang Mao persisted obstinately. "But I truly have no money at the moment. You know that all my savings have been spent on my son's medical treatment." Lin Yu's mother's heart was torn, her hoarse voice tinged with desperation. "Money or not, how about this? Transfer the deed of your dilapidated house to us, and well, consider the debt settled." Huang Mao's eyes glinted as he revealed his true intentions. Lin Yu's mother was momentarily taken aback. The house was inherited from Lin Yu's grandfather. Although somewhat worn, its prime location in Shanghai meant it could fetch at least 2 to 3 million. They were essentially robbing her. Yet, with her son gone, the house held no meaning. Settling the debt would grant her peace as she departed. With a heavy heart, Lin Yu's mother nodded in despair, ready to acquiesce, when suddenly a furious voice erupted from outside. "Absolutely not. Our house is worth at least several million. You are attempting to rob us." In an instant, Lin Yu stormed in, wielding his new strength with fervor. "Who the hell are you? Mind your own business," Huang Mao shouted, infuriated. Mistaking Lin Yu's hospital gown for a sign of insanity, he lunged forward to strike. Instinctively, Lin Yu dodged and pushed him away. Huang Mao was sent flying several meters, crashing onto a table with a resounding thud. "Kill him," Huang Mao cried out, clutching his chest in pain. Following his command, a group of over a dozen thugs rushed in, surrounding Lin Yu to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Lin Yu swiftly retaliated. The Baozi shop filled with anguished cries as the thugs wailed in distress. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they could not even graze Lin Yu's clothing, while his strikes felt as though they were colliding with a vehicle. With a single blow, they were incapacitated. Lin Yu was astonished the tales of supernatural strength were indeed true, and their movements appeared sluggish to him, making them easy to evade. "Call the police. Call the police." Huang Mao was terrified, having encountered fighters before, but none like this. He was almost inhuman. Hearing the mention of the police, Lin Yu's mother rushed to grasp his hand, urging, "Young man, they're going to call the police. You must leave. I will handle this." "Mom, what are you saying? I cannot abandon you." Lin Yu was overwhelmed with joy, tears nearly spilling as he realized he was alive and reunited with his mother. At his address, his mother hesitated, gazing at him with confusion. Realizing her bewilderment, Lin Yu suddenly understood. He had returned to life, but in a different body, and his mother did not recognize him. "I apologize, ma'am. Seeing you reminded me of my own mother, and I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me." "That's all right, young man. You must leave. My troubles should not involve you." As she spoke, Lin Yes's mother urged him toward the exit. Without a word, Lin Yu seized a pair of chopsticks from the table and hurled them at Huang Mao, who had just dialed 110. The chopsticks struck the wall, pinning the phone to it. Huang Mao's face drained of color. The chopsticks were mere centimeters from his ear. A slight miscalculation could have resulted in a far more dire outcome. "Help! There's been a murder! Help!" Huang Mao shrieked. His voice laced with injustice. They were the ones who owed him money. "Enough! I will repay Aunt Qin's debt," Lin Yu declared coldly, asserting that since he had revived, it was his responsibility to settle the debts. "Young man, that cannot be. We have just met. How can you take on my debts?" Lin Yes's mother regarded him with puzzlement, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Though she was not surprised he knew her surname, she was aware that many had learned of her son's heroic demise, and her contact details had been exposed. She had refused numerous offers of support. "Very well, you said it. So hand over the money." Huang Mao was indifferent to the reasons behind Lin Yes's offer. He simply wanted to secure his payment. "Give me 3 days," Lin Yu replied. Huang Mao was momentarily speechless, expecting immediate payment rather than promises. "What? Do you doubt me?" Seeing Huang Mao's silence, Lin Yu furrowed his brow, his tone growing colder. I believe, but could you please tell me your name?" Huang Mao shivered under Lin Yes's icy gaze. Name? Indeed, in his haste that morning, he had not even caught the man's name. "Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise. In 3 days at this very location, I will return with both principal and interest." Lin Yes's confidence stemmed from his newfound physical prowess. He reasoned that since he resided in a care facility, this young man must have access to at least 100 to 200,000, which he could borrow temporarily, repaying once he earned money. Having witnessed Lin Yes's skills, Huang Mao dared not protest further. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, his gaze suddenly fixated outside, seemingly captivated by something. Curious, Lin Yu followed his gaze to see a red BMW X5 had arrived at the shop. As the door swung open, a pair of long, fair legs emerged, followed by a stunning woman in a flowing white bohemian dress. With a graceful flick of her dark hair, she removed her sunglasses, revealing skin as fair as porcelain and features that were simply breathtaking. Huang Mao and his gang were left speechless. Lin Yu, too, was captivated. This woman possessed both beauty and an aura of elegance that was exceptional. The woman glanced at the Baozi shop, her brow slightly furrowing, before striding in with purpose. "Beautiful lady, would you like to buy some Baozi? What filling would you prefer?" Lin Yu blurted out, having helped his mother sell Baozi for so long that it had become second nature. "What did you call me?" The woman shot him a cold glare, her tone displeased. "Beautiful lady." Lin Yu felt his address was appropriate, and was puzzled. It was his first encounter with someone who seemed offended by such a compliment. The woman appraised him with disdain, replying, "Well, he Jarong. After 2 months in a coma, you fail to recognize your own wife." The Baozi shop fell into a hushed silence, everyone casting strange looks at Lin Yu. Huang Mao internally marveled at Lin Yu to have such a beautiful wife, and yet deny knowing her was remarkable. Initially taken aback, Lin Yu soon found himself puzzled. This He Jiarong seemed utterly ordinary, so how had he won the heart of such a stunning woman? Upon spotting the BMW X5, Lin Yu quickly deduced the truth. This He Jiarong must be a wealthy heir, making the repayment of his debt a trivial matter. "Dearest wife, I just woke up and was joking with you." Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly, still adjusting to the term wife. He continued, "I owe these people a small sum. Could you please hand me my bank card so I can withdraw the money?" "Bank card? Do you have even a dime in your account?" The woman replied coldly. "Ah, then where are my savings? Will you help me keep them safe? Could you lend me some to repay others?" Lin Yu was somewhat puzzled, thinking that this rich second generation seemed to be under the thumb of his wife. "Savings?" The elegantly dressed woman in a long dress let out a cold laugh, her voice tinged with anger as she replied, "When have you ever had savings? For over 20 years, you've consumed from our family without earning a single penny." The bun shop fell silent, and the crowd's gaze towards Lin Yu grew increasingly peculiar. The young man with dyed hair admired Lin Yu even more. Not only did he marry such a beautiful wife, but he also lived off her. Lin Yu felt an indescribable embarrassment wash over him. Now he understood this so-called rich second generation was merely a kept man. "Young man, thank you for your kindness, but you needn't help me repay this money. I can manage it myself." Lin Yes's mother hurriedly interjected to alleviate the situation. "Annie, I am Lin Yes's good brother. I will certainly help you repay this money. Just give me some time. Lin Yu said, forcing himself to speak. Having dined at their table, he felt reluctant to ask the long-dressed beauty for money, realizing he needed to find another way to assist his mother in repaying her debts. Subsequently, Lin Yu wrote an IOU, pressed his thumbprint on it, and handed it to the young man with dyed hair. Seeing Lin Yu's wife driving such a fine car, the young man felt reassured about his ability to repay the debt and left with his entourage, casting a few lingering, greedy glances at the long-dressed bowtie's fair legs as he departed. "I will not assist you in repaying this debt," the long-dressed beauty said coldly, bewildered by this spineless man suddenly acting with such righteousness, rushing to repay his friend's debts the moment he regained consciousness. "Rest assured, I can manage it myself." Lin Yu felt a twinge of irritation indeed. The woman was quite beautiful, but her attitude towards her husband was rather harsh, openly exposing his shortcomings in front of others. "Young man, why must you do this? I can repay these debts myself," Lin Yu's mother said, her swollen eyes glistening with tears. It seemed her son had never mentioned such a good friend before. "This is what I ought to do, Annie. With Lin Yu gone, I will be your son from now on and will take care of you." Lin Yu's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Though his mother stood before him, he could not acknowledge her, leaving her to bear this pain alone, which felt like a great betrayal. "Annie, I will come to see you again tomorrow." Before tears could fall, Lin Yu hastily uttered this and walked briskly out the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly halted, choking back his words. "Auntie, if Lin Yu were aware, he would never wish for you to consider ending your life. You should cherish your existence and live well, carrying on his legacy." With that, Lin Yu left the bun shop without a second thought. Lin Yu's mother was taken aback, staring blankly at his retreating figure. The long-dressed beauty glanced at Lin Yu's mother, but said nothing, turning to follow him outside. Once in the car, the long-dressed beauty expressed her displeasure. "I don't oppose your desire to be a good person, but you could at least inform me after waking up. Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to find you?" "I'm sorry, it won't happen again," Lin Yu replied, his tone somewhat frosty, as his thoughts were consumed by concern for his mother. Noticing his indifferent demeanor, the long-dressed beauty found herself at a loss for words, throwing him a resentful glance before shifting gears and driving back to the care facility. The doctor conducted a comprehensive examination on Lin Yu, confirming everything was normal, and then proceeded with his discharge procedures. On the journey home, Lin Yu gazed at the long-dressed bowtie's exquisitely sculpted profile, feeling as if he were in a dream. Suddenly, he found himself with such a stunning wife, a situation he struggled to acclimate to. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had usurped someone else's body and claimed their spouse. Was this truly acceptable? Just the thought of sharing a bed with the long-dressed beauty that evening made his heart race. He longed to inquire about her, and this he Jerome, especially since he didn't even know her name. Yet he feared revealing his curiosity would expose his anomaly, ultimately deciding against voicing his questions. In truth, Lin Yu wished to fabricate a story about amnesia, but given her current treatment of him, he dreaded to think how she might mistreat him should he truly forget. At that moment, the long-dressed bowtie's phone rang. After a few murmured responses, she hung up, parked the car by the roadside, and retrieved a 100 yuan note from her wallet, handing it to Lin Yu. "There's an emergency at the clinic. I must return. You can take a taxi home. My parents are there. I'll accompany you to the clinic. Perhaps I can help in some way." Lin Yu hesitated, feeling awkward at the thought of returning home without knowing what her parents looked like. "Help?" The long-dressed beauty shot him a cold glance. It was laughable to hear such words from a man who lived off others. The car stopped in front of a community clinic, marked Wan Clinic. Though modest in size, it appeared quite professional, staffed by only a handful of employees. As soon as the long-dressed beauty entered, a bespectacled male doctor hurried over, saying urgently, "Director Jiang, you must take a look. The child has received 2 rounds of fever-reducing injections, yet her head is still burning hot, and her voice is hoarse from crying." The long-dressed beauty quickly donned a white coat and strode towards the examination room. Jiang Yin. Lin Yu caught sight of her name on her badge and couldn't help but marvel a person with such poise deserved a fitting name. Inside the examination room, a young couple frantically tried to soothe a crying little girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old. Her face was flushed, as if scorched, and she struggled violently in her mother's arms, appearing extremely agitated. Her voice was sharp and grating, occasionally interrupted by dry heaves. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu's brow furrowed in concern. It seemed he perceived a faint, intangible darkness swirling around the child. However, What astonished him more was the peculiarity of the child's cries. They were not merely sharp, but carried an inexplicable strangeness. Director Jiang, you've arrived. The young couple seemed to see their savior upon spotting Jiang Yen. Jiang Yen felt the child's forehead, then took her pulse, stating, "It's nothing serious, she's just frightened. They'll give her a few injections, and she'll be fine." She then instructed the bespectacled doctor to fetch her injection kit, and asked a nurse to prepare a sedative. Director Jiang, why is this child so agitated today, and why is she dry heaving? She didn't exhibit these symptoms previously, the young mother said, drenched in sweat as she struggled to comfort her child. How did you arrive? Did you drive? Jiang Yin inquired. The young couple nodded. Then it's likely you drove too fast, causing the child to experience motion sickness. Hence her strong reaction, Jiang Yin concluded. Yes, she's always had severe motion sickness. I was too anxious, which is why I drove so quickly, the young man admitted, guilt washing over him. Don't worry, a sedative injection will resolve this swiftly, Jiang Yin reassured them, confident in her medical skills. The Huan Clinic had gained its current reputation primarily due to her efforts. Such minor ailments were easily manageable. Do not administer the sedative. This child is not merely experiencing fever and agitation. Haphazardly injecting a sedative could worsen her condition. Lin Yu suddenly interjected, halting the nurse before she could proceed. Having been an outstanding graduate of a medical university and now inheriting his family's medical legacy, Lin Yu had reached an exceptional level of skill. He sensed that the child's condition was not trivial and required careful consideration before any treatment. "In working, please step outside," Jiang Yin said coldly, glaring at Lin Yu with visible irritation. It was never the place of this good for nothing to interject while she was performing her duties. If I am not mistaken, this child has previously suffered from a hidden ailment, has he not? Lin Yu directed his inquiry towards the young couple, ignoring Jiang Yan's presence. The young couple was taken aback, surprised that Lin Yu could discern their child's past affliction so swiftly. However, noticing Jiang Yan's displeased expression, the young woman refrained from responding directly and cautiously inquired, "Director Jiang, is this gentleman also a doctor?" "A doctor? Then I must be the director of Qinghai City People's Hospital." Before Jiang Yan could utter a word, the bespectacled physician sneered first, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yu, and scoffed, "This gentleman is the husband of our director Jiang, a top graduate from Qinghai Vocational Technical School, who has yet to secure employment since graduation, commonly referred to as an unemployed drifter, wholly reliant on our director Jiang for support." "Enough. Cease your remarks." "He Jiarong, you may leave now," Jiang Yin interrupted coldly, feeling the weight of embarrassment from having such a feckless husband. The young couple exchanged scornful glances at Lin Yu, perplexed as to what transgressions director Jiang must have committed in her past life to end up with such a waste of space. Lin Yu felt a sense of disbelief. Even he found himself looking down upon He Jiarong, who seemed excessively spineless. It was one thing to be looked down upon by his own wife, but to be disdained in such a manner by her subordinates was truly disheartening. "Director Jiang has requested that you leave." Seeing Lin Yu remain unmoved, the bespectacled doctor approached and gestured for him to step aside. Lin Yu was not one to be oblivious to the situation. Recognizing the disdain directed at him, he chose not to protest further and turned to exit. At that moment, Jiang Yin had administered a sedative to the child, who immediately quieted down. The young couple sighed in relief, convinced that Lin Yu was merely an ignorant fool pretending to possess knowledge. Jiang Yin extracted a fine needle from the syringe bag and deftly pricked the joints of the child's little finger, extracting a few drops of transparent fluid. She then touched the child's forehead, assuring, "The fever will subside shortly." Outside the clinic, Lin Yu wore a troubled expression, regretting his association with this young man. Although he had survived, it felt like a life of utter humiliation. Reflecting on the child's earlier cries, Lin Yu found himself perplexed. Why did the sound of a child's wailing evoke such an unusual sensation within him? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "That was not a human cry at all." Chapter 3. The Ill-Fated Girl. As Lin Yu finished speaking, an eerie cry echoed once more within the clinic. Jiang Yin and the young couple were taken aback. The child, who had been calm, suddenly erupted into a fit of violent sobs, her face contorted in anguish as she clawed at her mother. "Director Jiang, please, you must see what is happening," the young woman urged, desperately grasping her child's hands. Jiang Yan's complexion turned pale as she frantically patted the child's back in an attempt to soothe her, her mind racing with panic. Just moments ago, the child had seemed fine. So how could this sudden crisis occur? Suddenly, The child ceased her cries, her body convulsing violently, eyes rolling back, foam gathering at her lips, and her chest heaving dramatically. She was evidently struggling for breath. Jiang Yan's expression darkened further. Swiftly, she cradled the child, laying her flat on the bed. Hands pressed firmly against the child's chest to perform CPR. The nearby bespectacled doctor was too frightened to breathe. Realizing the gravity of the situation, this could very well lead to a fatality, and he feared the repercussions for himself. "Director Jiang, please save my daughter," the young woman wailed, witnessing her daughter's pallor deepen, collapsing to the ground in tears. "You incompetent doctor, do you even know how to treat her?" The young man, now frantic, shed his calm demeanor and unleashed a torrent of curses, threatening Jiang Yan with dire consequences if anything happened to his daughter. Jiang Yan, drenched in cold sweat, continued her efforts with chest compressions and rescue breaths, but to no avail. The child lay still, her eyes shut, complexion turning bluish, life seemingly slipping away. Jiang Yan's hands trembled with anxiety. Despite her years of experience, she had never encountered such a scenario. In a fit of rage, the young man lost all reason. Lunging at Jiang Yan, the bespectacled doctor, mustering courage to intervene, was swiftly dispatched to the corner by a kick from the young man. The latter then aimed a slap at Jiang Yan's face. Startled, Jiang Yan flinched, bracing for the blow, yet it never came. Instead, Lin Yu had unexpectedly placed himself before her, seizing the man's hand mid-swing. "Violence solves nothing," Lin Yu asserted firmly. "You have doomed my daughter," the young man screamed, his eyes wild with fury, resembling a beast ready to strike. "While I am here, your daughter shall not perish," Lin Yu declared resolutely. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yan found herself mesmerized by Lin Yu's unwavering gaze, a strange sense of security enveloping her. How could this seemingly useless individual evoke such a feeling? "Very well, then you shall treat her. If you fail, I will ensure you all pay dearly," the young man bellowed, nearly deranged. Ignoring him, Lin Yu turned to check the girl's pulse. "What do you think you're doing? You have no medical knowledge," Jiang Yan hissed, tugging at Lin Yu's sleeve. "I may have perused a few medical texts in the past," Lin Yu replied, crafting an excuse. "Nonsense. Reading a few books does not make one a doctor," Jiang Yan retorted, already dialing for emergency services, although deep down, she knew that by the time help arrived, it could be too late. In the midst of her call, Lin Yu had already lifted the girl by her feet, his right hand forming a specific posture, gently tapping her back twice. "What are you doing?" the young man shouted. But before he could finish, the girl, who had been in shock, suddenly coughed, expelling a murky substance, and then began to cry once more, albeit weakly due to prolonged oxygen deprivation. Lin Yu cradled her upright and applied gentle pressure to her neck, and her breathing became noticeably easier. However, the child continued to wail and claw at Lin Yu, her expression twisted with rage. Lin Yu remained undeterred, his gaze steady, radiating an intense fervor that resembled a flame. This was a technique passed down through ancestral teachings, capable of startling lesser spirits into retreat. Lin Yu was now certain that the girl had been possessed by a malevolent entity, unlike his own benevolent spirit, intent on bringing her harm. Though his powers were still developing, the brilliance in his eyes seemed to quell the girl's tumultuous cries, replacing them with an overwhelming fear. She struggled fiercely, leaping from Lin Yu's grasp to embrace her mother, exclaiming, "Mommy, I'm better now. Let us go home." The young couple, overwhelmed with joy at their daughter's return to normalcy, embraced tightly, tears of relief streaming down their faces. Jiang Yan's heart eased, though a pang of guilt gnawed at her. How had she failed to recognize that the child was merely choking? Her gaze shifted with irritation towards Lin Yu, questioning whether this incompetent individual truly understood the gravity of his actions. His luck in saving the child was purely by chance. Had anything gone awry, he would have been held accountable. Yet, amid her frustration, she felt a begrudging gratitude towards him for stepping in when he usually shied away. "Your daughter is stable for now, but this was merely a temporary fix. To ensure her recovery, further treatment is necessary," Lin Yu warned, fixating on the girl. "No, Mommy, I don't want needles. I'm fine now," the girl whimpered, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Yan admonished, approaching him, disappointed that he was unable to recognize the limits of his abilities. The young man shot Lin Yu a cold glare, devoid of gratitude. "You dare suggest treatment again? Do you wish for my daughter to suffer further?" Should you encounter any issues upon returning home, do not say, "I did not forewarn you," Lin Yu remarked, his brow furrowing in displeasure at the young man's hostile demeanor, incredulous that he could exhibit such ingratitude after saving his daughter. "Who do you think you're cursing?" The young man erupted, standing abruptly, poised to strike until the young woman hastily restrained him. Calming down, he scooped up his daughter and stormed out, leaving behind a chilling warning. "My brother-in-law is the deputy director of the health bureau. Expect an inspection at your clinic." The young woman cast a glance at Jiang Yin, but said nothing, quickly following her husband out the door. A mix of bitterness and sorrow filled Jiang Yan's heart. Previously, they had been effusive in their gratitude for her care, yet in a moment of crisis, they had transformed into adversaries. The fickleness of human sentiment is commonplace. "Do not take it to heart," Lin Yu offered, sensing her dismay. "Stay away from matters you do not understand in the future," Jiang Yin retorted coldly, dismissing him as she busied herself. "Pure luck," the bespectacled doctor muttered under his breath, having regained his composure after being kicked earlier. Lin Yu, feeling exasperated, suddenly longed for an escape, a chance to die and be reborn, perhaps to inhabit a more capable vessel than this wretched existence. Once the young couple had sped away with their child, the young man ranted incessantly, blaming Jiang Yan for the ordeal. The young woman implored him to let it go, reminding him of their previous assistance. "That wretched director. I told you we should have gone to the people's hospital. If not for that lucky fluke, our daughter might not have made it." He spat, his anger boiling over. "And that foolish husband of hers, daring to curse our daughter. If not for that fortunate encounter, I would have struck him myself." After speaking, he called his brother-in-law at the health bureau, embellishing the earlier incident. The young woman, Sun Min, dared not utter a word, never anticipating that a mere cold would escalate to such severity. Sun Min's husband, Wu Jiangwo, came from a well-to-do family, which made him somewhat overbearing. His father, Wu Jinyuan, had been the director of the Qinghai City Health Bureau and had just retired the previous year. It was precisely due to his father's influence that his brother-in-law ascended to the position of deputy director at the bureau, which led Wu Jiangwo to believe that a single phone call would suffice to dismantle the Huan clinic. Meanwhile, Wu Jinyuan and his wife were anxiously pacing at home. For them, their granddaughter was their most cherished treasure. After Wu Jiangwo and his wife returned home with their child, the elderly couple rushed over to embrace their granddaughter, gently patting her head and finding her to be perfectly fine, which momentarily eased their worries. However, before they could fully rejoice, the child suddenly rolled her eyes back, her body convulsing violently, her chest heaving, struggling for breath. Wu Jiangwo and the two elders were horrified and quickly drove to the Qinghai City People's Hospital. Once in the emergency room, Wu Jiangwo erupted in furious accusations, firmly blaming Jiang Yan for his daughter's condition. Wu Jinyuan, his face pale, remained silent, fixated on the emergency room door, confident that their granddaughter would be all right, for the one who had just entered was Li Haoming, the deputy director of the hospital and a nationally renowned internal medicine expert. In all of Qinghai City, there were very few who could summon him personally for a procedure. However, within a minute of entering, Li Haoming rushed out, visibly agitated, exclaiming, "Old Wu, I have never encountered such a condition. The child, she may not survive." Upon hearing this, Sun Min and her mother-in-law collapsed onto the waiting chairs, weeping uncontrollably. "How could this be?" Wu Jiangwo shot towards Li Haoming, shouting, "If you can't save my daughter, then you ought to resign from your position." "Jiangwo," Wu Jinyuan admonished his son, suppressing his sorrow, and asked, "Is there absolutely no way?" Li Haoming gravely nodded, stating, "Given our hospital's capabilities, we can only prolong her life for another hour at most." His implication was clear. Transferring to a hospital in the capital would be futile at this point. Wu Jinyuan, though, understood that if even Li Haoming had no solutions, seeking help elsewhere would be in vain. "Dad, I know how to save Xin. Wu Jiangwo, heartbroken, glanced at his daughter in the emergency room and hurriedly recounted how Lin Yu had treated her at the clinic. Li Haoming wasted no time, rushing back in to follow Wu Jiangwo's instructions, attempting to invert Xin and pat her back, but to no avail. "This is impossible." Wu Jiangwo stood in shock, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Sun Min recalled Lin Yu's earlier warning that her daughter's condition had not been fully resolved and, disregarding her tears, rushed to inform her father-in-law and Li Haoming. "Old Wu, I suggest we invite this young man. He may have a solution." Li Haoming, adopting a trial-and-error approach, remarked, Sun Min exchanged a cautious glance with Wu Jiangwo and carefully disclosed the conflict between Wu Jiangwo and Lin Yu to her father-in-law. Nonsense. I told you to remain composed. Wu Jinyuan scolded, kicking Wu Jiangwo sharply. Hurry up and go apologize to him. With that, he cast aside his former authority as director and dashed outside, with Wu Jiangwo hastily following. Inside the clinic, Jiang Yin was occupied treating patients while Lin Yu sat idly on a chair, flipping through a magazine. The disdainful gazes of passing nurses and doctors directed at him. What kind of man was he, lounging around while his wife toiled away? Suddenly, the sharp screech of tires pierced the air as a white van emblazoned with the words Health Supervision skidded to a halt outside. A group of men in Health Bureau uniforms disembarked, led by Wu Jiangwo's brother-in-law, Deng Qingbin, who waved his hand authoritatively, declaring, "Investigate thoroughly, leave no stone unturned." Chapter 4. A timely rescue logically. A phone call from his brother-in-law shouldn't necessitate his personal involvement, but upon hearing that the matter concerned his father-in-law's beloved granddaughter, he wasted no time in arriving. After all, if he hoped to rise further, he needed his father-in-law as connections. The clinic was accused of using counterfeit medications, requiring a complete investigation, and all unrelated personnel were ordered to vacate the premises. The Health Bureau staff promptly imposed a serious allegation on the clinic. The patients, however, lingered outside, drawn in by the drama. Director Deng, this is a misunderstanding. Our clinic has always adhered to regulations. How could we possibly misuse counterfeit drugs? The clinic's director, Sun Feng, rushed out, bowing slightly while offering Deng Changbin a cigarette, trying to laugh off the situation, perplexed as to why a routine visit had turned into an investigation, especially after he had recently gifted the deputy director 2 boxes of ginseng. Deng Changbin brusquely pushed the cigarette away, coldly stating, "No flattery. Today we are here on official business. I've heard that you have a doctor named Jiang Yin who nearly caused a child's death due to improper medication." "Nonsense. I prescribe medication based on the patient's condition," Jiang Yin retorted, stepping forward from the throng of doctors and nurses, her eyes icy as she glared at Deng Qingbin, deducing that he was the brother-in-law Wu Jiangwo had mentioned. Deng Qingbin's demeanor faltered for a moment upon seeing Jiang Yin, visibly taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure, coldly asserting, "Whether the medication was appropriate will be investigated. Please accompany us." "Director Deng, that's an overstatement." "Doctor, Jiang is a well-respected physician in our community," Sun Feng interjected, attempting to defend her. "Moreover, the child was perfectly fine when she left our clinic." "Old son, don't blame me for lacking courtesy. If you continue to dawdle, I'll arrest you as well." Deng Changbin shot a threatening glance at Sun Feng. Seeing Deng Changbin was serious, Sun Feng fell silent, inwardly cursing him. Deng Qingbin signaled to 2 subordinates, who moved to apprehend Jiang Yin. However, Lin Yu, having appeared out of nowhere, stepped in front of Jiang Yin, coldly addressing Deng Qingbin. "As far as I know, the Health Bureau lacks the authority to arrest individuals. Who do you think you are? Whether I have the authority or not is none of your business." Deng Qingbin snapped, furious. "Sun Feng, is this man one of your doctors?" "No, he is Dr. Zhang's husband," Sun Feng replied, while signaling Lin Yu to remain calm. "Oh, it's him. I heard he treated my niece. Does he have a medical license? Let's see it." Deng Changbin shot Lin Yu a cold glance. His brother-in-law had mentioned this man and seemed to harbor a strong dislike for him. "He is not a doctor and thus has no medical license," Sun Feng added hastily. "Director Deng, please don't take him seriously. I believe he was the one who saved your niece earlier." Sun Feng quickly attempted to placate him. "Practicing medicine without a license is illegal. Take him as well." "I'll call the police to have." Wu Jinyuan hurriedly stepped forward and politely said, "Young friend, my granddaughter's strange illness has relapsed, and she is hanging by a thread in the hospital. I implore you to lend your hand in her rescue. I will be eternally grateful." "Director, you have arrived," Sun Feng said, his eyes lighting up as he noticed Wu Jinyuan's courtesy towards Lin Yu. His heart immediately sank. How could this man, living off others, possibly possess any medical skills? His earlier success was merely a stroke of luck. Upon hearing the titles used by Deng Changbin and Wu Jiangwo for the elder, Lin Yu deduced the old man's identity. "I am sorry, elder, but I cannot provide treatment." Lin Yu shook his head with a wry smile. "I do not hold a medical license. And your son-in-law just accused me of practicing medicine illegally and was about to call the authorities. Preposterous. Hurry and apologize." Wu Jinyuan glared fiercely at Deng Chongbin standing behind him, then pointed at Wu Jiangwo, sternly ordering, "You two, come here and apologize." Deng Chongbin glanced at Wu Jiangwo, perplexed by the situation. Seeing Wu Jiangwo's ashen face and his silence, Deng Chongbin dared not question further and followed him to apologize to Lin Yu. "Young brother, I apologize for earlier. You're not the ones who need to apologize to me, but rather to my wife." Lin Yu interjected as he felt a bitter smile emerge. This was the first time he found the term wife to be so awkward. "I apologize, Director Jiang. It was my impatience that led to my harsh words. Please overlook my indiscretion," Wu Jiangwo said sincerely, having shed his earlier arrogance. "Dr. Jiang, I am sorry. It was my misunderstanding that caused the earlier conflict. Please forgive me." Although unwilling, Deng Chongbin had no choice but to comply since his father-in-law had spoken. "That's all right." Jiang Yin graciously waved her hand, turning to Lin Yu with a gaze brimming with complexity. She sensed a trace of masculinity emanating from this seemingly useless man, which puzzled her. "Young friend, do you think it would be convenient for you to accompany me to the hospital to treat my granddaughter?" Wu Jinyuan implored earnestly. "I'm afraid, old Wu, that he lacks any real medical skills. His earlier success was purely fortuitous." Jiang Yin was compelled to state the truth. While she wished for Lin Yu to save the little girl, she believed it was impossible. "Indeed, old Wu, you are overestimating him. He comes from a technical school background and has no medical knowledge whatsoever," Sun Feng chimed in, eager to clarify. "In times of illness, one cannot afford to gamble on unqualified individuals." "Elder, they are correct. I have not studied medicine," Lin Yu admitted, bearing the name of Hejiaro. Hearing this, the hope in Wu Jinyuan's eyes dimmed, and a wave of sorrow washed over his weathered face. "See, I told you this young man was a fraud," Deng Chongbin scoffed. Emboldened by Lin Yu's admission, Lin Yu ignored him and addressed Wu Jinyuan. "Although I have not formally studied medicine, I have read extensively on the subject and possess some understanding of complex ailments. Coincidentally, I have encountered your granddaughter's condition in an ancient medical tome. If you trust me, I am willing to attempt a treatment." "Of course, I am more than willing." Wu Jinyuan's murky eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he eagerly grasped Lin Yu's hand and rushed toward the car. Wu Jiangwo, not daring to delay, hurriedly went to start the vehicle. "Father, how can you trust a fraud?" Deng Chongbin exclaimed in panic as he saw his brother-in-law already driving off, urging his subordinates to follow suit. "This lunatic," Jiang Yin fumed, stamping her foot before also driving to the hospital. Upon arriving in a flurry at the emergency room, Li Haoming immediately approached. He was taken aback upon seeing Lin Yu. Though he knew the young man was inexperienced, he seemed exceedingly youthful. Inside the emergency room, the little girl lay pallid and lifeless, with her oxygen saturation plummeting to 40%. Li Haoming sighed. In his view, the little girl was beyond saving. "Doctor, do you have any fine needles? Please fetch me a few," Lin Yu instructed while feeling the girl's pulse. "You mean to use acupuncture for treatment? How could that possibly work?" Li Haoming was astonished, but quickly instructed a nurse to retrieve the needles. Other internal medicine doctors present exchanged glances of skepticism, questioning whether Lin Yu's seemingly casual approach could resolve an ailment that their advanced instruments couldn't detect. "Hejiaro, do you know what you're doing?" Jiang Yin and Deng, although the child has recovered, the dark energy within her has yet to be dispelled. Lin Yu, wary of alarming those around him, decided to send them away, for the supernatural remains a mysterious entity for the majority of people in this world. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lin Yu was about to take action when, unexpectedly, the dark energy surged forth from the girl, swiftly darting towards the window. Attempting to flee, Lin Yu scoffed softly, reciting the soul-breaking technique and gripping the red string he had taken from Jiang Yin. He pointed in the direction of the escaping dark energy, which immediately emitted a chilling wail before being drawn into the peach pit contained within the red string. Lin Yu tied the red string around his wrist, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have Jiang Yan's assistance. Otherwise, given his current cultivation, dealing with such a vile entity would indeed be quite taxing. "You may come in," he called out to those outside, then approached the little girl to remove the needle. After gently pressing on acupuncture points on her head, such as Bai Wei and Feng Qi, the girl gradually awakened. Seeing her eyes regain their clarity brought a smile of relief to Lin Yu's face. When Wu Jiangwo and his wife, along with the elder Wu Jinyuan, entered and embraced their child, they wept uncontrollably, nearly losing the only heir of the Wu family forever. "Young friend, will my granddaughter have a recurrence in the future?" Wu Jinyuan, the first to regain composure amidst the excitement, asked with concern. She has been completely cured and will not relapse, but do keep a closer watch on her. Her constitution is weak, and she should avoid heavy places like cemeteries. Lin Yu advised, your kindness is beyond words. Young friend, should you require anything in the future, I, Wu Jinyuan, will not hesitate to oblige. Wu Jinyuan expressed with heartfelt gratitude. It was but a trivial matter. You are too kind, Lin Yu replied with a calm smile. Brother He, I truly did not recognize your prowess earlier. Please forgive me, and rest assured, I will repay your kindness in due time, Wu Jiangwo said, his eyes glistening as he held his wife and daughter close. Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Lin Yu offered an awkward smile and glanced back at Jiang Yan, who remained aloof, frowning as she regarded him. Young brother, could you elaborate on the child's condition? Li Haoming inquired, now intrigued that the child was unharmed. Indeed, young divine doctor, enlighten us, others echoed, their curiosity piqued. You flatter me. My understanding of the child's condition is merely a stroke of luck, Lin Yu humbly replied. Her ailment is not complicated. The primary cause is lung heat induced by fever. I noted the same during my examination. But how could mere lung heat lead to such severe symptoms? Li Haoming asked, puzzled. During my time at the clinic, I mentioned that the child had an underlying condition. If I am not mistaken, she previously suffered from liver poisoning, Lin Yu remarked, turning to Wu Jiangwo and his wife. Wu Jiangwo nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, she had toxic hepatitis 6 months ago, but she has since recovered. Lin Yu acknowledged, indeed, she has recovered. Yet a small amount of toxin remains, coupled with prolonged fever leading to an increase in heart fire. These factors together resulted in a life-threatening illness masquerading as simple lung heat. His insights revealed that while the symptoms were serious, the real danger stemmed from the dark energy exploiting the child's condition, nearly putting her life at risk. The gathered doctors nodded in agreement, with Li Haoming silently admiring Lin Yu's ability to discern the child's past ailments without any examination, an ability he himself could not replicate. Jiang Yan, listening intently, felt a twinge of surprise, but remained skeptical, believing it was merely a stroke of luck on Lin Yu's part. As Lin Yu departed the hospital, Li Haoming pursued him, offering a business card and inviting him to consider working at the People's Hospital. Holding the card, Lin Yu asked, are you interested in joining us here? That's none of your concern. I will strive for what I desire through my own efforts, Jiang Yan interjected coldly, interrupting Lin Yu before he could finish. Frustration brewed within her. She had always been the one aiding this useless individual, never requiring his assistance. In truth, Jiang Yan harbored aspirations of working at the People's Hospital, but had faced 2 unsuccessful attempts to pass the examinations for the position of attending physician. Yet, she remained resolute that she would eventually succeed. You dropped your bracelet. I found it. May I keep it as a memento of yours? Lin Yu suggested, holding up the red string. Fine, Jiang Yan replied ichiri. Upon returning to the clinic, Sun Feng and the entire staff were already waiting outside. He had spoken with Old Wu over the phone and was informed of the entire situation. After Lin Yu stepped out of the car, Sun Feng greeted him warmly, exclaiming, Xiao He, we owe you a great debt. Without your help, our clinic would have faced severe repercussions. Just a lucky coincidence. Jiang Yan retorted coldly as she turned to enter the clinic. Sun Feng chuckled awkwardly, aware of He Jiarong's limitations but ultimately grateful for his assistance. At that moment, a vehicle from the Health Bureau returned, led by Deng Chengbin. Sun Feng immediately felt anxious and rushed over. Director Deng, wasn't the matter already resolved? But Deng Chengbin ignored him, striding directly to Lin Yu and politely saying, Brother He, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Initially dismissive of Lin Yu, Deng Chengbin's perspective shifted drastically after witnessing him heal his niece and provide a thorough analysis of her condition. The courtesy is appreciated, Director Deng, Lin Yu replied, not holding a grudge, considering his wife worked within the director's jurisdiction. To be honest, I came to seek your assistance with my own ailment. Deng Chengbin said, glancing around somewhat self-consciously. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. As the deputy director of the Health Bureau, he would have thought doctors in the entire Qinghai region would vie for the chance to treat him. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Yu quickly discerned Deng Chengbin's symptoms and chuckled softly. You have likely been experiencing persistent soreness in your lower back and knees, cold extremities, and fatigue, correct? This condition, in essence, stems from kidney deficiency. Exactly. I've consulted numerous doctors over the past 2 years, taken countless medications, but none have yielded results, Deng Chungbin replied urgently. As a man, my performance has suffered to the point of unbearable distress. Fear not, I shall write you a prescription. Take it daily, morning and evening. For half a month, and you will notice significant improvement. However, do avoid alcohol and smoking during the course of treatment, Lin Yu instructed, retrieving paper and pen from the clinic to draft the prescription. Thank you, Brother He. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Deng Chungbin expressed gratefully as he accepted the prescription and departed. His faith in Lin Yu's medical prowess solidified. Brother He, I never anticipated you would quickly establish a rapport with Director Deng. Our clinic will undoubtedly rely on your good name in the future, Sun Feng approached, changing his tone of address, eager to curry favor. He cared little for how Lin Yu had charmed Deng Chungbin, as long as it benefited him. Of course, I hope Director Sun will continue to look out for Jiang Yan, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Absolutely. I will ensure Jiang Director receives a pay raise tomorrow, Sun Feng assured, pounding his chest in promise. The following day, Lin Yu remained idle at the clinic, yet the gazes of the doctors and nurses toward him had shifted. They were far more amiable now, even arranging meals for him during lunch and dinner. As Jiang Yin finished her work, it was already past 9 in the evening. The thought of meeting her in-laws made Lin Yu's heart flutter with anxiety. After all, it was his first time meeting a partner's family. Jiang Yin's residence was situated in a well-maintained, tranquil neighborhood in Qinghai City, characterized by its lush greenery. The quieter the surroundings, the more Lin Yu's heart raced. Feeling as if he were in a dream, accompanying a woman he had only known for a day to her home. Was this truly appropriate? Get out of the car. Jiang Yan's sharp voice broke his reverie, prompting Lin Yu to hurriedly exit the vehicle and follow her upstairs. Inside, a middle-aged couple sat on the sofa, watching television. The woman, with her styled curls and elegant attire, appeared slightly plump, while the man, slender and bespectacled, exuded a scholarly demeanor. This couple was none other than Jiang Yan's parents, Jiang Jingren and Li Suqin, both employed in government positions, one a department-level official and the other a section-level officer, managing a modest middle-class existence thanks to several properties purchased years prior. Upon seeing her daughter and Lin Yu enter, Li Suqin couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Yu, reminiscing about her regret 2 years prior when she pressured her daughter into marrying him. Reflecting on her husband's words, she regretted bringing this waste back from the orphanage, fearing it had ruined their daughter's life. Hello, Mom and Dad. Lin Yu awkwardly greeted the couple, yet they barely acknowledged him. He quickly realized that, in the eyes of his in-laws, he held little significance. Yinner, you must be exhausted after a long day at work. I've drawn a hot bath for you, Li Suqin said, approaching her daughter to hang up her bag, then turning to Lin Yu with irritation. You need to help your father polish his shoes and sweep the floor later. Lin Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The disparity in treatment was stark, especially since he had just been discharged from the hospital. Mom, he just got out of the hospital. Let him rest, Jiang Yin interjected on his behalf. Li Suqin was taken aback. It was unusual for her daughter to speak up for this waste. Even Jiang Jingren, who had been silently observing, cast a glance at his daughter. I'll handle the chores, Lin Yu smiled, walking further inside. Where are you going? The communal restroom is over there. Have you lost your mind? Li Suqin scolded. Yinner, I'll just change the mattress for you too. It's quite soft. Now that Jiarong is awake. You both should hurry and give me a grandchild, she whispered to Jiang Yan, but Lin Yu overheard every word. Startled, Lin Yu almost dropped the basin of water. Chapter 6. The Humiliation at the Family Banquet. Despite Jiarong's shortcomings, he was innocent and had been raised by Li Suqin, which fostered some affection for him. Although marrying him seemed to compromise her daughter's happiness, it was too late to change the course of events. All Li Suqin wished for was for her daughter to have a child soon, so she could embrace her grandchild. Mom, let's discuss this later, Jiang Yin said coldly. Her head lowered. Discuss later? You two have been married for nearly 2 years. Li Suqin pressed, her anxiety palpable. Jiang Yin remained silent, changing her shoes before retreating to the bedroom. In the restroom, Lin Yu scrubbed shoes while tending to a bleeding nose. He couldn't help but think of Jiang Yan's exquisite features and captivating figure, feeling a surge of emotions. Surely, any man would struggle to resist such allure. He found himself torn between desires. Should he act on his impulses or refrain, knowing she was another's wife? Yet, as her nominal husband, if he didn't lend a hand, she and Jia Rong might never have children. Reflecting on his past, as a commendable young man in Shanghai City, he ultimately decided to be of assistance. After finishing his tasks, he cleaned himself thoroughly and, with a heart full of trepidation, entered the bedroom. Jiang Yin was already in her nightwear, lying on the bed, while makeshift bedding lay on the floor. Lin Yu paused, observing Jiang Yin engrossed in her phone, noting her lack of intent to explain. He couldn't suppress a bitter smile. It was no wonder they had no children after nearly 2 years of marriage. Jia Rong had always slept on the floor. No wonder Jiang Yin seemed uneasy when he held her hand earlier. Perhaps they rarely engaged in such affection. With a sigh of regret, Lin Yu realized he could not fulfill his noble intentions and instead settled onto the makeshift bedding. Turn off the light, Jiang Yin stated coldly. All right, he replied, feeling oddly reminiscent of his university dorm days. In the following days, Lin Yu visited his mother while subtly gathering information about Jia Rong from those around him. He learned that Jia Rong was an orphan, adopted by Li Suqin at the age of 3, and later married Jiang Yan. The reasons behind Jiang Yan's consent remained unclear. By examining Jia Rong's phone, Lin Yu discovered his limited social connections, primarily involving 2 individuals involved in the distribution of adult films. After his 2-month coma, Jia Rong had lost contact with them, but Lin Yu found this simplicity advantageous, sparing him potential complications. Perhaps the bonds of blood are indeed peculiar. Upon meeting Lin Yu, who bore Jia Rong's likeness, Lin Yu's mother felt an inexplicable warmth, alleviating her suicidal thoughts, and embraced him as her godson. With his mother's emotions stabilizing, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief. His next task was to find a way to repay the debt to Huang Mao, but raising that sum proved challenging. By the time Lin Yu returned from visiting his mother that afternoon, Jiang Yin was already home, applying makeup in front of a mirror. Her parents were also present, dressed in formal attire. Why are you back so late? Hurry and change. Your uncle's new son-in-law got promoted and has invited us for dinner, Li Suqin urged. Upon entering, Lin Yu saw Jiang Yin had finished preparing herself, looking stunning in a black lace off-shoulder gown, her dark hair cascading elegantly over one shoulder. He was momentarily mesmerized. She was indeed a rare beauty. If you prefer not to go, you may stay home, Jiang Yin said coolly. What? Are you worried I might embarrass you? Lin Yu replied with self-deprecation. Not at all. Jiang Yan's expression shifted slightly as she quickly exited. Lin Yu, perceptive enough to understand her reluctance, decided to remain at home. However, Li Suqin insisted he accompany them, fearing Jiang Yan's uncle might take offense. Thus, he reluctantly joined them, although it was evident that Jiang Yan was not pleased. Fenghua Tower was a distinguished restaurant in Shanghai City, and being invited there indicated that Jiang Yan's uncle's family was quite affluent. Upon arrival, they were ushered to a large private room with round tables, where most relatives had already gathered. Lin Yu followed Jiang Yan's lead, mimicking her introductions, appearing as the dutiful son-in-law. The relatives regarded him with disdain, largely ignoring his presence. Seated at the head of the table were Jiang Yan's uncle and aunt, with the new son-in-law, Zhang Sun, a fair-skinned man with a square face and thick lips, occupying a prominent position. His demeanor and speech reflected that he was accustomed to the bureaucratic environment. Thank you all for attending this gathering. I raise my glass in respect, Zhang Sun said, lifting his cup and downing it in one go, as the relatives cheered him on. You're too polite, Zhang. We'll be relying on you to look after us. Given your position as a department head in the health bureau, a tall man remarked, raising his glass in response. Such a young department head. Zhang, you are indeed promising. Another chimed in. With such rapid advancement, becoming a bureau chief is merely a matter of time. Don't forget us humble relatives when that day comes. The room erupted in laughter as compliments and banter flowed freely. Dear relatives, your words are overly generous. I, Zhang Sun, regardless of my current circumstances, will always regard myself as your younger kin. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. I shall not refuse. Zhang Sun spoke with a certain eloquence befitting his position, which pleased the gathered relatives, prompting them to nod in approval. Jiarong, now that you have recovered, make an effort to learn from your brother-in-law and strive for self-improvement. Do not squander your days idly. At this juncture, an elder unexpectedly shifted the conversation towards Lin Yu. Jiang Yan's expression shifted subtly, growing increasingly frigid, while Li Suqin and Jiang Jingren appeared visibly unsettled, their faces alternating between red and pale. Indeed, Jiarong, you remain unemployed. Do consider asking your brother-in-law for assistance in finding a menial position at the health bureau. Jiang Yan's aunt spoke with a hint of arrogance, harboring disdain for her niece and her husband, given that her late father-in-law had favored Jiang Yan. Mother, I fear I lack the qualifications, even for a menial role. The health bureau requires at least a college diploma. Zhang Sun replied with a smile, apologetically addressing Jiarong. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, reflecting on the subtlety with which those in the system operated. However, one cannot simply remain idle at home. It is impractical to rely solely on one's wife for sustenance. Coincidentally, I know a contractor in need of laborers at a construction site, offering a daily wage of 180. Indeed, our factory also has a position for a security guard. The work is light, but the pay is modest. Without education or skills, one must settle for such roles. Do not be too picky, a chorus of relatives chimed in, feigning concern while essentially ridiculing him. Jiang Yan's expression turned icy as she struggled to suppress her anger. Each remark felt like a slap in the face, tarnishing her dignity. Let us eat. Let us eat. Noticing the growing discomfort on Li Suqin and her husband's faces, Jiang Yan's uncle quickly interjected, urging everyone to commence the meal. Though these comments were harsh, Lin Yu remained unfazed, indulging in the meal while they directed their jibes at He Jiarong and not at him. Perhaps he has been dazed ever since his last fall. He should be called He diminished instead. Several cousins whispered mockingly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt a surge of anger. While he could tolerate jabs from elders, he found it intolerable for his peers to join in. Old Li, what is the meaning of this? Did I not reserve this private room? A displeased voice interrupted from outside. Ah, Lu, my sincerest apologies. It was an oversight on my part. Would you prefer I arrange another room? Change. How could I? Are there any other rooms available for this gathering? Do you know who is dining here today? You must speak with the guests inside and ask them to relocate. The restaurant owner hesitated, knowing that the official he referred to was Zhang's son. Although Zhang held a modest position, the restaurant was under his jurisdiction, and any slight maneuver could lead to trouble for the owner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sun's confidence surged, and he stood up, addressing the door with authority. Who dares disturb my meal? This outburst elicited a sense of pride among his relatives, who instinctively straightened their postures. I am Lu Chaming, captain of the criminal police team. A man in his 30s entered, surveying the room before continuing. I apologize for the intrusion, but this private room was originally reserved for me. I have important guests arriving shortly and kindly request that you switch to another room. Why should we? We are already halfway through our meal. Does being the captain make you superior? What right do you have to demand this of us? Jiang Yan's cousins protested, youthful arrogance blinding them to the authority before them. Initially intimidated by the title, Zhang Sun felt cornered by their defiance. Indeed, Captain Lu, we are currently dining. It will be inappropriate to ask us to leave. Apologies, gentlemen. I plead for your understanding, Lu Chaming replied, aware of his precarious position. If you insist on using this room, then we shall wait until you finish. With no room for negotiation, Zhang Sun boldly declared, yes. If you wish to use this room, you'll have to wait until we are done. His relatives echoed their agreement, their admiration for him growing. Old Lu, what is taking so long? We need to switch rooms. The bureau chief will arrive shortly. Another voice called from outside, and to everyone's surprise, Deng Chongbin stepped in. Deng, you have arrived just in time. I was hoping to switch rooms, but the officials from the health bureau refused to accommodate us. We are left waiting for them to finish, Lu Chaming remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Sun. Deng, Director Deng. Zhang Sun's face drained of color as he leapt to his feet, inadvertently knocking over his utensils. You are from the health bureau? Which department? Deng Chongbin coldly scrutinized Zhang Sun, clearly unacquainted with him. Director? I am from the disease control department. Zhang Sun stumbled over his words, beads of sweat forming on his brow, realizing he had offended a high-ranking official. This evening, I am hosting a banquet for the head of the Public Security Bureau. Could you make an exception and allow us to use this private room? Deng Qingbin's demeanor was stern. Certainly, of course, Zhang Sun nodded fervently, signaling his relatives to gather their things and relocate. Upon realizing Zhang Sun's superior was present, his relatives silently complied, begrudgingly tidying up. Director Deng, isn't this a bit unreasonable? Lin Yu's calm voice interjected. What are you doing, He Jiarong? Zhang Sun glared fiercely at Lin Yu. Jiarong. His mother-in-law quickly pulled him back, well aware of the hierarchy. Even her husband, a deputy division chief, was not of the same caliber as Deng Qingbin. Oh, brother He, fancy meeting you here. To everyone's astonishment, Deng Chungbin's expression shifted from displeasure to delight as he approached Lin Yu. I had intended to visit you soon. The medicine you provided me worked wonders. After just 2 days, I feel like a new man. Deng Chungbin beamed at Lin Yu, giving him a thumbs up. The room fell silent as everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Astonished to learn that He Jiarong was acquainted with the deputy director of the Health Bureau, and they appeared quite familiar. Since brother He is here, I shall relinquish this room to him. Please continue your meal, and I apologize for the earlier rudeness, Deng Chungbin declared, raising a glass and a toast before downing it in one gulp. He then patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Brother He, come to our upstairs room later. I have a favor to ask. Of course, I shall join you shortly. Given the honor bestowed upon him, Lin Yu felt compelled to accept. After Deng Qingbin's departure, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as all eyes turned to Lin Yu, the deputy director of the Health Bureau, seeking his assistance. Ah, brother-in-law, I had no idea you were acquainted with our director. Why did you not mention this sooner? Zhang Sun quickly donned a sycophantic demeanor, approaching with a drink in hand. Earlier, I spoke without thinking. Please do not take it to heart. I shall drink to that. After finishing his drink, he tilted his head back to empty the cup. By the way, our bureau has 3 slots for outstanding individuals this quarter, which need Director Deng's decision. Perhaps you could speak a few kind words for my brother-in-law later, Zhang Sun said, bending slightly and wearing a broad smile. I'm afraid someone with my limited educational background could be of little assistance to such an esteemed person. Lin Yu replied, continuing to eat his meal without lifting his gaze. Zhang Sun chuckled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiarong, we're all family here, so let us not stand on ceremony. And he made a mistake earlier. If you could help your brother-in-law with this, auntie, uncle, and your sister would be immensely grateful. Aunt Jiang Yin chimed in, her tone now much more conciliatory than before. Mom, should I help or not? Lin Yu suddenly turned to Li Suqin and asked. Li Suqin's spirits lifted. She had felt a sense of oppression throughout the meal, and now she felt a rush of pride as her son-in-law sought her guidance. Straightening her back, she shot a glance at Aunt Jiang Yin and said, After all, we are family. Jiarong, if you can help, please do so. Your aunt is not the kind of person to forget a favor. Li Suqin emphasized her last statement, and Aunt Jiang Yin could only smile in response. Not daring to interject, Lin Yu agreed to assist, and as he stood to leave, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Yin, who still wore a frosty expression. Though her furrowed brows had relaxed somewhat, this was the first time in nearly 2 years of marriage that her seemingly inept husband had brought her a sense of pride. Upon reaching the upper floor, Lin Yu was personally welcomed by Deng Chungbin. The private room was already filled with people, and Deng Chungbin introduced Lin Yu to a middle-aged man seated in the center. Brother He, this is our Public Security Bureau Chief, Wei Gongshuan from Qinghai City. Greetings. Chief Wei, Lin Yu promptly offered. Chief, this is the young miracle worker, He Jiarong, I mentioned to you. If it weren't for him, my niece would have lost her life. I believe he could help with the old man's illness. Deng Qingbin continued, introducing Lin Yu to Wei Gongshuan. This young man truly is young, Wei Gongshuan said with a laugh, nodding at Lin Yu, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. Deng Chungbin had promised to introduce him to a distinguished practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, yet he found himself face-to-face with a mere youth. Chief, do not let his youth deceive you. Brother, he possesses remarkable medical skills, Deng Chungbin insisted, advocating for Lin Yu. Young man, why don't you examine me first and see if there's anything amiss? Wei Gongshuan suggested, revealing his wrist and gazing at Lin Yu with a hint of pressure in his eyes. Chief Wei, you flatter me. I merely dabble in traditional medicine. Lin Yu replied modestly, though he had already placed his fingers on Wei Gongshuan's pulse. Your health appears quite good. There are no significant issues, though your blood pressure is slightly elevated. It's nothing to worry about. Just be mindful of your alcohol intake, Lin Yu stated. Truly impressive skills, young man. I suspect that among my peers, at least 10 out of 10 must have elevated blood pressure at my age. Wei Gongshuan laughed, the sarcasm evident in his tone. The others in the room joined in the laughter. Though you seem in good health, your wife likely suffers from multiple ailments, frequent dizziness, fatigue, and aches in her back and legs. Even in the summer, she could wear a down jacket without breaking a sweat. Lin Yu continued without offense. How do you know that? Wei Gongshuan's expression changed abruptly, and the laughter in the room ceased. Your wife possesses an extremely cold constitution. Spending time with her has likely affected you as well, Lin Yu explained. Can you treat her? Wei Gongshuan's voice trembled slightly. After 30 years of marriage, He and his wife shared a deep love. Since the onset of her symptoms 2 years ago, he has felt immense sorrow. Yet despite seeking help from various doctors and taking numerous medications, there has been no improvement. Lin Yu replied confidently. Yes, I can treat her and completely cure her, though it will require some time, he assured. You, young man, if you can cure my wife, you will be my benefactor. I raise my glass to you, Wei Gongxuan declared, downing his drink. See, Chief Wei, I wasn't mistaken. Brother, he is indeed a miracle worker. Let him take a look at the old man's condition, Deng Chengbin added proudly, confident in his recommendation. Brother he, do you have time tomorrow? I will personally come to escort you to examine my father-in-law, Wei Gongxuan said, now addressing Lin Yu with newfound respect, impressed by his earlier revelation regarding his wife's condition. What ailment does he suffer from? Lin Yu inquired. The symptoms are quite straightforward, severe migraines that last no longer than half an hour. However, during that brief time, the pain is excruciating. Despite consulting numerous specialists, there has been no relief, not even a slight reduction in discomfort. Wei Gongxuan replied, his demeanor grave. Having lived over 50 years, he had never encountered such severe migraines. This was the reason for his dinner with Deng Chengbin that evening. He hoped to leverage his connections to find specialists in this field. If his father-in-law's condition did not improve, they would have no choice but to seek treatment abroad. I will come by tomorrow to assess the old man's condition, Lin Yu concluded, unwilling to make assumptions without seeing the patient. Brother he, you have struck gold. Do you know who Chief Wei's father-in-law is? It's the esteemed Zheng Jiaqing. He has already spent $1 million in pursuit of a cure for this ailment. Deng Chengbin exclaimed, excitement palpable in his tone as he patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Zheng Jiaqing? Lin Yu was taken aback. Zheng Jiaqing was a titan in Shanghai's business world, a giant in the automotive industry, with over half of the 4S dealerships in the city under his purview. As long as brother, he can help my father. Money is no object, Wei Gongxuan nodded, smiling. $1 million? Lin Yu felt a surge of clarity. He could finally settle the debts owed to Huang Mao. When the banquet concluded, Lin Yu mentioned Zhang Sun's situation to Deng Chengbin, who immediately took action, calling out to Zhang Sun, you, write a letter of application for the outstanding individual and deliver it to my office tomorrow. Thank you, Director. Thank you. Zhang Sun expressed his gratitude profusely, bowing deeply. After seeing Deng Chengbin off, he personally escorted Lin Yu and Jiang Yin out. And Jiang Yin had also donned a new, cheerful demeanor, continuously praising Li Suqin and Jiang Jingren for finding such a fine son-in-law. That evening greatly satisfied Li Suqin's sense of vanity. She had never anticipated that this seemingly inept son-in-law could bring her such pride. Jiarong, you even know the deputy director of the health bureau? How come I never knew? Li Suqin asked excitedly. We met at the clinic. It was just a few days ago. Jiang Yin was there too, and I helped him with a small favor, which is why he is so courteous. Lin Yu downplayed the situation. Oh, Li Suqin's enthusiasm waned slightly. She had hoped her son-in-law could climb the social ladder, only to find he had only just met the deputy director. The following morning, Wei Gongxuan personally came to collect Lin Yu. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at Shanghai City's famed affluent district, where sprawling 4-story villas occupied vast plots of land, surrounded by lush lawns, greenery, and ponds, resembling small estates. Upon ascending the stairs, Lin Yu found Wei Gongxuan's brother-in-law, Zhang Shifan, already present, accompanied by a young man who appeared to be of similar age to Lin Yu, carrying a black and gray medical bag emblazoned with the words Ji Shitang. Are you from the Song family, Ji Shitang, in Lingen? Upon seeing the name, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. His university professor had often spoken highly of Ji Shitang, expressing admiration and even dubbing it the backbone of traditional Chinese medicine's revival. Indeed, the young man replied coolly, exuding an air of confidence befitting a standout among the younger generation of Ji Shitang. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Lin. I am he Jiarong, Lin Yu said, excitement bubbling within him at the unexpected encounter. He extended his hand to shake. Song Zheng, the young man replied. The young man merely cast a cold glance at Lin Yu, showing no intention of shaking hands. Lin Yu, feeling awkward, retracted his hand. Brother-in-law, what brings you here today? Who is this? Zhang Shifan inquired of Wei Gongxuan. This is the miraculous doctor I invited to treat my father. Dr. He, Wei Gongxuan said, particularly supportive of Lin Yu, as he could not quite overlook Song Zheng's arrogant demeanor. Haha, that won't be necessary. Since we have someone from the Jishitang here, there is no need to call in others. Zhang Shifan replied, showing no disrespect towards Lin Yu, but simply believing that with an expert from Jishitang present, there was no need for additional help. Butler, please give this young brother 100,000 as a consulting fee. No, since he was introduced by my brother-in-law. Make it 200,000, Zhang Shifan instructed the old butler. Shifan, I think it's premature to reach a conclusion. Since Doctor, he is here, let him take a look first. What if this Jishitang doctor is also at a loss? Wei Gongshuan said, his tone slightly displeased. He had a personal interest in hoping Lin Yu could cure his father-in-law's ailment, thereby enhancing his own prestige in front of his father-in-law and the entire family. That's unnecessary. Let him go. I've already assessed Mr. Zheng's condition beforehand and can confidently say it is nearly certain, Song Zheng stated with confidence. Chapter 8. The cinnabar pin cures illness. Younger man, it's best not to speak so assuredly. Wei Gongshuan frowned, clearly displeased. All right, since my brother-in-law has spoken, let Dr. He stay and observe. It will surely be a valuable learning opportunity for him. Zhang Shifan noted, sensing his brother-in-law's displeasure and hastily trying to smooth things over. Lin Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. He had only heard of Jishitang's benevolent skills, but had never encountered their arrogance until today. After a moment, Zheng Jiaqing emerged from the inner room, dressed in a white satin tang suit, walking steadily, his white hair framing a youthful face, radiating vitality. Entirely unlike someone who is ill. Gongshuan, you're here too. Please have a seat, Zheng Jiaqing said warmly, though a commanding aura of authority naturally emanated from him. Which one is the grandson of the old master of Jishitang? After everyone sat down, Zheng Jiaqing glanced at Lin Yu and Song Zheng, his hands continuously rubbing two black and red ornamental walnuts. Hello, Mr. Zheng. I'm Song Zheng from Jishitang. My grandfather sent me to treat you. Before I left, he instructed me that although you are offering $1 million for the consultation, we at Jishitang will give you a discount of 20%, Song Zheng said with a smile. A hint of pride evident in his demeanor, as he casually offered a discount of $2 million, showcasing Jishitang's generosity. Well, indeed, heroes emerge from the young. Since the old master of Jishitang is willing to send you, you must possess exceptional skills. Rest assured, if you can cure my ailment, you will receive every penny. Zheng Jiaqing declared loudly, considering the amount trivial. Father, I've also invited a doctor to see you. He is a young miracle worker with equally superb medical skills. Wei Gongshuan hurriedly recommended Lin Yu. Very well, the new generation is indeed taking charge. I'll be counting on both of you, Zheng Jiaqing chuckled, then instructed the butler to serve tea. Mr. Zheng, are we not starting the examination now? Song Zheng, noticing Zheng Jiaqing's lack of urgency, couldn't he help but ask. Ha, if we examine now, I fear we won't uncover anything, Zheng Jiaqing replied with a hint of resignation. He had consulted doctors in the past, and, after examinations, all indicators appeared normal, with no diagnosis. Only when his headaches occurred could the symptoms be observed. Oh, how peculiar, Song Zheng remarked, then moved beside Zheng Jiaqing, asking if he could take his pulse. Zheng Jiaqing did not refuse, exposing his wrist for Song Zheng to examine. Upon feeling the pulse, Song Zheng's expression changed. There was indeed nothing wrong, and the pulse indicated that Mr. Zheng was in excellent health. Brother Song, there's no need for haste. Just wait another hour, Mr. Zheng's ailment should manifest then, Lin Yu suggested, glancing at the wall clock. Oh, young friend, how do you know I will fall ill in an hour? Zheng Jiaqing asked, slightly surprised. Director Wei informed me that you suffer from migraines. In an hour, it will be noon, the temperature will rise, and the internal heat will increase, leading to a surge in blood flow, which easily triggers migraines. Lin Yu expel if I am not mistaken. This pair of antique walnuts should be adorned with the pattern of a qilin and lion head, originating from the Qing dynasty during the reign of Emperor Qianlong. Lin Yu remarked. Indeed, you possess a keen eye, young friend. Zheng Jiaqing's expression brightened with unexpected delight. For few could discern the origins of his lion heads at a glance. No matter how extraordinary they are merely ornamental items. What relevance do they hold to my father's headache? Are you jesting, brother he? Wei Gongshuan queried, somewhat puzzled. Lin Yu did not rush to respond, but turned to Zheng Jiaqing and asked, Zheng Lao, from where did you acquire these walnuts? And how long have you kept them with you? I stumbled upon them at an antique market. I have carried them with me ever since, for approximately 6 months. Zheng Jiaqing reminisced. Now consider how long you've been troubled by your migraine. Lin Yu chuckled. Zheng Jiaqing furrowed his brow in contemplation. And then his expression shifted as he glanced at the walnuts in Lin Yu's hand, exclaiming, "It seems that I developed this condition shortly after purchasing these walnuts." Zheng Jiaqing, who had always been skeptical of the supernatural, naturally had not considered this connection, attributing his ailment to the long-term fatigue of his demanding work. To be candid, these walnuts were obtained from a deceased individual. Thus, they carry a certain malevolent energy. Since you have kept them close, they have undoubtedly influenced your fortune. I presume that your endeavors have not fared well in the past 6 months? Lin Yu stated. Indeed, I invested in 2 projects during this period, both of which resulted in severe losses. I thought it was merely age catching up with me. I was even preparing to hand over company affairs to Shifan. Zheng Jiaqing lamented with a bitter smile. Brother He, what you speak of regarding malevolent energy sounds rather superstitious. Wei Gongxun frowned. For those in his profession typically dismissed such notions. Many of these beliefs are not mere superstition. They are principles derived from the natural laws of the universe, extracted by our ancestors from the movements of heaven and earth. Otherwise, how could the I Ching and the Bagua have endured through the ages? Lin Yu patiently elucidated. Wei Gongxuan found himself at a loss for words, as Lin Yu's argument held merit. Many universities now offered public courses on the I Ching. Young brother, if I were to smash these walnuts, will my father's ailment be cured? Zheng Shifan asked eagerly. Such a valuable artifact should not be destroyed. Lin Yu replied with a smile. I have a method that can both cure Zheng Lao's affliction and allow him to retain this pair of walnuts. Then I shall trouble you with this, young friend, Zheng Jiaqing said, his excitement barely concealed, for he truly cherished these walnuts. Had they been destroyed, it would have pained him for several days. Zheng Lao, do you possess a cinnabar brush? Yes, I do. Zheng Jiaqing quickly instructed the old steward to fetch it from the study. Once the cinnabar brush was procured, Lin Yu recited the Qingming incantation, exhaling gently onto the brush's tip. He then lightly tapped the tails of the 2 walnuts, causing the dense black energy to dissipate instantly, and the aura emanating from the pair of lion heads became increasingly vibrant and clear. Lin Yu returned the walnuts to Zheng Jiaqing, who, upon receiving them, felt a refreshing sensation coursing through him, as if his meridians had been opened in an instant, leaving him feeling exceptionally clear-headed. Meanwhile, Song Zheng's expression darkened, as he felt reluctant to accept Lin Yu's abilities, believing him to be merely putting on a show. However, it was undeniable that Lin Yu had indeed cured Zheng Lao's ailment, leaving Song Zheng with no grounds for dissent. Young brother, will my father's condition truly not recur? Zheng Shifan still harbored some reservations. Indeed, should any issues arise in the future, Brother Wei can readily reach me. He knows my home, Lin Yu jested. Brother He, you jest. Our family is immensely grateful to you, Wei Gongxuan replied with a smile, then exchanged a knowing glance with Zheng Shifan. Zheng Shifan immediately understood and said, Brother He, please provide me with your bank account number. I will arrange for 5 million to be transferred to you now. If my father's condition remains stable in a few days, I will transfer the remaining 5 million as well. Shifan, how can you say that? Let us transfer the entire amount of 10 million to our young friend at once. Zheng Jiaqing interjected, somewhat displeased. Very well, we shall proceed as my father wishes. 10 million transferred in one go. 10 million? Lin Yu chuckled, touching his nose. May I determine the consultation fee? The faces of those present transformed in surprise. 10 million seemed quite excessive. Very well, let our young friend set the price. Whatever he states shall be honored, Zheng Jiaqing conceded, displaying a generous spirit, for after all, Lin Yu had saved his life, thus requesting a higher sum was not unreasonable. Chapter 9. A Grand Declaration, Dad, Zheng Shifan murmured, frowning slightly. Surely he does not expect the entire Zheng family business in return? Zheng Jiaqing waved his hand, signaling him to remain silent. At this moment, Lin Yu had already pulled out his phone, meticulously calculating before looking up and smiling, a neat sum, 30,000. His words elicited yet another round of astonishment from the crowd. Song Zheng had casually offered 2 million, a substantial amount for an ordinary person, yet here was Lin Yu, requesting a mere 30,000, almost entirely relinquishing the sum. Young brother, do not be modest. The 10 million consultation fee was prepared from the outset. Even if you decline, it will be taken by another. Please, accept it graciously, Zheng Shifan encouraged, his fondness for Lin Yu growing considerably. Indeed, young friend, you are welcome to accept it. I, Zheng Jiaqing, am still worth a bit. Zheng Jiaqing added with a smile. Zheng Lao, 30,000 is already quite generous. Had I not encountered some difficulties, I would not have charged you this high fee. I hope you will not insist further. Lin Yu spoke sincerely, devoid of any pretense. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiaqing ceased his insistence, nodding for Zheng Shifan to pay Lin Yu 30,000, which Lin Yu opted to receive in cash. Zheng Shifan intended to offer Song Zheng 10,000 as a token of appreciation, but upon witnessing Lin Yu's modest fee of 30,000 for his services, he felt he had no right to request further payment and declined, turning to leave. As Wei Gongxuan and Lin Yu walked side by side out of the villa, Zheng Jiaqing stood by the window, observing Lin Yu's retreating figure, his eyes filled with admiration. There are few young individuals today who possess exceptional abilities yet remain humble and unpretentious, devoid of vanity. Shifan, you should seek opportunities to engage with him more. It may prove beneficial to your career. Yes, father, Zheng Shifan nodded in agreement, although inwardly he felt somewhat dismissive, pondering that no matter how impressive Lin Yu might be, he was merely a doctor. Beyond healing, what else could he offer? Furthermore, tomorrow, select a fine car to present to him as a gift, both as a token of gratitude and appreciation. Ensure is a good one, Zheng Jiaqing instructed earnestly. Understood, Zheng Shifan replied. Upon exiting the Zheng residence, Lin Yu arranged to visit Wei Gongxuan's wife for treatment the following weekend before they parted ways. Lin Yu then made his way directly to his mother, Qin Xiulan's bun shop. Upon seeing him, Qin Xiulan immediately broke into a rare smile, advising, Jiarong, you are no longer a child. You have a family of your own now. It's time to find a proper job instead of just coming here aimlessly. Godmother, do not be fooled by my lack of a formal job. I earn a decent income treating patients, Lin Yu replied excitedly, opening his backpack to reveal 30,000 in cash. Jiarong, where did you acquire such a substantial sum? Qin Xiulan gasped in surprise. I just finished treating a wealthy family. This is their consultation fee, Lin Yu said with a hint of pride, for throughout his life, he had always relied on his mother, and now he finally had the means to support her. Soon after, Lin Yu called Huang Mao, repaying him 22,000 with interest, and then handed the remaining cash to his mother. Jiarong, this is too much. You must use this money for yourself, Qin Xiulan insisted, pushing the money away. Godmother, please keep it. Consider my duty as your child, Lin Yu said, gazing at the framed photo of himself and his mother on the table, feeling a wave of emotion. Since I cannot return to my former self, I shall protect you and ensure your life is free from worry. Ultimately, Qin Xiulan could not refuse and accepted the money, saying, very well, I will keep this for you as my safeguard. Whenever you need it, just come and ask your godmother. The following day, Lin Yu intended to indulge in a leisurely slumber, but Jiang Yin roused him at dawn, taking him to the market. She handed him a basket and instructed him to procure vegetables before proceeding to the clinic, reminding him to remember to buy meat. Lin Yu found himself somewhat disoriented. Judging by Jiang Yin's series of presumptive arrangements, it seemed that he Jiarong frequently engaged in such tasks. Did he not feel a tinge of shame? A grown man spending his days washing clothes, shopping for groceries, and sleeping on the floor. However, he was devoid of funds. Although he felt somewhat spineless, Lin Yu had no choice but to speak up, as he had given all the money he had to his mother the previous day, leaving himself with nothing. Jiang Yin shot him a disdainful glance before tossing 100 yuan out the window as she drove off, leaving Lin Yu seething with resentment as he watched her car disappear. He thought to himself, just wait. One day, I shall strip you of your dignity. It was Lin Yu's first experience buying groceries, and he felt a pang of anxiety, unsure of how to select the right produce or haggle for a better price. Upon arriving at the market, he was greeted by various vendors who recognized him. Oh, Xiao He, here to buy vegetables? It's been ages. One vendor exclaimed. Where have you been these past 2 months? We've missed you. Another chimed in. Are you sticking to the usual today? I'll have a pack for you to pick up shortly. I've already prepared your vegetables. If you're short on cash, I can keep a tab. One vendor remarked. This young man is truly considerate. Considerate? Lin Yu felt a twitch in his facial muscles, realizing that he Jiarong seemingly relished the domestic duties that came with grocery shopping. After purchasing the vegetables, Lin Yu found himself devoid of any money, forcing him to borrow a yuan from a vendor for the bus fare back to the clinic. Upon disembarking, he noticed a crowd gathered outside the clinic. Curiosity piqued, he pushed his way through the throng only to find a brand new, gleaming pink Maserati parked outside. The hood of the car was adorned with a heart-shaped arrangement of roses, accompanied by other flowers and ribbons. Beside the car stood a young man in a deep blue suit, his slicked-back hair glistening, holding a bouquet of flowers, evidently prepared to declare his affections. What wealth! To propose with $1 million luxury car. This was a first for Linyu. The floral arrangement alone must cost tens of thousands. How romantic! If I were the object of such affection, I would feel utterly blissful, with no regrets, even if death were to follow. Look at your aspirations. I would certainly respond with a passionate kiss. The onlookers' voices buzzed with excitement, and many young girls wore expressions of envy. Linyu, too, was intrigued, eager to discover which beautiful woman had captured the attention of such a wealthy suitor. Jiang Yan, I love you, the suited man bellowed towards the clinic, causing Linyu to nearly choke on his anger. In the midst of the market, a green hat descends from the heavens. In a short span of his grocery shopping, he nearly lost his wife. Linyu was furious, feeling deeply insulted. Jiang Yan was a married woman, and this suit-clad man dared to profess his love so brazenly. How could he hold He Jiarong in such contempt? Perhaps the timid He Jiarong would have tolerated it, but the man inhabiting this body was Linyu. Regardless of whether it was to uphold a man's dignity or to repay He Jiarong's past, Linyu resolved to confront the audacious suitor. Just as he prepared to intervene, Jiang Yan emerged from a clinic. Linyu hesitated, deciding to observe how she would respond. If she exhibited even the slightest interest in this suitor, he would immediately resolve to divorce her on behalf of He Jiarong. Wow, what a beautiful woman. No wonder he is willing to spend so lavishly. One bystander exclaimed, if I had such wealth, I would gladly spend it on her. Another added, what a figure. I would gladly spend a night in her embrace. I would welcome death afterward. The crowd was equally captivated by Jiang Yan's beauty. Zhu Jihua, how long will you persist? I have told you before I am married. Please abandon your futile pursuit. Jiang Yan's expression was cold, her tone decidedly displeased. It's all right, Yinner, I do not mind. Your husband is now a mere vegetable, never to awaken. Why suffer alongside a half-dead man? Consider my proposal. Clearly, Zhu Jihua was unaware of He Jiarong's recent awakening. Yan'e? How shameless! Linyu glared at him, as he had never referred to her in such a manner. I am Jiang Yan, thank you. Furthermore, my husband has awakened, and we are very much in love. Please refrain from harassing me in the future. Jiang Yan's brows were furrowed, her voice icy. Yinner, do you not find such fabrications childish? I consulted his doctor last month. The likelihood of his recovery is virtually non-existent. Zhu Jihua shrugged with a smirk, then declared, if you agree to marry me, I promise to devote my life to you. This car is merely a trifle. I shall gift you a villa upon our marriage. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Who was this extravagant young master? I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Please leave immediately, and do not disturb my patient's treatment. Jiang Yan retorted coldly, turning her back on him and walking back into the clinic. Yan'e, Zhu Jihua exclaimed, suddenly rising to grab her arm. Release me. Jiang Yan struggled angrily, but her strength proved insufficient to break free. Yinner, just give me a chance. Zhu Jihua pressed closer, his intentions clear as he leaned in for an unwanted kiss. Let go of her. Linyu burst forth from the crowd, brandishing the vegetable basket in one hand and 2 scallions in the other, directing his fury at Zhu Jihua. The moment Zhu Jihua laid eyes on Linyu, his expression shifted dramatically. He Jiarong, you're awake? He stammered. I said release her. Linyu ignored him, and, seeing Zhu Jihua still gripping Jiang Yan's arm, lunged forward, swinging a scallion at Zhu Jihua's hand. Ouch! Zhu Jihua recoiled as if struck by a whip. Are you all right? Linyu inquired softly as he stepped beside Jiang Yan. Em Mifine. Jiang Yan's eyelashes fluttered as she met Linyu's resolute gaze, her cheeks warming slightly, her breath quickening. A sense of security enveloped her, though she was reluctant to admit it. Linyu provided her with a sense of safety she had never experienced before. Keep your distance from my wife. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Linyu warned Zhu Jihua coldly. Zhu Jihua visibly trembled under Linyu's icy stare, yet quickly regained composure. How could he fear such a worthless man? Unkind? You, who rely on your wife for sustenance. Look at what I've gifted Yinner a Maserati. Now look at what you're holding, rotten vegetable leaves. Zhu Jihua scoffed, eliciting laughter from the crowd surrounding them. Indeed, beautiful lady, why would you remain fixated on a man who lives off his wife? How foolish, no? You are less than foolish. Even a fool knows to choose between rotten vegetables and a Maserati. The crowd buzzed, evidently favoring Zhu Jihua, as vanity is the nature of humanity. Just then, the roar of an engine broke through the air, followed by a burgundy Ferrari speeding towards the clinic, screeching to a halt with precision. La Ferrari, a knowledgeable onlooker, shouted, excitement palpable in his voice. To know that this convertible is a globally limited edition model recently released by Ferrari, which has now become a collector's item, with each unit priced at nearly 30 million. Only 202 units have been made available worldwide, and merely 3 of these exquisite vehicles were allocated to the entire Chinese market. Astonishingly, one of these 3 has now appeared before them, prompting many onlookers to eagerly whip out their phones and capture the moment. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to this eye-catching sports car, eagerly anticipating the emergence of a stunningly wealthy beauty or an affluent gentleman from within. However, their expectations were dashed when a rather unremarkable young man stepped out, clad in a white shirt and black suit, resembling a rather typical real estate agent. As the young man exited the vehicle, he swiftly navigated through the crowd, approaching Lin Yu with the keys in hand. With utmost respect, he presented the keys, eagerly stating, "Mr. Lin, your car has arrived. Please do accept it." Following this, he produced a card and, lowering his voice, implored, "Mr. Lin, please do accept this." Mr. Zhang insisted. "If you refuse, I may have to resign." Upon seeing the embossed signature of Zhang Shifan at the bottom of the card, Lin Yu could only smile helplessly and nodded, softly replying, "Please convey my thanks to Mr. Zhang." The young man nodded enthusiastically and departed with a beaming smile. Witnessing Lin Yu holding the Ferrari keys, the crowd was left in a state of shock. Moments ago, they had mocked those who relied on others for support, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was the owner of a limited edition Ferrari. This was a true display of hidden depths, especially as he held the Ferrari keys in one hand while the other carried a basket of wilted vegetables. Lin Yu glanced at the equally astonished Jiang Yan and, extending the keys toward her, said with a smile, "I apologize for not greeting you earlier. I intended to surprise you. Here, consider it an early anniversary gift." Chapter 10. The father-in-law, as deceived the crowd, erupted in astonishment, realizing what true affluence looked like. At that moment, a Maserati adorned with flowers paled in comparison to the globally limited Ferrari, appearing merely as a child's toy. Zhu Jihua's face turned a deep shade of purple as he grappled with the bewildering reality that this so-called waste could possibly afford such an extravagant vehicle. Moreover, this waste was incredibly generous. It was rare indeed for a man to gift such a luxurious sports car to a woman in one fell swoop. "Thank you." Jiang Yan hesitated, but ultimately accepted the keys. "Keys here. Keys here." The onlookers began to chant in unison, escalating the atmosphere. Jiang Yan tightened her grip, her knuckles turning white. She feared that Lin Yu might actually comply. Though she longed to refuse, as his wife, she knew he had the right to do so. "You dream on. With such a beautiful wife, I intend to steal kisses in private." Unexpectedly, Lin Yu remained unfazed by the crowd's antics, smiling as he grasped Jiang Yan's hand. This time, she did not withdraw, gazing up at him, feeling an unexpected surge of gratitude. "She is the wife of He Jiarong, and we share a loving bond. Though she is ethereally beautiful, you all have no chance," Lin Yu playfully declared, and for a fleeting moment, he almost believed it himself. Especially for those with syphilis, they should abandon their delusions. Lin Yu shot a cold glance at Zhu Jihua, whose expression shifted instantly. "Who are you calling a syphilis patient?" he shouted angrily. "You. Just a week ago, you were recovering from syphilis, and now you're out here flirting with women. Do you have no shame?" Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Your tea. Upon arriving at Bay Road, Lin Yu found that Shen Yuxuan had already consumed half a pack of cigarettes. Initially, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but his eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Lin Yu's car. "Impressive, my friend. You managed to acquire such a vehicle." After Lin Yu exited the car, Shen Yuxuan was so captivated that he neglected to greet him, circling the vehicle 3 times. Lin Yu handed him the keys with a smile. "Care for a test drive?" Shen Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback, his admiration for Lin Yu soaring as he graciously offered the car for his enjoyment upon their very first meeting. Without hesitation, he took the car for a spin, returning with effusive praise and evident delight. "If you love it so much, why not keep it for a while? I have no place to store it anyway." This statement nearly dropped Shen Yuxuan's jaw. They had exchanged no more than 3 sentences. Yet Lin Yu was willing to entrust him with the car? This was not merely generosity. It was unrestrained camaraderie. I will take utmost care of it, Shen Yuxuan exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice. The unreserved attitude of He Jiarong reminded him of Lin Yu. Although it was their first encounter in Shen Yuxuan's eyes, Lin Yu felt as if they were old friends reunited. He yearned to discuss the past with Shen Yuxuan, but refrained from doing so. During lunch, Shen Yuxuan treated Lin Yu, who assumed the identity of He Jiarong, and they exchanged pleasantries. How have your career and life been treating you lately? Upon their initial meeting, Lin Yu noticed a faint shadow of misfortune lingering over Shen Yuxuan, suggesting he was currently experiencing a streak of bad luck, possibly even facing a calamity. It's all right, just the usual. I'm learning to take over some responsibilities for my father. Shen Yuxuan's tone was tinged with resignation, for his true dream was to become an exceptional surgeon. Yet his father insisted he manage the family business. Lin Yu smiled and opted not to pry further. When leaving, he spotted a small shop nearby, requested Shen Yuxuan to wait a moment, and purchased a jade guanyin for 20 yuan. After reciting a protective incantation, he returned to hand it to Shen Yuxuan, saying, "A small gift for our first meeting, may it bring you safety." At that moment, Lin Yu's heart ached, for the 20 yuan was borrowed from a nurse to buy slippers, and now he had spent it. He longed to ask Shen Yuxuan for reimbursement, but the words failed to escape his lips. "Thank you," Shen Yuxuan replied, casually tossing the gift into the storage compartment of the passenger seat. Not out of disdain for Lin Yu, but rather because items of such value were commonplace in his family's store. After returning the car to Shen Yuxuan's garage, Lin Yu took his leave. Before departing, Shen Yuxuan mentioned he would arrange for a community access card, allowing Lin Yu to drive the car whenever he wished. The next day was the weekend, and Lin Yu went early to help his mother make and sell buns. After their labor, they began their meal around 1 o'clock. Once finished, Lin Yu had to fulfill a prior commitment to treat Wei Gongxuan's wife. Just as they were halfway through their meal, his mother-in-law, Li Suqin, called, her tone urgent. "Jiarong, where are you? What are you doing?" "I am eating, Mom. How can you think of eating at a time like this? Hurry and check. Your father and Yinner are arguing with someone," Li Suqin urged. "Don't worry, I'm on my way." After informing his mother, Lin Yu set his bowl down and rushed to the location mentioned by his mother-in-law. Li Suqin's description led him to Antique Street, not far from Qin Shilan's bun shop. So Lin Yu ran there. Upon arrival, he sought someone to inquire about the whereabouts of Baoyuan Pavilion, but he noticed a crowd gathered in front of a store with the very name displayed prominently. Without hesitation, he pushed through the crowd. Inside, he found Jiang Yin and his father-in-law, Jiang Jingrun, engaged in a heated argument. The latter's face was flushed, trembling with indignation, as he clutched a scroll. Disputing with a portly man. "This is not the piece I just saw. It is a counterfeit. You have secretly swapped it." The portly man, presumably the shop owner, appeared unfazed. "Old man, we can eat whatever we want, but let's not speak carelessly. This painting is indeed the one you were just interested in. Even if it's a replica, it's your own oversight. Do not blame others. You are spouting nonsense. The piece I was interested in was undeniably authentic," Jiang Jingren retorted, his agitation causing him to cough violently. "Father, please calm down. If this escalates, we should consider calling the police," Jiang Yin suggested, attempting to soothe her father while applying pressure on the shop owner. "Call them. Let us see who they arrest. I will tell the police you are being unreasonable here." The shop owner spoke with confidence, knowing his brother was the captain of the local precinct's criminal division. "You unscrupulous merchant. Despicable," Jiang Jingren gasped, clutching his chest in frustration. Fearing for his father-in-law's health, Lin Yu stepped forward. "Father, please don't get worked up. Let me take a look at the painting." "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yin was taken aback upon seeing Lin Yu. "You? What do you know?" Jiang Jingrun, frustrated with the shop owner's deceit, redirected his anger towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu remained unfazed, reaching for the painting in Jiang Jingren's hands and spreading it across the table. It was an ancient piece, measuring 1 meter long and half a meter wide, depicting a traditional landscape in ink. The painting exuded an aura of antiquity and grandeur, with an elegant yet profound style. The seal in the lower right corner, though somewhat faded, bore the name Gu Kaiji, indicating it was likely a later imitation. "How much did you pay for this, father?" Lin Yu asked, unimpressed by the painting's lackluster quality, estimating it to be worth no more than 10,000 yuan. 500,000, not a penny less, the shop owner replied, maintaining a stern demeanor. "Wow, you really splurged, didn't you?" Lin Yu had known of Jiang Jingren's penchant for collecting antiques, but was astonished by the amount he was willing to invest. Internally, Lin Yu marveled at the extravagance and smiled. 500,000 seems reasonable. What did you say? Jiang Jingren nearly choked on his outrage. The shop owner beamed, clapping his hands. Young man, you truly have an eye for quality. The onlookers chuckled, as such pretentiousness was not uncommon in antique markets. I merely said it was reasonable. However, it is somewhat overpriced. I hope the owner can throw in a little extra gift. Lin Yu gestured toward the slightly disheveled shelf at the entrance. Of course, if you see something you like, feel free to take it. The shop owner's eyes lit up, thinking he had encountered fool. The items on that shelf were mostly inferior, none valued over 1,000 yuan. Even if he gave them all to Lin Yu, he would still profit handsomely. I only want this piece of calligraphy. Lin Yu smiled as he picked up a yellowed piece of paper with writing. All right, no problem. If we include this calligraphy, we have a deal. No take-backs. The shop owner insisted eagerly, knowing that with so many witnesses, Lin Yu's agreement would seal the deal. Agreed. Lin Yu smiled. Ridiculous. You spineless fool. That worthless character and counterfeit aren't even worth 10,000. Jiang Jingren erupted in anger, grabbing a teacup to hurl at Lin Yu. Lin Yu swiftly dodged, causing the cup to smash against the ground. You all can settle your family matters. You don't need to compensate for the teacup. Let's leave. The shop owner hurriedly packed the fake painting and calligraphy along with the receipt into Lin Yu's hands. Hijaro, you have gone too far. Why do you make decisions for my father? Jiang Yin was furious, perceiving Lin Yu's meddling as a foolish act that had dashed any hope of recovering their money. Jiang Yin was not concerned about the money itself, but feared her father's health deteriorating due to anger. Young man, may I take a look at that calligraphy? At that moment, a spirited middle-aged man suddenly emerged from the crowd, curiously fixating on the calligraphy scroll in Lin Yu's hands. Professor Tang? Jiang Jingren, who had been on the verge of fainting from anger, suddenly brightened upon seeing the man. His spirits lifted as if he were a starstruck fan encountering his idol. This middle-aged gentleman was Tang Zongyun, a renowned figure in the antique circle of Qinghai City, who served as a professor of archaeology at Qinghai University and was an avid collector of antiquities. The Qinghai Satellite Television's treasure appraisal program had frequently invited him as a guest expert, and it was rumored that he possessed no fewer than 20 collectibles worth millions at home. Jiang Jingren had long admired him, wishing to be introduced to him, but alas, he felt unworthy of such an esteemed enthusiast's attention. In fact, when Tang Zongyun arrived, the crowd had already stirred with excitement, though Jiang Jingren had been too preoccupied with their argument to notice. Hello, Tang Zongyun greeted Jiang Jingren with a nod and a smile. May I have a look at that piece of calligraphy? Of course, of course. Jiang Jingren eagerly nodded, noticing that Lin Yu was still motionless. He kicked Lin Yu lightly, saying, "Why are you dawdling? Hurry and hand the scroll to Professor Tang." Only then did Lin Yu pass the scroll over. Indeed, it was a piece by Wang Shiji, the Mingxia scroll. Tang Zongyun examined it closely and remarked, "Not bad, but unfortunately, it is merely a crude imitation by a later artist and holds little value." The shopkeeper behind them interjected with a sarcastic comment, knowing the deal was already done and that he had nothing to fear from Lin Yu's potential regret. It is true that the imitation is rather rough, but even such a lackluster version of the Mingxia scroll is rare, and it should still be worth around 10,000. I wonder if the young man would consider parting with it? Tang Zongyun smiled. Such a shoddy piece can fetch 10,000? The shopkeeper's eyelids twitched, feeling a pang of regret, realizing he shouldn't have sold it to Lin Yu. Young man, I will offer you 30,000 for this scroll, just to help you recoup some of your losses, Tang Zongyun proposed. He had seen Jiang Jingren's recent purchase of a counterfeit painting and knew the young man had suffered significant losses. He thought of it as a good deed to help them mitigate their losses. Sorry, I really don't want to sell. Lin Yu shook his head, politely refusing. Then I will add another 20,000. Young man, my offer far exceeds the market value of this piece. No matter which appraisal institution you consult, it won't be valued above 10,000. If it weren't for my personal admiration for Wang Shiji's calligraphy, I wouldn't offer such a high price. Tang Zongyun's tone was earnest. Professor Tang is an expert, young man. You should seriously consider selling. Others chimed in. Exactly. Since Professor Tang estimates its value at 10,000, that is likely it's worth wherever you go for an appraisal. You've already lost so much. Consider this a chance to recover, they urged. 5,000 is already quite generous. Even adding that painting, it likely wouldn't be worth that much. Others in the crowd began to chime in, encouraging Lin Yu to seize the opportunity. Professor Tang, I truly had no intention of selling this painting. Lin Yu felt torn. Not selling? Did you buy this with your own money? You just refused to sell it. Jiang Jingren couldn't contain himself any longer and kicked Lin Yu in frustration. He then turned to Tang Zongyun, eager to ingratiate himself, saying, Professor Tang, since you appreciate it, consider this scroll a gift, a token of friendship. Jiang Jingren's earlier fury had dissipated, and he felt a twinge of delight, although he had lost 500,000. Making a connection with the esteemed Tang Zongyun through this scroll seemed worth it. That won't do. You paid a hefty price for this, and while friendship is valuable, you must receive your due, Tang Zongyun insisted quickly. No, this scroll is not for sale. Lin Yu firmly seized the scroll back, his tone resolute. You defy me, Jiang Jingren stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Yu. Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Yin glared at him angrily, exasperated that her father had finally lightened his mood, only for Lin Yu to ruin it. It's just a worthless scroll. What harm is there in letting it go? Don't worry, Professor Tang. If you want to sell, I will. The shopkeeper rushed over, eager to please Tang Zongyun. I have 2 other imitations of Wang Shiji's works that are leagues better than his. Take a look. Having heard Tang Zongyun offer 50,000, the shopkeeper felt his heart bleed, but having already sold the scroll to Lin Yu, he was at a loss. Oh, more Mingxia scrolls? Tang Zongyun inquired with curiosity. I don't have the Mingxia, but I do have the Lingchuan scroll, and the imitation is exquisite, the shopkeeper exclaimed, already imagining the profits. If a rough imitation could fetch 50,000, a well-crafted one would surely be worth many times that. No need. I already have a Lingchuan imitation at home, Tang Zongyun replied with mild regret. The shopkeeper felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, utterly disheartened. Young man, let me ask you one last time. Are you truly not selling this scroll? Tang Zongyun inquired, unwilling to give up. I'm so sorry, but I cannot sell, Lin Yu replied apologetically. Tang Zongyun sighed and turned to leave. You pathetic fool. When did it become your place to make decisions about my money? Jiang Jingren, seeing Tang Zongyun about to depart, panicked and reached for Lin Yu's scroll. Lin Yu skillfully dodged, and seeing his father-in-law's eagerness to please Professor Tang, he called out, Professor Tang, if I cannot sell this scroll to you, perhaps I can still share it with you and everyone present for appreciation. One audacious claim. Lin Yu's words elicited discontent among the crowd. It was merely a worthless scroll, and to suggest it could offer enlightenment seemed presumptuous. Setting aside the onlookers, Professor Tang himself had likely encountered thousands of exquisite treasures. How could this scroll possibly provide any new insights? Yet Lin Yu's words were devoid of arrogance. He intended to showcase something that could very well be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the antique enthusiast present. From the moment he entered the antique shop, he had been captivated by the vibrant green glow emanating from this scroll, recognizing it as a potentially invaluable treasure. Thus, he had deliberately set a trap for the shopkeeper to gift it to him. Oh, how so? Tang Zongyun halted at the door, feeling a slight irritation at Lin Yu's boldness. The reason I cannot sell it to you is that this scroll possesses hidden depths. Its value may surpass imagination. Lin Yu explained. What do you mean by that, young man? This is merely an ordinary imitation. How can it possess hidden depths? Tang Zongyun's tone remained measured, though he felt a hint of disdain, pondering how today's youth seemed to revel in seeking attention. The onlookers murmured in disapproval, having witnessed Lin Yu's claim to treasure a worthless scroll. This has been sitting here for a year. If it were truly remarkable, would I not have noticed? The shopkeeper scoffed. Do you not believe me? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, smiling. Of course not. You, a mere novice, dare to boast among seasoned veterans of the antique world? The shopkeeper retorted coldly, aligning the crowd with his viewpoint. Exactly. We all see that it is a common imitation. Do you imply we are all mistaken? Even if we are wrong, surely an expert like Professor Tang would not err? What is happening with today's youth? Why do they all enjoy posturing? How ridiculous. With the shopkeeper leading the charge, the crowd began to voice their discontent, murmuring in disbelief. Since you do not believe me, would you dare to wager? Lin Yu's tone carried a hint of provocation. I will wager. What are the terms? The shopkeeper replied defiantly. Here is the deal. If this scroll indeed contains hidden value, you will refund the 50,000 my father spent on the painting. Conversely, if I am unable to prove its worth, I will pay you an additional 50,000, Lin Yu proposed boldly. Agreed. This is your wager, and everyone here has heard it. Serve as my witnesses. The shopkeeper was elated and hastily agreed, already regarding Lin Yu as an utter fool in his heart. He Jiarong. Jiang Yin stomped her foot in exasperation, but Lin Yu pretended not to hear. Let him make a fuss. I shall not bear the cost. Yania, I suggest you don't go to work tomorrow and directly proceed with the divorce. This lad seems thoroughly daft. Jiang Jingren was somewhat helplessly exasperated by Lin Yu. Could you please fetch me a glass of water? Lin Yu meticulously laid the calligraphy on the desk. After the shopkeeper brought the water, Lin Yu took a sip and then forcefully sprayed it onto the calligraphy, repeating this several times until the surface became uniformly damp. He then used tweezers to prod at one corner of the calligraphy, which unexpectedly lifted, revealing another piece of writing beneath it. The hidden text bore a striking resemblance to the surface writing, but was far more intricate and vigorous, clearly the work of a master. A gasp erupted from the crowd. They had never before witnessed such a phenomenon, where one piece of calligraphy concealed another. Is this a genuine piece by Wang Shiji? How is that possible? Tang Zongyun's expression changed dramatically as he rushed over for a closer look, utterly stunned and at a loss for words. His fingers trembling in the air, unable to touch the calligraphy before him. Unbeknownst to him, tears welled up in his eyes. Chapter 12. The Jealous Shopkeeper. Is this for real? It cannot be. How could Professor Tang's discerning eye be mistaken? If it is authentic, it would be a miracle. The onlookers, a host of antique enthusiasts, were instantly stirred, crowding in to admire the priceless treasure. Lin Yu did not deter them, instead choosing a vantage point to safeguard the calligraphy. The piece, though its paper was coarse and yellowed, was remarkably well preserved, with elegant, vigorous strokes that conveyed a serene naturalness. Truly worthy of the description, like floating clouds, like a startled dragon. Jiang Jingren's eyes widened in astonishment as he leaned in, his voice hoarse. I cannot be dreaming. Even Jiang Yin, who knew little of calligraphy, found herself captivated by the graceful characters, watching intently. What a splendid sight! What a splendid sight! Tang Zongyun was now teary-eyed, overwhelmed with heartfelt excitement. Surely, it was the lifelong dream of any calligraphy enthusiast to witness a genuine piece by Wang Shiji in person. Whether or not it was indeed authentic remained to be verified, but even if it were a replica, it had achieved a level of artistry that could easily deceive the eye. Wang Shiji's authentic works were long lost to time. Should this piece be confirmed as genuine, it would be a momentous discovery, and all present would bear witness to history. Lin Yu had invited them to open their eyes, but this was far beyond mere enlightenment. The antique shop was abuzz with excitement, yet one figure stood with a pallid countenance, as if he had swallowed a fly. The very shopkeeper who had wagered against Lin Yu. At that moment, he felt as though death would be preferable. Compared to this extraordinary treasure, the 50,000 wager was utterly insignificant. Years ago, a Tang Dynasty copy of Wang Shiji's work had fetched hundreds of millions at auction. If this piece were genuine, its value was beyond comprehension. His eyes, filled with rage and jealousy, burned red as he glared at Lin Yu, his heart seething with resentment. If not for this young man, the calligraphy would have been his. With so many witnesses, he could not retract his bet. Shopkeeper, the facts are now established. Can we have that 50,000 back? Lin Yu asked with a smile, eyes twinkling. The shopkeeper's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Lin Yu was effectively cornering him. To return the 50,000 would be tantamount to gifting this priceless treasure to Lin Yu. Let it go, Jiarong. Let's not be unyielding. Consider that 50,000 a red envelope for the shopkeeper. Jiang Jingren interjected hastily. To acquire such a precious artifact for 50,000 is a tremendous profit. I should be running away rather than asking for money. As he spoke, he carefully tucked the calligraphy away, cradling it in his bosom, beckoning Lin Yu and Jiang Yin to leave. Brother, I have a humble request, Tang Zongyun called out urgently. Please speak. Jiang Jingren instinctively tightened his grip on the calligraphy. This piece is extraordinarily rare. To see it in my lifetime is a great fortune. I wonder if you would allow me to bring a few friends from the antique community to admire it. Tang Zongyun bowed slightly, his tone sincere. Of course, Jiang Jingren replied, his heart swelling with joy at the invitation. Thank you, brother. I shall bring a few friends to visit you soon. As they departed the antique shop, the crowd lingered, reluctant to leave, all requesting business cards from Jiang Jingren. His smile was radiant, a myriad of wrinkles creasing his face. After mingling in the antique world for so long, he had never imagined he would one day become a figure of renown. The shopkeeper watched them leave with a chilling gaze, and once the crowd dispersed, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, third brother. I need you to do something for me. If this goes well, the three of us will enjoy wealth and luxury from now on. Second brother, what is your command? Came a low voice from the other end, tinged with excitement. He was well aware of second brother's capabilities, and it seemed another fortune was on the horizon. The shopkeeper outlined his plan and coldly added, if necessary, leave no survivors. Understood. I am on my way. As Jiang Yin drove, she occasionally glanced at Lin Yu, hesitating to speak. If you have a question, feel free to ask, Lin Yu said, reclining in his seat. How did you know there was a hidden layer in that piece of calligraphy? Just a guess, Lin Yu replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling. Say what you will. Jiang Yin rolled her eyes. What if I claimed it was my profound knowledge that led me to deduce it? Would you believe me? Lin Yu leaned closer, his breath warm against her. Feeling the warmth, Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed unexpectedly. Am I blushing? She thought, her heart racing. How could she possibly feel shy in front of this so-called fool? Yet, she found that, unbeknownst to her, her disdain for him had diminished. I don't believe it, she retorted sharply, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. Lin Yu chuckled softly, returning his gaze to the window. In truth, I am merely observant. With a touch of luck, I sensed the calligraphy was somewhat heavier, leading me to suspect there might be a hidden layer, and to my surprise, I was correct. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yin suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing his body to lurch forward. Jiang Jingren, lost in admiration for the calligraphy in the back seat, collided with Lin Yu's chair. Ouch, what are you doing? Jiang Jingren exclaimed, clutching his head. That car just came out of nowhere. Jiang Yin replied, her face filled with alarm. Lin Yu glanced at the off-road vehicle positioned askew ahead, his expression shifting slightly. Quick, reverse. Seeing Jiang Yin still dazed, he swiftly shifted the gear into reverse and commanded, back up. Jiang Yin instinctively pressed the gas, but at that moment, a van suddenly blocked their escape route. The narrow road was now flanked by the two vehicles, trapping Jiang Yan's car in between. 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the van and the off-road vehicle, wielding iron rods and knives. One leader, bearing a scar, approached and struck the front of Jiang Yan's car with a metal rod, then pointed at the vehicle, shouting, "Get out!" Jiang Yan and Jiang Jingren were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting drastically at the sight before them. One was a bureaucratic official, while the other was a dutiful daughter. Neither had ever encountered such a scenario. They could hardly conceive that a situation typically reserved for television dramas would unfold in their own lives, leaving them somewhat disoriented. Fear not. I am here, Lin Yu reassured them calmly. Father, hand over the calligraphy. They have come for it. No, I would rather die than relinquish it. Jiang Jingren clutched the calligraphy tightly, determined to protect it at any cost. Father, we cannot afford to delay. Give them the calligraphy now, and we can report it to the authorities later. We can still retrieve it, Jiang Yin urged anxiously, recognizing the imminent danger posed by the menacing group. In the face of such overwhelming greed, these individuals could resort to anything. Do not worry, Father. Hand it to me, and I assure you it will remain unscathed, Lin Yu asserted confidently. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jingren, under Jiang Yan's persuasion, reluctantly surrendered the calligraphy to Lin Yu. He then exited the vehicle, followed closely by Jiang Yin and Jiang Jingren. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, the Scarface thug and his gang were instantly invigorated, their eyes alight with avarice as they scanned her flawless figure. Hello, beautiful, the Scarface thug grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Jiang Yin instinctively stepped behind Lin Yu, suddenly realizing how much more appealing he was in comparison to these ruffians. You seek this calligraphy, do you not? Lin Yu said with a smile, retrieving the scroll from its ornate box to display it before the thug. Recognizing it as the prized piece his brother had mentioned, the thug's expression darkened, and he extended his hand. Hand it over. We want the calligraphy, not your lives. Just give it to us, and we will let you go. Not so easily. I paid a considerable sum for this calligraphy, Lin Yu replied. What? You think you can negotiate with me? Do you even know how many lives I've taken? The thug snarled, his voice dripping with menace. He was not exaggerating. Having spent over a decade as a local bully, he had blood on his hands and had served time in prison. Now, he was the owner of a nightclub and held a notorious reputation in the area, thanks in part to his brother, who was the police chief. Since his brother had informed him of the calligraphy's immense value, he was determined to acquire it, even if it meant resorting to violence. He Jiarong, give him the calligraphy, Jiang Yin urged, her grip tightening in anxiety as the thugs closed in. Here's the deal. I will give you the calligraphy, But you must let my father and my wife leave first, Lin Yu proposed after a moment of contemplation. What do you mean? You're not leaving? Jiang Yin questioned, her surprise evident. I will stay and negotiate. Perhaps they will reconsider and not demand the calligraphy. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Fine, I will let them go. But if you betray me, I will kill you. The thug warned, his expression fierce. Although he found Jiang Yin intriguing, the calligraphy remained his priority, and he begrudgingly accepted Lin Yu's terms. He gestured for his men to move the vehicle, clearing the way. He Jiarong, are you out of your mind? Jiang Yin exclaimed, alarmed. Do not worry. You and father go on ahead. I will return shortly, Lin Yu assured her, flashing a bright smile that seemed to be the first genuine concern she had shown for him in a long while. No, give them the calligraphy. You must come home with us, Jiang Yin insisted, grasping his wrist firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Observing her furrowed brow, Lin Yu found her unexpectedly endearing. Did his life truly hold more value in her eyes than this priceless treasure? He recalled that she was a doctor, for whom human life was paramount. Perhaps anyone in her position would act similarly. A pang of disappointment struck him as he gently removed her hand and said softly, Trust me. Jiang Yin was taken aback. Recalling how Lin Yu had said the same thing during her treatment of a young girl in the hospital, his gaze unwavering. It was a look she found impossible to deny. Yet, she could not shake the strange feeling that this gaze belonged not to He Jiarong, but to someone else entirely. Chapter 13, An Unprecedented Rescue. Stay safe. I will report to the police once I am outside, Jiang Yin whispered as she called to her father to get into the car. He Jiarong, please be careful, her father, who had rarely acknowledged Lin Yu, urged with concern. Hand it over, the thug demanded, his patience wearing thin after Jiang Yin and her father departed. He and his gang swiftly surrounded Lin Yu, attempting to seize the calligraphy from his grasp. Lin Yu smiled wryly, then swiftly seized the thug's wrist, twisting it forcefully. With a sickening crack, the thug's wrist shattered, and before he could react, Lin Yu delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him hurtling 5 meters away, where he tumbled twice before coming to a stop. My apologies. I may have used too much force, Lin Yu said, a hint of regret in his voice, as he realized he had restrained himself but still overexerted. The thug groaned in pain, rising to his feet only to spit blood and bellow, Kill him. The gang members, momentarily stunned by Lin Yu's display of prowess, snapped back to reality at the thug's command and charged at him with weapons drawn. However, when they reached him, Lin Yu had vanished. Right here, he said, tapping one of the thugs on the back. As he turned around, Lin Yu struck him across the face, causing the thug to collapse unconscious. The remaining gang members, now terrified, shouted in a desperate attempt to mask their fear and charged again. Lin Yu, uninterested in wasting time, dispatched each thug with swift precision, within 10 seconds. They all lay defeated on the ground. Tell me, what are you? The scar-faced thug stammered, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he took in the sight of his fallen comrades. Li Xiaolong. Impossible. Even he couldn't move this fast. You needn't concern yourself with who I am. Just remember that I am not someone you can afford to provoke, Lin Yu declared, approaching the scar-faced thug with an air of authority. Tell the shop owner to abandon any thoughts of acquiring this calligraphy from me again. And should you ever lay eyes on my wife again, do so with respect. If I catch you leering, I will ensure you regret it. Lin Yu's voice was cold and commanding. I understand, the thug stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the chill of fear coursing through him. Watching Lin Yu walk away, the scar-faced thug clenched his teeth, a sinister expression creeping onto his face as he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Lin Yu returned home, the calligraphy safely in his possession. Seeing him and the artwork unharmed, Jiang Jingren and Jiang Yin were astonished and quickly inquired about his return. Just as you left, the police arrived and scared them off. Lin Yu fabricated a casual explanation. Jiang Yin sighed in relief. Thank goodness I called the police. They arrived just in time. Lin Yu handed the calligraphy to Jiang Jingren, who beamed with pride and eagerly poured Lin Yu a cup of tea, saying affectionately, My son-in-law, you have worked hard. Please sit and enjoy some tea. Jiang Jingren's admiration for Lin Yu had grown immensely. Today, he had not only retrieved a priceless artifact, but had also garnered the attention of a prominent antique dealer, something he had not experienced in over 50 years. Jiang Yin rolled her eyes at her father, recalling how he had insisted she divorce Lin Yu not long ago, and yet now he was calling him a son-in-law. Jiang Yin, stay here and keep your father company. I have matters to attend to, Lin Yu said as he prepared to leave. The term wife felt somewhat difficult for Lin Yu to utter in the presence of Jiang Yan, prompting him to simply address her by her name instead. After speaking, Lin Yu wasted no time and exited, intending to head to Wei Gongxuan's residence, as their scheduled meeting was fast approaching. However, just as he reached the entrance of the community, 2 police cars suddenly appeared and stopped nearby. 5 officers clad in uniforms approached him, blocking his path. Jiarong, right? You are suspected of malicious assault. Please accompany us, one of the middle-aged officers with a square face stated coldly while displaying his badge. As he spoke, the others maintained a tense vigilance, hands resting on their holstered weapons, ready to act should Lin Yu make any sudden movements. Lin Yu was somewhat speechless. Given the situation, it seemed that Scarface had reported him. It was quite pathetic for a thug to resort to calling the police after being beaten. Since they were the ones who had initially attacked him, Lin Yu felt no fear and willingly got into the car, intending to clarify the circumstances at the police station. Unbeknownst to him, the officer with the square face was actually Scarface's older brother, who had received a call from Scarface after being beaten in order to capture Lin Yu in hopes of extorting the calligraphy from him. Upon arrival at the precinct, Lin Yu's phone was confiscated and he was taken into a small interrogation room, where he was secured to an interrogation chair. Shortly thereafter, the square-faced officer and a younger officer entered and sat across from him. You are He Jiarong, and this afternoon on Sherman Road, you injured 11 people, correct? Yes, but they attempted to rob me first. Lin Yu began to explain, only to be abruptly interrupted. Answer me, yes or no? The square-faced officer's voice was icy. Lin Yu reluctantly nodded, yes. These 11 individuals are currently in the hospital, 5 with minor injuries, for seriously injured, and 2 are still in a coma, potentially facing life-threatening conditions. Impossible. Given the force I used, they should have only been knocked out for a short while. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Do you think your word is enough? Would you like to see the hospital's documentation? The square-faced officer's tone was menacing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yu felt something was amiss. Listen, they intend to press charges against you. If convicted, you could be facing a sentence of 10 to 20 years. The officer's demeanor was stern, deliberately exerting pressure on Lin Yu. Then, softening his tone, he continued, however, they also said that if you return that calligraphy, the matter could be resolved. Let them sue me then, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, now discerning that the square-faced officer was in cahoots with Scarface. The square-faced officer signaled to the younger officer beside him to intimidate Lin Yu further. You can't handle certain things. Keeping them could spell trouble for you. The younger officer, a loyal confidant, was eager to curry favor with the square-faced officer. Lin Yu ignored him entirely. Unwise. The younger officer, irritated, cranked the electric baton to its highest setting and lunged it toward Lin Yu. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu simultaneously kicked at his ankle. The younger officer felt a sharp pain, stumbled, and fell to the ground, inadvertently jabbing the baton into his own neck. He convulsed violently, collapsing unconscious without uttering a sound. Wow, this thing is quite powerful, Lin Yu remarked, exhilarated by the encounter. You dare to assault an officer. The square-faced officer slammed his hand on the table, furious. I could easily have you eliminated. He pointed at Lin Yu while his other hand hovered near his holstered weapon. And I warn you, if you do not release me, when Wei Gongxuan arrives, your uniform will not save you, Lin Yu retorted defiantly. Upon hearing Wei Gongxuan's name, the square-faced officer's expression shifted dramatically. He knew full well who Wei Gongxuan was, the head of the entire Qinghai City police system. You know Wei? The officer's brows furrowed, scrutinizing Lin Yu's expression for any signs of deceit. Indeed, and our relationship is quite cordial, Lin Yu smiled slyly. Preposterous. How could a country bumpkin like you possibly know our department head? The square-faced officer scoffed, having conducted thorough background checks before attempting to apprehend Lin Yu. He found Lin Yu to be an unremarkable man, solely reliant on the connections of his in-laws, who held insignificant positions with no real power. Believe me or not, he will arrive within 5 minutes. Lin Yu glanced at the younger officer's watch. 20 minutes had already elapsed since his scheduled meeting with Wei Gongxuan. He deduced that Wei Gongxuan, unable to reach him by phone, would likely sense something was wrong and instruct his subordinates to check the surveillance. 20 minutes was ample time for someone in law enforcement. Do you take me for a fool? The square-faced officer dismissed Lin Yu's words, raising a rubber baton to personally discipline him. However, just as he lifted the baton, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, and 7 or 8 fully armed SWAT officers stormed in. Before the square-faced officer could grasp the situation, two of the officers had already tackled him to the ground. Lao Di, are you alright? Wei Gongxuan rushed in, apologizing to Lin Yu for his tardiness. All is well, Lin Yu replied calmly, though internally astonished. He had anticipated Wei Gongxuan's arrival, but was taken aback by the number of armed officers accompanying him. Outside, more than a dozen stood ready, creating an atmosphere akin to a rescue operation against terrorists. This was a precinct under Wei Gongxuan's jurisdiction. Such a massive response was unprecedented. For Wei Gongxuan, it was indeed necessary. While he could have called the precinct chief to secure Lin Yu's release, Lin Yu was no ordinary individual. He was a savior to Wei Gongxuan's wife and a distinguished guest to his in-laws. Wei Gongxuan would not allow any harm to come to him. He could not afford to be careless, especially since the footage showed several officers apprehending Lin Yu at gunpoint. Meanwhile, the precinct chief stood trembling outside, pale and drenched in sweat, acutely aware that his career was effectively over. Having served for over 20 years, this was his first encounter with the director of the Public Security Bureau leading an armed operation, and it had fallen squarely upon him. He would undoubtedly become a laughingstock within the police ranks. This incompetent fool, he mentally berated the square-faced officer, lamenting the abuse of power. Arrest him, Wei Gongxuan commanded, glaring at the square-faced officer. In a state of utter confusion, the square-faced officer was promptly handcuffed and led away. At this moment, within the Baoyuan Pavilion Antique Shop, the proprietor reclined leisurely in an armchair, cradling a crooked-mouthed red clay teapot as he savored his tea, patiently anticipating good news from his elder brother. He was quite taken aback by the mishap involving his third brother earlier that afternoon. However, he found solace in the steadfastness of his elder brother, who had always been reliable and had never faltered in their years of endeavors. He could almost envision that purported genuine Ming dynasty painting falling into his grasp, and the sight of fluttering banknotes filled the air, eliciting an involuntary chuckle from him. Just then, the shrill ring of a phone broke his reverie. He hastily answered, his heart racing with anticipation. Hello, third brother. Has the matter been resolved? Resolved? What nonsense, second brother. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the individual you've offended? The voice of the scar-faced man was tinged with a suppressed sob. What happened? The shopkeeper sensed something amiss and straightened abruptly. The chief of the Public Security Bureau had personally led a rescue operation, and his elder brother had been apprehended by the armed police. Moments ago, the Qinghai City Public Security Bureau issued an A-level wanted notice for me. Brother, it's all over for me now. The scar-faced man could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. Chapter 14. The Duel of Physicians with a loud crash. The proprietor's red clay teapot shattered on the floor. After ending the call, he disregarded his elder and third brothers, hastening to the inner room to gather his belongings. With the elder brother captured and the third brother wanted, there was no way he could evade capture. Regret consumed him. How could such a mere youth wield such power? The empire that the three brothers had built over a decade was now reduced to naught in a matter of hours. Raise your hands. Before he could finish packing, a commanding voice echoed from outside. Turning around, he discovered the entrance filled with police officers. He collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, drenched in sweat. After escorting Lin Yu from the precinct, Wei Gongxuan profusely apologized, attributing the chaos to his negligence and promising to conduct a thorough investigation into the Qingyuan City public security system starting today. Lin Yu could hardly believe that his unintentional encounter had precipitated such a seismic shift in the entire Qinghai City police force. Wei Gongxuan's wife, Zheng Yunxia, exuded a warm and gentle demeanor, embodying the quintessential image of a virtuous wife and mother. After Lin Yu took her pulse, he proceeded to administer acupuncture using the silver needles prepared by Wei Gongxuan. Half an hour later, upon completing the treatment, Zheng Yunxia moved her waist slightly, feeling a surge of vitality. My back no longer hurts? She exclaimed in astonishment. A few more sessions of acupuncture, and you'll be fully healed, Lin Yu replied with a smile. You are truly remarkable. Such skill at such a young age. I must thank you for treating my father's ailment the other day. Zheng Yunxia said, gripping Lin Yu's hand with a beaming smile. By the way, are you seeing anyone? My daughter is of a similar age, beautiful and accomplished, and suitors line up to pursue her. If you're interested, I'd be delighted to introduce you. Before Lin Yu could respond, Zheng Yunxia eagerly promoted her daughter to him. It was impossible for her not to be enamored by Lin Yu. Having only heard of him before, she now found him to be more mature and composed than the average young man. Her gaze towards him resembled that of a mother-in-law admiring her prospective son-in-law. Anti-em, Lin Yu stammered, but before he could finish, Wei Gongxuan interjected, "Enough of that. Young man, you came to treat her, not to discuss other matters." However, Wei Gongxuan quickly shifted gears, smiling at Lin Yu. "But truly, my daughter possesses both beauty and talent. So I believe she would be quite a match for you. You should consider it." In an instant, Wei Gongxuan's demeanor transformed, resembling that of a cunning old fox. "No, that won't be necessary. As for Annie Zhang's condition, she still requires medication for adjustment. If it's convenient for you, Director Wei, let us visit the pharmacy to procure some prescriptions," Lin Yu replied, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment, feeling increasingly uncomfortable in the situation. Wei Gongxuan drove Lin Yu to the pharmacy, and while en route, Lin Yu's phone vibrated unexpectedly. He noticed a text message from Wei Gongxuan containing a string of numbers. "That's my daughter's contact information. You youngsters should communicate more," Wei Gongxuan chuckled. Lin Yu smiled helplessly, feeling somewhat at a disadvantage. Jiang Yin was he Jiarong's wife, yet he was branded with the title of a married man. Despite being single himself, alas, he was forced to live beneath another's guise. "Look, brother, a new Ji Shirtang has opened here," Wei Gongxuan exclaimed in surprise. Before them stood a newly opened pharmacy, adorned with floral wreaths and an archway, where two embroidered lions danced joyfully to the sound of drums, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Ji Shirtang had opened a branch in Qinghai, and their medicines were reputed to be excellent. "Let us go there to get our prescriptions," Lin Yu suggested. "Agreed," Wei Gongxuan said, increasingly impressed by Lin Yu's composure. Not long ago, he had a disagreement with Song Zheng, yet here he was magnanimously willing to visit Ji Shirtang. This establishment marked Ji Shirtang's inaugural branch in Qinghai, a significant milestone with impeccable location, scale, and decor. Song Minghui, the patriarch of Ji Shirtang, personally presided over the opening ceremony, flanked by his disciples. As the eldest grandson of the Song family, Song Zheng was also present. "All customers today will receive a 50% discount on consultations and prescriptions," Song Minghui announced robustly, cutting the red ribbon to officially welcome patrons. "He Jiarong?" Upon spotting Lin Yu, Song Zheng appeared somewhat surprised. "I've come for some medicine." "What, am I not welcome?" Lin Yu chuckled. "Welcome," Song Zheng replied curtly. "Xiao Zheng, who is this?" At that moment, Song Minghui approached. "Oh, Grandpa, this is He Jiarong, the one I mentioned who cured old Zheng's peculiar ailment," Song Zheng said, casting a glance at Lin Yu, still somewhat unconvinced. Song Minghui's interest peaked at once. "Young friend, my grandson speaks highly of your exceptional medical skills and your ability to employ the Wang Ming acupuncture technique. I'm greatly intrigued. Might you demonstrate your prowess today, so that I may be enlightened?" Minghui's words were crafted with finesse. They sounded like flattery, yet carried an undercurrent of provocation. Ji Shirtang had long been a paragon in traditional Chinese medicine, never having been bested, and now his most favored grandson was overshadowed by Lin Yu, which left Minghui feeling somewhat disgruntled. Despite nearing his 70s, he still harbored a competitive spirit, particularly regarding medicine. "You flatter me, Song Lao. I merely possess a bit of medical knowledge. I would never dare to show off before you," Lin Yu hastily demurred. Unbeknownst to him, his modesty was perceived by Song Minghui as arrogance. "Ah, young people are indeed full of vigor. Today, our pharmacy's outpatient department is bustling with patients. Let us seize this opportunity to exchange insights as a means of mutual learning," Minghui declared, gesturing for Lin Yu to enter the side consultation room. Lin Yu found himself in a quandary. Losing would invite ridicule from Song Zheng and the others, while winning would overshadow Song Lao, especially on such a momentous occasion. However, Song Minghui's resolute demeanor left him no room for refusal. "Brother why not showcase your skills for them to witness?" Wei Gongxuan urged, clearly eager for the outcome. He had witnessed He Jiarong's medical expertise and deemed him worthy of the title Divine Physician. The ensuing contest of skills between He Jiarong and the esteemed Song Lao would undoubtedly be a spectacle. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing of the medical duel between the venerable elder and the promising young talent, could not suppress their anticipation, firmly believing that Song Lao would emerge victorious. "How is it, He Jiarong? Are you afraid? My grandfather truly has the upper hand over you. How about this? I shall stand in for my grandfather and challenge you. If you do not dare to face me, it would only prove that you are a charlatan in the guise of a physician." I implore you to withdraw from the realm of traditional Chinese medicine and cease to harm others. Suddenly, Song Zheng stood forth, exuding an air of confrontation. Ever since his defeat to Lin Yu, a fire of indignation had simmered within him, and he yearned to seize this opportunity for a triumphant comeback. Song Minghui did not intervene, tacitly endorsing his grandson's ambition. He believed in Song Zheng's ability to prevail. Having heard from his grandson about Lin Yu's treatment of elder Zheng, which led him to perceive Lin Yu as more of a fraud. Very well. Let us engage in a contest, Lin Yu replied, provoked by Song Zheng's taunts. While he had reservations about matching himself against Song Lao, he felt no need to afford respect to someone as arrogant and conceited as Song Zheng. Since he wished to compete, Lin Yu was more than willing to oblige. Upon hearing of the impending spectacle, the patrons of the pharmacy abandoned their purchases, crowding into the outpatient department. Due to spatial constraints, many were forced to peer in from outside, craning their necks for a better view. Lin Yu and Song Zheng took their seats on opposite sides of the consultation table and began diagnosing patients. The first patient was a man in his 30s who, upon sitting down, remained silent, merely pointing to his throat and emitting muffled sounds. Lin Yu glanced at him before lowering his head to write a prescription. Meanwhile, Song Zheng was still taking the patient's pulse, furrowing his brow as he coldly remarked, "You think you can diagnose without taking the pulse? Do you consider yourself a deity? For such a minor ailment, must you resort to pulse-taking? Are you a fool?" Lin Yu, unperturbed, responded leisurely. This provoked a ripple of laughter from the onlookers. "You." Song Zheng shot Lin Yu a glare. "Then, pray tell, diagnose his ailment and prescribe a remedy. His throat is sore, he cannot speak, and there is localized redness and swelling with discharge. It is likely due to a prior burn or an injury from a foreign object," Lin Yu stated matter-of-factly. The patient immediately withdrew his hand from Song Zheng's grip, nodding in agreement while enthusiastically giving Lin Yu a thumbs up. Song Zheng's face darkened. Lin Yu was indeed correct. Initially, he had suspected the pain to be a result of a deficiency heat syndrome, hence he had taken the pulse as a precaution. However, Lin Yu's keen insight allowed him to discern the patient's symptoms without the need for pulse taking. Not wishing to be outdone, Song Zheng hastily prescribed a bitter herbal concoction. Upon pushing it forward, he discovered that the patient had already taken Lin Yu's prescription, which was identical to his own. Next, Song Zheng gritted his teeth. The subsequent patient was a middle-aged man, emaciated with a sallow complexion, clutching his abdomen. In a faint voice, he remarked, "Doctor, I haven't eaten properly for half a month. Recently, I've been experiencing discomfort in my stomach and some constipation. I took some laxatives, but now I have bloating and pain, and I can't eat. I've tried several herbal remedies, but none have helped." After hearing his description, both Lin Yu and Song Zheng took the patient's pulse and subsequently wrote their prescriptions. Song Zheng's prescription read, 3 tails of cinnamon twig, 2 tails of licorice, 6 tails of peony, 12 jujubes, and 3 tails of fresh ginger, to be boiled with 7 liters of water until 3 liters remain. Then strained and divide. Each prescription written by Lin Yu closely resembled that of Song Minghui, with only slight variations. However, Lin Yu's formulations proved to be superior, granting him a slight advantage overall. As the competition intensified, both practitioners grew increasingly intrigued and respectful of one another. Every time they noted their similarities, they exchanged knowing smiles. Song Minghui's previous bias against Lin Yu had dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning admiration. Before long, the outpatient consultations were nearing completion, and the evening sky began to darken. The spectators, having witnessed a remarkable contest, expressed their exhilaration, erupting into applause once all patients had been seen. They considered the competition to have concluded in a draw. At that moment, a young couple suddenly entered the clinic, scanning the room with urgency. "Is there a Dr. Song Minghui here?" the woman exclaimed, her voice tinged with desperation. "I am," Song Minghui replied promptly. "Dr. Song, please say my husband," she implored, her voice quivering with emotion. The man beside her appeared pale and in distress. "Please, remain calm. Take a seat and describe his symptoms slowly," Song Minghui urged, guiding them to sit. "My husband recently developed a peculiar ailment. His back feels as if it's on fire, drenched in sweat, while his lower abdomen is perpetually cold, as if submerged in icy water. He experiences frequent urges to urinate." And the man hesitated, glancing around sheepishly before lowering his voice. "Every few days, his nocturnal emissions. We consulted numerous doctors back home without success, so we traveled to Qinghai for treatment. Upon learning that Jishir Hall was open today, we rushed here, pleading for your help. The woman implored, her tone filled with urgency. The crowd, astonished by the bizarre symptoms of alternating hot and cold sensations, had never encountered such an unusual condition. Open your mouth. Let me take a look, Song Minghui instructed. After examining the man's oral cavity, he began to take his pulse, his expression turning serious. Moments latte. He smiled confidently and gestured for Lin Yu to take a look at the patient as well, before writing a prescription. Upon completing the prescription, he noticed Lin Yu sitting idly by and couldn't help but chuckle. What is the matter, Xiao He? Why aren't you diagnosing? Our contest isn't over yet. Surely you're not conceding? Though I must admit, this condition is indeed rare. Laughter erupted from the crowd, devoid of malice, as they had been thoroughly impressed by Lin Yu's medical prowess. The young man is exceptionally skilled, but perhaps still a tad inexperienced, they murmured. This strange illness is unfamiliar even to me. It's understandable if he cannot diagnose it. Indeed, this young man has shown remarkable skill, successfully diagnosing various complex ailments. They continued. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, one so young and capable is indeed a rarity. The crowd showered Lin Yu with accolades. Wei Gongxuan stood proudly, seemingly buoyed by his association with Lin Yu. No matter how skilled he is, he's still lost to my grandfather, remarked Song Zheng, clenching his fists in frustration. At least he is not one of those who revel in mediocrity, someone countered. Some individuals, lacking talent, can only resort to sarcasm, another added. Younger practitioners should learn humility. Look at Dr. He, the crowd chided, dismissing Song Zheng's protests. His face flushed with embarrassment. He felt increasingly out of place. Lin Yu remained silent, observing the childlike joy on Song Minghui's face. He hesitated to shatter the moment. In truth, he had diagnosed the ailment without needing to take the man's pulse. Through their earlier exchange, Lin Yu had developed a newfound respect for Song Minghui, recognizing the rarity of a physician so devoted to their craft, unmotivated by fame or fortune, and wholeheartedly committed to patient care. The quality of herbs at Jishir Hall was commendable, reasonably priced, even slightly cheaper, reflecting Song Minghui's benevolent nature. Additionally, Song Minghui's competitive spirit reminded Lin Yu of his own grandfather, evoking a sense of familiarity. He yearned to concede and allow Song Minghui to bask in triumph. Yet the sight of the suffering man and his anxious wife tightened Lin Yu's heart. Driven by a sense of responsibility, he spoke up. Song Lao, the medication may take too long to show effects. I have a method that works more swiftly. Song Minghui, who had been instructing the couple on how to prepare the herbal remedy, paused in surprise. A faster method? Xiao He, have you discerned the root of his ailment? Lin Yu nodded. But you haven't even taken his pulse, Song Minghui replied, puzzled. There is no need for that. I have encountered this symptom before. Lin Yu stated calmly. To be precise, it was seen in his ancestors. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Song Minghui appeared taken aback. Although he had heard of this ailment before, today marked his first encounter with it. How could Lin Yu, so young, have seen such a condition? He is just boasting. Song Zheng scoffed, skeptical of Lin Yu's assertion, suspecting he would resort to superstitious claims. Yet, Lin Yu's subsequent words astonished him further. Earlier, Song Lao assessed his pulse, which must have been slippery and slow. You also observed his mouth. His tongue should be slightly red with a white, greasy coating at the base, accompanied by bleeding gums. Lin Yu articulated confidently. Song Minghui was astounded. Lin Yu had never even looked at the patient, yet spoke with such precision. This condition was characterized by an imbalance of heat above and cold below. Yet many doctors today understood only the surface, failing to grasp the underlying issues. Indeed, Song Minghui agreed, nodding vigorously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. How would you propose treating this ailment? Having already understood the condition, Song Minghui would prescribe 6 grams of Huangqin, 6 grams of Huanglian, 3 grams of Dahuang, and 12 grams of Paoji, with specific instructions for preparation. Lin Yu elaborated fluidly, and Song Minghui's excitement escalated. A true prodigy emerges in youth, he thought. Song Zheng, observing his grandfather's prescription, was equally astonished. Lin Yu's insights were remarkably accurate. To my knowledge, this ailment can only be remedied with this formula. Xiao He, what is your rapid treatment method? Song Minghui inquired, intrigued. Acupuncture. Its effects are immediate. May I borrow some needles from Song Lao as collection? Lin Yu requested. Of course, Song Minghui replied, promptly instructing others to fetch the needle case. Once it arrived, Lin Yu instructed the man to remove his outerwear and lie on the treatment table. He swiftly prepared 3 fine needles, targeting specific points on the man's back and waist, inserting them with remarkable speed. The 6 Harmonies Divine Needle? Song Minghui gasped. This acupuncture technique was said to require immense skill and bore significant risks, having nearly been lost to time. He could hardly believe that the youthful Lin Yu could execute it so adeptly. The onlookers were equally amazed, although they could not comprehend Lin Yu's technique. The spectacle of employing 6 needles simultaneously was undeniably captivating. After a brief interval, the man's pain subsided significantly, and the chill in his lower body diminished, his complexion gradually regaining a healthy hue. Divine Healer. Jishir Hall is indeed home to miraculous practitioners, the man exclaimed, liberated from his ailment after enduring it for so long, feeling as though he had been completely cured. Hearing this, Song Minghui sighed, a hint of humility washing over him. Today's contest had clearly concluded with a victor. Upon the man's awakening, he felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through his body, his entire demeanor transformed as though he had been reborn. Suddenly, with a thud, his wife knelt before Lin Yu, her voice choked with emotion. Divine Doctor, thank you for saving my husband's life. She fervently pulled her husband to bow before Lin Yu. No need for that. Please rise, Lin Yu quickly urged, lifting them both to their feet. He then handed them Old Song's prescription, advising, for safety's sake, follow the prescription provided by Old Song and brew a dose. That will ensure complete recovery. Song Minghui offered a bittersweet smile, well aware that the patient was already cured and no further medicine was necessary. Lin Yu's insistence was merely to preserve his dignity, which only deepened Song Minghui's admiration for him. The onlookers were thoroughly astounded by Lin Yu's abilities, clamoring for his contact information for future reference. Once they had dispersed, Song Minghui grasped Lin Yu's hand and said, Little he, I have never bowed to anyone in my life, but today I am utterly in awe of you. Tonight, I shall host you. You must grant me this favor. You flatter me, Old Song. Your medical skills are already unparalleled. I still have much to learn from you. Lin Yu humbly replied. Ultimately, Lin Yu could not refuse Song Minghui's invitation and stayed for dinner. Wei Gongshuan, anxious to return home to prepare medicine for his wife, departed after gathering the herbs. During the meal, Song Minghui incessantly praised Lin Yu, while Song Zheng's expression darkened. He felt that Lin Yu resembled his grandfather's true heir, while he himself felt like an outsider. After several rounds of drinks, Song Minghui finally spoke. Little he, I have a favor to ask. Please, Old Song, I wish for you to help my niece with her ailment. She is my eldest daughter's daughter, Song Minghui sighed. Lin Yu was taken aback. Given Song Minghui's exceptional medical prowess, why would he seek his assistance? Old Song, you jest. If you cannot cure her, I fear I will be of no help either, Lin Yu said with a wry smile. My sister is ill. Grandfather, are you joking? She is perfectly fine, Song Zheng exclaimed, unaware of any illness afflicting his sister, aside from her slightly aloof demeanor. Little he, you must assist me in this matter. Song Minghui ignored Song Zheng's protest. Could you enlighten me about her symptoms? Lin Yu inquired, intrigued. It's complicated. It's best you meet her in person to understand, Song Minghui replied, his expression clouded with concern. All right, since you have asked, I shall not refuse. When is your niece available? Lin Yu sensed Song Minghui's hesitation concerning his niece's condition and felt a growing curiosity. She is not currently in Qinghai, but I will summon her when she has the time. My niece is quite ambitious, much like her mother, and has started her own company. Song Minghui chuckled proudly, adding that she was planning to open a branch in Qinghai soon. Very well, please inform me when the time comes, Lin Yu responded. As the saying goes, a drink with a kindred spirit is never too many. Lin Yu, feeling a connection with this esteemed medical expert, indulged in a few more glasses. Upon returning home, he found Jiang Yin already asleep, yet the bedside lamp remained lit for him. He glanced at the makeshift bed on the floor and then lay down on the bed, inhaling its fragrant comfort. You're back. Why have you drunk so much? Jiang Yin stirred awake, glancing at him. Tonight, I shall sleep in the bed, Lin Yu declared with a touch of bravado, pointing at the ceiling. Very well, Jiang Yin acquiesced, rising to fetch him a glass of water, placing it by the bedside before taking her pill Jiang Jingrun, basking in the joys of success, was acutely aware that all of this was thanks to his son-in-law. He altered his previous demeanor, expressing a particular concern for Lin Yu, and eagerly encouraged him and Jiang Yin to hasten the creation of a grandchild for the elderly couple. However, since that fateful night, both Jiang Yin and Lin Yu felt a palpable awkwardness during their encounters, resulting in minimal communication between them. Lin Yu even experienced a twinge of regret, pondering that had he not indulged in excessive drinking, he would not have uttered those words. One morning, before Lin Yu had fully awakened, his slumber was interrupted by the shrill ringing of his phone. It was Shen Yuxuan calling. "Hello, Jiarong, where are you? I have something important to discuss." Shen Yuxuan's voice was urgent on the other end. "I'm at home," Lin Yu replied languidly. Suddenly recalling that Shen Yuxuan had appeared unusually pallid during their last meeting, potentially indicating impending misfortune, he abruptly sat up and inquired, "Have you encountered any trouble?" "I'm fine. But that guanyin you gave me, well, it's a long story. Let's talk when we meet." Shen Yuxuan's tone hinted at a rising panic. Chapter 17. Feng Shui. After hanging up, Lin Yu made his way to a CAF across from his residential complex, where he had arranged to meet Shen Yuxuan. Shortly thereafter, Shen Yuxuan arrived, accompanied by a young man who was fair-skinned, bespectacled, and exuded a refined demeanor. "This is my childhood friend, Zhou Chun, and this is my good friend, He Jiarong, whom I mentioned before." Shen Yuxuan quickly introduced them. "Jiarong, is there an elderly gentleman named Jiang Jingren in your community? Zhou Chun wishes to pay him a visit, and since you both reside in the same complex, he decided to accompany me," Shen Yuxuan inquired. Lin Yu thought it was quite a coincidence, surmising that Zhou Chun was likely interested in the Ming Dynasty painting, as countless individuals sought Jiang Jingren's guidance on the matter. "He is my father-in-law, but he is currently at work," Lin Yu replied with a smile. "Huh? It's you," Zhou Chun exclaimed, his previously calm demeanor giving way to surprise. "I've heard from the antique street that you were the one who discovered the Ming painting. What a pleasure to meet you." Zhou Chun, who had initially been somewhat aloof, suddenly leaned forward to shake Lin Yu's hand enthusiastically. "Brother, you have a keen eye." "Flattery. It was merely luck," Lin Yu responded with a composed smile. Zhou Chun was inwardly exhilarated. His family operated an auction house, and he had been passionate about antiques since childhood. Upon hearing that the Ming painting had re-emerged, he had rushed over, eager to meet Jiang Jingren and his son-in-law, only to find himself here. "Brother He, you must help me with a favor and ensure your father-in-law takes me to see that Ming painting," Zhou Chun implored, pulling out a bank card to offer Lin Yu. Having brought no gifts for his visit, he only had this card, which contained 500,000. For an antique enthusiast like him, the opportunity to glimpse the painting was worth the price. Lin Yu promptly pushed the card back, saying, "Please keep it. I assure you I will take you to see it. Otherwise, let us pretend we never met." "Indeed, Zhou Chun, we are all brothers now. There's no need for such formality. If you come across any interesting artifacts in the future, do remember to bring a couple for Jiarong's father-in-law," Shen Yuxuan interjected quickly, eager to discuss the guanyin matter with Lin Yu. Zhou Chun, no longer insisting, readily agreed. Shen Yuxuan then hurriedly added, "Speaking of which, I had a car accident yesterday. While driving, I was suddenly shoved." Shen Yuxuan resides in a notable affluent district by the river and sea. Upon entering his residence, Lin Yu could not help but marvel. The feng shui of Shen Yuxuan's home was not only devoid of flaws, but exceptionally auspicious. The entrance was spacious, with the main door facing south, unobstructed, and in the southern courtyard stood a plum tree and a jujube tree, perfectly embodying the adage of feng shui that states, "Planting peaches in the east and plums and jujubes in the south is indeed a great omen." Upon entering the grand hall, he observed a painting of peonies and a depiction of koi, symbolizing flourishing wealth and abundance year after year. In the corner opposite the entrance, a money tree thrived with lush foliage, exuding an aura of good fortune. Lin Yu could not suppress his astonishment. The layout of the living room was remarkably sensible, with no apparent discrepancies. However, he found himself perplexed, pondering how it was possible that if the feng shui were so favorable, Shen Yuxuan's father could have encountered so many unfortunate incidents. At that moment, a middle-aged man descended from upstairs, clad in casual attire, exuding an air of authority, and bearing a resemblance to Shen Yuxuan. "Dad, why are you home today?" Shen Yuxuan inquired, surprised, as his father should have been at the company at this hour. "Oh, my back has been hurting terribly today, so I came back to see an acupuncturist who is due to arrive shortly," Shen Hanzhan replied, grimacing as he pressed his hand against his back. "Uncle, Your ailment is not due to strain nor illness. Consulting an acupuncturist will yield no benefit, Lin Yu observed, noting that while Shen Han appeared physically healthy, he bore a dark aura, a harbinger of misfortune. It seemed that the true portentous individual was not Shen Yushuan, but rather Shen Han. If Shen Yushuan were entangled in this, it posed a grave threat to his life. It was evident that those who sought to harm the Shen family were intent on obliterating them. If a solution were not devised swiftly, Shen Hanshan's life would be in jeopardy within 3 days. Who are you? Shen Han furrowed his brow, seemingly disapproving of Lin Yu's presence. What business do you have here? Spouting nonsense as if you possess knowledge? He retorted, convinced that his back pain was merely the result of overexertion. Oh, Dad, this is Jiarong, the person I mentioned to you. I invited him today to assess our feng shui. Yesterday, I was involved in a car accident, and if it weren't for the Jade Guanyin he provided to protect me, I fear the outcome would have been dire. Nonsense. Did I not instruct you to remain grounded and refrain from meddling in these superstitious matters? Your survival was merely a stroke of luck. Shen Han interrupted, his face flushed with anger, revealing his aversion to feng shui and metaphysics. In truth, the plum and jujube trees outside, as well as the interior layout, had been secretly arranged by Shen Yushuan. Had his father discovered these feng shui elements, they would have been swiftly eradicated. Uncle, while I cannot discern any immediate issues, I assure you that the feng shui of your residence is problematic, Lin Yu stated with conviction, certain that Shen Hanshan's dwelling was indeed the source of the disturbance. Is that so? A young man like you, indulging in such charades? Forgive me, you may deceive others, but not me. Our family does not welcome you. Please leave. Shen Han declared sternly. Dad, be quiet. From now on, you're not to associate with him. Shen Yushuan rebuked, sensing the severity of the situation. When he saw Lin Yu standing still, Shen Hanshan's voice rose in fury. I've said, we do not welcome you. Please exit. Brother He, let us take our leave to avoid further displeasing uncle. Zhou Chun interjected awkwardly, feeling that Lin Yu had brought this upon himself by seeking the spotlight. Shen Yushuan, too, appeared embarrassed, hesitant to speak as his father's authority loomed large over the household. Xiao Chun, I am not referring to you. Please stay for lunch. Shen Han softened his tone toward Zhou Chun. No need, uncle. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Zhou Chun politely declined. The three then exited the Shen residence. Jiarong, I apologize. I had no idea my father would be home today, or I would not have invited you. Shen Yushuan expressed remorsefully. No matter, Lin Yu replied, his gaze suddenly drawn to a corner of the wall in the southwest of the courtyard. Brother He, let us return. I shall drive you home, Zhou Chun urged, eager to see the painting he had anticipated. I cannot leave. Uncle has been suffering with his back, and there is a significant calamity approaching. If it is not addressed promptly, his life may be at stake, Lin Yu asserted, his focus fixed on the wall corner, his brow furrowed. Jiarong, you must find a way to save my father, Shen Yushuan implored, aware that his father was the pillar of their family. Should anything happen to him, the entire Shen family would collapse. Perhaps you are exaggerating. It is merely back pain, a common ailment, Zhou Chun remarked, somewhat exasperated. It seemed that Jiarong was overly fixated on this. Yushuan, has this corner of the courtyard wall been repaired recently? Lin Yu inquired, moving closer to examine it closely, noting that the paint color appeared fresher than the surrounding areas. Yes, it must have been 3 months ago. A neighbor was renovating their garage, and the driver accidentally backed into our wall, causing some damage that we had repaired, Shen Yushuan recounted. Is there an issue with this wall corner? Did the repairs disrupt the feng shui? Lin Yu shook his head. It is likely not the repairs themselves, for I sense that the dark aura emanates from within the wall. He explained that the malevolent energy had been masked by the auspicious energy of the plum tree in the courtyard upon their entry. As they conversed, the acupuncturist that Shen Han had summoned arrived, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, who greeted Shen Yushuan hastily before entering the house. Shen Yushuan, disregarding pleasantries, turned to Lin Yu. There is something in the wall. I will have someone come to break it open immediately. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone. Lin Yu nodded, glancing at the acupuncturist's departing figure, understanding that resolving Shen Hanshan's back pain would necessitate addressing the issue at the wall corner. Yushuan, do you think such drastic measures will not anger your father? Zhou Chun interjected, frowning. I know the acupuncturist. He's the head physician of Mingxin Hall and quite skilled. He treated my father's previous back pain successfully. Zhou Chen made a valid point. Waiting a moment longer could prove prudent. Lin Yu acknowledged this, recognizing that Zhou Chen had doubts about his approach. I will find someone immediately, Shen Yushuan declared, making the call to the renovation company. Just ensure you do not summon the same workers as last time, Lin Yu advised urgently. Understood, Shen Yushuan confirmed. Within the hour, 2 workers from the renovation company arrived, equipped with tools and machinery. Why are you still here? Shen Han, having just completed his acupuncture session, stepped out and noticed Lin Yu's lingering presence. Irritation evident in his demeanor. Dad, the wall. Uncle, if I am not mistaken, your back pain has not only persisted, but has intensified following the acupuncture treatment. Lin Yu interjected, aware that Shen Han would not entertain lengthy explanations. He was a man of facts. How do you know this? Shen Han's expression shifted slightly. Lin Yu's assertion struck true. Following the treatment, he had not felt any alleviation, but rather a worsening of his discomfort to the point where walking had become arduous. He had indeed discussed this matter with the acupuncturist, who had suggested he visit Jishitang for further evaluation. Uncle, I have long maintained that your ailment is not simply due to overexertion, but rather stems from deeper issues. Even your recent accident is interconnected. If you grant me just a moment of your time, I assure you I can alleviate your back pain immediately, Lin Yu said earnestly, gazing up at Shen Han. Thank you for your kind intentions, but it is unnecessary. Yu Xian, please drive me to Jishitang. Shen Han replied coldly. Why, you are the young doctor who competed with Old Song the other day? Suddenly, the acupuncture physician recognized Lin Yu, hastily retrieving his phone to confirm. Indeed, it is you, the little divine doctor. What an honor to meet you. The physician rushed over, grasping Lin Yu's hand with a slight bow, filled with respect. Lin Yu's duel with Song Minghui had been captured on video and circulated in the Qinghai traditional Chinese medicine community, creating a considerable stir. Now, the entire Qinghai TCM circle was aware of this remarkable young talent. You flatter me, Lin Yu said, humbly bowing his head in response. Observing the venerable acupuncture physician showing such reverence for Lin Yu left Shen Han and Zhou Chen visibly astonished. Shen Yuxian, on the other hand, felt a swell of pride, thinking to herself that he Jiarong was indeed an extraordinary figure. Mr. Shen, your ailment can indeed be treated. With this little divine doctor present, there is no need for you to seek help elsewhere. Even Old Song at Jishitang cannot surpass him, the elderly acupuncture physician exclaimed with admiration. With such a prodigy in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, how could it possibly decline? Indeed, father, even this esteemed physician speaks highly of him. Why not allow Jiarong to examine you? There may be a chance of improvement, Shen Yuxian urged Shen Han. Very well, if you possess the ability to heal. I shall permit you to take a look, Shen Han replied, somewhat skeptical. I assure you, your back pain is unrelated to any illness. Grant me 10 minutes, and I promise you shall feel no more discomfort, Lin Yu declared confidently. He exchanged a glance with Shen Yuxian, who promptly instructed the 2 renovation workers to commence their task. As the thundering drill roared to life, half of the wall collapsed. What are you doing? Shen Han's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that this rebellious child seemed intent on demolishing the house. Jiarong, you were right. There is indeed something here, Shen Yuxian exclaimed, a mix of shock and excitement in her voice. At her call, Shen Han hesitated, curiosity piquing as he approached. Inside the wall, they discovered a black and yellow oiled paper package, from which an odd odor emanated. Lin Yu donned a pair of gloves offered by one of the workers, retrieving the oiled package and unveiling its contents before the gathered crowd. Gasps filled the air as they beheld a glossy black machete. Even Shen Han, who was not superstitious, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of a weapon embedded in his own yard's wall. This is no ordinary oiled paper. It has likely been soaked in the oils of the deceased, Lin Yu remarked, furrowing his brow at the evident malice behind such an act. A shiver of dread coursed through the onlookers. To everyone's astonishment, Shen Han suddenly noticed a significant reduction in his back pain. He twisted his waist and knee, finding no trace of discomfort, which left him silently astounded as he gazed at Lin Yu with newfound respect. Lin Yu broke a branch of plum and borrowed a lighter from the workers to ignite it, along with the oiled package. He then turned to Shen Yuxian, asking, "Do you have any rice at home?" "Yes, of course," she quickly replied, rushing inside to return with a rice container. Lin Yu took a handful of rice, discreetly performed a cleansing ritual, and returned it to the container, subsequently inserting the machete into the rice. The grains surrounding the blade darkened instantly. Zhou Chun watched in astonishment. The event of the day had far exceeded his understanding. You can simply dispose of the rice, but keep the machete. It may prove useful when pruning plum branches. Lin Yu suggested with a smile. Now that the malevolent aura has dissipated, it is merely an ordinary cutting tool. Shen Yuxian, eager to rid themselves of the ominous object, generously rewarded the two workers with 1,000 yuan each, instructing them to dispose of the rice, machete, and the ashes as far away as possible. Uncle, your back pain has subsided, hasn't it? Lin Yu inquired, turning to him. Chapter 19. The competition among women, though he was reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Shen Hanzhan nodded, managing a wry smile as he said, I still find it hard to believe that my well-being was tied to a wall. Uncle, some matters transcend mere superstition. As the saying goes, everything possesses a spirit. All things in this world follow their own laws, and humanity is merely navigating within these natural principles. Lin Yu replied with a gentle smile, offering no further explanation. He, too, had once doubted such phenomena, but after experiencing death, he recognized the existence of realms beyond human comprehension. Zhou Chun shook his head, a rueful smile crossing his face as he regarded Lin Yu with a hint of apology. Initially, he had viewed Lin Yu as a charlatan, but he now realized his own narrow-mindedness. The acupuncture physician, equally astounded, approached Lin Yu to request his contact information, leaving with a satisfied demeanor. Although Shan Hanzhan remained skeptical of metaphysical practices, he could not deny that his back pain had indeed vanished, along with weeks of persistent fatigue. He felt invigorated, and his attitude toward Lin Yu transformed entirely. He eagerly invited Lin Yu into his home, apologizing for his previous rudeness. Upon learning that Lin Yu was married, Shen Hanzhan promptly retrieved a blue box from his study and presented it to Lin Yu, saying, This is the finest piece from our latest shipment. It to be sold at our stores. Please accept it as a token of gratitude for your timely assistance. The box was exquisitely crafted, adorned with a golden phoenix and inscribed with the words Feng Yuan Xiang, the name of Shen Yuxian's family jewelry group, which ranked among the top 3 in the domestic jewelry industry. Thank you, uncle, Lin Yu replied, not wishing to refuse. He understood that someone like Shen Hanzhan preferred not to be in anyone's debt, and declining would likely displease him. Moreover, such a gift was trivial for the Shen family. However, upon opening the box, Lin Yu was taken aback by the sight of a platinum diamond ring. The diamond, at least 3 carats, was of exceptional quality in terms of color, clarity, and cut, valued at no less than 2 million yuan, and likely even more due to the Feng Yuan Xiang brand. Lin Yu could not help but think of Jiang Yin. Given He Jiarong's lack of resources, he would surely be unable to present her with a proper engagement ring. Perhaps this could serve as his own compensation on behalf of He Jiarong. After departing from the Shen residence, Lin Yu retrieved his access pass and took Shen Yuxian and Zhou Chun to the Qinghai Museum, eager to witness the brilliance of the Ming Dynasty artifacts. Zhou Chun expressed his astonishment repeatedly throughout the afternoon and left the museum still captivated. After lunch, they parted ways. Before leaving, Zhou Chun specifically invited Lin Yu to bring Jiang Yin and Jiang Jingren to their family's antique stone auction at the New Century Hotel that weekend. Lin Yu accepted the invitation without hesitation. He then headed directly to his clinic, only to find Jiang Yin absent. The receptionist informed him that she had taken the afternoon off for personal matters, and they were unaware of her whereabouts. A sense of disappointment washed over Lin Yu. He was eager to present the ring to Jiang Yin as an apology for his drunken remarks that night. He called her, Hello, where are you? I'm out with my friend, trying on wedding dresses. She's getting married next month. Is there something you need? Jiang Yan's tone was icy, devoid of any warmth. They had not spoken on the phone for several days. Oh, I have something I wish to give you. Are you free? I can come find you now. All right, I'll go with my best friend and her fiancé to choose a diamond ring shortly. You can meet us directly at the jewelry store. Jiang Yin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to Lin Yu's request, lest it appear as if she harbored any guilt. Although her heart belonged to another, she had never betrayed He Jiarong throughout their marriage. For over 20 years, her body had remained untouched by any man. Whenever He Jiarong desired, she was ready to oblige. Yet, her heart was a gift she could not offer. What's wrong, Yin Yin? Is your husband coming? Jiang Yan's friend, Fan Rooting, remarked with a hint of disdain. Yes, Jiang Yin replied softly, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. How can he be so audacious? Knowing we're going ring shopping, he still decides to show up. He didn't even give you a ring on your wedding day. Such a pathetic man is rare indeed. I say you should just divorce him. Even if you did, with your qualities, countless suitors would chase after you. Fan Rooting was fiercely protective of Jiang Yan, unable to fathom why this exquisite swan would willingly settle for He Jiarong, who resembled a toad. If it were me, I wouldn't marry him. I'd be inclined to slap him twice. Jiang Yan bowed her head in silence. The truth was He Jiarong had indeed given her a ring, merely a 300 yuan silver band. Upon their arrival at the jewelry store, Fan Rooting's fiancé, Chen Baogang, was already present. He greeted Jiang Yan warmly, then furtively scanned her neckline and silhouette, swallowing hard. His fiancé, he was attractive and well-proportioned, yet compared to Jiang Yan, the disparity was glaring. He could not comprehend how He Jiarong, a man of such mediocrity, had the fortune to marry a beauty like Jiang Yan. In his mind, if he could ever take advantage of Jiang Yan while she was intoxicated, it would make his life worthwhile. The trio had just begun to browse when Lin Yu arrived. Upon entering, he noticed the bold characters Feng Yuan Xiang adorning the entrance and couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing the serendipity of his connection to the Shun family. Oh, Jiarong. Chen Baogang immediately approached Lin Yu, embracing him, and upon noticing Lin Yu's bewildered expression, added, "What's wrong? Did you really get knocked silly last time and can't even recognize me?" "Of course, I know you," Lin Yu replied cheerfully, deducing that this must be Fan Rooting's fiancé. He had heard Jiang Yan mention Fan Rooting before, but this was their first meeting. "Oh, He Jiarong, are you here to buy Jiang Yan a diamond ring?" Fan Rooting rolled her eyes at Lin Yu with disdain. "Rooting, why would you say that?" Before Lin Yu could respond, Chen Baogang interjected, chiding Fan Rooting, then turned to Lin Yu with a friendly smile. "Jiarong, have you found a job yet?" "Not yet," Lin Yu admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. He had intended to look for work, but various matters had conspired to keep him occupied. Oh dear, that won't do. A grown man without money or a job, relying on his wife to support him. What kind of situation is that? While his words were framed as advice, they were laced with mockery. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Jiang Yan, relishing the discomfort on her face. It felt gratifying to see her once so lofty and proud, now married to a man of such insignificance. If I were a man in such a position, I would have thrown myself against a wall. Fan Rooting shot Lin Yu a contemptuous look before ignoring him, turning her attention to a diamond ring in the display case, peppering the sales assistant with questions. Lin Yu could only shake his head and smile wryly. He had grown accustomed to this treatment. It seemed that as long as he encountered acquaintances, He Jiarong would never be held in high regard. "Madam, you have exquisite taste. This diamond ring is a bestseller in our store, named eternally in my heart. It has already been reserved by many, particularly stunning brides like yourself." The sales assistant's voice was as sweet as honey, leaving Fan Rooting feeling elated. "What is the price of this ring?" She couldn't help but inquire. "The price is quite auspicious, dear lady. 999 yuan, representing unwavering devotion and lasting love. Only such a price is worthy of your exceptional grace." The sales assistant smiled, offering to let her try it on. As she slipped on the ring, Fan Rooting's face radiated excitement, her gaze transfixed on the diamond. The saying holds true. There is perhaps no woman who can resist the allure of diamonds. If one can, it merely indicates the diamond is not substantial enough. "Darling, what do you think?" Fan Rooting eagerly asked Chen Baogang. "It looks beautiful. If you like it, let us get it. After all, it's just 20,000. He replied with a flourish, casting a glance at Lin Yu. "Sir, it is actually 19,999, the sales assistant gently corrected him, clearly indicating that he had misunderstood the figure. "How much?" Chen Baogang's face paled instantly. While his family had some financial means, a 20,000 yuan diamond ring was not something one could simply purchase on a whim. "Oh, come on, darling, it's just 20,000. Are you hesitating to buy me something?" Fan Rooting pouted, twisting her body playfully. Chen Baogang was now sweating profusely. A mere ring could purchase a decent car. "Isn't your store a bit overpriced?" he questioned. "Sir, the bare diamond weighs 19 carats, with color, clarity, and cut all rated above average. It is truly worth the price. Our Feng Yuan Xiang brand is nationally renowned and symbolizes prestige," the sales assistant explained patiently. "Rooting, the price is indeed steep. Perhaps we should consider a more affordable option," Jiang Yan interjected, unable to stay silent. A 20,000 yuan ring was indeed extravagant. No way, we must buy it. Upon hearing this, Chun Baogang clenched his jaw, making a resolute decision. No matter how much he disliked spending money, he could not afford to lose face in front of Jiang Yan. He wanted her to see that he was infinitely superior to her pitiful husband. You're the best. Darling, Fan Rooting exclaimed, jumping up in delight and planting a kiss on Chun Baogong's cheek. He beamed with pride, feigning comfort to Lin Yu. Jiarong, don't feel disheartened. Work hard, and one day you too may have the chance to buy Jiang Yan a ring like this. Perhaps in another lifetime. Fan Rooting scoffed, gazing at her ring with a sense of superiority. In that moment, she felt she had outshone Jiang Yan. Although they were close friends, the dynamics of female friendships could be quite intricate. The closer they were, the more susceptible they were to comparison. Throughout their lives, Jiang Yan had always been more beautiful, more understanding, and more accomplished. Living in Jiang Yan's shadow for so long, today she finally had the opportunity to shine through her 19-carat diamond. Jiang Yan pursed her lips, her expression darkening. Although she was not materialistic, the stark contrast stung her heart. Her friend had received a 20,000 yuan diamond ring, while she had a mere 300 yuan silver band. This was precisely why she had been reluctant to wear it. No matter how unmaterialistic she was, she still possessed a sense of pride. In fact, I came here today to give you something. Unfazed by Chun Baogang and Fan Rooting's derision, Lin Yu calmly produced the blue box that Shun Hanshan had gifted him. Oh, is this from Feng Yuan Xiang? Chun Baogang was momentarily taken aback by the embossed golden lettering on the box. It wouldn't be a 2,000 yuan trinket, would it? Fan Rooting rolled her eyes, puzzled as to how this so-called kept man could afford something from Feng Yuan Xiang. Rooting, how can you speak like that? Even if it's a small gold ring, it's still quite a feat for Jiarong. He might have saved for years to afford it. Chun Baogang chuckled, his eyes brimming with derision. Lin Yu chose to ignore the two individuals and gently presented the blue box to Jiang Yan, murmuring, I apologize for keeping you waiting for so long. Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Lin Yu's intentions or how he had acquired the funds to purchase something from Feng Yuan Xiang. After a brief hesitation, she accepted the box. Upon opening it and discovering the dazzling diamond ring within, Jiang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even her typically composed demeanor was shaken. The ring was indeed significantly larger than the one owned by Fan Rooting. Yan, what is inside? Chun Baogang and Fan Rooting, noticing her astonishment, immediately leaned in with curiosity, only to have their expressions shift dramatically. How is this possible? Such a large diamond. Surely it's fake. Fan Rooting felt a surge of jealousy ignite within her. Unable to fathom that he, Jiarong, whom she deemed a coward, could afford such an extravagant ring. It must be a counterfeit. I've seen similar ones in jewelry stores for just a couple hundred. Chun Baogang chimed in, while he spoke the truth about the prevalence of similar glass imitations in jewelry shops. Claiming that this was a mere replica was absurd. Glass and diamonds could not be compared. Nevertheless, Lin Yu's financial situation cast doubt on the authenticity of the ring. Jiang Yan couldn't help but be astonished. If it were indeed a replica, it was extraordinarily exquisite. Sir, may I examine this diamond ring for appraisal? The sales associate, upon seeing the ring, was equally astonished. Judging by its luster, refractive quality, and clarity, it was clearly a genuine diamond. Lin Yu readily handed the ring to the sales associate, who carefully donned gloves and retrieved a tenfold magnifying glass to scrutinize the ring. It was a futile endeavor. How could such a lowly individual afford such an expensive diamond? Fan Rooting remarked with a hint of disdain. Yet she felt a twinge of anxiety as the sales associate examined the ring with meticulous attention. Just as her words fell, the associate exclaimed, Sir, your love for your wife is truly unwavering and steadfast. Turning to Jiang Yan, she added, You are immensely fortunate to have such a gentleman. You mean this diamond ring is real? Chun Baogang and Fan Rooting's faces paled instantly. Jiang Yan herself found it hard to believe. Are you certain of your assessment? Fan Rooting queried, her voice growing shrill. Yes, madam. This diamond's raw weight is at least 3 carats, D color, FL clarity, and a 3x cut. All parameters are top tier in the industry. Our Feng Yuan Xiang prices start at no less than 2,200,000. The sales associate spoke with a smile, her confidence unwavering. How much? Chun Baogong's jaw dropped in disbelief. Fan Rooting turned ghostly pale, realizing her own ring didn't even compare to the mere fraction of this one. Jiang Yan, too, was astounded, casting a peculiar glance at Lin Yu, more curious about how he had managed to acquire such a diamond than its value. Only your grace can be worthy of it. Lin Yu, deliberately mimicking the sales associate's flattery, lifted the ring and placed it on Jiang Yan's slender, fair finger. It was as if the entire room brightened in that moment. Jiang Yan's fingers trembled slightly. It was the first time she had ever worn a diamond ring. This was a scene she had envisioned countless times in her youth. Yet she had never imagined it would be He Jiarong who adorned her with such a ring. Darling, I want one too. Fan Rooting pouted, pinching Chun Baogong's arm. Her eyes filled with envy. Chun Baogong was sweating profusely. Purchasing such an expensive diamond would leave him financially crippled. Excuse me, sir and madam. May I take a look at that diamond ring? At that moment, a plump man emerged from the back, smiling politely and introducing himself as the store manager. Jiang Yan, finally pulled from her emotional tide, handed the ring over. The manager swiftly went to the counter, examining the ring with a magnifying glass before weighing it on an electronic scale. His expression suddenly darkened as he turned to Lin Yu coldly. Sir, may I ask where you purchased this diamond ring from our Feng Yuan Xiang stores? I didn't buy this ring, Lin Yu stammered. As I suspected, you must have stolen it. The portly manager sneered, locking the ring in the counter. The surrounding crowd shifted uneasily. What do you mean? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Oof. This ring is a new arrival at Feng Yuan Xiang, the most precious and the only supreme diamond in the collection. It hasn't even been officially sold in the store yet and should be in our chairman's safe. If you didn't steal it, then where did you get it? The manager's tone was accusatory, his demeanor smug, as he anticipated a promotion for uncovering such a significant theft. So it was stolen. He Jiarong, what you did is wrong. It's illegal. Chun Baogong said gleefully, reveling in the moment. I didn't steal it. It was given to me by your chairman, Shenhan's Han. Lin Yu, initially hesitant to reveal this information, had no choice but to disclose the truth upon encountering such an accusation. What a joke. Our chairman would know you? The manager erupted in laughter, unable to comprehend how someone of such low stature could receive a diamond of such worth. Just days ago, the chairman had informed them that this ring was to be allocated to their store for sale. Chun Baogong and Fan Rooting burst into laughter, mocking Lin Yu. Even at this point, you still refuse to admit it. You know Shenhan's Han? I might as well say I know Bill Gates. You can call your chairman and ask. Lin Yu replied, clenching his fists in irritation. Go ahead, I will. I want our chairman to see who stole his diamond. The manager gleefully dialed the assistant to Shenhan's Han, insisting that it was urgent for the chairman to come over immediately. After hanging up, he pointed at Lin Yu. Don't think you can escape. It will only get worse for you. I have the surveillance footage. Rest assured, with me here, he won't get away. Chun Baogong lunged forward, grabbing Lin Yu's arm. I'm not running. I actually want to meet your chairman to inquire about the caliber of individuals they employ. As Lin Yu spoke, he disdainfully shook off Chun Baogong's grip, causing him to stumble and fall. What are you doing? Fan Rooting glared at Lin Yu, rushing to help Chun Baogong up. Call the police. Call the police. Chun Baogong shouted angrily as he regained his footing. The manager signaled to the sales associate, call the police, regardless, when the chairman arrives. We will still need to report this. Manager, I don't think this gentleman seems like someone who would steal. What he said might indeed be true. Perhaps we should wait a moment. The sales associate stepped forward to defend Lin Yu. Who decides here, you or me? The manager bellowed, his fury palpable. With no other option, the sales associate reluctantly dialed 110. Jiang Yan, I did not steal anything. Lin Yu ignored the commotion, turning to explain to Jiang Yan. I know. Do you believe me? Yes. Jiang Yan, one of the few who understood He Jiarong, knew that despite his shortcomings, he was not the type to engage in dishonesty, nor did he possess the audacity to steal something of such immense value. Though Jiang Yan's trust was ultimately in He Jiarong, Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart. This was the first time in a long while that she had acknowledged him. In a state of urgency, I hastily dialed my father's number. Just then, a voice from outside the door cut through the air. It was Shun Yuxuan, his tone tinged with displeasure. He had been nearby when he received the call from my father about a mishap at the branch store. Without hesitation, he dropped everything and rushed over. Young master, you've arrived. The plump store manager greeted him eagerly, eager to take credit. I caught the thief who stole our diamond ring. He's been detained in the store. Please, handle it. Chapter 21. Repaying grievances with kindness, what thief? Shen Yuxuan frowned in confusion. I'm the so-called thief. Here I stand. Lin Yu chuckled wryly, surprised to see Shen Yuxuan. Jiarong? What are you doing here? Shun Yuxuan's expression brightened at the sight of Jiang Yin, exclaiming, "This must be my sister-in-law. Truly, she's like a beauty that could stun fish and birds. No wonder Jiarong couldn't wait to return home after lunch." "Huh, stop it." Lin Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at Lin Yu. "Young master, do you know each other?" The store manager was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of despair. Chen Baogang and Fan Rooting were equally astonished. It seemed this young master was quite familiar with He Jiarong. "Of course, he is my good brother," Shen Yuxuan replied, casually draping an arm around Lin Yu's shoulders. "What was it you said about being a thief? Perhaps you should inquire with this store manager. I presented the diamond ring given to me by my uncle to my wife, yet he insists I stole it from him and refuses to believe my explanation. Are you out of your mind?" Shen Yuxuan erupted in anger. "Go and settle your salary in finance and get out. I refuse to tolerate such a biased employee with poor judgment. Wasn't the chairman's safe broken into a few years ago? I thought." The store manager, terrified, slapped himself twice, stammering, "Young master, please don't dismiss me. My whole family relies on me for support. Why should I care? Just leave." Shen Yuxuan was furious. Lin Yu was his father's savior. How could this incompetent store manager dare to offend him? "Yuxuan, let it go. It's not easy for anyone. I suggest we don't fire him, but demote him instead, so he learns his lesson and stops being so superficial." Lin Yu interjected, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Thank you, Mr. He, thank you." The store manager's eyes brimmed with tears, deeply touched by Lin Yu's defense despite his earlier treatment. Lin Yu waved his hand, turning to the sales assistant. "Yuxuan, this sales assistant demonstrates remarkable professionalism and capability. I suggest you consider her for the manager's position." "What is there to consider? Your words are undoubtedly correct. Starting today, she will be the manager," Shen Yuxuan responded decisively. The sales assistant, taken aback, took a moment to comprehend before repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Lin Yu. "Who are these two?" Shen Yuxuan glanced at Chen Baogang and Fan Rooting. Chen Baogang clenched his fists nervously, fearing Lin Yu might take the opportunity to humiliate him. Fan Rooting remained silent, concerned Lin Yu might prevent Shen Yuxuan from selling that diamond ring to her, as she genuinely desired it. "Oh, this is Jiang Yan's close friend, and this is her fiancé, as well as my good friend. They are here today to select wedding rings," Lin Yu introduced with a smile, not holding any grudges about the earlier incident. "Since they are friends of you and your sister-in-law, I must ensure you are well taken care of. No matter which diamond ring you choose, it will be half price," Shen Yuxuan declared generously. Thank you, thank you." Shen Baogong's face lit up with joy, bowing repeatedly to Shen Yuxuan as he realized he could save a substantial sum of money. He would gladly bow his head to express his gratitude. "Don't thank me. Thank my brother," Shen Yuxuan chuckled. "Thank you, Jiarong. I apologize for my earlier remarks. Please don't hold it against me." Chen Baogang rushed forward to embrace Lin Yu, his voice tinged with emotion. Lin Yu quickly pushed him away, feeling a bit repulsed by the display of affection from such a grown man. "Thank you, Jiarong," Fan Rooting said shyly, offering Lin Yu a timid smile, her gaze evasive as she recalled her prior jabs at him, feeling a flush of embarrassment. After Chen Baogang and Fan Rooting finalized their diamond ring order, they left, repeatedly urging Lin Yu to attend their wedding. "How do you know the young master of Feng Yuanxie? Why did his father give you a diamond ring?" Jiang Yin asked while driving, glancing at the dazzling ring on her finger, feeling as though she were in a dream. "That day, while crossing the street, I saved this young master's life. Had I not warned him in time, he would have faced a tragic fate. As a token of gratitude, he gifted me a ring." Lin Yu altered the narrative slightly, knowing that if he told the truth, Jiang Yin would likely throw him out of the car. "Oh," Jiang Yin replied, not probing further, accepting that her husband was rather inept. And this explanation was the only plausible one. "By the way, my friend is hosting an auction this weekend and would like to invite your father, as well as you and me. Are you going?" Lin Yu asked softly, then added, "If you're busy, it's all right." He understood that for Jiang Yin, attending such a high-profile event alongside him, someone she considered a failure, would feel like an affront. Yes, to his surprise, Jiang Yin agreed, albeit still with a cool demeanor. Lin Yu smiled broadly, feeling content. On the day of the auction, Lin Yu first assisted his mother in selling buns, and after lunch, he hurried to the auction venue. He called Jiang Yin, who informed him that she and her father had already arrived. According to Zhou Chun, this auction had been a year in the making. featuring many renowned items, and was the most significant dual-category auction in recent years. Numerous prominent figures for various fields were expected to attend, and nearly all mainstream media in Qinghai City would be present. This event was indeed the talk of the town. Given the importance of the occasion, Lin Yu had initially intended to dress formally. However, due to time constraints after helping his mother, he arrived in casual attire. At the entrance, the security initially barred him entry until Shen Yuxuan personally came out to escort him in. The main auction hall was located on the 6th floor of the New Century Hotel, the largest conference room in Qinghai City. The agenda included an antique auction in the afternoon, followed by a banquet, after which the gemstone auction would continue, with many out-of-town dignitaries in attendance. Although he had prepared himself mentally, Lin Yu was still somewhat taken aback upon entering the venue. After all, it was his first time at such a grand occasion. The conference hall spanned over 2,000 to 3,000 square feet, with ample space around the perimeter, furnished with rows of seats, and tables laden with a variety of cold dishes, pastries, and drinks. The hall was already bustling with attendees enjoying refreshments and engaging in conversations. Your sister-in-law and uncle are over there. Zhou Chun specifically reserved seats for you at the front. Shen Yuxuan guided Lin Yu forward. As Lin Yu made his way to the front row, curious glances followed him from the surrounding crowd, with some eyes harboring a hint of mockery. Feeling increasingly self-conscious, Lin Yu regretted not having returned home to change into something more presentable earlier, in contrast to the other gentlemen clad in formal suits and polished shoes, and ladies in elegant kipeos and gowns. He stood out in his casual pants and t-shirt. The situation became even more awkward when Shen Yuxuan suddenly tousled his hair, inquiring where he had been and why he looked so unkempt. As Lin Yu approached the front row of the conference hall and caught sight of Jiang Yan, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Today, Jiang Yan was adorned in a flowing white silk gown with a mermaid silhouette, her fair shoulders and collarbone gracefully exposed. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled at the back of her head, exuding both sensuality and dignified grace. A subtle touch of makeup accentuated her features, particularly enhancing her already vivid and enchanting eyes. Lin Yu was struck by her beauty, a term that seemed to perfectly encapsulate her allure. His gaze lingered on her face, captivated by a woman who was undeniably mesmerizing. Once seated, Lin Yu noticed that Jiang Yan was wearing the diamond ring he had gifted her, warming his heart. He reached out to hold her hand, which trembled slightly before she allowed him to grasp it. With such a stunning beauty present, the men around them were naturally drawn in. Initially, many approached with drinks, eager to strike up a conversation, but upon noticing the ring on Jiang Yan's finger, they retreated, realizing the futility of their attempts. Had they known that the man behind Jiang Yan was the unassuming Lin Yu, they would likely have been incensed. Soon, the attendees were gathered, and after the host delivered the opening remarks, the auction commenced. Jiang Jingren discreetly signaled Lin Yu with 3 fingers, saying, "I brought 3 million without telling your mother. If you see anything worthwhile, remind me." "Dad, why would he be looking?" "You should handle it yourself to avoid blaming him later," Jiang Yan replied with a hint of exasperation. Lin Yu chuckled, appreciating his future father-in-law's generosity and hoping to seize a fitting opportunity later. However, after the first group of 6 items was auctioned off, nothing seemed suitable. Either the final bids exceeded 3 million, or the items were ordinary with inflated prices. Following the first round, there was a half-hour intermission for discussion. An elderly expert, quite popular among the crowd, was surrounded by eager attendees seeking his insights on various collectibles. This renowned figure, Mr. Tao, specialized in paintings and calligraphy and frequently appeared on national appraisal programs. Lin Yu had watched him on several occasions and recognized his expertise. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Mr. Tao, could you please take a look at this painting?" Lin Yu looked up to see Zhu Jihua, who had previously professed his feelings for Jiang Yan in front of her clinic in a Maserati. Zhu squeezed through the crowd, presenting a yellow brocade painting. Lin Yu, intrigued by the artwork, approached him. Zhu handed the painting to Mr. Tao, stating, "I spent 600,000 on this piece, said to have originated from the royal family. Could you evaluate it for me?" Upon examining the painting, Mr. Tao's expression brightened momentarily before he shook his head with a smile, saying, "From the fabric. It's evident that this painting did indeed come from the Ming dynasty's royal collection. However, its quality is rather mediocre. It's merely a gimmick. Such pieces are quite common in the market, so it won't fetch a high price, 10,000 at most. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Tao. I thought I had a discerning eye, but I see there's always more to learn. If it's not valuable, I'll just give it away to someone here for fun, Zhu declared, lifting the painting and tossing it into the crowd. Gasps erupted as people reached out to catch it, but one hand swiftly snatched it away. Lin Yu's. Is it you? Zhu exclaimed, surprised to see Lin Yu, and angrily reclaimed the painting, saying, I'm not giving it to you. The humiliation from their last encounter still fresh in his mind. Zhu was unwilling to part with the painting for his rival. Zhu, didn't you say you'd give it away? How about I buy it for 100,000? Lin Yu suggested with a smile. Absolutely not. Zhu sneered. If you want it, it's 600,000. That's what I paid. Clearly, Zhu was deliberately making things difficult for Lin Yu, relishing the opportunity to vent his frustration. Fine, 600,000 it is. After all, my father-in-law likes it, Lin Yu replied, nodding. You must be foolish, young man. Mister, Tao just said it's worth only 10,000. Someone from the crowd interjected. Indeed, you seem to be an extravagant fool, another added, shaking their head. Young man, you've learned a lesson today. Don't pretend to know what you don't, Mr. Tao chimed in, puffing out his chest in self-satisfaction. Lin Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. In a moment of frustration, he suddenly tore the painting in half, the sound echoing through the hall. Gasps filled the air, and Jiang Jingrun, unable to intervene in time, felt a pang of despair, realizing that they had just lost not only the painting, but also a considerable sum of money. After tearing the painting in half, Lin Yu was not yet satisfied. He continued to rip it apart with a series of sharp sounds, appearing quite furious. Ultimately, a once beautiful piece of art was reduced to mere shreds, evoking feelings of sorrow among the surrounding antique enthusiasts. After finishing his destructive act, Lin Yu angrily tossed the remnants onto the table, and suddenly, with a thud, an object rolled out from the torn painting and fell to the ground. The crowd turned towards the sound and discovered that it was the wooden scroll rods that had fallen from either side of the painting. Given the extent of the damage to the artwork, the wooden rods, wrapped in silk, had naturally fallen free. To their surprise, the rods were quite exquisite, crafted from fine wood. One individual among the crowd, well-versed in ancient wood, could not help but exclaim. The two wooden scroll rods were a deep reddish black, polished to a shine, clearly distinct from ordinary timber. Curious, Lin Yu picked up the two rods, examined them briefly, and then handed them to Elder Tao, saying, Elder Tao, although your expertise lies in calligraphy and painting, I have heard you possess considerable knowledge in wood carving as well. Please take a look and determine if these two pieces of wood hold any value. Upon recognizing the scroll rods in Lin Yu's hands, Elder Tao's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly but carefully accepted them. He then donned his reading glasses and scrutinized them intently. As the crowd focused intently on Elder Tao's examination, Zhu Jihua appeared somewhat dismissive, thinking to himself that they were merely two pieces of worthless wood. Sandalwood, truly sandalwood, Elder Tao suddenly exclaimed after a long period of contemplation. Sandalwood. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, for sandalwood is an exceedingly precious timber, once valued in ancient times at a fortune, and in modern times it commands exorbitant prices. Elder Tao carefully brought the rods to his nose, inhaling their scent, and remarked, although a considerable time has passed, resulting in a patina on the surface, the fragrance remains remarkably strong, indicating a rich oil content. The overall color is dark, appearing an inky green under light, with the oily fibers gleaming a platinum hue. If I am not mistaken, this should be white sandalwood among the varieties of agarwood. The crowd erupted in astonishment, as white sandalwood is the pinnacle of agarwood types, with current market prices for white sandalwood powder reaching thousands, even tens of thousands, per gram. The two substantial rods of white sandalwood must be worth a fortune. When I scratched the grain with my fingernail earlier, it felt remarkably soft and pliable, indicating a high degree of maturation. It must be the finest agarwood from Hainan. Young man, congratulations. Elder Tao smiled broadly at Lin Yu, handing back the scroll rods. Given that agarwood was traditionally used as incense for royalty, it was not surprising that a painting created by someone of royal descent would utilize agarwood scroll rods. However, since the rods were sewn within the silk fabric, it would have been impossible to discover their true nature without destroying the painting. Thus Lin Yu had stumbled upon a fortunate discovery. Truly, a fool's luck prevails, he mused. Had I known, I would have eagerly purchased it as well. I would have paid 600,000. Enough of that. You simply lack such fortune. Many in the crowd, consumed by envy, sighed with regret at their own misfortune. Jiang Jingran, previously seated with a pained expression, suddenly sprang to his feet upon hearing this, hastily approached to examine the two rods more closely, and exclaimed with excitement, "Elder Tao, are you certain? Is this truly white sandalwood?" Elder Tao nodded, smiling, and replied, "While I do not specialize in this area, I possess enough confidence to assure you, it cannot be mistaken. Jiarong, you are truly a blessing for our Jiang family." Jiang Jingren grasped one of the white sandalwood rods, overwhelmed with joy. Forget about son-in-law status. From this moment forth, he Jiarong would be regarded as his own son. Jiang Yin furrowed her brow, eyeing Lin Yu with a look of astonishment. How could this seemingly inept person have such extraordinary luck? First, the Ming dynasty scroll, then the diamond ring. And now, these two pieces of sandalwood. His luck since awakening just over a month ago was nothing short of remarkable. But if not for sheer fortune, what other explanation could there be? Jiang Yin sighed, thinking that indeed, those who survive great adversity are bound to enjoy subsequent blessings. Meanwhile, hidden among the crowd, Zhu Jihua wore a face of despair, lamenting why he had not thought to examine the two scroll rods, allowing Lin Yu to reap such immense benefits, turning 60,000 into a windfall in the blink of an eye. If word of this spread, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock in the antique community. With that thought, he discreetly slipped away while no one was watching. "Jiarong, sell me those two pieces of sandalwood." Zhou Chen hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, eyeing the rods in Jiang Jingren's hand with eagerness. If these two pieces were entrusted to him, their value could easily double. "Take them. I will gift you one," Lin Yu replied magnanimously with a smile. "Gift? A gift?" Jiang Jingren's expression shifted, filled with reluctance. "Uncle, even if he offers it as a gift, I cannot accept. Here is what I propose. I will offer you 20 million for both pieces, and once I make a profit, I will return you 20%. How does that sound?" Zhou Chen suggested, feeling somewhat moved by Lin Yu's generosity so soon after their introduction. All right. Upon hearing the offer of 20 million, along with the promise of a share in the profits, Jiang Jingren eagerly nodded and promptly handed the two pieces of sandalwood to Zhou Chen. Soon after, Zhou Chen arranged for the funds to be transferred to Jiang Jingren's account, and Jiang Jingren grinned widely at the notification on his phone. "Father, you should share some of that money with he Jiarong," Jiang Yin quietly reminded. Yes, Jiarong, we shall split the money 50-50. Jiang Jingren finally came to his senses. "No need, father. You keep it. My money is essentially your money," Lin Yu replied with a gentle smile, feeling content as long as Jiang Yin provided him with a monthly allowance. Good. A wonderful son-in-law. No, a wonderful son. Jiang Jingren beamed with delight. Jiang Yin rolled her eyes in exasperation, yet her gaze towards Lin Yu softened slightly. As the auction continued, Jiang Jingren eagerly placed bids on various items. But as the prices escalated, he hesitated, unwilling to part with his money, ultimately deciding to withdraw. Lin Yu did not urge him. The prices had indeed reached an unfeasible point. Having brought 3 million to the event, returning with over 20 million was already a significant achievement. Jiang Jingren felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that upon returning home, his standing with his wife would undoubtedly rise. Once the antique auction concluded, a thank-you banquet commenced, followed by an auction for raw stones. Due to the differing nature of raw stones and antiques, the crowd varied significantly, and many from the afternoon session had departed. Zhou Chen had arranged for Lin Yu and his companions to sit at the main table, but feeling underdressed, Lin Yu declined, opting for a seat at a more modest table in the back. Zhou Chen and Xin Yuxuan soon joined him with their own meals. "Jiarong, you helped Zhou Chen make a substantial profit today. When the raw stone auction begins, lend me a hand as well. Just a little. Let me earn 1 million or 2, and I'll be the talk of the town with my father," Xin Yuxuan said. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Yu. "I'm merely fortunate. I have some knowledge of antiques, but when it comes to raw stones, I am utterly unversed." Lin Yu shook his head with a smile. Gambling on stones hinges on luck, and luck plays a significant role. Having already shone brightly earlier that evening and aided his father-in-law in earning a profit, he felt no need to draw further attention to himself. Otherwise, Jiang Yin would begin to question him. Xin Yuxuan sighed, feeling somewhat let down. Given her own abilities, simply breaking even that evening would be a significant achievement. "Miss, your flowers," a waiter suddenly approached, holding a large bouquet of vibrant red roses, leaning in to present them to Jiang Yin. "Oh my, who sent these? Such audacity. Do they wish to court trouble?" Before Jiang Yin could respond, Shen Yuxuan immediately took the opportunity to scold the waiter. Lin Yu's expression darkened slightly, feeling displeased that someone dared to send flowers to his wife in front of him. Return them to whoever sent them. They can take them back, Jiang Yin remarked coolly, not even glancing at the flowers. The gentleman said he is your friend and requested you take a look at the card attached to the bouquet, the waiter said, clearly caught in an awkward position as he cautiously glanced at Shen Yuxuan. Jiang Yin furrowed her brows and casually glanced at the card on the bouquet, her expression changing in an instant. Chapter 23. Regaining all that you have lost over the years, what's wrong? Lin Yu inquired softly, concern evident in his tone. Nothing. I need to use the restroom, Jiang Yin replied hurriedly, rising to her feet and rushing out. What is going on with her? Shen Yuxuan and Zhou Chun exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Yu remained silent, picking up the card from the flowers to take a look. It bore a simple English phrase, miss you much. Aside from that, there was nothing else. The elegant handwriting led Lin Yu to suspect that Jiang Yin had recognized the script, explaining her sudden reaction. Could be him? Remembering Jiang Yan's earlier panic, Lin Yu felt as if his heart had been squeezed. After all this time together, he had never witnessed her in such a state of disarray. Are they finally going to meet? Lin Yu's fingers tightened around the card, his knuckles turning slightly white. I wish to see what kind of extraordinary person he is. Though Lin Yu could not claim to love Jiang Yin deeply, she was still his wife. The thought of her heart belonging to another man was unbearable for anyone. Lin Yu had longed to witness this man's charm, and he never expected to encounter him here today. Zhirong, is there a problem? Shen Yuxuan remarked, taken aback by Lin Yu's grave demeanor. Zhirong, do you know who this man is? Don't worry, this is my territory. I can have him removed immediately. Zhou Chen asserted with confidence, his family's security ensuring that he could make it happen. It's fine, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, returning the card to its place. And with a smile, he added, I've seen situations like this many times. If you marry a beautiful wife, you must learn to endure such pressures. Haha, that is good to know. It's no surprise, considering how stunning your wife is. Shen Yuxuan and Zhou Chen laughed heartily. Zhirong, rest assured, I only recognize you as my son-in-law. Everyone else can go wherever they came from. Jiang Jingren declared with a serious tone. Sir, what about the flowers? The nearby waiter was sweating profusely, unsure of how to handle the situation, as the person who sent the flowers was also someone he couldn't offend. Are you foolish? Can't you understand plain speech? Shen Yuxuan exclaimed, slapping the table in frustration. Give them to me. Lin Yu waved his hand, taking the flowers and placing them aside without further comment, beckoning everyone to enjoy their meal. It was not until half an hour later that Jiang Yin returned, having regained her aloof demeanor. However, Lin Yu could discern the faint traces of tears in her eyes, indicating that she had been crying. I apologize, Jiang Yin said, offering an apology for her earlier outburst. Upon noticing the roses on the table, her expression shifted once more, her anger flaring as she reached to throw them away. Without hesitation, Lin Yu grasped her wrist, asserting some matters cannot be resolved through avoidance. Jiang Yin paused, momentarily taken aback. Lin Yu gently placed the flowers back on the table and said softly, I understand you wish to move on. You've been trying to let go. But just like these flowers, discarding and trampling them only shows your attachment. When you can observe them without a ripple of emotion, that will signify that you have truly moved on. Jiang Yin trembled slightly, her eyes reddening, but she said nothing, withdrawing her hand. Let's say it. We can talk about this later. Zhou Chun and Shen Yuxuan quickly attempted to lighten the atmosphere. Do you still like the flowers I sent you? Suddenly, a rich and magnetic voice resonated from behind Jiang Yin. She jolted, her hands trembling uncontrollably, desperately grasping at the table as if seeking something to anchor herself. Just then, a warm, strong hand enveloped hers, instilling an immediate sense of calm. Turning her head, she found Lin Yu gazing at her gently, offering her a reassuring smile as he said, I'm here. With that, Lin Yu stood, still holding Jiang Yan's hand, and turned to face the man he had long wished to meet. The man stood tall, his appearance striking, dressed in a well-fitted suit that accentuated his athletic build. Clearly a regular at the gym. Beside him stood a woman in her 20s, clad in a champagne-colored gown adorned with diamonds, exuding an air of opulence, undoubtedly a woman of privilege. This woman, while attractive, appeared somewhat dull next to the fair-skinned Jiang Yin, and her gaze toward Jiang Yin was tinged with jealousy. Hello, I am Jiang Yan's husband. He Zhirong. Lin Yu introduced himself, This has been a source of Jiang Yan's torment for many years, as she constantly questioned whether it was her fault or her conservativeness that led to the eventual breakup. Since that time, she has lost faith in men, which is why she willingly agreed to marry Hijaro. Mr. Lee, the Rawstone Conference is about to commence. Please head upstairs to prepare. At that moment, Zhou Chen noticed the tense atmosphere and quickly stood up, gesturing for Li Junyi to proceed. Li Junyi, ufa, these fully, adjusted his attire and left, embracing his wife. Wow, what a piece of work. How arrogant. Shen Yuxuan spat, glaring at his retreating figure. Despite his arrogance, he had indeed achieved considerable success. 3 years prior, he returned from Yale and established his own company specializing in jewelry, quickly becoming a titan in the Lingen jewelry industry within 2 short years. Although he benefited from his father-in-law's assistance, his capabilities were nonetheless evident. Zhou Chen shook his head in resignation, offering a wry smile. He had heard that Li Junyi was preparing to open a branch in Qinghai, which was why the Qinghai publicity department had specifically invited him. Once the auction concluded, he was also slated to speak as an outstanding returning representative, making it difficult for Zhou Chen to offend him. I see a turtle, look at him strutting around, nose in the air, Shen Yuxuan remarked angrily, feeling indignant on behalf of Lin Yu. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu's heart was equally aflame, yet in such a setting, he could not resort to violence. Moreover, the ridicule Li Junyi directed at him contained elements of truth, leaving him no choice but to endure the humiliation, especially since Hijaro had proven to be rather disappointing. He understood that at this moment, Jiang Yan's heart was likely heavier than his own. If you're feeling upset, we can leave, Lin Yu whispered to Jiang Yan. After a brief silence, Jiang Yan shook her head. Isn't it true that avoiding the issue is futile? The only way to let go is to confront it. With that, she lifted her head, her expression resolute, and took hold of Lin Yu's arm, softly stating, "Let us proceed upstairs." "Very well, let us ascend," Lin Yu replied, gently clasping her hand wrapped around his arm, his voice soft yet resolute. "I promise you, tonight, I shall reclaim everything you have lost over the years." Chapter 24. The contest at the auction compete? How do you intend to do that? With that mouth of yours? Jiang Yin found his bravado somewhat amusing. She detested men devoid of capability, yet prone to boastfulness. However, what she found even more laughable was her own devotion to a man for so long. It was high time to let go. She silently vowed that from this night forth, her heart would no longer flutter at the mention of Li Junyi. Yet, could she truly accomplish this? After more than 2 years, she had yet to succeed. Upon reaching the 6th-floor conference hall, the ambience had undergone a significant transformation. The chairs had been largely removed, and the front of the hall was now filled with raw stones of various sizes. A particularly large stone attracted a crowd of onlookers, including jewelers and gamblers, who stood before it, pointing and discussing. This raw stone displayed extraordinary quality, with a black-brown exterior, fine and smooth texture, characteristic of thin skin. Surrounding it were dark gray-green lichens, and, as the saying goes, green follows lichen, indicating a high probability of revealing green. The surface had already formed a banded pattern, glistening with vibrant emerald hues. Unsurprisingly, due to its outstanding quality, the starting price for this raw stone was set at 8 million. The crowd buzzed with excitement, discussing the rare size and quality of the stone. "I haven't seen a piece like this in ages. It will surely yield green, and the quality is exceptional. Of course, I've heard this stone is one of today's highlights. It can't be lacking." With a starting price of 8 million, the final bid could reach several tens of millions. Alas, we have no hope. Shen Yuxuan's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the enormous stone, knowing that the potential green yield would be significant. If crafted into a bracelet or pendant, it would surely be immensely profitable. As the auctioneer observed that enough people had gathered, he announced the commencement of bidding. "I bid 9 million, 9.5 million, 10 million. As the bids surged, Shen Yuxuan joined the fray, but hesitated to make an immediate offer. Once the price soared to 20 million, the number of bidders dwindled significantly. Seizing the moment, Shen Yuxuan called out, 30 million. The room erupted in gasps. The young master of Fengyi Wangxiang had boldly raised the bid by 7 or 8 million in one go. Shen Yuxuan lifted his chin, a hint of arrogance on his face, believing he had effectively capped the bidding, determined to secure the stone. 40 million. A deep voice suddenly pierced through the previously quiet crowd. Shen Yuxuan's expression shifted as he turned to see Li Junyi. With an air of nonchalance, Li Junyi glanced at Shen Yuxuan and gestured for him to continue bidding. Shen Yuxuan gritted his teeth and called his father for permission, then immediately declared, 45 million. His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes glistened with anger. 50 million. Li Junyi raised an eyebrow, casting a provocative glance at Shen Yuxuan. 5. Shen Yuxuan was about to respond when someone pressed down on his shoulder. Turning around, he found it was Lin Yu. Without uttering a word, Lin Yu shook his head, signaling him to refrain from continuing. To Lin Yu, this raw stone held little promise. Even if it yielded, it wouldn't soar in value. It would barely reach the starting price. He hadn't anticipated Shen Yuxuan would jump into the bidding fray, but thankfully, Li Junyi had taken a lead, prompting him to intervene and stop Shen Yuxuan. Jiaron, what are you doing? Shen Yuxuan asked, feeling anxious as the auctioneer began the countdown. Trust me, let him have it, Lin Yu replied. Huh, what is this? The esteemed young master of Fengyi Wangxiang must take orders from a spineless coward? Li Junyi sneered upon witnessing the exchange. It's not about taking orders. It's merely a suggestion, Lin Yu retorted disdainfully. We have no interest in a raw stone that isn't even worth its starting bid. If someone is willing to be a fool, let them. Hearing this, Shen Yuxuan's initial excitement waned, and having experienced the previous incident, he felt an inexplicable trust in Lin Yu. He nodded in agreement, deciding not to bid further. What a joke. You know nothing. Li Junyi scoffed at Lin Yu's remarks, feeling irritated. The onlookers erupted in laughter, casting disparaging glances at Lin Yu, clearly regarding him as an outsider. Don't pretend to understand. Jiang Yin coldly scolded Lin Yu from behind, having some knowledge of raw stones herself, believing that a purchase at 50 million was reasonable. Ultimately, the raw stone sold for 50 million to Li Junyi, who did not rush to reveal it, as another stone immediately captured his attention. Once the concluding raw stone was sold, Zhou Chun promptly ordered the display of another highlight, aiming to elevate the auction's atmosphere to a fever pitch. This year's raw stone auction indeed lived up to its reputation, with remarkable materials continuously emerging. In my opinion, this one is even better than the last. It will surely skyrocket. This raw stone had an impressive pedigree, reportedly sourced directly from the hands of the mountain soldiers in Myanmar, highly likely to yield glass-like quality. Upon hearing that the stone came from the mountain soldiers in Myanmar, the crowd gasped. This supplier was clearly not ordinary. Such channels were not accessible to just anyone. The so-called mountain soldiers of Myanmar were local armed ethnic groups opposing the government forces, controlling numerous mining sites, and their goods were often of superior quality compared to those available on the market. The entire stone appeared gray-black, its deep color adorned with white patterns, enveloped in mist, exuding an ethereal quality. The upper layer of the skin was quite thin, and under the light, it displayed a translucent emerald hue. From the perspective of appearance alone, this stone surpasses the piece that Li Junyi just acquired. I shall claim this stone, Li Junyi declared with a touch of bravado, asserting that no one else could contend with him as he raised his offer to 60 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Li Junyi's wealth was formidable. The combined value of the two stones had now exceeded 100 million. While many present were affluent, the ability to mobilize such liquid assets was a mark of exceptional financial prowess. I bid. Shen Yuxuan was eager to enter the fray, but before he could utter a word, Lin Yu seized his arm. Shen Yuxuan, flustered, turned to Lin Yu. Jiaron, what are you doing? It was one thing to prevent me from bidding on the previous stone, but this one is bound to appreciate significantly. If I miss this chance, I shall leave empty-handed tonight. He recalled Zhou Chen's warning that this was the final stone of the evening, and missing out meant losing a golden opportunity. This stone not only will not appreciate, but it may also plummet in value. Aside from a small patch of green on the upper edge, the bottom is mostly just rock, Lin Yu explained. How can that be? You claim to be knowledgeable about raw stones. Shen Yuxuan frowned, recalling Lin Yu's earlier assertions during dinner. Trust me as a brother, Lin Yu insisted, releasing Shen Yuxuan's arm. Jiaron, you're being excessive. If someone wants to buy, let them. Why meddle? Jiang Yin interjected, her anger evident. She too believed the stone would skyrocket in value and wished to prevent Li Junyi from acquiring it. Lin Yu fell silent. His previous statement had already carried significant weight, leaving Shen Yuxuan to make his own decision. Yuxuan, Jiaron means well, but you have your own expertise in this area. Consider it carefully before making a choice. Zhou Chun intervened, subtly encouraging Shen Yuxuan to bid 65 million. At this point, A few affluent jewelers in the crowd began to bid. 70 million. Li Junyi remained unfazed, as though money were merely a number to him. 75 million. 90 million. Li Junyi made a decisive leap of 15 million. The jeweler fell silent, visibly torn. Any further bidding would push the price into the realm of 100 million. And it appeared Li Junyi was prepared to escalate his offer. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 90 million? 10, 9, 8. As the auctioneer counted down, Shen Yuxuan felt a cold sweat. His father had told him that as long as he believed he could profit, he could bid up to 200 million. He had the capacity to challenge Li Junyi. All right, I'll trust you. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yuxuan ultimately chose to believe Lin Yu. In the end, the stone was successfully claimed by Li Junyi, who beamed with delight. He turned provocatively to Shen Yuxuan and remarked, "Why didn't you bid against me, young Master Shen? Were you intimidated by the price? Is this all the renowned Fengi Wangxiang is capable of?" Fuming, Shen Yuxuan was about to retort, but Lin Yu interjected coldly. "What does that have to do with capability? You spent nearly 100 million on a stone worth a mere 200,000. Why should we engage?" Li Junyi, Andraja, cursed before recalling his status and suppressing his fury. "I won't stoop to your level, you pathetic leech, reduced to mere curses." Jiang Yin glared at Lin Yu with disdain, her initial flicker of goodwill extinguished. She had been correct in her assessment. This spineless individual was indeed attempting to regain lost ground through mere words, oblivious to the fact that he had become the laughingstock of all present. The crowd openly mocked Lin Yu. Next time, we should avoid inviting such amateurs to these events. Just look at his attire. He resembles a country bumpkin. No surprise. These brazen youths are a dime a dozen. Amidst the jeers, Lin Yu maintained his composure, while Jiang Yin's face betrayed her growing discomfort, especially in front of Li Junyi. "Young man, if you're so impressive, why not select a stone for us to see? Show us if you can unveil a piece of ice jade." Some of the crowd began to poke fun at Lin Yu. "Very well." Lin Yu smiled and readily agreed. "Since we're talking about revealing, I shall aim for a glass-type imperial green." His declaration elicited a chorus of laughter. They had indeed encountered a fool today. The crowd regarded Lin Yu with a mix of amusement and anticipation, urging him to quickly select an imperial green to showcase. "Jiarong, what are you doing?" Zhou Chun whispered urgently, having seen all the stones available at the auction. The best two had already been claimed. The remaining stones were not substantial, and although some had decent qualities, the chance of uncovering an imperial green was virtually non-existent. I've said before, gambling on stones is all about taking risks. Let's go explore. Perhaps we might stumble upon something remarkable. Lin Yu chuckled lightly as he approached the pile of raw stones. The crowd followed suit with smiles, except for Jiang Yin, who remained rooted in place, her expression dark, trembling with indignation. Was this meant to redeem her? No, it was merely a source of shame. "This is what you choose, Jiang Yin. Why are you standing there? Observe how your husband extracts an imperial green from this pile of waste." Li Junyi laughed as he approached Jiang Yin. Chapter 25. A stunning display. Jiang Yin felt a strong urge to flee, yet she resisted. She did not wish to evade any longer. Regardless of Lin Yu's embarrassment, she would remain by his side, determined to show Li Junyi that she would rather choose a failure than him. "This one looks promising," she said, as Lin Yu selected a medium-sized raw stone that had captivated him upon entry. Its radiant emerald aura was truly striking, undoubtedly a top-tier quality, which emboldened him to boast. "Excellent choice, young brother." The crowd erupted in laughter, many nearly in tears from amusement, as Lin Yu's selected stone was indeed an extraordinary sight. The stone's brownish shell bore faint whiteness, devoid of blemishes or patterns, and its surface shimmered with a hint of reddish hue. In jade circles, it is said that 9 out of 10 will fail, making this stone appear almost worthless at first glance. "Jiarong, you truly lack understanding. This stone clearly cannot yield green." Shen Yuxuan lamented, his heart aching with regret for having trusted Lin Yu's judgment. He had believed Lin Yu possessed some expertise, only to realize he had selected a piece of refuse. "That's wonderful. I can spend little, and if it costs more, I shall have to console my wife." Lin Yu replied cheerfully, having retained a 300,000 card from earlier. The crowd burst into laughter once more, realizing this fool was under his wife's thumb. After Lin Yu insisted, the staff weighed the stone and sold it to him for 800 per gene, totaling less than 100,000. "Ah, Jiarong, you've truly chosen a gem. Why don't we unveil it together?" Li Junyi interjected with a mocking tone, his eyes gleaming with derision. "Absolutely, Lin Yu responded enthusiastically. Soon, a small forklift brought in a large cutting machine, and two sturdy men secured the stone, preparing to unveil it. The crowd gathered eagerly, anticipating the unveiling of the two stones Li Junyi had acquired, certain that they would reveal exquisite colors and qualities. One of the staff members respectfully inquired, "Mr. Li, shall we mark a line on the stone?" Li Junyi took the chalk and drew a line on the stone, which had been purchased for 50 million, saying, "Let us start from here. Whoever finds good material will be rewarded." The two burly men nodded, exerting great effort to align the cutting machine with the white line, and began to slice the stone. With a thunderous roar, a plume of white mist erupted from the saw blade, enveloping the area. The crowd instinctively covered their mouths. As the saw penetrated deeper, the sound grew more shrill, and with a crack, the giant stone split in two, revealing two grayish-white cut surfaces. It collapsed. It collapsed. The crowd gasped, some expressing disappointment, while others reveled in the misfortune. How could this be possible? Li Junyi's expression darkened, and he immediately commanded, "Cut again." The staff hurriedly picked up the two pieces of stone to dissect them further, splitting the massive stones into four, yet still revealing only grayish-white surfaces devoid of any hint of green. What a pity! Such a fine piece of raw stone, reduced to merely a thin outer layer of green. The losses were staggering. Fortunately, I didn't T-bid earlier, otherwise I would have jumped off a building. Beside him, Shin Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief and gave Lin Yu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Jiarong, thanks to you, I would have been ruined otherwise. My father would have scolded me to death." Zhou Chun and Jiang Yin exchanged surprised glances at Lin Yu, recalling his earlier assertion that the raw stone was worth no more than its starting price. They had not expected him to be correct. The thin green layer on the exterior, if polished into jewelry, would barely fetch a few million. It was only then that Li Junyi remembered another piece of raw stone valued at 90 million and promptly instructed the two staff members to dissect it. This time, Li Junyi proceeded with greater caution, delicately marking a small line along the misty area atop the stone, directing the staff to begin the cut from above. The roaring cutting machine roared to life once more, and as it penetrated just a few centimeters, a hint of green emerged amidst the white mist and powder. "We see green. We see green." The crowd buzzed with excitement, straining their necks to peer closer. Li Junyi exhaled with relief. If this piece collapsed too, he would be utterly devastated. After all, it was worth over 100 million, and more importantly, he would lose face. However, his relief was short-lived as a fresh plume of white mist billowed from the cutting machine, accompanied by another crack as the stone split again into two, revealing only two grayish-white surfaces. Just at the spot where the cut was made, there remained a slender piece of jade, no thicker than a finger, and upon closer inspection, it was merely of mid-range quality. "Cut again." Li Junyi refused to give up. The staff hastily followed orders, slicing the remaining fragments into 4, then 8, then 16 pieces, yet still finding no trace of green. Li Junyi's face turned from white to pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Throughout the years, he had faced losses in stone gambling, but never had he encountered such a disaster with two pieces of high-quality raw stones. Shin Yuxuan, too, was drenched in sweat, filled with regret. Had he bid earlier, the consequences would have been dire. Observing Li Junyi's ashen face, Jiang Yin felt a sense of vindication. Thinking this must be divine retribution for him. The crowd was equally astonished, especially the jewelers who had competed against Li Junyi, silently thanking their stars for not continuing the bidding. It's unbelievable that such fine stones yielded so little green. Perhaps it's fate. One should not be overly arrogant. The earlier remarks from the young man seemed eerily accurate. Both stones had collapsed. Truly remarkable. The onlookers then recalled Lin Yu and hurriedly turned to find him. Lin Yu remained calm, utterly unfazed, teasing Li Junyi. "Mr. Li, there is no need for such a grim expression. Surely, this trifling amount of money is inconsequential to you?" "Nonsense, this amount is insignificant." Li Junyi maintained a stoic facade, though his hands trembled behind his back. While he could afford a loss of over 100 million, it would significantly deplete his resources, not to mention the embarrassment of losing face before Jiang Yin, compounded by the fact that Lin Yu, whom he deemed worthless, had proven correct. "Young man, please cut your stone and let us see." The crowd's attitude toward Lin Yu had noticeably softened. While they still doubted the potential of his stone, the derision had vanished from their gazes. "Sir, how shall we proceed with the cut?" Given Lin Yu's connection to Zhou Chun, The staff treated him with great courtesy. Just cut, Lin Yu replied after some thought. Is there any need to polish it? That would take until midnight. Just slice it directly. Someone in the crowd voiced their dissatisfaction, noting that polishing was a painstaking process. Jiaron, look at this shell. It's so thick. Even if they're S-green inside, it won't be substantial. Polishing would indeed be a waste of time. Zhou Chun chuckled helplessly, believing Lin Yu's prediction regarding Li Junyi's stone was merely a stroke of bad luck for Li Junyi, unrelated to Lin Yu's abilities. I trust Jiaron. Let us polish it. Shen Yuxuan firmly supported Lin Yu, adding jokingly that had it not been for Lin Yu, he would have faced severe financial ruin. Thus, he now heeded Lin Yu's every word, convinced that even if Lin Yu claimed that the table could yield imperial green jade, he would believe it without question. Under Lin Yu's insistence, the staff reluctantly began the polishing process. The sharp sound of the saw pierced the air once more, the blades spinning rapidly, white mist swirling about, until suddenly the mist transformed into a vibrant green haze. Heavens, it's rising! It's green! The crowd gasped, many rushing closer to fixate on the stone. It's entirely green. My goodness, it's genuine glassy imperial green. The value has skyrocketed. This is incredible. The crowd marveled at the transformation. It truly was imperial green. Such keen insight. Please, take me on as your apprentice. As the green expanded, the excitement among the crowd intensified, with many approaching Lin Yu to offer their business cards. The staff, recognizing the rarity of such exquisite jade, polished carefully, and once the stone was cleaned, they splashed a basin of clear water over it, revealing an immense piece of imperial green, glistening and vibrant, captivating all present. The entire conference hall was in awe. Jiang Yin's face mirrored shock, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu, filled with disbelief as she pondered whether this was mere luck. Meanwhile, Li Junyi seethed with rage, his face a stormy shade of gray, trembling with anger. Impossible. How could this inept fool possess such precise judgment? There must be some trickery at play. He felt as if his lungs would burst from the fury. Even breathing was painful. Young man, I'll offer 30 million for that stone. A prosperous jeweler rushed forward with a bid. I'll bid 40 million. The jeweler who had previously competed with Li Junyi also jumped in. Jiarong, that piece is mine. It must be sold to me. Shen Yuxuan excitedly grasped Lin Yu's arm, realizing that this was his chance to shine before his father and family. All right, 30 million. It's yours. Lin Yu replied with a smile, apologizing to the competing jewelers. No way, 50 million. I can't let you miss out. Shen Yuxuan declared firmly. I want to be a loss. 30 million is fine. Just remember to save me a few pieces of good quality after you craft the jade. Lin Yu smiled, intending to keep a few pieces for himself. No problem. Shen Yuxuan eagerly agreed, instructing his people to collect the imperial green. Lin Yu's remarkable display this evening left the crowd utterly astonished. He instantaneously became the center of attention. A throng of onlookers approached him, eagerly seeking his insights on the remaining raw stones. Generously, Lin Yu obliged, assisting the crowd in examining the remaining specimens. Meanwhile, Li Junyi, lurking at the back of the crowd, cast a cold glare at Lin Yu, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. At that moment, Jiang Yin had not yet recovered from her shock when her phone vibrated unexpectedly, snapping her back to reality. She glanced down, her expression shifting dramatically. Raising her head to call out to Lin Yu, she found that he had already been swept away by the crowd. Hesitating for a moment, she turned and exited the conference hall. Lin Yu and Shen Yuxuan were deeply engrossed in a lively discussion about the raw stones when suddenly, a manager from the hotel approached and discreetly pulled Shen Yuxuan aside into a quiet corner. What's going on? Why the secrecy? Shen Yuxuan inquired, puzzled, as he was well acquainted with this manager from frequent dining visits. Young Master Shen, I have something to show you. If you find it to your liking, a small tip would suffice, the manager said with a sly grin. He then produced his phone and played a video. Oh, be gentle, Naughty little thing, do you miss me? Shen Yuxuan's jaw dropped in shock as he watched the footage. The video was surreptitiously recorded from above a restroom stall, revealing a couple, clothed in disarray, entwined in an intimate embrace. Shen Yuxuan was taken aback not merely by the act, but by the revelation that the woman in the video was none other than Li Junyi's wife, Shen Aijia. No wonder she had been absent during the auction. She had slipped away for a clandestine rendezvous. How did you manage to capture this? Shen Yuxuan chuckled, throwing an arm around the manager's neck. I happened to catch it while using the restroom on the 4th floor. I recognized her as the wife of that man who challenged you earlier. So I thought you should see this, the manager replied, eager to please. You've done well. My friend, I appreciate your discretion. Just ensure you haven't shown this to anyone else, Shen Yuxuan whispered, glancing around to confirm their privacy. The manager shook his head, assuring him of confidentiality. Shen Yuxuan's eyes glinted with mischief as he proposed, I'll give you 500,000 for this video. However, it would be a shame for us to keep such a treasure to ourselves. When Li Junyi speaks at the auction later, you should play this on the LED screen to set the mood. What a brilliant scheme. Shen Yuxuan felt like a genius. Young Master Shun. But what if I get fired? The manager protested, visibly distressed. Don't worry, if that happens. You can come work for me at a salary of 1 million a year. How's that sound? Shen Yuxuan reassured him. All right, for young Master Shun. I would brave any danger. The manager nodded vigorously. Once the arrangements were made, Shen Yuxuan returned to Lin Yu's side, winking conspiratorially and whispering, prepare for a grand surprise shortly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin had descended to an empty conference hall on the 5th floor, where she found a man in a suit, holding a glass of red wine, standing with his back to the entrance. Li Junyi. You actually came. It seems you still have feelings for me, Li Junyi remarked languidly. You are mistaken. I am here to sever all ties. Jiang Yin replied coldly, pulling a pair of earrings from her bag and hurling them at Li Junyi. Here is what you wanted. From this moment on, we owe each other nothing. Yin Yin. Li Junyi rushed over, grasping her hand. Please, grant me one more chance. If you say yes, I will divorce Shun Aijia immediately. I promise to take care of you for life. Spare me your insincere lies. Jiang Yin retorted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Your deceit can fool me temporarily, but not forever. Li Junyi lowered his gaze, clenching his fists, visibly tormented as tears streamed down his face. In a fit of despair, he began to slap himself, exclaiming, I am damned, I am damned. Not this again. Spare me the theatrics, Jiang Yin scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. He Jiarong may have his shortcomings, but he is far more reliable than you. If you wish to be a man, cease all attempts to disturb my life. Fine, y promis. Li Junyi grasped Jiang Yan's hand tightly, his voice filled with anguish. Drink this glass of wine, and I swear I will never trouble you again. With that, he lifted 2 glasses from the table, downing one in one swift motion, tears cascading down his cheeks as he closed his eyes in sorrow. Jiang Yin, too, took the other glass, drinking it down before throwing the cup to the floor and coldly stating, I hope you keep your word. She turned to leave, but suddenly her legs felt weak, collapsing to the ground as she struggled to rise. A wave of heat coursed through her body, her breathing quickening. Where do you think you're going? Li Junyi, who had appeared tormented moments before, now wore a triumphant smile as he knelt beside her, gently caressing her face. Your beauty has only grown more exquisite. You scoundrel. Jiang Yin could barely muster the strength to speak, her voice faint, yet her mind remained clear. She realized that Li Junyi had procured a special drug from abroad specifically for this moment, intending not only to possess her, but to ensure she was fully aware of his conquest. Come now, darling, let us finish this quickly. I still have to speak as the distinguished representative. He had not experienced such a feeling in a long time. A surging passion that seemed to want to burst forth from his very being. Each time he engaged in a routine with his wife at home, he could barely endure it. Only thoughts of Jiang Yin could excite him, allowing him to persist a little longer. It was only later that he realized he was afflicted with a condition that only Jiang Yin could remedy. Indeed, after encountering such a stunning beauty, all other women seemed merely to be a compromise. Just as he loosened the first button of his collar, a sudden gasp echoed from outside the door, followed by a loud bang as the door was flung open and the watchful attendant stumbled in, crashing to the ground. Li Junyi turned in terror to see Lin Yu, Shen Yuxuan, and Zhou Chun storming in with fierce determination. In a flash of inspiration, he rushed to Jiang Yan's side, grasping her hand, and exclaimed, Jiang Yan, what is wrong? You've only had a sip of alcohol. Is it an allergic reaction? Damn it, stop pretending. Shen Yuxuan shouted, lunging at Li Junyi and kicking him. Having trained in combat, Li Junyi sidestepped effortlessly. However, Shen Yuxuan charged again, throwing a punch at his face. Li Junyi seized his arm, twisting it forcefully before executing a trip that sent him sprawling on the floor. Ouch! Shen Yuxuan cried out in pain, and just then, a massive fist descended toward his face. He could not help but exclaim, only to find the punch halted just above him. as Lin Yu firmly restrained Li Junyi's arm. Lin Yu's expression was as cold as ice, and he abruptly twisted Li Junyi's hand. Li Junyi screamed in agony, his body involuntarily contorting as his face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming. Jiarong, it's fine, as long as he is unharmed. Don't act rashly, Zhou Chun implored, panic evident on his face. The publicity team is still waiting upstairs. If you injure Li Junyi, it will be difficult to explain. Remember, if I catch you trying to harm her again, I will kill you. Lin Yu's voice was devoid of emotion. After saying this, he flung Li Junyi's hand away, scooped Jiang Yan into his arms, and made for the door, instructing Zhou Chun, quickly find us a room and get a syringe. Be quick. All right. Zhou Chun seized a hotel manager and directed him to escort Lin Yu to a room, then hurried downstairs to procure the syringe. At that moment, the effects of the drug coursing through Jiang Yan had peaked, causing her body to writhe uncontrollably. It's all right. It will be over soon. Lin Yu reassured her as he carried her into the guest room. The manager promptly closed the door behind them and exited. Lin Yu laid Jiang Yan on the bed, but to his surprise, she clutched his neck tightly, whispering softly in his ear, "Help me. I want." Though Jiang Yan's body was out of her control, she was acutely aware of her words and actions. Despite her discomfort and desires, she felt no compulsion to surrender completely. At least, she could still maintain some control. Yet she felt compelled to express this to Lin Yu, for she understood it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to alleviate her suffering by becoming Lin Yu's woman. If he desired her, then she owed him nothing. Under such immense temptation, Lin Yu's heart raced, yet he cautiously removed Jiang Yan's hand from his neck, gently massaging the acupoints on her wrists and abdomen. "You should be feeling better now," he murmured. Jiang Yan shook her head slightly, pleading, "Please take me." Tears began to silently roll down her cheeks. Moments ago, she had nearly lost her most precious possession to that scoundrel. Moments ago, she was on the verge of betraying He Jiarong for life. Lin Yu seemed to read her thoughts, wiping away her tears and softly saying, "You need not blame yourself. I am the one who failed to protect you. I am sorry." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's tears flowed even more freely. I don't deserve you. You are worthy. Everything I do for you is worthwhile. You are my wife." Lin Yu gently squeezed her hand, offering comfort. "Rest assured, until you truly accept me in your heart, I will never force you to do anything." Just then, a series of knocks sounded at the door. As Lin Yu rose to answer it, Jiang Yan grasped his hand tightly. "No, don't leave me." Reluctantly, Lin Yu sat back down, tossing the room key under the door with a swift motion, announcing, "Come in yourself." Startled by the flying key, Zhou Chun quickly retrieved it and entered, handing Lin Yu the syringe box. In such a high-end hotel, medical supplies were readily available, so he returned in less than 5 minutes. Lin Yu quickly sterilized the syringe and proceeded to administer a few needles at various acupoints on Jiang Yan's body. With a gentle flick of the needle, it vibrated, releasing a verdant mist from Lin Yu's hand that permeated Jiang Yan's body. In no time, Jiang Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her as the effects of the alcohol and the drug rapidly dissipated, her body invigorated. "How are you feeling now?" Lin Yu asked softly, rising to fetch her a glass of water. Sitting up on the bed, Jiang Yan found herself much improved and nodded, accepting the water. Remembering her earlier pleas to Lin Yu, she felt her cheeks flush crimson. "Jiarong, you truly possess medical skills?" Zhou Chun marveled, astonished that Lin Yu had managed to counteract the drug so swiftly. "Just a little knowledge, just a little," Lin Yu replied with a smile. Zhou Chun dismissed this modesty. Having witnessed Lin Yu's remarkable abilities time and again, he no longer believed in his claims of just a little knowledge. "What about Yuxuan? Is he all right?" Lin Yu inquired. "He is fine. Just a little sore from the fall," Zhou Chun replied, frowning. With Jiang Yan present, he felt hesitant to reveal that Shun Yuxuan had been quite literally knocked out of his wits. "Shall we return?" Lin Yu gently asked Jiang Yan, aware that she likely wished to leave after such an incident. She nodded obediently, and to her surprise, she felt a long-lost sense of reliance returning. Her eyes widened as she gazed at Lin Yu, puzzled as to why she felt this way toward him. "What is it?" Lin Yu inquired, helping her into her shoes. "Nothing. Let us go home," Jiang Yan said, taking his arm. Zhou Chun made no move to stop them, accompanying them downstairs. Jiarong, wait. Shen Yuxuan rushed out of the bathroom, panting, "You can't leave. There is more to see." "More to see? What do you mean?" Lin Yu asked, perplexed. Li Juni es lecture. Shen Yuxuan exclaimed excitedly. Yuxuan, what are you talking about? Zhou Chun frowned, casting a warning glance at Shen Yuxuan. Jiang Yin's expression darkened instantly. Li Juni's image had fallen to the lowest depths in her mind, and she had no desire to witness him again. We're not watching. We're leaving. Lin Yu maintained a calm demeanor. Trust me, Jiarong, it's going to be a spectacular show, a truly delightful one, I assure you. Shen Yuxuan insisted, grasping Lin Yu's hand to prevent his departure. Turning to Jiang Yin, he added, Sister-in-law, do you believe me? I guarantee it will bring you satisfaction. Lin Yu and Jiang Yin exchanged bewildered glances, both at a loss to comprehend the situation. Nearby, Zhou Chen wore a similar expression of confusion, uncertain of what Shen Yuxuan was attempting to convey. However, under Shen Yuxuan's fervent invitation, they returned to the sixth-floor conference hall. By this time, the hall had been arranged with chairs, and several hundred individuals were seated, while on stage, dressed in a suit and speaking eloquently, stood Li Junyi. At that moment, he exuded confidence and spoke passionately, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Jiang Yin finally grasped the essence of hypocrisy. Her gaze toward him was ignited with flames of hatred. All her feelings for this man had dissipated completely, and it was only now that she saw through the true nature of this scoundrel. She lowered her head, unable to look at him, feeling a wave of nausea. Even listening to his insincere voice made her feel sick. Shen Yuxuan stood up and glanced around, noticing that Shun Aijia had returned, sitting in the front row. He couldn't help but lick his lips in excitement. He then signaled to the hall manager in the distance, pointing to his watch. The hall manager immediately gave an okay gesture and raised 5 fingers. Jiarong, sister-in-law, just 5 more minutes, and the show will commence. Shen Yuxuan couldn't resist twisting his body in a little dance. Chapter 27. The arrival of childhood friend's success has no shortcuts. It relies solely on relentless effort. Now, allow me to share my experiences of triumph. Li Junyi on the podium spoke confidently, radiating a sense of superiority, and then waved to the hotel staff, indicating that the film could begin. Little Vixen, do you miss me? As the screen lit up, the entire hotel hall fell into stunned silence. The sound of falling leaves could be heard. The audience gaped at the images on the screen, their minds racing with a tumult of thoughts. Is society really this open now? Have we reached a point where such experiences are being shared? Lin Yu and Zhou Chun were equally dumbfounded, while Jiang Yin, unable to contain her curiosity, stole a glance and was immediately captivated, a surge of immense vindication washing over her. Initially, Li Junyi was oblivious to what was happening, but upon recognizing Shun Aijia on the big screen, his face turned a deep shade of crimson, his body trembling uncontrollably. You wretched woman! Li Junyi dashed off the stage, yanking Shin Aijia's hair and slapping her fiercely. You filthy slut! In that moment, he cast aside all semblance of dignity, for witnessing his wife publicly humiliate him was more painful than death. Who has to blame for your inadequacy? In bed, have you ever lasted more than a minute? Shun Aijia, now standing, screamed hysterically, clawing at Li Junyi, intent on a destructive confrontation. The hall erupted into chaos, with laughter, mockery, and attempts at mediation echoing throughout. Sister-in-law, let me ask you, was it satisfying? Shen Yuxuan laughed so hard he doubled over, dancing with joy. You're quite the rascal. Zhou Chun shook his head in resignation, amused, recognizing that Li Junyi had brought this upon himself, offending none other than Shen Yuxuan, the notorious devil of the affluent Qinghai circle. Seeing Shen Yuxuan revel in the chaos, Jiang Yin couldn't help but smile slightly. This fleeting smile captivated Lin Yu, as it was the first time he had witnessed this icy beauty express joy. It felt as if the frozen Milky Way had suddenly bloomed in spring. You just smiled, Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. I did not, Jiang Yin retorted, her expression as cold as ever, as if she had never smiled. You look beautiful when you smile. Do it more often, Lin Yu said with a warm smile. As the hall descended into pandemonium, Lin Yu and the others felt it was unnecessary to remain any longer, and they stood to leave. The hall manager rushed over. Young Master Shen, how did I do? No complaints. Resign today, and start working for me tomorrow. Shen Yuxuan patted him on the chest and turned to Lin Yu, saying, Jiarong, thanks to this lad's timely warning, the consequences could have been dire otherwise. Thank you, Jiang Yin said to the hall manager, her expression slightly troubled as she recalled the earlier events, still shaken. Yuxuan, Once the Imperial Green Jade piece is finished, please send one to him as a token of appreciation. Lin Yu was also grateful to the hall manager. Thank you, young master he. Thank you. The hall manager stammered in excitement. After all, it was Imperial Green. Zhou Chun escorted them to the hotel entrance before returning, knowing he had a mess to clean up. Jiarong, the money has been transferred to your uncle's account. Make sure he checks it, Xin Yuxuan reminded before leaving. On their way back, Jiang Yin remained silent, her expression somber, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Yu, too, was quiet, turning to gaze out the window, aware that upon returning home, Jiang Yin would have many questions for him. That night, he had inadvertently revealed too much. Jiarong, why has an inexplicable 30 million suddenly appeared in my account? As soon as they arrived home, Lin Yu's father-in-law and mother-in-law emerged from their room, a hint of panic in Jiang Jingren's voice. Earning 50 million in a single night was beyond his wildest dreams. It's nothing, Dad. It's all legal income. I just opened a piece of Imperial. Before Lin Yu could finish, Jiang Yin dragged him into the room and slammed the door shut. Jiang Jingren and Li Suqin were momentarily stunned. Has Yenner become so proactive now? This is good news. Grandchildren are on the horizon, Jiang Jingren said with a satisfied expression. Speak. What on earth happened tonight? Jiang Yin pushed Lin Yu against the wall, her gaze frosty. What do you mean what happened? Well, let's just talk. Could you set up the bedding first? Lin Yu's eyes darted around. If you don't tell the truth, you'll be sleeping on the balcony tonight, Jiang Yin said coldly. First antiques, then raw stones. And now, medical skills. Every skill seemed to be second nature to He Jiarong. Jiang Yin couldn't believe that this useless person could possess such luck. But she found it even harder to accept that all this was due to his own abilities. Thus, she was now desperate to understand what had transpired. How this so-called useless person had suddenly become so formidable. Had he truly opened the run and do meridians? Realizing he could no longer evade the truth, Lin Yu looked seriously at Jiang Yin and said emphatically, in this world, there is never such a thing as effortless success. As soon as he finished speaking, he bent down and dragged out 3 large cardboard boxes from under the bed. Each box was filled to the brim with books, one on traditional Chinese medicine, another on antiques, and the last on feng shui. These books were old, clearly having been perused numerous times. All of these were old books Lin Yu had requested money for from his mother, gathered from street vendors, as a precaution against Jiang Yan's or others' inquiries. He never expected they would come in handy today. You all have always said, I am a good-for-nothing, that I am unambitious. Yet you do not know that I have been secretly working hard every day, but I dare not let you know, because once you do, the ridicule would only intensify. Deep down, you have never truly accepted me. Lin Yu's eyes glistened with emotion as he spoke earnestly, even feeling moved by his own words. I'm sorry. Jiang Yin fell silent at He Jiarong's words, realizing that since he had joined their family, she had never accepted him in her heart. It was indeed unfair to him. Seeing that he had successfully diverted the conversation, Lin Yu sighed in relief. Brother Jiarong, I have truly gone above and beyond for you. If you wish, you can sleep in the bed tonight. No need. I'm used to sleeping on the floor. Before Jiang Yin could finish, Lin Yu had already set up his bedding, skipping a shower and shedding his outer garments before falling asleep, the faint sound of his snoring soon filling the room. After the day's events, he was undeniably fatigued. Jiang Yin stared in disbelief at Lin Yu, who swiftly made himself a bed on the floor and fell asleep. A surge of irritation welled up within her. Was she truly so devoid of allure in his eyes? This marked the second time today she had boldly requested to share a bed with him, yet he had repeatedly declined. To think, this was an opportunity many men would covet yet never attain. Sleep it off, then, Jiang Yin huffed as she turned and slammed the door behind her, heading off for a shower. All right, no problem. We're old friends after all. An annual salary of 8 million? Sound good. What company are you with? Oh, a large firm, I see. Consultant director? Perfect. No need to clock in, that's fine. 1 million? All right, we're friends after all. You say what? I am. You'll come in person? Good. At home, come over this afternoon. Who are you? Apologies. I've received too many calls today. Oh, I see. That one do. I simply have no free time left. What? Just half a day in a month? An annual salary of 6 million? I'll consider it. Dad, are you ever going to stop being annoying early in the morning? What's going on? Jiang Yin complained, standing at the bedroom door while rubbing her eyes. Today was her day off, and she had hoped for a good beauty sleep. But at 5 o'clock, Jiang Jingren had begun making calls in the living room. which lasted for an hour. Oh, my precious daughter, you found a wonderful husband. We're going to prosper now, Jiang Jingren chuckled, unable to contain his delight. What are you talking about? Jiang Yin asked, perplexed. Has Jia Rong gotten up yet? Jiang Jingren cautiously peeked into the bedroom, still sleeping like a log. Jiang Yin quickly interjected, fearing he might see Lin Yu on the floor. Let him sleep. Don't disturb him. I'll go downstairs to make a call. With that, Jiang Jingren tiptoed downstairs. Jiang Yan's expression darkened. Was her father betraying the camp? Traitor. In a fit of anger, she slammed the door, startling the peacefully sleeping Lin Yu. Around midday, Jiang Jingren returned, accompanied by a middle-aged couple and a handsome young man who wore round glasses and sported slicked-back hair. Ah, Laoli, it's been years since we last met. Must be 5 or 6 years now, ever since I moved away, Jiang Jingren exclaimed. Indeed, look how grown-up Xiao Tian has become, a truly handsome young man. While chatting, Jiang Jingren offered them tea. Where's Yen? I haven't seen her, the middle-aged woman inquired curiously. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's name, Li Xiaotian became visibly excited. Meeting Jiang Yan was his greatest anticipation for this visit. They were neighbors during childhood, attending kindergarten and middle school together, and had shared many cherished memories. He had always harbored feelings for Jiang Yan, but alas, his affections were unreciprocated. Learning that she had married the feckless He Jiarong 2 years ago had nearly driven him to despair. His dream girl had wed the very boy he used to bully. Yan, come out. Uncle Li and Aunt's son are here. Jiang Jingren called out eagerly. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Jiang Yan greeted as she emerged. Dressed casually in a tank top and denim shorts, her long, fair legs were exposed, momentarily leaving Li Xiaotian in awe, even causing a slight reaction. Noticing his gaze, Jiang Yan's face flashed with disdain. Jiang Yan, it's been a while. Li Xiaotian attempted to charm her with a self-assured smile. Dad, I'm going to wash some clothes. Jiang Yan responded dismissively, turning back to the bathroom. Yin is growing more beautiful by the day. Aunt's son mused, feeling a twinge of disappointment, wishing she could have such a daughter-in-law. What about Jiarong? Is he still sleeping? Li Xiaotian asked teasingly. Yes, he's awake, Jiang Jingren chuckled. What does he do now? Still so unambitious? Uncle Li inquired, aware of Jiang Jingren's dissatisfaction with his son-in-law. Hearing this, Jiang Jingren puffed out his chest, proudly proclaiming, Jiarong is quite diligent now, though he still doesn't have a job. This morning, many big companies. Dad, what as for lunch? Lin Yu interrupted, emerging from his slumber, his hair disheveled. Puffed. Li Xiaotian's family nearly spat their tea in laughter, mocking the supposed ambition of a man without a house, car, or job, who had slept until noon. Ha ha! Li Xiaotian could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter at Lin Yu's appearance. Chapter 28. The guests arrived. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gathering in the living room. Jiarong, this is your Uncle Li and Aunt Sunday. What's wrong? Don't you recognize them? Jiang Jingren hastily prompted him. Perhaps he is not fully awake. Uncle Li remarked, a hint of mockery in his tone. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Lin Yu quickly greeted them. What a delightful life you lead, Jiarong, Li Xiaotian sneered. Still the same after all these years, huh? It's all right, Lin Yu replied, still dazed from sleep. Ha ha! Uncle Li and Aunt's son erupted in laughter. Jiarong is still as amusing as ever, Uncle Li remarked with a knowing look. In the past, Jiang Jingren would not have cared about such mockery directed at Lin Yu. He might even have joined in the jest. However, times had changed. Lin Yu had become his precious gem, and seeing the Li family ridicule him left Jiang Jingren feeling quite displeased. Yet, as they were guests, he withheld his displeasure. Oh ha, Lao Li, Lao Sun. It's about time you arrived. Upon hearing that the Li family had come, Li Suqin hurried back from shopping, having brought back a plethora of groceries. As she changed her shoes, she handed Lin Yu a bag of vegetables. Jiarong, quickly wash and prepare these. Oh, Lin Yu hurriedly took the vegetables into the kitchen. Li Xiaotian sneered at Lin Yu's back, cursing him as a coward. After Jiang Yin finished washing her clothes, she joined Lin Yu in the kitchen. While washing vegetables, she pinched his waist sharply and coldly remarked, You snored so loudly last night. It was unbearable. In truth, Lin Yu rarely snored. She was merely venting her frustration at Jiang Jingren onto him. Oh, as if you never talk in your sleep, and you do so every night, Lin Yu grumbled, feeling the sting of her pinch. Jiang Yin indeed talked in her sleep each night, but last night had been an exception. She had slept soundly, having finally banished the shadow of that detestable man from her heart. Talk back again, and this green onion will be your fate, Jiang Yin declared angrily, snapping the green onion in half. Unbeknownst to her, since last night's incident, she had noticeably lightened in spirit and became more willing to approach Lin Yu. Previously, she wouldn't have even bothered to look at him, listening to the playful banter between Jiang Yin and Lin Yu in the kitchen. Li Xiaotian ground his teeth in frustration. What do I lack compared to this worthless fool? After lunch, Jiang Jingren was about to brew more tea when Uncle Li quickly interjected, Xiaotian, hurry, bring out the tea leaves you brought for Uncle Jiang to try. Li Xiaotian promptly stood up, retrieving 2 beautifully packaged jars of tea leaves from the gift box, and handed them to Jiang Jingren with a smile. Uncle Jiang, authentic Wui de Hong Pao, give it a taste. Oh my, this is quite expensive. You shouldn't have gone to such lengths, Jiang Jingren nodded appreciatively. Not at all. It was a gift. They say it's 5 or 6,000 per pound. Xiaotian just passed the civil service exam at the Land Bureau, so he has been visiting all the time, practically wearing out the welcome mat. Aunt Sun proudly boasted, her tone brimming with pride, especially in contrast to the feckless He Jiarong, which only heightened her sense of superiority. Xiaotian has truly made something of himself. Jiang Jingren spoke with an air of indifference, internally dismissing the ostentation of 5 or 6,000 per pound. What is there to boast about? My son-in-law earned me 50 million last night. I could drink tea worth 50 or 60,000 per pound without batting an eye. Indeed, Jiang Jingren felt a swell of pride. After all, who wouldn't he feel inflated with such a windfall, especially when unperturbed by the disciplinary committee? Old Li, I hear you're in Shanghai for a purpose. Do you require my assistance? Jiang Jingren inquired, somewhat self-satisfied, for his name now carried a modicum of weight in Qinghai. Alas, Uncle if you could be of help, it would be splendid. Just before coming here, Xiaotian contacted the director of the Qinghai Health Bureau, but to no avail. Oh, the Health Bureau? Is it for a medical issue? Jiang Jingren asked, surprised. That would be me. I injured myself 2 years ago, and it has left me with lingering ailments. Every afternoon, I start to feel feverish, as if there's a fire raging within me, affecting my back and thighs. Aunt Sun interjected, revealing a hint of fatigue compared to the morning. Perfect. Let Yinner take a look. Li Suqin quickly summoned Jiang Yin. That one tea suffice. This ailment requires a traditional Chinese medicine and gradual treatment, Uncle Li lamented. Jiang Yin checked Aunt Sun's blood pressure and listened with a stethoscope, concluding that there was nothing seriously amiss, though she was indeed somewhat frail and in need of careful recuperation. She suggested, it would be best to seek a reputable Chinese medicine practitioner. That is precisely why we came to Jianyuan, to consult with the renowned Dr. Song from Jishir Hall. Uncle Li sighed again. We first went to Lingen, but they informed us that Dr. Song is in Qinghai, so we hurried over. You have indeed come to the right person. Dr. Song is exceptionally skilled. He will surely cure Aunt Sun's affliction. Why the sighing? Li Suqin Kariya, Pujlat. Alas, finding a divine physician is no simple task. Otherwise, why would he be called a divine physician? I hear he only sees 2 patients a day during the work week, and appointments are booked until next year. We arrived yesterday and tried to leverage connections, but to no avail. He wouldn't even meet with us. Uncle Li shook his head in dismay. If you wish to consult Dr. Song, I might be able to assist, Lin Yu interjected suddenly. He could indeed treat the ailment himself, but he was hindered by the family's distrust and the fact that his in-laws were unaware of his medical expertise, making it awkward for him to step forward. Despite their ungracious manner, they were still his old neighbors, deserving of a helping hand. You, Li Xiaotian Skufa, are you more effective than the director of the Health Bureau? In this regard, I might just be, Lin Yu replied with a light-hearted smile. Is that so? Well, that is the greatest jest I have heard this year. Li Xiaotian burst into laughter, thinking Lin Yu had become a bit unhinged from staying at home for too long. Jiarong, it's unwise for the young to boast. If you possess such talent, why remain idle at home, a mere layabout? Uncle Li shot Lin Yu an unhappy glance. Indeed, young man, it is preferable to remain grounded, Aunt Sun chimed in. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the conversation concluded, a sudden rapping at the door interrupted them. Li Suqin hastily rose to answer. Standing outside was a meticulously dressed, middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in an Armani suit and holding a brocade box. Upon seeing Li Suqin, he respectfully said, Greetings, are you Aunt Li? My name is He Jinxiang. I spoke with Uncle Jiang this morning and mentioned I would visit this afternoon. Li Suqin frowned, displeased that a man in his 40s referred to her as Aunt. However, This was merely a sign of respect from He Jinxiang. Noticing her displeasure, became flustered, uncertain if he had misspoken. Old Jiang, is someone named He Jinxiang here to see you? Li Suqin called out. Yes, yes. Please come in. Jiang Jingren quickly stood. As He Jinxiang entered, he excitedly grasped Jiang Jingren's hand, exclaiming, Uncle Jiang, I apologize for visiting without a prior meeting. Having seen Jiang Jingren's interview regarding his charitable donations on television, He Jinxiang recognized him immediately. He was taken aback to find so many people in the room, especially since Lin Yu and Li Xiaotian appeared quite youthful, making him hesitant to speak. Mr. He, I appreciate you taking the time to come here. It is our pleasure, Jiang Jingren urged him to sit beside him. Not all, Uncle Jiang. I came to see you because it is only right. I heard you enjoy fine tea, so I brought you some Huangshan Maofeng from Anhui. A true delicacy, He Jinxiang offered. Ah, from Wangman Tian? That must be expensive, Jiang Jingren remarked, donning his reading glasses to examine the box. Not at all. Merely 800,000 per pound. A trivial matter. He Jinxiang nodded repeatedly. 800,000? Li Xiaotian and his parents were taken aback, their faces turning crimson. Just moments ago, they had flaunted their modest tea worth a few thousand, while this man casually referred to 800,000 as trivial. Uncle Li was astonished. It appeared Jiang Jingren had mingled with high-caliber individuals during their time apart. Moreover, He Jinxiang showed such respect for Jiang Jingren, calling him uncle despite being in his 40s. Mr. He, my brother, you truly possess an impressive demeanor, indeed a dragon among men. Coincidentally, I share the same surname. We are of the same clan? Jiang Jingren noted. Seeing that Jiang Jingren had not introduced him, He Jinxiang mistakenly assumed Li Xiaotian was Lin Yu, smiling as he approached, extending his hand for a handshake. Compared to Lin Yu's disheveled appearance, Li Xiaotian appeared more composed. Since he sought Lin Yu's assistance, he spoke with extra caution and politeness. He initially intended to call him Brother He, but upon reflection, he felt it inappropriate and instead opted for brother. After saying this, he regretted it, sensing that such a title might be ill-fitting, causing him to feel anxious, especially as Li Xiaotian looked at him in bewilderment, making no move. He Jinxiang grew increasingly nervous, his outstretched hand hovering awkwardly, perspiration forming on his brow. Ah, Mr. He, you have mistaken. This is my son-in-law, Jiang Jingren quickly pointed out, indicating Lin Yu. What? He Jinxiang sprang to his feet in alarm, horrified that he had made such a blunder. Would Brother He be angry? I apologize, Brother He. He stammered. Just call me brother, Mr. Lin Yu replied with an easy smile. Of course, brother. I am truly sorry, He Jinxiang said, stepping forward to shake Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu was puzzled by the sudden show of courtesy, questioning why He Jinxiang sought his assistance in the first place. Brother, I hope you are satisfied with the annual salary of 6 million I proposed, He Jinxiang said with a somewhat ingratiating smile. 6 million per year. Li Xiaotian and his parents gasped in unison, staring at He Jinxiang in shock. Was he out of his mind, offering such a salary to an idler? What could Lin Yu possibly contribute? Lin Yu was equally bewildered, responding, Brother He, what are you talking about? I failed to comprehend. He Jinxiang was also taken aback. And at that moment, Jiang Jingren interjected, Oh, right. Jiarong, this is the president of Hongchang Jewelry, who called me this morning to invite you to be their product manager. You would only need to work half a day each month, correct, Mr. He? Yes, yes. He Jinxiang nodded vigorously. Li Xiaotian and his parents unconsciously gasped again, finding the situation utterly surreal. 6 million for merely half a day of work each month? That averages to just 6 days of work a year, equating to 1 million per day. He Jinxiang found it quite advantageous. As long as Lin Yu could produce 1 or 2 pieces of top-quality jadeite for him within a year, he would make a substantial profit. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, last night's auction had already made him renowned throughout the jewelry industry of Qinghai City. To recognize 1 piece of stone is mere luck. To recognize 2 pieces showcases skill. But to identify 3 pieces transcends both luck and skill. More importantly, Lin Yu had accurately predicted the quality and color of the 3 stones, earning him the awe of the entire jewelry circle overnight. They bestowed upon him the title, Alchemist of Stone. Such a remarkable individual naturally attracted the attention of numerous jewelry merchants and accessory companies, all eager to offer him lucrative consulting positions. The calls that Jiang Jingren received that morning were from these merchants, as his contact information was easier to obtain and he was more amenable, primarily because of his greed. In other words, without Lin Yu's awareness, his father-in-law had already put him up for sale. Upon hearing the proposed salary of 1 million per day, Lin Yu's eyelids involuntarily twitched, wondering if his father-in-law was being overly audacious with such a high demand, unaware that this was actually He Jinxiang's own offer. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, He Jinxiang grew anxious, fearing dissatisfaction, and quickly reassured him, "It's no problem, my dear brother. If you find the salary unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further. 8 million, 10 million, whatever you desire." He Jinxiang's jewelry store was of moderate size in Qinghai City and had suffered recent downturns due to fierce competition. Lin Yu's emergence felt like a lifeline amidst a storm, prompting He Jinxiang to do everything in his power to secure him. "I just think the price is a bit excessive. It's too much of a loss for you, brother He," Lin Yu replied with a wry smile. "Not at all. If you're dissatisfied, we can increase it." He Jinxiang, sweating profusely, believed Lin Yu was being sarcastic and resolutely decided to do whatever it took to secure Lin Yu's services, even if it meant risking his fortune. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door. Li Suqin hurried to answer it, revealing a woman in a fitted professional outfit, her makeup impeccably done, appearing to be in her early 30s, exuding competence. She approached and inquired, "Hello, is this Mr. He's residence?" Recognizing a fellow woman's competence, Li Suqin's spirits lifted immediately, and she nodded affirmatively, ushering her inside. "Hello, Uncle Jiang, I'm Sun Rongrong, the one you spoke to on the phone this morning." The capable woman smiled as she shook Jiang Jingren's hand. Upon learning Lin Yu's identity, she quickly turned to him with a bright smile, stating, "Mr. He, I assume Uncle Jiang has informed you that I am the HR director of Shengshi Group. Our company is the largest jewelry wholesale distributor in Qinghai, and we would like to invite you to be our consulting director. No need to report to the office, with an annual salary of 10 million, and a year-end bonus of the same amount upon meeting performance targets." On the sofa, Li Xiaotian's family sat in stunned silence, utterly speechless, wondering what had transpired in such a short span of years. Jiang Yin also appeared quite astonished, unable to fathom if those tattered books beneath the bed truly held such power. Just then, another series of knocks echoed from the door. "Hello, Mr. He. I am the chief consultant from Jinjli Jewelry, here to invite you to become our consulting manager." "Hello, Mr. He. I am from One Fusion Group." "Hello, Mr. He. I am from Sanjiang Jewelry." "Hello, Mr. He. I am from Felucio Jewelry." In barely an hour, Jiang Jingren's living room was nearly overflowing with guests. Li Xiaoyan's family had been forced to wait outside, his face contorting as if he had inadvertently swallowed a foul fly. "Huh, Jia Rong has truly succeeded," Li Xiaotian remarked with a smile, his expression more sorrowful than joyful. "Oh no, you flatter me. I'm just ordinary. My son-in-law has always been quite capable, just accustomed to being low profile," Jiang Jingren said, his back straightened with pride. After considerable effort, Lin Yu managed to send the crowd away, agreeing to all their employment terms, but insisting that each company reduce the offered salary by half, with no guarantees of profit. As for the account to receive his salary, he chose Jiang Yan's bank card. When she inquired about his reasoning, he replied with a grin, "It's only right that my wife manages the finances." Fearing more visitors at home, Lin Yu quickly turned Aunt Sun outside and said, "Aunt, weren't you going to see Old Song for a consultation? Let's head over now." If Old Song was in Qinghai, he would usually be at Jishir Hall's second floor, making a call unnecessary. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Xiaotian, already irritable, retorted, "He Jiarong, you may be feeling quite grand with so many companies seeking you out, but seeing Old Song isn't something that can be bought with money." Old Song treated everyone equally, whether noble or common. As long as one was willing to wait in line, he would attend to them, and his consultation fees were standard, neither exorbitant nor minimal. Of course, exceptions existed, but with Li Xiaoyan's status, he was not in a position to access those who could persuade Old Song to make exceptions. Li Xiaotian had initially contemplated using money to sway Old Song, but faced a firm rejection and was thereafter ignored, leaving him frustrated. However, Old Song's social standing far surpassed his, leaving Li Xiaotian powerless. Now, hearing Lin Yu claim he could summon Old Song, Li Xiaotian felt a surge of disbelief. While he might not match Lin Yu's salary, as a prominent civil servant in the provincial capital, surely his connections were not inferior. "Xiaotian," Uncle Li reprimanded him coldly. His perception of Lin Yu had significantly improved, especially after witnessing the respect shown by the recent applicants. "Jiarong, it's not that I doubt you, but even if you take us to see Old Song, It's unlikely today. It's the weekend, Uncle Lee chuckled. No worries, he is not busy on weekends, Lin Yu assured him. Uncle Lee's smile froze, and he began to doubt Lin Yu's credibility, suspecting he might not even know Old Song. What? You don't believe me? Lin Yu asked, perplexed. Yes, I don't. Li Xiaotian shot back coldly. No one dares disturb Old Song on weekends. How can you just go see him? Old Li, I think we should follow Jia Rong and see. Perhaps he really can get us in. Jiang Jingren interjected, his admiration for his son-in-law blossoming. Even if Lin Yu was merely boasting, he would still support him. Encouraged by Jiang Jingren's words, Li Xiaotian's family followed Lin Yu to Jishir Hall. Since it was afternoon, the clinic was not crowded, with only 2 physicians on duty. Unfortunately, neither had met Lin Yu before, so they simply glanced at him without much reaction. Li Xiaotian scoffed. The doctors won't even acknowledge you. Let us see how embarrassing that is. Hello. May I ask if Old Song is here? Lin Yu stepped forward to inquire. Not here, one of the male doctors replied, icily. I need to see Old Song. Is he upstairs? Lin Yu pressed on. Many wish to see Old Song. Who do you think you are? My name is He Jiarong. You may call me whatever you wish. Even the Almighty will be of no consequence. The male physician cast an irritated glance at Lin Yu, furrowing his brow. Having recently transferred from Lingenjishitang, he was unaware of Lin Yu's rivalry with Old Song. If you wish to consult Old Song, kindly make an appointment in queue. The female physician maintained a more tolerable demeanor, adding that Old Song does not see patients on weekends, and requested they take their leave. Jiarong, you see, I had advised we should return. Uncle Lee sighed, amused yet exasperated. Lin Yu's boastful words had led to an unnecessary trip for his entire family, especially since he had plans to visit relatives that afternoon. Old Lee, do not take offense. Jiarong meant well. Jiang Jingren hastily defended his son-in-law. Since today is unfeasible, let's head back. Uncle Lee, do not fret. I shall call Old Song and request he come down to greet us, Lin Yu said, producing his phone. Huh, you shall not have me in stitches. Do you truly believe he will come down for you? He Jiarong, can you not refrain from boasting? Li Xiaoyan, raplia coldly. His displeasure evident. It was merely an afternoon spent being lauded by few jewelry companies, yet he seemed to think himself invincible. Chapter 30. An unusual patient. Lin Yu disregarded him and dialed Old Song. Fortunately, Old Song was upstairs and instructed Lin Yu to wait a moment. If you cause Old Song to refuse treatment for my mother from now on, I shall hold you accountable. Li Xiaotian raturta coldly. Not long after his words, a sprightly elderly man dressed in black hurried out of Jishitang. Before reaching them, he cheerfully exclaimed, Young He, why have you not visited lately? I have been eagerly awaiting your return. Indeed, he longed for Lin Yu to assist his granddaughter with her ailment. Approaching, he patted Lin Yu's shoulders and nodded, Ah, you have grown sturdier. Witnessing this, Li Xiaotian's family was taken aback, astonished that Lin Yu was indeed acquainted with the esteemed Old Song, who treated him with such warmth. Li Xiaotian felt a flush of embarrassment as he pondered his earlier words, a mixture of anger and resentment brewing within him. He could not fathom how this seemingly ineffectual He Jiarong had undergone such a radical transformation in just a year or two. Had he known this metamorphosis occurred within a mere couple of months, he might have fainted from rage. Old Song, it is not that I did not wish to come. I merely feared an unwelcoming reception, Lin Yu remarked, subtly glancing at the male physician. Nonsense. Who would dare to be unwelcoming to you? Old Song retorted, his eyes narrowing. The 2 physicians, witnessing Old Song's cordiality toward Lin Yu, were left visibly shaken, particularly the male physician, who dared not utter a word, his expression pleading as he looked at Lin Yu. I was jesting. It seems Old Song has become even more spirited in your absence. Lin Yu smoothly redirected the conversation. In truth, he had no desire to punish the male physician. He merely wished to impart a lesson on the importance of compassion in medicine. Quickly, come inside. Who are these individuals? Old Song finally noticed the others behind Lin Yu. Hello, Old Song. Yam Li Xiaotian. I recently asked Director Qian to contact you on my behalf. These are my parents. Li Xiaotian quickly approached to curry favor with Old Song, believing that invoking Director Qian would earn him some leniency. Li Xiaotian? So it is you, Old Song replied, his expression darkening as he coldly declared. I shall not treat your family's ailments. Please leave. Old Song vividly remembered Li Xiaotian's attempts to bribe him for treatment, and thus harbored a strong aversion toward him. Li Xiaotian's face turned pale instantly, along with his parents, who fell silent as if frozen. And this is? Old Song glanced over at Jiang Jingren. This is my father-in-law. Jiang Jingren, Lin Yu quickly introduced. Oh, what a pleasure. You have a commendable son-in-law. Old Song greeted Jiang Jingren warmly, yet internally lamented that young he had married. How could fate be so unkind? Old Song, I have a humble request. I hope you can overlook the transgressions of us younger generations and assist this lady with her ailment, Lin Yu respectfully implored. Old Song cast a stern glance at Li Xiaotian, then reluctantly agreed, very well. Since young he has spoken, I cannot refuse. It seemed there was more to this than met the eye, so Old Song refrained from further inquiries. Thank you, Old Song. Young he, please do not forget about my granddaughter's treatment. Before Li Xiaotian could express his gratitude, Old Song ignored him entirely and pulled Lin Yu inside. Old Song administered acupuncture to Aunt Sun and prescribed several medications, instructing them to follow the regimen, promising results within a month. After securing the medicine, Uncle Li and his wife expressed their heartfelt gratitude before departing. Before leaving, Li Xiaotian shot Lin Yu a resentful glare. Yet a flicker of defeat crossed his face as he walked away, head bowed. He realized that he had no hope of winning Jiang Yan's affection in this lifetime. Young he, my granddaughter's company opened recently, and she is now stationed in Qinghai. Well, might you have time to meet? Old Song inquired cautiously, unable to suppress his heartache over such a fine young man being married. I am free these days. I have ample time. Then how about tonight? There is no time like the present. Old Song's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiarong, did you not mention she would personally cook for you tonight? Jiang Jingren interjected, sensing a hint of danger. She will cook for me? Can she even cook? Lin Yu frowned in confusion, as his mother-in-law usually prepared their meals. Ahem. Jiang Jingren nearly choked on his own saliva, quickly clearing his throat and saying, well, your mother just taught her these past few days, and she was eager to prepare something for you. That seems unlikely. She hardly acknowledges my presence. It is getting late. We should be off. Before Lin Yu could finish, Jiang Jingren hastily ushered him out, fearing that if they continued, the truth would surface. And it would not bode well if anyone discovered that their marriage was less than harmonious. Unfortunately, he was too late. The cunning Old Song had already sensed something amiss. A smirk of satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth, rejoicing that fate had not turned a blind eye. Just as Jiang Jingren and Lin Yu had not ventured far, Lin Yu's phone rang. Upon checking, he was surprised to find it was Dr. Li Haoming from the Internal Medicine Department of Qinghai People's Hospital. Lin Yu had encountered him during a previous visit to treat Old Wu's granddaughter, but they had not met since. Although he had his number, Lin Yu had never called, uncertain of why he would suddenly reach out to him. Ayu, Directoli. Brother He, are you busy at the moment? Li Haoming's voice came through urgently as soon as Lin Yu answered. We have a rather peculiar patient here in critical condition, and I would like to request your assistance in diagnosing the case. Of course, I shall come right away. Upon learning of the patient's critical state, Lin Yu did not hesitate to agree. Dad, I won't be returning for dinner, he informed Jiang Jingren before hailing a taxi to Qinghai People's Hospital. Upon arrival, he mentioned he was summoned by Director Li, and immediately someone guided him to the emergency department. In a vast emergency room filled with doctors clad in white coats, whispers filled the air as they exchanged glances, appearing puzzled and concerned. Director Li, the person you requested has arrived. Li Haoming turned to see Lin Yu and immediately brightened. Rapidly approaching him, Brother He, I apologize for troubling you with such a long journey. Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand, indicating it was no trouble at all, and inquired, what is the patient's condition? It would be best for Brother He to see for himself, Li Haoming replied with a wry smile. After motioning for the crowd to disperse, Lin Yu caught sight of a middle-aged man seated in the center of the room. He appeared to be around 50, with blonde hair and blue eyes, clearly a foreigner. The foreign gentleman before us appeared to be in a rather dire state. Though not particularly slender, his visage conveyed a skeletal impression. His pallor was alarming, and his sunken eyes, encircled by dark rings, were red and swollen, veined with crimson. The distinct characteristics of his European heritage, prominent cheekbones and a high nose, added an unsettling aura to his appearance. He seemed exceedingly frail, desperately in need of rest. Yet the restless movement of his eyes and slight twitching of his body suggested a peculiar excitement. Lin Yu, unable to contain himself, chuckled softly, saying directorly, it's simply a matter of sleep deprivation. If he were given a couple of sleeping pills, a full day and night of rest would surely remedy the situation. The patient had previously taken sleeping pills without any effect, consuming several to no avail, and had not closed his eyes for 4 consecutive days and nights. Firent dire conséquence. He had sought medical attention. Director Li sighed and shook his head, continuing, he came in this morning. According to our Western medical diagnosis, he is suffering from nervous exhaustion. We administered 2 doses of sedatives, but they have proven ineffective, and we dare not proceed further. That sounds terribly painful, Lin Yu remarked with a wry smile. We have conducted several examinations, and all his bodily indicators are normal, yet he cannot sleep. If sedatives are futile, it surpasses the capabilities of Western medicine. I recalled that brother he possesses commendable skills in traditional Chinese medicine, which is why I dared to summon you. Li Haoming explained with a hint of resignation. He was uncertain whether Lin Yu could indeed assist the foreign gentleman, but was left with no other options. Why not consult Elder Song from Jishitang? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. I contacted Elder Song earlier today, Li Haoming replied. He assured me he could treat the patient, but it would require time. The patient has already been awake for 4 days. Without sleep, he risks sudden death. We received him too late, and now he can hardly speak. I fear he may not survive the night. Enough discussion. Do you even know how to treat him? A sharp voice interrupted, and Lin Yu looked up to see a woman in a gray professional outfit standing beside the foreign gentleman, a member of the Chinese staff, her thick glasses accentuating her displeasure. The assistant glared at the assembled doctors, her voice laced with anger. It has been nearly a day with no results. Are you all mere charlatans? You cannot even cure insomnia. We're merely strategizing, several doctors replied, somewhat helplessly. By the time you devise a plan, he may no longer be with us. If our chairman suffers any mishap in your hospital, not only will the reputation of Qinghai Municipal Hospital be tarnished, but you will all be held accountable. The assistant's ire was palpable. Her words were not exaggerated. The foreign gentleman was the regional representative of the internationally renowned brand Versace, visiting China at the invitation of the local government. Any issues arising here would surely provoke the ire of the city officials. We cannot delay any longer. I have booked a flight to the capital. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from outside the emergency room, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking against the floor. A striking figure entered, instantly brightening the previously dim emergency room. The male doctors were captivated by her presence. The woman exuded an extraordinary aura, tall and stunningly beautiful, her skin flawless, and her enchanting eyes possessing an alluring charm. Her curvaceous silhouette, accentuated by a fitted skirt and black stockings, evoked a sense of admiration. Yet, her allure was tempered by an undeniable strength, causing even Lin Yu to be momentarily taken aback. This woman in her 20s bore an air of experience and authority. Upon entering, her brow furrowed, and upon seeing the foreign gentleman, her expression darkened further. She addressed the assistant, Emily, saying, I have already contacted specialists in the capital. They will attend to Mr. Bain as soon as we land. All right, we shall leave at once. Emily nodded eagerly, pushing the wheelchair containing Bain towards the exit, casting a disdainful glance at the surrounding doctors. A bunch of quacks. I will certainly file a complaint with the embassy, prepared to face the consequences. Though the doctors were incensed, none dared to voice their frustration. They too wished for Bain's recovery, but were at a loss for solutions. If you take Mr. Bain away now, you are merely sending him to his demise. Lin Yu interjected, unable to hold back. His words, though truthful, struck Emily as harsh and ominous. She halted abruptly, turning to Lin Yu with a glare. What is your name? Which department do you belong to? Do you believe I could have you thrown out with a single phone call? I do not believe you could, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. I'm not a doctor at this hospital. You, I could have the police arrest you. Emily seethed, her teeth clenched in anger. Emily, ignore him. Let's hurry, the beautiful woman urged, casting Lin Yu a contemptuous look as she pressed Emily to move along. From Qinghai to the capital, even by plane, it takes at least 2 hours, plus the time to catch the flight and meet the specialists, at least 4 hours. To be frank, Mr. Bain may not survive more than 3 hours. Lin Yu sighed, perplexed at the stubbornness of some individuals. Miss Xue, this young doctor possesses remarkable skills in traditional Chinese medicine. What he says holds merit. Given Mr. Bain's current condition, whether he can even endure the journey to the capital is questionable. I suggest allowing him to examine Mr. Bain. Li Haoming quickly interjected, albeit with a sense of desperation. While Lin Yu had successfully treated a young girl previously, Bain's symptoms were markedly different, leaving Li Haoming anxious. Upon hearing the mention of traditional Chinese medicine, the beautiful woman scoffed, her eyes narrowing disdainfully at Lin Yu. Traditional Chinese medicine? No matter how skilled he may be, can he surpass my grandfather? That was indeed impossible. Elder Song's medical expertise was unparalleled. However, Li Haoming was at a loss for words, grappling with the contradiction. Realizing that if Lin Yu's skills were inferior to Elder Song's, there would be no reason to summon him for treatment. You are Elder Song's granddaughter? Lin Yu asked in astonishment, piecing together her connection from her conversation with Li Haoming. Who I am is of no concern to you, Xueqin replied, frowning as she cast Lin Yu a disdainful glance. She harbored a natural aversion to men, particularly those who were arrogant and self-important. Lin Yu could not help but smile wryly. Elder Song had indeed been correct. His granddaughter was indeed unwell, with an unpleasant disposition that needed addressing. I remember now. You are he, the young miracle doctor. Suddenly, an elderly Chinese medicine practitioner, his hair white as snow, examined Lin Yu closely, his expression shifting to one of recognition. Indeed, it is truly you, the young miracle doctor. What a pleasure to meet you. With that, the elder approached Lin Yu and grasped his hands with reverence. Young miracle doctor, I have watched your videos of the medical duel with Elder Song countless times. If I am not mistaken, the technique you used on the patient with the hot-cold syndrome was the long-lost Lioha Divine Needle, correct? Upon hearing the mention of the Lioha Divine Needle, Lin Yu could not suppress a smile of gratification. It seemed that there were still discerning elders in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. You are indeed correct, esteemed elder. It is the Lioha Divine Needle. To witness such a technique in my lifetime, and to meet you is truly a blessing indeed. The seasoned traditional Chinese medicine physician trembled as he grasped Lin Yu's hand, tears welling in his eyes. He was the finest TCM doctor at the People's Hospital of Qinghai City. His reputation, while not as illustrious as that of Elder Song, nonetheless ranked among the top 3 in the city. With over 40 years of practice, he had garnered countless accolades, dedicating his entire life to the art of traditional Chinese medicine. Witnessing such a promising young talent emerge within the TCM field filled him with immense joy, causing tears to spill onto his garments. The younger TCM practitioners nearby were equally stirred. Realizing this was the same Hishini who had engaged in a medical contest with Elder Song, their gazes brimming with admiration. In contrast, the Western doctors appeared bewildered, grappling with the situation. Although both TCM and Western medicine practitioners were indeed doctors, they existed in entirely separate realms. Thus, Lin Yu's renown within the TCM community was scarcely known among the Western medical circles. Li Haoming, initially taken aback, soon felt invigorated. He had heard tales of Elder Song's medical duels and initially assumed the young man had merely been fortunate. However, upon discovering that it was Lin Yu, his heart swelled with excitement, affirming his belief in the young man's extraordinary capabilities. Xueqin and Emily, observing the fervor of the doctors, were left in a state of confusion. Particularly Xueqin, upon hearing that Lin Yu had triumphed over her grandfather, was enveloped in disbelief and irritation, exclaiming, "He defeated my grandfather? Impossible. Miss Xue, this is indeed true. It is said there exists video evidence of the contest, where Elder Song and He Lao Di were evenly matched, but ultimately, He Lao Di had a slight edge." Li Haoming responded with a smile, feeling reassured in his choice to invite Lin Yu. Otherwise, the reputation of the People's Hospital could have been tarnished. Indeed, Miss Xue, I have the video here. One of the TCM doctors began searching through his phone. Lin Yu gestured for him to stop, chuckling, "Everyone is exaggerating. To be honest, Elder Song intentionally allowed me to win that day. Others may not discern it, but I am quite aware. Inherently kind-hearted, Lin Yu preferred to endure hardship himself rather than inflict harm on others." Noticing Xueqin's rising anger, he interjected in defense of Elder Song, hoping to restore some dignity for the elder within the TCM community. Even so, this indicated the remarkable skill possessed by He Lao Di, as most would likely lack even the qualifications to compete against Elder Song. Miss Xue, since there are no other options available, I propose we allow He Lao Di to give it a try. What do you think? Li Haoming suggested, despite her skepticism towards Lin Yu. Xueqin trusted Li Haoming's judgment. If he believed that Bane might not survive until reaching the capital, there was likely truth to it. Moreover, she harbored doubts about whether the doctors in the capital could successfully treat Bane. The finest internist in Qinghai City and the best TCM doctor in the entire Jiangnan region had failed to cure Bane. Thus the prospects in the capital seemed uncertain as well. Her dedication stemmed from Bane's significance to her. as he had granted her the sales agency for Versace across the Jiangnan region. Yet, unexpectedly, before they could finalize the contract, Bain had fallen ill. After a moment of hesitation, Xueqin finally nodded, gritting her teeth. Fine, let him try. But if he fails to cure him, I will ensure you are imprisoned. Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness. This woman was indeed unreasonable. Miss Xue, do you truly wish for this unorthodox doctor to treat Mr. Bain? Emily exclaimed, astonished. He just claimed he isn't even one of the doctors here. Emily, we currently have no alternative. We might as well let him try. Perhaps there is genuine hope. Xueqin replied, attempting to comfort herself. From the moment her grandfather had informed her that he could not cure Bain, she had sensed that Bain was likely beyond saving, and the agency agreement could dissolve at any moment. No, I cannot recklessly entrust Mr. Bain's life to an unorthodox doctor, Emily asserted firmly. Li Haoming found himself in a quandary. If this assistant refused to cooperate, matters would become quite complicated. Miss Emily, you have likely been experiencing anxiety, dizziness, weakness in your limbs, accompanied by palpitations and occasional bouts of absent-mindedness, correct? At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly smiled at Emily, his expression imbued with significance. How do you know? Emily gasped instinctively. These symptoms had persisted for a long time, and she had never mentioned them to anyone, dismissing them as mere consequences of work-related stress. You are indeed unwell, Lin Yu remarked. Now you should believe I am a doctor, shouldn't you? This condition frequently occurs among young individuals. You are clearly in denial, Emily retorted, quick to react, as many around her had experienced similar symptoms. You are correct. These symptoms are quite common. However, ordinary individuals typically exhibit only one or two. Have you not noticed that you possess all of them? Lin Yu mused. Emily's face shifted instantly. Indeed, while others might have experienced similar symptoms, none manifested them as she did. So, we believe my ailment is. I have coined a rather elegant term for it, the boyfriend deficiency syndrome, Lin Yu grinned. Boyfriend deficiency syndrome? The gathered doctors could not help but express their curiosity, amused by the peculiar name. What does that mean? Emily inquired, her expression one of confusion, as this was her first encounter with such a term. If I am not mistaken, you have been feeling restless and agitated at night, unable to sleep, as if a fire were burning within you, correct? Lin Yu elucidated. In Western medicine, this is attributed to excessive release of gonadotropin-releasing hormone, leading to increased gonadotropins. In TCM, it is interpreted as a disturbance of the heart fire, with liver and kidney deficiency, necessitating a proper release of desires and medicinal regulation. Be clearer. Stop pretending to be so profound. Emily frowned. For Lin Yu's explanations were beyond her comprehension, though her difficulty in sleeping was indeed genuine. To put plainly, you are lacking in male companionship. At night, you need to find a male partner to achieve a balance of yin and yang. Do you understand now? Lin Yu, pressed by her insistence, was compelled to clarify his point, initially intending to be more tactful. Ha! The doctors present burst into laughter at his words. Xueqin, unable to contain herself, stifled a giggle while casting Lin Yu a reproachful glance, silently chastising him as a rogue for being so blunt. Emily's face flushed crimson, her eyes widening in disbelief, as if engulfed in flames, and she seethed. You are talking nonsense. I am not, Lin Yu replied, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Your condition is in its early stages, not severe, but if neglected, it will worsen, leading to confusion, mental disarray, and potentially evolving into schizophrenia and other mental disorders. Emily gasped, never having anticipated that such high demand in that regard could result in mental illness. If you do not believe me, you may touch your Mingmen acupoint. It will surely be excruciatingly painful. This is the root of the heart fire. Following Lin Yu's guidance, Emily pressed her finger against the Mingmen acupoint on her lower back and immediately cried out in pain. The gentle touch elicited a piercing sensation. Her complexion paled as she finally acknowledged Lin Yu's words, trembling. What should I do? As I mentioned, you're in the early stages, which is easily treatable. You simply need to find a suitable boyfriend, and with medicinal regulation, you will recover swiftly. Lin Yu said, jotting down a prescription for her. Instinctively, Emily glanced at Li Haoming, seeking his validation of Lin Yu's claims. Li Haoming nodded with a smile and said, if what brother he states about the symptoms is indeed true, then you have certainly contracted this ailment. As for the prescription, you need not worry. Brother he possesses such profound medical skills that he can diagnose your condition without any instruments. It is evident that his expertise has reached an extraordinary level. As he spoke, he couldn't help but marvel at the talents of others, wondering from whom brother he had learned such remarkable skills at such a young age. Upon hearing this, Emily blushed and took the prescription from Lin Yu's hands. "Miss Emily, may I commence treatment for Mr. Bain now?" Lin Yu inquired. The longer they delayed, the more detrimental it would be for Mr. Bain, necessitating prompt intervention. This time, Emily did not object. Lin Yu then turned to Li Haoming and said directly, "Please fetch me a set of silver needles." He approached Mr. Bain, took his pulse, and noticed the muscles in his arms and neck twitching intermittently, causing him to furrow his brow. He gently tapped Mr. Bain's arm with his fingers. Suddenly, Bain, who had been unable to speak, cried out in pain as if jolted by electricity, his voice hoarse and weak. "Mr. Bain's condition is even more severe than I had anticipated," Lin Yu remarked gravely. "What is happening?" Li Haoming exclaimed in shock. After several sleepless nights, Bain's sensory sensitivity should have diminished, so why was it heightened instead? Lin Yu remained silent, his expression serious as he continued to check Bain's pulse, lost in thought. The other doctors around them wore solemn expressions, their hearts racing. For Lin Yu was their last hope. If even he was unable to treat Bain, they would be left in utter despair, facing not only the loss of their jobs, but also the tarnishing of the reputation of the esteemed Qinghai City People's Hospital. Li Haoming's face was especially grim. If anything were to happen to Bain, the reputation he had built over a lifetime would be reduced to ashes. Xueqin's face also turned pale with anxiety as she clasped her hands tightly, silently praying for Lin Yu's miraculous healing of Bain. The entire hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed on Lin Yu, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if they were gazing at the solitary candle in the darkness, fearing it might extinguish. Lin Yu also felt the sweat trickling down his brow, for he was attempting to discern Mr. Bain's pulse, which exhibited peculiar and erratic patterns. At times it was thin and rapid, while at others it was deep and taut, shifting without any discernible rhythm. How could a single ailment present such disparate pulse signs? He pondered. Suddenly, a realization struck Lin Yu, and he took a deep breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The doctors around him were startled, their faces lighting up with joy as they looked at Lin Yu. "Brother He, have you discovered the cause of the illness?" Li Haoming asked eagerly. Lin Yu nodded and explained, "Initially, I believed Mr. Bain's insomnia was merely due to an excess of fire and a deficiency of water, stemming from a lack of harmony between the heart and kidneys. However, I have since uncovered a deeper underlying cause, liver stagnation transforming into fire, aggravated by phlegm and anxiety, which accounts for the disorderly pulse." He then turned to Emily and inquired, "Does Mr. Bain tend to work late into the night and frequently consume strong coffee?" Emily immediately nodded, her face filled with astonishment. "Moreover, he has been under significant stress lately, often feeling restless and uneasy." "Yes, indeed. The performance targets from headquarters have increased significantly, and Mr. Bain has been fretting over it daily," Emily confirmed, her shock palpable. "Is this a doctor we speak of?" "He is nothing short of a divine oracle." "That's correct." Lin Yu sighed in relief. "Brother He, is there a remedy?" Li Haoming asked urgently. Lin Yu nodded and selected a long needle, gently inserting it into the Baihui acupoint atop Bain's head. The needle's tip quivered slightly, releasing a stream of emerald green mist. He then inserted several more needles at various acupoints around Bain's ears and neck. Within half a minute, Bain closed his eyes and soon began to snore softly, the sound growing louder until it echoed throughout the room, clearly indicating his exhaustion. "He's asleep," the doctors gasped in unison, many with tears welling in their eyes. Emily's mouth fell open in astonishment as she looked at Lin Yu, feeling both shame and awe. Xueqin, also taken aback, stared at Lin Yu in disbelief, her heart racing. The ailment that even her grandfather could not cure had been resolved by this young man with just a few needles. Li Haoming rushed over to check Bain, confirming that all his vital signs were stable and that he was indeed asleep. He then clapped his hands, and the emergency room fell into silence. With a serious expression, Li Haoming approached Lin Yu, stood tall, and bowed deeply. "Divine Doctor He, allow me to pay my respects." "Divine Doctor He, please accept our homage." After Li Haoming bowed, the other doctors immediately followed suit, bowing deeply to Lin Yu. No, esteemed seniors, you flatter me," Lin Yu exclaimed, flustered as he waved his hands in modesty. Xueqin was equally taken aback. Even a healer of her grandfather's caliber had never received such reverence from fellow doctors. Who exactly was this Jiarong? Lin Yu penned a traditional Chinese medicine prescription for Emily, meticulously detailing the method of administration. The condition was rather complicated, requiring 7 doses initially, followed by 5 more once the symptoms had alleviated. By the time everything concluded, it was already late at night. Li Haoming personally escorted Lin Yu out of the hospital, persistently urging him to join their institution. Lin Yu politely declined, mentioning that his wife might be taking the physician's examination at Shanghai City People's Hospital soon. He was deliberately helping Jiang Yin not to pull strings for her, as the examination could not be faked. He suspected that Jiang Yin had been unable to pass the entrance exam for the past 2 years, not due to a lack of ability, but because someone was deliberately obstructing her. So, he mentioned it to Li Haoming as a means of assisting Jiang Yin in overcoming this hurdle. After Li Haoming memorized Jiang Yin's name, Lin Yu returned home at Xueqin's insistence, riding in her car. Just before getting out, Xueqin handed him a business card, stating that she would like to personally express her gratitude to him when convenient. Lin Yu casually tucked the card into his pants pocket, gazing in the direction Xueqin had departed, pondering, but Xueqin isn't ill, is she? Yet recalling the serious demeanor of Old Song. He felt a twinge of curiosity and resolved to check her pulse when he had the time. You're back. Jiang Yin was sitting on the sofa, applying a facial mask, her voice icy, not even glancing in his direction. Lin Yu replied, then hurried to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles, which he brought to the living room to eat alone. Noticing his silence, Jiang Yin could no longer contain herself and coldly asked, "Where have you been tonight?" "A friend I hadn't seen in a while invited me out to hang out for a bit. We just had drinks and I didn't eat enough." Lin Yu concocted a fib, unwilling to disclose hospital matters to Jiang Yin. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly transformed into a man full of deceit. However, due to Jiarong's status, he felt compelled to lie. Seeing that Lin Yu had no intention of elaborating, Jiang Yin grew frustrated. She was very curious about which friend he had gone out with. She recalled that most of his old acquaintances were no longer in contact, and the only new friend he had made was already deceased. Lin Yu remained silent, and she chose not to inquire further, thinking to herself that she wouldn't ask him, lest he assume she was concerned about him. The following evening, Jiang Yin was off duty and, having just received her paycheck, was in a good mood. She urged Lin Yu to eat quickly so they could go shopping. Li Suqin and Jiang Jingren exchanged glances upon hearing this. In their recollection, their daughter had never invited Jiarong out shopping before. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Lin Yu made no objections and prepared to leave after dinner. "You look so shabby in that. Change into something else." Jiang Yin spoke as she found a new outfit for Lin Yu, subsequently tossing his discarded clothes into the washing machine. While driving towards the mall, her expression was as cold as frost, and she remained silent. Lin Yu was perplexed by her sudden change in mood, initially assuming there was an issue at the clinic. Unable to restrain his concern, he asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen? Who did you go out drinking with yesterday?" Jiang Yan's voice was icy as she replied, "Is it her?" Without waiting for Lin Yu to respond, she produced a business card and flung it at him, her tone devoid of any emotion. Upon seeing the name Xueqin on the card, Lin Yu gulped, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt as if he had been caught in an affair. "Jiarong, you need not fear. You promised me you would sleep on the floor, and I shall honor that promise." Jiang Yan's voice was so cold that Lin Yu felt an involuntary tightening of his pores. He swallowed again, sensing a sourness in the air. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? That seemed impossible. Although she had recently grown less disdainful of him, it did not imply affection. Regardless of her feelings, they were indeed husband and wife, and if he had betrayed her, she would undoubtedly be unhappy. "What did you promise me?" Lin Yu inquired. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Yin, hearing his question, seemed even more incensed as she retorted, "I've already stated that I want to inquire about how many women you choose to entertain outside, as long as my parents remain oblivious to it." "Oh," Lin Yu replied softly, nodding in acknowledgement. "If you feel this arrangement is insufficient, and if you wish for a divorce, I can accommodate that." Jiang Yin continued, yet within her heart, she felt an inexplicable heaviness. Previously, she had only held disdain for this ineffectual man. Now, he dared to express discontent with her. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, she turned to glance at him and found him gazing ahead in astonishment, raising a hand to signal her to slow down. Jiang Yin was taken aback, following his gaze to see that the road ahead was congested with cars, many of which had turned around to flee. In the distance, a 20-story residential building was engulfed in flames, smoke billowing ominously from the 18th and 19th floors. "Is it on fire?" Jiang Yin exclaimed, her expression shifting to alarm. After a moment's thought, she maneuvered the car to a nearby shop and declared, "You should head back. I must go save lives." With that, she dashed toward the inferno. Lin Yu observed her retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In that moment, her silhouette stood in stark contrast to the panicked crowd fleeing the scene. "If you can charge forward without hesitation, how could I possibly falter? Otherwise, how would I ever be worthy of you?" Lin Yu chuckled softly before hastening to follow her. The burning building was situated at a bustling intersection, an early model of mixed-use residential and commercial property. The fire originated from the 18th and 19th floors, reportedly sparked by a child's mischief that ignited the kitchen's gas, leading to an explosion of flammable materials stored in a neighboring company, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction that consumed those 2 floors entirely. Most of the crowd had evacuated, and some with minor injuries managed to escape, while others remained trapped inside. Heavy debris from the explosion had damaged numerous vehicles and pedestrians below, creating a scene of devastation that paralyzed traffic along that stretch of road. Less than half an hour after the incident, casualties had already reached dozens, with bloodied victims strewn about, some severely burned and writhing in agony on the ground. Due to the wreckage and debris blocking the roads, ambulances were unable to reach the scene. Medical personnel could only carry the injured out one by one, providing immediate care for those less severely wounded on site. With many injured and limited medical staff, they were overwhelmed. Witnessing the tragic scene, Jiang Yin felt a heavy sorrow. Quickly identifying herself to a nearby doctor and taking a medical kit to assist with the treatment of the injured, Lin Yu arrived shortly after, immediately joining her efforts. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yin coldly inquired upon seeing him. "I'm here to help you," Lin Yu replied, deftly bandaging a patient's disinfected wounds before lifting the injured individual and heading toward safety. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yin frowned at him. "This patient requires immediate surgery on their leg. Otherwise, amputation is the only option," Lin Yu explained as he ran. He focused solely on transporting the injured to safety. The fire brigade arrived promptly, diving into firefighting efforts, yet the blaze raged uncontrollably, yielding little progress. The firefighters skillfully entered the building to rescue those trapped inside. After approximately half an hour, the firefighters began to emerge, their faces grim. "Report to the mayor. The mission has been successfully completed, but all hostages have been rescued." The fire chief saluted a superior officer, his heart heavy with grief. They had saved those they could, yet the rest remained forever lost within. The upper floors were inaccessible. The ladders could not reach them. Fortunately, inquiries revealed that most of the upper floors were vacant, with few occupants. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly heard a child's cries. Furrowing his brow, he scanned the vicinity and then abruptly looked up, realizing the sound emanated from the burning floors above, most likely the 20th floor. He had never considered himself particularly perceptive, yet now he could distinctly hear the little girl's desperate wails, as if she were right beside him. His heart sank. Could it be that the girl was in peril? Given his own spectral existence, he might be attuned to the cries of those nearing death. Although he could hear her cries, the smoke and flames obscured his view of the child. "My child!" A piercing scream pierced the chaos as a woman in her 30s, clad in pink, rushed forward, attempting to charge into the building. 2 firefighters quickly intervened to restrain her. "Let me go. My child is still up there. I must save my child," the woman cried out in anguish. She could never have anticipated that in the brief moment she spent shopping, such a catastrophic event would unfold. "Ma'am, the fire above is too intense. You cannot go up," the firefighters implored, their expressions pained. "I don't need your help. I can save my child," the distraught woman insisted, frantically tugging at the firefighters. Tears formed in the corners of the firefighters' eyes as they witnessed the raw power of maternal love, realizing that humans were utterly vulnerable in the face of calamity. Allowing her to ascend would only lead to her demise. "What is going on?" The fire chief, who had been reporting to superiors, noticed the commotion and hurried over. "Chief, this lady's child is still inside." "Which floor?" "The 20th floor," the woman sobbed, pointing upwards toward apartment 2001. "Ma'am, that S above the fire floor is we." The fire chief's expression darkened, the unspoken words of helplessness hanging heavily in the air. Their current ladder could only reach the 18th floor, and the higher ladders were stuck in traffic, unable to arrive. "Please, I beg you, firefighter, save my daughter." The woman's voice was a heartbreaking wail as she knelt, grasping the fire chief's pants, her despair palpable. Surrounding onlookers sighed heavily, their expressions sorrowful. Jiang Yan's heart ached at the sight, her eyes stinging with tears as she clasped her hands tightly to her chest. "I'm so sorry," the fire chief murmured. His head bowed as tears streamed down his face. Even this hardened man, accustomed to life and death, could not hold back his sorrow. "Sister, the child may no longer be alive." Another firefighter choked back tears and urged. The 20th floor, situated just above the fiercely burning 19th, resembled a heated iron pot. It was highly likely that the child had perished. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, the child is on the balcony." Instantly, everyone raised their eyes. There on the balcony was a tiny figure, desperately climbing against the floor-to-ceiling window, crying out and banging on the glass. "Daughter! Daughter!" Upon seeing this, a woman in pink immediately stood up, gazing upwards at the frail silhouette, and shouted, "Daughter, don't be afraid. Mommy is coming to rescue you." As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed back into the building. The firefighter, quick to react, seized her arm and shouted, "Sister, you are sending yourself to your death. I would rather die with my daughter." The woman in pink disregarded everything. The fire captain, taking a deep breath, suddenly appeared resolute, gritting his teeth and declaring, I will go." Just as he was about to finish his statement, a voice interrupted him. Turning around, he saw Lin Yu stepping out from the crowd, looking at him with calm determination, saying, "I will rescue the child. Please provide me with a set of firefighting gear." "Are you insane?" Jiang Yin immediately rushed forward and grabbed him. Lin Yu ignored her, resolutely addressing the fire captain. "I have served as a special forces soldier and have undertaken such missions before. I am confident I can save the child." "Which special unit did you serve in? Please, give me a set of firefighting gear. The situation is critical. Saving lives is paramount." Lin Yu interrupted him. Jinchong, take off your firefighting gear and give it to him." The captain quickly shouted to a man of similar stature to Lin Yu. "Yes." The man immediately began to remove his clothing. "He Jiarong, are you mad?" Jiang Yin looked at Lin Yu in shock, bewildered by his actions. Well, had he ever been a special forces soldier? He had been the first to faint from heat exhaustion during high school military training. "Now, in your heart, do I count as a man?" Lin Yu smiled at her, taking the firefighting gear. Jiang Yin, filled with astonishment, could not find her voice. "Rest assured, I will definitely bring the child back safely." Lin Yu patted her shoulder. With that, he turned and strode toward the stairwell. "He Jiarong!" Jiang Yin shouted with all her might, tears streaming down her bloodshot eyes. She could not comprehend how this coward had become so brave. Yet, no matter how brave he was still a fool. This was tantamount to walking into death. Lin Yu himself was uncertain if he would return. He was a ghost, but He Jiarong's body was mere flesh and blood. However, he could not refrain from going. It felt as though the one perishing above was not a little girl, but rather himself. If he truly did not return, he could only apologize to you. "Brother Jiarong," Lin Yu thought with regret. Hearing Jiang Yan's cries, Lin Yu abruptly halted, not turning back, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "If I do not return, please take good care of my parents and my godmother, and also yourself." With that, Lin Yu plunged into the darkness of the stairwell without hesitation. "Jiarong." Jiang Yin trembled, collapsing to the ground, tears pouring down like rain. Chapter 34. Unsung hero Jiang Yan's feelings for Lin Yu were far from love. They barely qualified as affection. Yet the moment she saw him rush inside, she suddenly felt as if all the energy had been drained from her body. For the first time in nearly 20 years of living with someone who bore the title of her husband, she was struck with a newfound respect. Feeling a deep sense of loss, she knew that this silhouette might very well be a farewell hero. So brave, but so foolish. How could he possibly escape such a fierce fire? Indeed, such a fine young man, what a pity. The crowd was moved as they witnessed Lin Yu's courageous act, expressing their sorrow for him. Many even felt the woman in pink was somewhat selfish, yet they could all understand, as parents, who could bear to watch their child perish in flames. Once Lin Yu entered the stairwell, he was immediately engulfed by a thick cloud of smoke. This was only the first floor, and the stench was already overwhelming, indicating the severity of the fire. Had it not been for the firefighters' tireless efforts, the situation could have escalated even further. Compared to an average person, Lin Yu's reactions and movements were significantly faster. In just a few minutes, he reached the 16th floor. But He Jiarong's body was ultimately mortal flesh. Rushing up so quickly left him gasping for breath. The stairwell was filled with smoke, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, and waves of heat assaulted him. He had expected the child's cries to be clearer now that he was so close, but instead, he noticed that the cries were faint, indicating imminent danger to the child's life. Gritting his teeth, he plunged into the thick smoke. Hello everyone, I am Li Ling, a reporter for Qinghai Satellite TV's First Scene program. I am currently at the intersection of Qingjiang Road and Shangmao South Road. Behind me, the Qilin building experienced a significant fire an hour ago, resulting in explosions that have caused dozens of casualties. A female reporter in dark attire stood before the camera, urgently reporting. Thanks to the firefighters, Lin Yu managed to muster a faint smile, his pearly white teeth standing out starkly against his soot-stained face. Jiang Yin pressed her lips together tightly, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him, trembling slightly as she fought to contain her overwhelming emotions. My daughter, a woman in a pink outfit, along with firefighters, rushed over to take the child away, swiftly carrying her towards the ambulance. After running a few steps, the woman halted, turned back to Lin Yu, and suddenly knelt down, bowing her head repeatedly while sobbing, "Great benefactor, thank you, thank you." The crowd surrounding them could not help but feel a wave of emotion, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Yu, now rendered speechless, quickly waved his hands in a gesture of modesty. How incredible it was! This nameless hero had rescued the little girl from the midst of such a fierce blaze, emerging unscathed, a veritable miracle. The host marveled. Let's now interview this nameless hero. Take me home. Lin Yu managed to utter these words through gritted teeth before suddenly swaying and collapsing to the ground. He Jiarong, Jiang Yin exclaimed in panic. When Lin Yu awoke, it was already the early hours of the morning. He opened his eyes and found himself in his own bedroom, letting out a sigh of relief. He lay on the very bed he had only slept in once, his wife seated on a chair beside him, her weary head resting on her hand as she dozed off. Jiang Yin had declined interviews from reporters and, upon checking on Lin Yu, was astonished to discover that he was completely unharmed. He had merely fainted from exhaustion. Satisfied that he was fine, she brought him home, requesting the female reporter to ensure their privacy was protected. As Lin Yu gazed at his wife's slumbering form, a smile crept across his face. Her long eyelashes and slightly upturned lips made her appear as an adorable sleeping child. A sudden wave of tenderness washed over him, and he found himself yearning for a daughter, one who bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Yin. You're awake, Jiang Yin exclaimed, startled as she turned her head, her excitement evident upon seeing Lin Yu's unblinking gaze. Is the little girl all right? Lin Yu inquired. She is perfectly fine. She is already awakened, and her family is trying to reach you, Jiang Yin responded, adding, however, I've already declined the television station as requests, hoping they would refrain from exposing our information. Very wise, Lin Yu smiled as he attempted to sit up, only to be met with a wave of pain coursing through his body, leaving him feeling utterly drained. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging the ordinariness of He Jiarong's body. Yet, thanks to the ethereal green energy within him, He Jiarong's physique had been significantly enhanced. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have likely succumbed to exhaustion long ago. How did you find that little girl amidst such flames? And how did you manage to escape? Jiang Yin asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and a hint of admiration. Oh, from the outside, it appeared that the fire was raging, but inside, half of the area was untouched because several water pipes had burst, flooding the space and preventing the flames from spreading. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, his eyelids unwavering as he spun a tale. In truth, the inferno within was far more intense, having transformed the area into a veritable sea of flames. As he ascended to the 18th floor, the scorching heat nearly overwhelmed him until, quite suddenly, he felt a cool sensation enveloping his body, a faint green light emanating from him. Lin Yu understood that it was his ancestors watching over him, allowing him to successfully reach the little girl. Fortunately, she had managed to reach the corridor moments before the explosion on the 20th floor, having merely been disoriented by the heat wave. Otherwise, he would not have been able to save her. Noticing Lin Yu's struggle to rise, Jiang Yin hurriedly helped him up, placing a pillow behind him and offering him a glass of water. It was then that Lin Yu realized he was clad only in a bathrobe, feeling quite exposed beneath it. He spluttered, spraying water as he looked at Jiang Yin incredulously. Did you undress me? Jiang Yan's face flushed crimson as she looked down, unable to meet his gaze, murmuring, "My parents insisted. They insisted I help you wash." Lin Yu's mouth fell open in surprise. "So you saw everything?" Jiang Yan, seemingly reading his thoughts, lowered her head even further, whispering, I kept my eyes shut while I helped you." "Kept your eyes shut? But you must have touched me, right?" Lin Yu's eyes widened further. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion, realizing that it was he, Jia Rong, who had been touched, and that was entirely reasonable. The next day, news of Lin Yu's heroic rescue of the little girl made headlines across various television stations. Thankfully, no one revealed his identity, as the smoke had obscured his face, ensuring anonymity, while Jiang Yan's image was conspicuously absent from the broadcast. One impressive young man, our little hero, Jiang Jingren, and Li Suqin exclaimed over breakfast, praising the figure on the screen. Unbeknownst to them, this nameless hero was their own son-in-law. To spare them worry and avoid reprimands, Jiang Yan had refrained from informing them. As for the soot on Lin Yu's face, she fabricated a story, claiming it was a result of being too close to the explosion. Lin Yu, too, deemed it unnecessary to divulge the truth, as he eagerly consumed his porridge, feeling quite famished. "He, Jiarong, don't just focus on eating. You should learn from others and work on overcoming your timid nature," Li Suqin remarked, casting a glance at Lin Yu. Although her son-in-law was quite capable of earning, his timidity left an impression of ineffectiveness. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, munching on fried dough sticks. "Mom, please eat your breakfast." Jiang Yan quickly served her mother a fried egg, casting a somewhat apologetic glance at Lin Yu. After breakfast, Lin Yu remembered the task assigned by Old Song and called Xueqin to inquire if she was available for him to visit. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Xueqin readily agreed, indicating she was in her office and that he could come by. Lin Yu hailed a cab and headed to the towering commercial building Xueqin had mentioned, a well-known establishment in Qinghai City. Situated a mere few hundred meters from the seaside, rising over 40 stories high, Xueqin's company occupied the entire 38th floor, a testament to her formidable prowess as a businesswoman. Upon his arrival, Lin Yu was ushered in by her secretary just as Xueqin was watching the news. The television facing her desk was broadcasting the report of Lin Yu's heroic act from the previous day. This was a daily routine for her, watching the news at breakfast, lunch, and dinner to stay informed on current events, policies, and economic trends for timely adjustments in her company. The moment she switched on the television, the report captivated her attention. "Xue." As Lin Yu began to speak, Xueqin immediately gestured for silence, directing him to sit on the sofa in the guest area while she remained engrossed in the news. "And now, let us once again pay tribute to this nameless hero," the news anchor concluded. After the segment ended, Xueqin turned to Lin Yu and smiled, saying, "This is the first true man I have encountered in many years." Lin Yu chuckled at her remark, asking, "Does Miss Xue believe that all the men she has met over the years are false?" "Indeed, they are false, merely pretenders. Spineless individuals who are more feminine than women themselves," Xueqin teased, her pen swiftly moving across the page as she wrote. Lin Yu, amused yet somewhat resigned, inquired, "And what does Miss Xue think of me?" Xueqin glanced at him, a smile gracing her lips, yet she remained silent. In her mind, Lin Yu was not far removed from the others. Despite the praises sung by her grandfather during their phone conversation, he was still just an ordinary man. After all, he had only helped her the other day and was now eagerly seeking something in return. "Mr. He, here is 200,000. Thank you for your assistance yesterday," she said, handing him an envelope. Xueqin wore a smile as she handed the check to Lin Yu. Chapter 35, A Series of Insanity. "Miss Xue, this is..." Lin Yu said, somewhat perplexed. "Is it insufficient?" "Very well, I shall add another 2 million. Xueqin raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm crossing her features. She had thought highly of Lin Yu, but now saw him as merely another greedy individual. "Miss Xue, you misunderstand. I did not come to demand money. I am here to provide medical assistance," Lin Yu replied, a touch of helplessness in his voice. "Did Old Song not inform you? Medical assistance? What ailment do I have that I am unaware of?" Xueqin scoffed, believing Lin Yu's attempts at deception to be amateurish. Her grandfather was a revered physician. If she were ill, surely she would seek his treatment. Lin Yu hesitated. However, observing her complexion, he discerned no signs of illness. "I need to take your pulse to ascertain the specific situation," he said. Xueqin shot him a disdainful glance, a flicker of distaste in her eyes. "Mr. He, Save your little tricks. While I'm grateful for your assistance in treating Mr. Bain, that does not grant you the right to be so presumptuous with me. Having developed a strong sense of self-preservation through years of navigating the business world, she was not one to allow men to take liberties with her. Recalling an incident during a corporate health check when a doctor attempted to take advantage of her, she had swiftly dealt with him, ensuring he would never forget that encounter. Miss Xue, it is truly your grandfather who sent me, Lin Yu stated, feeling rather exasperated. He had observed Xue Qin's stubbornness during their previous encounter at the hospital and thought to himself that old Song was putting him in a difficult position by not giving her any heads up. Sister. At that moment, Song Zheng entered the room and, upon seeing Lin Yu, expressed surprise but quickly adopted a stern demeanor. What are you doing here? Grandfather sent him to treat me. Is it not absurd? Xue Qin scoffed, instantly dismissing Lin Yu as a charlatan. Sister, this is indeed true. Grandfather did mention it. Song Zheng scratched his head, looking somewhat uncertain. What illness do I have? Xue Qin asked, taken aback. If I were ill, why wouldn't my grandfather tell me? I'm not sure. He would not elaborate, leaving it all shrouded in mystery. Song Zheng replied, equally puzzled. Miss Xue, may I take your pulse now? I will know if you are unwell. If so, we can treat it, and if not, that is even better, Lin Yu explained, feeling slighted by Xue Qin's dismissive attitude. Were it not for old Song's reputation, he would have left long ago. You think too highly of yourself. I am not someone you can just touch at will, Xue Qin retorted coldly, her brows furrowed. Sister, calm down. He is here at grandfather's request, Song Zheng said, trying to diffuse the tension. His sister's temper was notoriously poor, and she harbored an innate aversion to men. Apart from Song Zheng and old Song, she had little tolerance for any male presence. This concern weighed heavily on the family regarding her future prospects. Since Miss Xue is so delicate, I shall refrain from physical contact. Instead, I propose using silk threads to take your pulse, Lin Yu suggested, his frustration mounting at her continued resistance to his assistance. Silk threads? Song Zheng's expression shifted to one of surprise, as he was aware that this method was known within traditional Chinese medicine, albeit rarely practiced. Do not listen to his nonsense. Xue Qin rolled her eyes. While she had been impressed by Lin Yu's treatment of Bain, this claim seemed rather far-fetched. However, eager to see him gone, she instructed her assistant to fetch some silk threads. Lin Yu took a few threads, tying them around Xue Qin's wrist, and positioned himself across from her, pulling the threads taut and placing 4 fingers upon them. The technique of silk thread pulse diagnosis was a family specialty, and Lin Yu was confident it would yield accurate results. To his surprise, he found that Miss Xue exhibited no signs of illness, aside from some work-related stress and fatigue. Her health appeared robust. Miss Xue, you are indeed in good health. Simply avoid overexerting yourself. Lin Yu finally spoke after a moment's hesitation. I told you I was fine, Xue Qin said smugly, casting a glance at Song Zheng. Song Zheng scratched his head, puzzled by the situation, especially considering his grandfather's serious demeanor when discussing her health. Thank you, Mr. He, for coming all this way. Since there is nothing amiss, I shall not see you out, Xue Qin said with a serene smile. And please, keep the check on the table. That is unnecessary, Lin Yu replied coolly, rising to leave. Come, Xiao Zheng, I have an appointment with the family of that employee. Let's be on our way, Xue Qin said as she gathered her belongings. All right, Song Zheng nodded. President Xue, it's terrible. It's terrible. Just as Lin Yu reached the door, Xue Qin's secretary rushed in, colliding with him. I am sorry. She quickly apologized. What is the matter? Why this commotion? Xue Qin's expression turned frosty. She had repeatedly emphasized the importance of maintaining professionalism in the workplace. President Xue, Lu Jia has gone mad. The secretary exclaimed. What? Xue Qin's face changed. Lead me to her. With that, she hurried out, with Song Zheng following closely behind. Hearing the word mad, Lin Yu felt a spark of curiosity. In a company of this size, employees were typically screened for mental health issues upon hiring. It was improbable for someone to suddenly lose their sanity. He decided to follow them. The east side of the office building was an open workspace filled with employees. At that moment, a young woman in a white shirt was jumping around, shouting, and either groping others or grabbing their hands to touch her, acting wildly and muttering incoherently. Her erratic behavior left her colleagues terrified, scurrying to avoid her. Upon witnessing this scene, Xue Qin's expression darkened, her brow furrowing. This was the second employee to exhibit such behavior, and she had never heard of madness being contagious. Sister, did the previous person exhibit the same symptoms? Song Zheng asked, perplexed. Xueqin nodded, affirming the resemblance. Do not worry, sister. I am here. You have nothing to fear, Song Zheng reassured her, noting her distress. He then called over several sturdy men to help. Song Zheng smiled confidently. He had indeed encountered this symptom numerous times before and felt quite assured. Upon hearing Song Zheng's words, Xueqin's anxious heart finally settled. The expressions of those around them also immediately relaxed, letting out a collective sigh of relief. They had indeed been frightened today. Just 2 days prior, a male employee had gone mad, and now another female employee had succumbed to the same fate. Who wouldn't be terrified? After all, it could just as easily happen to them. And many felt there was something sinister at play. Perhaps these two individuals had been tainted by some malevolent force. With Song Zheng providing a medical explanation for the symptoms, their worries naturally dissipated. He then wrote a note and handed it to the female secretary, instructing her to promptly procure several medicinal ingredients from Jishir Hall, along with a box of woolen capsules and a box of kuntai capsules. The secretary nodded eagerly and hurried downstairs. This situation is quite complex. You mustn't hastily administer medication. Lin Yu interjected suddenly. He also recognized that this female employee was indeed suffering from mania, but it was more severe than typical cases. He sensed that the matter might not be as straightforward as it seemed. However, he did not perceive any malevolent energy emanating from her or elsewhere, suggesting that it could only be explained pathologically. Ah, Lin Yu, I acknowledge your medical expertise, but that does not imply that others lack intelligence. Song Zheng retorted coldly, his irritation rising sharply as Lin Yu interjected again. It seems as though there is no one else in the world who understands medicine aside from you. I'm not suggesting that you lack knowledge. I'm merely advising caution. Even mania has various symptoms, Lin Yu cautioned kindly. I'm aware, esteemed healer. Her condition is due to phlegm fire disturbing the spirit. All that is needed is to administer Cheng's iron decoction to clear the liver heat and resolve the phlegm to awaken the spirit, Song Zheng declared arrogantly. Exuding confidence in his treatment plan, Lin Yu chose not to respond further. Song Zheng had indeed provided a considerable amount of information, and this treatment could alleviate or even cure Lu Jie's symptoms with continued medication. Esteemed healer, as I mentioned earlier, I am quite busy and will not see you out. My brother can handle matters here, so there is no need for your assistance, Xueqin stated coldly, her disdain for Lin Yu evident. Although he Jiarong possessed considerable medical skills, he was also rather ostentatious. I suspect that someone may have died in this room before you moved in, Lin Yu remarked, not wishing to engage in futile arguments, yet unable to refrain from offering a warning to Xueqin. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into laughter. What nonsense! Are you some kind of charlatan, trying to conjure up ghosts? No one has died here. What a fool. This commercial district was located in the new area of Qinghai City, and all the office buildings were newly constructed. Just months prior, Xueqin had signed a contract with the developer and moved in after renovations. They were the first occupants of this floor. How could there possibly be any truth to the notion that someone had died here? Thus, the crowd could not help but ridicule Lin Yu, with some even suspecting him of ulterior motives, deliberately attempting to frighten them. Take my advice and leave work promptly at 5. If you continue to make employees stay late, there might be more incidents of madness, Lin Yu said quietly to Xueqin as he prepared to leave, ignoring the murmurs of the crowd. People have their pride. Mr. He, please leave. Xueqin suddenly raised her voice, firmly commanding. Get out, you fool. You're crazy. The employees were furious, convinced that Lin Yu had cursed them. Xueqin's expression was frosty as she shot a scornful glance at Lin Yu's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Song Zheng stood smugly, reveling in the satisfaction of finally having the upper hand against Lin Yu. Lin Yu paid little mind to the vitriol directed at him. In his previous life, he would have dismissed anyone claiming to see ghosts as foolish. However, having died once, he was aware that countless phenomena existed beyond human comprehension, and he saw no reason to argue with these individuals. To him, they were merely frogs in a well. His thoughts were occupied with the real issue at hand, for he had not detected any malevolent energy within Xueqin's company. As he exited, Lin Yu noticed a fragment of red string in an employee's miscellaneous box and discreetly took it. Upon reaching the company entrance, he quietly performed a Qingming incantation, tying it to a branch of a potted plant at the door. Although Xueqin treated him poorly, he decided to extend a helping hand out of respect for Song Lao. After Lin Yu departed, Song Zheng administered 2 injections to Lu Jie, who temporarily calmed down. He instructed the staff to untie her. However, as soon as the ropes were loosened, Lu Jie suddenly rolled her eyes and lunged at Song Zheng, biting him fiercely on the neck. Song Zheng cried out in pain, forcefully pushing Lu Jie away. The group of men rushed in again to restrain her as she screamed in a frenzied state. "Xiao Zheng, are you all right?" Xueqin hurried over, concern etched on her face. Song Zheng touched the wound on his neck, frowning as he replied, "I'm fine." He was puzzled. Lu Jie had seemed to calm down. So how had she suddenly reverted to such a state of frenzy? When Lu Jie's family arrived to take her away, Song Zheng provided them with a prescription he had written and urged them to ensure she took her medication on time. 3 days later, the second floor of Jishir Hall was abuzz with activity as an old friend of Song Lao's had come to visit Shanghai. Naturally, Song Zheng and Xueqin were also present. "Old Huang, it's been 3 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Song Lao said with a warm smile. 2 years and 11 months. I remember it well. Old Huang replied with a squint and a grin. At that moment, the phone rang, prompting Xueqin to apologize to Old Huang and her grandfather before answering. "Hello, Xue. Xuezong, it's terrible. Another employee has gone mad." The secretary's voice trembled, almost breaking into tears. "What?" Xueqin's expression shifted drastically, her body swaying as if she might faint. "Sister, what is wrong?" Song Zheng quickly caught her. After a moment, Xueqin regained her composure and recounted the events. Upon hearing this, both Song Lao and Old Huang's faces grew serious. Loss of sanity is not a contagious disease. How could such incidents occur consecutively? Song Lao furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "Old Song, may I speak candidly?" Old Huang pondered for a moment before speaking. "Old Huang, please go ahead," Song Lao urged. "Have you considered that this may have nothing to do with medical conditions, but rather involves some aspects of metaphysics?" Old Huang suggested, speaking cautiously. Over the years, he had traveled extensively, encountering numerous strange occurrences, and had witnessed similar bizarre situations on several occasions. "Grandfather Huang, that's impossible. How could that be?" Song Zheng's face paled as he stammered. "Be quiet," Song Lao scolded, his brow furrowing. As a doctor, he had treated countless patients and held extensive experience. He took Old Huang's words seriously. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous phenomena that could not be explained by medicine or science. So even though he did not believe in the supernatural, he held a deep respect for it. Xueqin had never subscribed to such beliefs, but the current circumstances compelled her to consider them, as everything felt exceedingly uncanny. Particularly, she recalled Lin Yu's earlier warning, which sent a chill down her spine. "Xiao Zheng, you treated those 2 patients, didn't you? Call them and inquire about their conditions." Song Lao Institute Song Jiang. Song Zheng quickly contacted the families of the 2 patients. The responses he received were alarming. Rather than improving, both individuals had become increasingly deranged. Song Zheng's face turned pale with fear as he recalled Lin Yu's words, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Old Song, over the years I have traversed the land and acquired a modicum of skills. Perhaps I could assist Qin at her company," suggested Old Huang. "Very well. Time is of the essence. Let us depart at once," replied Old Song. With that, the group hastily rose and made their way to Xueqin's company. Upon arrival, they found that all employees had vacated the premises. Xueqin had called her secretary to ensure that the ailing employees were taken to the hospital, subsequently granting the remaining staff a 2-day reprieve. In such disconcerting circumstances, no one possessed the heart to continue their work. After inspecting the company thoroughly, Old Huang found nothing amiss and, unable to suppress his curiosity, turned to Xueqin and inquired, "Could we summon the property management? I wish to ask them about certain matters." Xueqin promptly nodded and made the call. Soon after, 2 staff members from the property management arrived, aware of the gravity of the situation and apprehensive of any repercussions that could arise from it. Surely, prior to the construction of this building, feng shui must have been considered? Old Huang queried. Upon his arrival, he had noted that the building faced south and appeared remarkably stable, indicating that a feng shui master had indeed been consulted. Yes, a master was indeed consulted, the property staff affirmed eagerly. Were there any incidents during the construction? Old Huang pressed, his brow furrowing. The 2 property staff exchanged anxious glances, realizing they were in the presence of someone knowledgeable, and thus chose to divulge the truth. There was an unfortunate accident. A construction worker fell from the roof and tragically died after landing on the exposed rebar. Ah, it seems he perished outside this very floor, one staff member said, pallor overtaking his visage. Ah, Song Jung gasped, suddenly recalling Lin Yu's word from that fateful day, and a shiver ran down his spine. What is it, Xiao Zheng? Old Song inquired, frowning. He Jiao Rong mentioned that someone had died on this floor. It is true. Song Zheng stammered, his shock evident. Xueqin's face turned ashen, overwhelmed by the revelation that Lin Yu's words had materialized into reality. Why was this not disclosed sooner? Old Song exclaimed, his chest rising and falling in agitation. Xiao Zheng, you are indeed too self-assured. Qiner, while Xiao Zheng may be confused, you should not follow suit. Did I not teach you that the world is full of mysteries? If Xiao He alerted you, why did you not seek assistance? Old Song sighed, aware that Xueqin was a girl, and thus refrained from expressing his ire too forcefully. Xueqin bit her lip, reflecting on her initial disbelief and her subsequent ridicule of Lin Yu's warnings, feeling a deep sense of shame. Old Huang, given the circumstances, do you think you could assist in resolving this? Old Song inquired. Old Huang remained silent for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as he approached a potted plant by the doorway and retrieved a red string. He observed that half of it had turned an ominous black. Given the presence of a higher power, there is no need for me to make a fool of myself, he remarked. What do you mean by that? Old Song raised an eyebrow, his attention now drawn to the red string in Old Huang's grasp. It is the one who tied this red string who possesses the true skill. Had it not been for this string, I fear Old Huang would have either gone mad or found himself in the underworld today, Old Huang lamented. Consider today's date, Old Song. Old Song furrowed his brow in deep thought, and then his expression shifted to one of horror as he exclaimed, the 15th of July, the Ghost Festival? Old Huang nodded, a wry smile on his lips. Thus, if we can locate this higher power, Qin's predicament could be swiftly resolved. But where do we find such a person? Old Song questioned, his expression one of despair. I recall. Grandfather, it is he, Jiarong. As he left, I noticed him taking a piece of red string from the table. Song Zheng interjected eagerly. He Jiarong? Old Song's face brightened with joy. This simplifies matters greatly. However, both Song Zheng and Xueqin wore expressions of concern. They had previously spoken ill of him and feared he would not assist them again. Sensing their unease, Old Song understood that his grandchildren had offended Lin Yu, and with a serious countenance, he declared, I must swallow my pride and seek his help. You two will accompany me. Remember, regardless of how Xiao He treats you, you must endure it. Is that understood? We understand, Song Zheng replied dejectedly. Xueqin remained silent, feeling a mix of indignation and frustration. She had always been pursued by men, never once having to apologize to one. Qiner, are you deaf? Old Song's patience wore thin, a rare display of anger directed at his granddaughter. I hear you, Xueqin retorted, her teeth clenched, a hint of defiance in her tone. Faced with the urgent crisis at her company, she had no choice but to concede. If the situation remained unresolved, the branch she had painstakingly built would collapse. Let's prepare gifts. I shall personally go to He Jiarong to apologize, Old Song commanded coldly. He called Lin Yu, discovering that he was at a dumpling stall, and immediately gathered his party to head there. As they arrived, they found Lin Yu, donned in a sanitary hat and apron, assisting his mother in selling dumplings during the busy mealtime. The sight was somewhat amusing, and they could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment, as if they had stumbled upon a scene of wholesome virtue. Old Song, you've come. Have you eaten? If not, please enjoy some dumplings. Lin Yu greeted with a smile, offering 2 baskets of dumplings to Old Song. Because of the situation at Xueqin's company, Old Song and his companions had not finished their meals, and feeling hungry, they accepted the offer and found a table to sit. Xueqin glanced at the dumplings but made no move to partake, having never eaten from a roadside stall in her life. Sister, you must try them. They're delicious, Song Zheng urged, taking large bites, marveling at the taste. Old Huang and Old Song echoed his sentiments, praising the dumplings. Gradually, Xueqin's hunger was piqued by the enthusiasm around her, and after swallowing hard, she finally took a small bite. The rich flavor exploded across her palate, leaving her astonished. These dumplings surpassed even those from some 5-star hotels. Without hesitation, she began to eat more. Once Old Song and the others had finished, Lin Yu too wrapped up his work, packing away the stall, and entered the house. You must be Xiao He's godmother. He speaks of you often. With such a wonderful son, you are truly fortunate, Old Song remarked warmly to Qin Xiulan. Old Song, I often hear my son mention you as well. I consider myself fortunate. Having lost one son, heaven has blessed me with another, Qin Xiulan replied, glancing at Lin Yu's photo on the wall with a hint of sadness. Mother, why bring that up? Lin Yu gently patted her hand, then turned to Old Song, inquiring, what brings you here today? Feigning ignorance. He already knew their purpose upon seeing Xueqin. I have come to personally apologize on behalf of these two thoughtless children, Old Song said with a smile. I heard they were quite rude to you at the company, and I have reprimanded them thoroughly at home. With that, Old Song shot a stern look at Song Zheng and Xueqin, commanding, apologize to Xiao He at once. Reluctantly, Song Zheng stood, mumbling Jiarong. What was your name again? Before he could finish, Old Song kicked him lightly, glaring, be more sincere. Song Zheng scratched his head. Adjusting his demeanor to one of respect, brother He, I sincerely apologize for that day. Please don't hold it against me. Kinia, Old Song called out as he noticed Xueqin still seated. Apologize. Sorry. Xueqin sprang up, her tone somewhat defiant as she averted her gaze from Lin Yu. Do not take offense, Xiao He. This girl has been spoiled by me. For my sake, please forgive them, chuckled Old Song. Naturally, I felt obliged to oblige Old Song, for I had not taken it to heart in the first place. Lin Yu replied with a smile. That's good to hear. Today, someone has gone mad at Qin'er's company again, and we need your assistance. Xiao He, Old Song continued cheerfully. Observing Old Song's eager demeanor, Lin Yu felt a pang of sympathy. It was rather disheartening that his grandson and granddaughter had erred and required the elder's intervention to resolve the matter. Old Song, it is not that I am unwilling to help, but Miss Xue once mentioned to me, a person has their dignity, just as a tree has its bark. Since I was invited out, despite my thick skin, I cannot simply intrude, Lin Yu remarked, glancing at Xueqin. He did not wish to put her in a difficult position. However, her haughty demeanor certainly warranted some correction. She and Song Zheng shared a strikingly similar disposition, both appearing as if cut from the same cloth. Old Song quickly grasped Lin Yu's implication. Xueqin needed to speak for herself. He shot a knowing look at his granddaughter, urging, Qin, hurry and speak up. This is your own matter. Xueqin felt a surge of resentment towards Lin Yu. Which man had ever dared to speak to her thus? When had she ever been subservient to a man? She could hardly fathom that all her firsts had been given to Lin Yu. I apologize for my words that day. Please, help me just this once. Xueqin gritted her teeth, finally uttering the request. Throughout her years in the business world, she had learned to be adaptable, yet internally, she vowed to make Lin Yu pay dearly when the opportunity arose. A smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips as he witnessed the once imperious young lady now humbled. Without delay, he took Old Song and the others to Gu Miao Street, where they procured 4 copper coins, a small peachwood sword, and some joss paper, then proceeded to Xueqin's company. After hearing Old Huang's account of the situation, Lin Yu realized that the malevolent energy resided outside, explaining why he had perceived nothing amiss within the office. Upon entering the employee office, Lin Yu distributed the 4 copper coins to Old Song and the others, instructing them to place them in each corner of the room. He then stood at the center, secretly invoking a soul-breaking incantation onto the peachwood sword, grounding himself firmly as he thrust the sword's tip forcefully into the ground. In an instant, the 4 copper coins sprang upright and began to spin wildly. How is this possible? Song Zheng gasped in astonishment, finding the spectacle utterly miraculous. Xueqin's expression shifted as well, although she had heard numerous tales of the bizarre. This was her first time witnessing such phenomena. Old Huang looked at Lin Yu with admiration, thinking to himself that he truly was a remarkable individual. Lin Yu jabbed the wooden sword into the joss paper, then approached the window, gesturing outwards. The joss paper fluttered into the breeze before spontaneously igniting, vanishing into the air. At that moment, one of the copper coins by Song Zheng's feet abruptly snapped in two, crashing to the floor, causing the others to cease their spinning and settle back down. Song Zheng swallowed hard, reaching up to touch his forehead, now slick with cold sweat. Lin Yu collected the coins and glanced at the broken one. Addressing Xueqin, everything is resolved now. You may call those employees. Their madness should have dissipated. Xueqin's complexion paled slightly, as she seemed still in shock from the earlier events. Instinctively, she reached for her phone, but just then her secretary called. Upon answering, she heard her secretary exclaim, President Xue. Old Huang's condition has suddenly improved. The doctor was about to examine him, and he has become completely lucid. Shueqiner's mouth fell open in disbelief as she turned her gaze to Lin Yu, her expression complex. She subsequently called the families of the other two employees. Receiving similar reports, both had returned to normal, claiming to have experienced a long dream. You truly are extraordinary, young man. Today you have opened my eyes, Old Huang remarked. If I am not mistaken, what you just employed was the method of breaking the curse with the coins, correct? Old Huang had discerned Lin Yu's modest skill, revealing his appreciation. Lin Yu responded respectfully, "You flatter me, sir. The youth are indeed formidable." Old Huang nodded, privately reflecting on how much more capable Lin Yu was compared to Old Song's grandchildren. With such humility, few in the younger generation could rival him. "Qiner, do not forget to thank Xiao He," Old Song urged, increasingly fond of Lin Yu. It would be wonderful if he and Qiner were to become a pair, but alas, he is already married. What cruel fate. "Thank you," Qiner said, her tone less rigid, though she still avoided looking at Lin Yu. At Old Song's insistence, Lin Yu joined them for tea at Ji Shitang. Qiner and Song Zheng remained behind, needing to stabilize company morale after the recent disturbances. Once at Ji Shitang, Old Song proudly presented his prized Xinjiang Maojian, declaring, "Xiao He, this is the king of Xinjiang Maojian, the blue sky jade leaves. I only brew it for you. You old fox, Old Song." Old Huang laughed, shaking his head. "Xiao He, I owe you thanks for this delightful tea. Otherwise, I would never have had the opportunity to taste it." Having known Old Song for many years, he understood his motives well. He had not even been willing to brew this tea for himself, now providing it to curry favor with Lin Yu. "I plan to prepare a two-tail portion for you to take with you when you leave," Old Song replied, his face reddening at the gentle ribbing. After brewing the tea, Old Song eagerly inquired, "Xiao He, I heard from Xiao Zheng that you examined Qiner the other day. Did you discern anything?" "Nothing," Lin Yu shook his head, puzzled. "I checked her pulse. Her health seems impeccable, with no issues." Initially, Lin Yu had wondered if Old Song was testing him, but seeing the gravity on Old Song's face, it became apparent that Qiner was indeed unwell. Perhaps his skills were insufficient to detect it. How can she be healthy when it is quite serious? Old Song's expression shifted, urgency creeping into his voice. "Xiao He, some ailments do not require pulse observation. Careful observation and interaction can reveal much. I observed and interacted. The only possible issue is her temperament, but that hardly constitutes an illness," Lin Yu replied, perplexed. "Old Huang, we are all friends here. If there is something to discuss, please do so directly without any pretense," Old Huang interjected, unable to contain himself. "Indeed, Old Song, please just tell me what her ailment is," Lin Yu echoed. Old Song's face flushed slightly as he covered his face with his hand, lamenting, "Oh dear, what a mortifying situation. How am I to articulate this?" Chapter 38. The portly man coveting Jiang Yin. Lin Yu and Old Huang exchanged bemused glances, puzzled by the reluctance to disclose the nature of the ailment. Was it something related to gynecology? That seemed unlikely, as Lin Yu had found nothing amiss during his examination of Qiner. "Xiao He, did you not notice anything strange about her during your interactions over the past 2 days?" Old Song finally spoke, adjusting his demeanor. "It seems she possesses a strong aversion to men." "I did indeed notice that," Lin Yu replied, taken aback. Reflecting on it, he recalled that Qiner had not even allowed him to touch her while taking her pulse. Furthermore, she had claimed never to have encountered a real man, suggesting a general disdain for men. However, she did seem to admire the Lin Yu who had heroically rescued a girl from a burning building on television. Could it be that she preferred a rugged type? Lin Yu mused internally. "Yes, does that not qualify as an ailment?" Mr. Song spoke urgently. "While I understand that young people today have open minds and do not concern themselves with the gender of their romantic partners, one must also consider the feelings of family. As an elderly man, I sincerely hope that my grandchildren can marry normally, have children, and lead a happy life." Upon hearing Mr. Song's words, Lin Yu and Mr. Huang suddenly realized that Qin was a homosexual. No wonder Mr. Song felt so awkward. Lin Yu shook his head with a wry smile, recognizing that Mr. Song had presented him with a formidable dilemma. It was no surprise he could not diagnose it, for this was not an ailment at all. "Mr. Song, I believe that children will find their own happiness. Let them be. Why burden yourself with such worries? Society is more open now, unlike in our time, when such antiquated thinking prevailed," Mr. Huang advised. "Old Huang, You and T say that if it were your grandson bringing home a man and announcing their intention to marry, you would surely be flustered, Mr. Song retorted angrily. Mr. Huang was taken aback by this realization. Upon deeper reflection, he agreed. If it were to happen to him, he would indeed find it unacceptable, for it would mean their family line would come to an end. Xiao He, your medical skills are exceptional, and you possess knowledge of metaphysics. Could you possibly help my granddaughter with this affliction? Mr. Song implored earnestly. She is my only daughter, and I worry incessantly. Mr. Song, I truly cannot assist with this, Lin Yu replied, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. While he understood medicine and metaphysics, sexual orientation was beyond his capacity to change. That's simply what he do, Xiao He. You must help me in this matter. Mr. Song insisted. I am at my wit's end, Mr. Song, Lin Yu lamented. Xueqin already harbors disdain for herself. How can I possibly assist her? Could it be that I must prostrate myself before you? Mr. Song straightened up, leaning against the sofa in an attempt to rise. Very well, I shall do my utmost, Lin Yu said, startled by the urgency. This is a promise that cannot be retracted, Mr. Song sighed in relief. Lin Yu shook his head with a chuckle. Mr. Song was indeed willing to go to any lengths for his granddaughter. If Xueqin received more psychological guidance, coupled with some medical treatment, it might yield positive results. Thus, Lin Yu felt it necessary to establish a closer connection with her, and informed Mr. Song. I must emphasize that if she is unwilling to meet me or tries to avoid me, then I will be powerless. Rest assured, Xiao He, I will ensure she understands. She must answer your calls promptly and report her whereabouts. Mr. Song assured him, confident in his granddaughter's obedience to him, despite her strong-willed nature. Lin Yu could not help but grin. There is no need for such exaggeration. Xiao He, it is possible that you two may end up together, Mr. Huang chuckled, fully aware of Mr. Song's intentions and opting to lend a hand. He was unaware that Lin Yu was already married. In an age where young people tend to marry later, it was indeed surprising that he Jiarong and Jiang Yin had wed so early. I'm already married, Lin Yu stated with a smile. I know. I inquired with your neighbors and found out you have been married for over a year, correct? Mr. Song replied nonchalantly. Almost 2 years. However, I have also heard, Xiao He, that your married life seems less than harmonious. After all this time, still no children? Mr. Song scrutinized Lin Yu, his gaze revealing a hint of anticipation. It's all right, really. Lin Yu felt a bit awkward under the scrutiny. Indeed, their neighbors were quite aware of the lack of harmony in He Jiarong and Jiang Yan's marriage. In my opinion, when a man must make a decision, he should act decisively. If two individuals are incompatible, it is better to part ways amicably and seize the opportunity for a new relationship, which may prove rewarding, Mr. Song advised earnestly. Mr. Huang saw through this subtle hint, clearly encouraging Lin Yu to consider divorce. He nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, that is sound advice. Lin Yu felt a pang of bitterness. His wife and body were not his own to dispose of at will. Should Jiang Yin betray him, he could represent He Jiarong in pursuing a divorce. But as it stood, Jiang Yin had not committed any egregious act beyond being somewhat distant. Thus, for the time being, a divorce was out of the question. After finishing tea at Jishir Hall, Lin Yu headed to Jiang Yan's clinic, having not visited in some time. Upon arrival, he learned from a nurse that Jiang Yin was out on a house call, so he decided to visit his mother's dumpling shop instead. Meanwhile, in the director's office on the second floor of the clinic, a portly man in a suit that seemed on the verge of bursting sat in Sun Feng's chair, while Sun Feng busily prepared tea for him. Old Sun, I went to great lengths to procure this batch of medicine at such a low price, the rotund man remarked, casually toying with the goldfish in the aquarium. Understood, understood. Director Yu, your efforts are appreciated. Rest assured, I will increase your profit margin by 5% this time. Sun Feng replied, smiling. This man, Yu Shixin, was the deputy director of Qinghai City People's Hospital, having met Sun Feng at a social gathering several years prior. The two had since partnered in business, with Yu sourcing low-cost medications through special channels, while Sun Feng provided a percentage of the profits. In truth, most pharmaceuticals produced by factories are inexpensive, yet once they pass through hospitals and clinics, their prices multiply dramatically. Over the years of collaborating with you, Sun Feng had amassed considerable wealth, and thus was entirely subservient to him. Forget about the profit. Let's invite Director Jiang for dinner tonight. Isn't she eager to join our hospital? You said leisurely. Sun Feng hesitated, well aware of Yu's motivations. Despite his appearance, Yu was a man of lascivious intent, having coveted Jiang Yin for quite some time. His repeated invitations to dinner had gone unanswered, causing him to harbor resentment towards her. What, are you hesitant? Yu raised an eyebrow, turning his fleshy face towards Sun Feng, coldly stating, do not forget, I am the one who enabled your current success, and I can just as easily strip it away. Indeed, Sun Feng quickly agreed, wiping the sweat from his brow. But Director Jiang has been with us for quite a while, and she is our hospital's pride. Regardless of her prowess, she is still just a doctor. If she leaves, others will step in to fill the void. Besides, she is determined to join our hospital. It's merely a matter of time before she departs from you, you asserted, angrily poking at the fish in the tank. That stubborn woman simply cannot see the truth. After failing the entrance exams twice, how can she not realize that without some sacrifices, she will never succeed? I'm merely trying to help her. Yes. Sun Feng nodded repeatedly, feeling a deep sense of unease. Rest assured, tonight's events are none of your concern. Just bring her over and enjoy a few drinks with her. Beyond that, you need not know anything else. Understood? Understood, Sun Feng replied, sweat trickling down his back. Yu tossed his toothpick into the aquarium triumphantly, boasting, the women I set my sights on seldom escape my grasp. Tonight, I will get her intoxicated and take her to bed. Let us see how she maintains her aloof demeanor then. Sun Feng felt a chill run down his spine, consumed by guilt for Jiang Yin. Director Jiang, are you free tonight? Would you like to join me for dinner? He asked as soon as Jiang Yin returned, striving to mask his apprehension with a smile. No. Director Sun, I have something to attend to tonight, Jiang Yin declined. Come on, the Vice Dean of Qinghai City People's Hospital will be there. You can consult him regarding the physician assessment information, Sun Feng urged eagerly. Jiang Yin furrowed her brow, hesitating. In the past, she would have flatly refused. But having failed the exam twice already made her particularly cautious this time. Her previous failures occurred during the interview phase, despite her thorough preparations the second time. She still did not succeed. This left her puzzled, wondering if the People's Hospital had some recruitment mechanisms that she was entirely unaware of. Sun Feng's suggestion seemed reasonable. The Vice Dean should possess valuable insights on recruitment. Although she held little regard for this Vice Dean, she could merely gather the information and leave afterward. All right then. Jiang Yin nodded reluctantly. After hanging up, she hesitated again, recalling the Vice Dean's lecherous gaze during their previous encounters. A wave of concern washed over her, prompting her to pull out her phone and contemplate whether to ask Lin Yu to accompany her. After a moment's thought, she dialed his number, but quickly hung up, feeling she was overreacting. After all, Sun Feng would be present in a public setting, and that rotund man would not dare to act inappropriately. Moreover, even if Lin Yu joined, given his timid disposition and slight stature, what could he possibly do? She had overlooked Lin Yu's firm grip on Li Junyi's wrist during the last incident when she was drugged. Otherwise, her thoughts might have been different. Finally, she tucked her phone into her pocket, turned, and began to gather her things in preparation for the evening's gathering. Chapter 39. Intoxication without drunkenness. Just as she finished packing and was about to leave, her phone rang. It was Lin Yu calling. What would you like to eat tonight? I can go buy groceries. Lin Yu had become quite adept at grocery shopping, having ingratiated himself with the market vendors more than he ever had before. I'm going out to dinner with someone, Jiang Yin replied. Oh, okay then. I'll call my mom, Lin Yu said, preparing to end the call. Wait, why don't you join us? Jiang Yin couldn't help but suggest, inwardly cursing that insufferable man for not even inquiring about her plans. Is that appropriate? Lin Yu hesitated. Just say whether you're coming or not. Jiang Yin snapped, her frustration palpable. All right, just let me know the location. I'll go home to change before heading over. Lin Yu quickly agreed, sensing Jiang Yan's displeasure. Jiarong, when are you bringing your wife to meet me? We barely spoke last time, Lin Yu's mother, Qin Shilon, remarked with a smile while rolling out dough. In her heart, she had already adopted He Jiarong as her own son, having noticed too many similarities between him and Lin Yu, thus considering Jiarong's wife as her daughter-in-law. Perhaps in the future, Mom, Lin Yu thought bitterly, wishing he could introduce his own wife, but she was someone else's. Bixia Restaurant, renowned in Qinghai City for its unique charm, boasted an elegant and ancient decor with exquisite and delicious dishes. Most importantly, the waitresses were exceptionally beautiful, making it a frequent haunt for men like Yu Shixin. He had intentionally arranged the evening's dinner here, inviting several chief doctors and department heads from the Qinghai City People's Hospital, all of whom were his confidants. Jiang Yin waited for Lin Yu downstairs before they ascended together. Upon entering the private room, she was taken aback by the number of attendees. Dr. Jiang, welcome. It's truly wonderful to have you here, Yu Shixin greeted with a broad smile, his gaze lingering on Jiang Yin, swallowing hard. She was undeniably captivating. The kind of woman worth dying for in his bed. Dressed in a light blue chiffon dress, her hair cascading loosely down her back. Jiang Yin exuded an ethereal elegance that captivated the room. The doctors present were equally entranced by her beauty. Understanding why the vice dean had gone to such lengths to secure her, such a woman was irresistible to any man. They had received prior instructions from Yu Shixin to ensure Jiang Yin would be thoroughly intoxicated. And who might this be? Yu Shixin asked, surprised to see Lin Yu accompanying Jiang Yin. Oh, this is Director Zhang's spouse, He Jiarong. Sun Feng quickly introduced, feeling relieved that Lin Yu was there. After all, he had known Jiang Yin for many years and could not bear to push her into danger. Perhaps Lin Yu's presence would deter Yu Shixin. Upon hearing Sun Feng's introduction, Yu Shixin's expression shifted slightly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. It seemed this woman was wary of him, bringing her husband along. However, he had heard of He Jiarong's notorious reputation as a good-for-nothing, so he felt no concern. He signaled to his subordinates to ensure they would feed Lin Yu plenty to get him drunk, knowing that Jiang Yin would still be within his grasp regardless. After a few exchanges, the dishes were served, and Yu Shixin prominently brought out several bottles of premium liquor he had procured, customized Wuliangya, high in alcohol content and rich in flavor. Once the server opened the bottles, everyone was poured a glass. I don't drink, thank you. Jiang Yin declined as the drink was offered to her. Dr. Jiang, how could we celebrate this joyous occasion without a drink? Besides, with your husband here, you needn't worry about having someone to look after you, Yu Shixin insisted cheerfully. Indeed, Dr. Jiang, please, for our sake, others chimed in, urging her to drink. Is it that you look down upon us? One of the department heads pressed, nudging Jiang Yin to partake. Brother He, isn't it a celebration? You should drink a little. Yu Shixin turned to Lin Yu, seeking his agreement. Yes, it seems appropriate to have a drink, Lin Yu replied with a grin. This idiot. Jiang Yin glared at Lin Yu, her frustration mounting as he failed to grasp the situation. Yu Shixin was thrilled, believing Lin Yu was unwittingly leading his wife to him. Come, brother He, let us toast. Yu Shixin stood first, raising his glass to Lin Yu. Cheers. Lin Yu reciprocated, clinking glasses and downing the drink without hesitation. The crystal glasses held just a small amount, making it easy to consume. Brother He, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let me toast to you as well. A department head immediately rose to toast Lin Yu. Cheers. Lin Yu accepted without reservation, downing yet another glass. Brother He, let us keep in touch. Another called out. Absolutely. Lin Yu raised his glass once more. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Yin was in a panic, squeezing Lin Yu's thigh in frustration. This fool was oblivious to their intentions, drinking freely as they plied him with alcohol. She regretted attending this gathering, realizing that Yu Shixin had no good intentions toward her. Yet Lin Yu ignored her warnings, happily drinking alongside the others. By the time they finished this round, Lin Yu had consumed a substantial amount. Yu Shixin was elated, reveling in the fact that not only was He Jiarong a coward, but also quite foolish. However, he was taken aback that Lin Yu, despite the high alcohol content, appeared unaffected. Jiang Yin was equally astonished, wondering when this dimwit had developed such a tolerance for alcohol. Has everyone finished their toasts? Now it's my turn to toast you all. Lin Yu spoke with a cheerful demeanor, pouring drink after drink and offering toasts. Initially, the crowd wore expressions of mild amusement, but their astonishment grew as they observed that despite consuming copious amounts of alcohol, Lin Yu's countenance remained unchanged. Some even speculated whether he was drinking plain water. Yet, they had witnessed him pouring genuine spirits. After downing several cups, Lin Yu's complexion was as serene as ever, while a few who seldom indulged in strong liquor were already flushed and feeling the fiery burn in their stomachs after just 2 cups. Brother He has quite the capacity for alcohol. Yu Shixin praised insincerely, perplexed by the fact that this seemingly frail He Jiarong could hold his liquor so well. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely have succumbed to inebriation by now. Come, let me toast Brother He with another cup. Yu Shixin poured another drink. He prided himself on his drinking ability, typically consuming 2 jin of ordinary liquor without issue. However, when it came to such strong spirits, he could manage only 1 jin before succumbing to drunkenness. Should he become intoxicated, his plans for the evening would be thwarted, rendering any attempts to seduce Jiang Yin futile. Thus, he aimed to incapacitate Lin Yu before his own inebriation set in. Cheers! I raise this cup to you, brother Yu, Lin Yu declared, downing his drink in one go before pouring another, stating, I also toast a brother Yu. Huh? No need, brother he, that is too courteous. Why not drink together with everyone? Yu Shixin hastily replied. Very well, then I shall toast to all. Lin Yu once more raised his cup to the group. With this toast, he had now consumed 3 cups of strong liquor. Many at the table were flushed and struggling to articulate their words. Yet Lin Yu continued, pouring another cup and encouraging everyone to drink together. After another 3 cups, most at the table were nearly incapacitated, their eyes barely open, save for Lin Yu, Yu Shixin, and the sober Jiang Yin. Sun Feng had already succumbed to slumber, sprawled over the table. Jiang Yin was utterly shocked by Lin Yu's prowess. She even questioned whether he Jiarong had been secretly drinking behind her back. But that couldn't be, as she recalled him getting drunk just last month, insisting on sleeping on the bed and even pinning her down. Flushing at the thought, she refrained from pursuing it further. In truth, Lin Yu's remarkable tolerance stemmed from his preparations before arriving. Anticipating that toast would be abundant, he had consumed a hangover remedy while changing clothes at home. Thus, this modest amount of alcohol posed no challenge. Even if he were to drink 10 or 8 gin more, he would remain unaffected. Brother Yu, why are you dawdling? Let's drink. Lin Yu flashed a bright smile at Yu Shixin, pouring more liquor. Yu Shixin was on the verge of tears, incredulous at Lin Yu's extraordinary capacity. Brother Yu, why the long face? Are you not enjoying yourself? Come, waiter, bring me a large cup. Lin Yu shouted toward the door. The waiter promptly brought 2 tall glasses, filling them with liquor, emptying an entire bottle in the process, each glass containing a substantial half-gin of spirits. Here, brother Yu, this toast is for you. Lin Yu laughed joyfully, pushing the drink toward Yu Shixin. It's truly a pleasure to drink with you today. Brother, spare me. Yu Shixin grimaced, fearing that one more cup would spell disaster for him. Brother Yu is joking. I've heard from Jiang Yin that your drinking skills are quite formidable. Lin Yu glanced at Jiang Yin. Indeed, Director, you can hold his liquor quite well, Jiang Yin affirmed eagerly, suppressing her amusement. Having recognized Lin Yu's intent to playful Sun, Feng shook his head and sighed, then took out his phone and handed it to Lin Yu. Look, I have prepared the text message for you. Upon receiving the phone, Lin Yu noticed that Sun Feng had indeed composed a message and even scheduled it for delivery. Realizing that he had misjudged Sun Feng, Lin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, I'm sorry, Sunday. I was a bit harsh earlier. Sun Feng quickly waved his hand, assuring him that it was no problem. Since this matter does not concern you, I guarantee it won't implicate you. However, I cannot let Yu Shixin off the hook. Having interacted with him for so long, you must know some of his dark secrets. I hope you can divulge them to me. Lin Yu's words seemed to be a request, yet his tone left no room for refusal. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Feng sighed and replied, actually, his misdeeds are quite easy to uncover. Exploiting female interns, accepting bribes, and cooking the books, all totaling no less than hundreds of instances. But he is the vice president, wielding significant power, and has connections above him. Even if 1 or 2 people report him, it won't bring him down. Do you have any evidence? Lin Yu inquired. Evidence? Sun Feng frowned in thought, then suddenly recalled, he always carries a backup phone with him, and many clandestine dealings are conducted through that device. It could serve as the most compelling evidence. Lin Yu immediately searched Yu Shixin and indeed found 2 phones on him, which he took without hesitation. Son, we will trouble you with this. He patted Sun Feng's shoulder before departing. Sun Feng exhaled a long breath, leaning back in his chair, only to realize that his back was drenched in sweat. Once downstairs, Lin Yu made calls to 3 individuals. The first was Li Haoming, an internal employee at the hospital, who would be best positioned to gather evidence against Yu Shixin. The second was Deng Jianbin, who oversees the Qinghai Municipal People's Hospital and could conduct a thorough investigation. The third was Wei Gongxuan, who manages law enforcement and would collaborate with Deng Jianbin to apprehend Yu Shixin and initiate legal proceedings. All 3 individuals held Lin Yu in high regard, and upon receiving his call, they solemnly agreed to assist upon learning of the gravity of the situation. Why are you drinking so much tonight? Jiang Yin asked while driving back. Lin Yu instinctively turned to gaze out the window and replied, I prepared for this beforehand and took some sobering medicine. Oh, thank you for tonight, Jiang Yin said, feeling somewhat at ease. reflecting on Lin Yu's presence at the dinner table. Without him, she might not have been able to leave at all. What thanks? I am your husband. Lin Yu turned to her with a smile. Husband? That feels so unfamiliar, Jiang Yin said, momentarily lost in thought, unsure of how long it would take for her to comfortably utter that term. Despite all that Lin Yu had done for her, Jiang Yin remained largely unaffected. This was due to her upbringing, where he Jiarong had always indulged and prioritized her, fostering a belief that whatever he did for her was merely expected. She recognized that this mindset was flawed, yet felt unable to change it. Perhaps, at its core, it stemmed from a lack of love. The following morning, a seismic shift occurred within the medical community of Qinghai City. Yu Shixin, the vice president of the Qinghai Municipal People's Hospital, was arrested for serious violations of law and discipline. With over 100 individuals implicated, including experts, directors, and even deans from prestigious institutions like Renai Hospital and the Municipal Hospital, panic swept through the medical circles, with everyone fearing that they might be next. Gossip spread like wildfire, suggesting that Yu Shixin had fallen from grace after offending a young man. Speculations ran rampant regarding which powerful scion had orchestrated this downfall. Had they known it was Lin Yu, who depended on his wife for support, they would likely have been shocked into silence. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with the outcome, feeling justified in his actions towards He Jiarong. This purge also benefited Jiang Yin, as the Qinghai Municipal People's Hospital had numerous vacancies, leading to a recruitment notice being issued. Jiang Yin prepared earnestly, returning home each day to study diligently, barely exchanging words with Lin Yu. Little did she know, without Yu Shixin's interference, her chances of success were significantly enhanced. That weekend afternoon, while Lin Yu was helping his mother prepare dumplings at the shop, he received a call from Old Song. Hello, Xiaohe. Do you have time tonight? There is a gathering of prominent figures in the city, including the mayor and the secretary. You should come along. Old Song chuckled. Old Song, it's best if I sit this one out. I'm not a notable figure to be mingling. Lin Yu politely declined, feeling out of place. Xiaohe. People rise by associating with the influential. I suggest you attend. It could be a turning point in your life. Old Song continued, without waiting for Lin Yu's response. It's settled then. I'll have Chiner pick you up shortly. After the call ended, Lin Yu could only shake his head with a wry smile. Soon after, a purple Porsche 911 pulled up at the dumpling shop, and out stepped the striking Chiner, waving to him. Mom, I'm heading out now. As Lin Yu stood to leave, his mother grasped his hand, earnestly advising, Jiang Yin seems like a good girl. You mustn't do anything to hurt her. Lin Yu nearly choked on his words, patting his mother's hand with a smile. Mom, where are you imagining things? Rest assured, today, Chiner was dressed exceptionally well, in a chic black spaghetti strap dress, complemented by a dazzling diamond necklace that radiated elegance and sophistication. I thought you wouldn't be able to make it tonight. Considering the guests are all notable figures from Qinghai, Chiner remarked with a hint of sarcasm, clearly still harboring resentment towards Lin Yu. If you can attend, why can't I? Lin Yu countered, intentionally provoking her. Let us not forget, it was I who resolved your company's issues. Oof. Chiner pressed the accelerator, the car speeding away. When Chiner drove to a shopping mall, Lin Yu was puzzled and asked what they were doing there. Of course, to buy you some clothes. Look at your shabby appearance. She retorted, rolling her eyes. The Mengtian Minglu Hui was the most upscale mall in Qinghai City, where even a trivial accessory would cost upwards of 10,000, with clothing priced exorbitantly. The clientele was composed of the rich and powerful, and ordinary folks wouldn't dare step inside. Lin Yu was one of those ordinary people, having never set foot in such a place before. Today was his first visit, and upon seeing the outrageous prices, he could hardly contain his astonishment. It felt like daylight robbery. Stop gawking, you look like a country bumpkin, Chiner chided him. After reaching the 5th floor, Chiner casually instructed a sales associate to select a suitable suit for Lin Yu. Since he was not her boyfriend, she showed no interest in the details, leaving it all to the sales associate. In less than half an hour, Lin Yu stood before her, clad in a sharp suit. Chiner glanced up and was momentarily taken aback. He indeed looked quite presentable in the tailored attire. Although Lin Yu was not as striking as he once had been, his appearance was still decent, because he had spent so much time indoors. His fair complexion gave him a refined air. All right, this will do, Chiner said, dismissing any further deliberation. After paying, she prepared to take Lin Yu to the banquet. Why must I dress like this? Lin Yu sighed, feeling uncomfortable as they walked towards the parking lot. You're such a simpleton, Chiner replied, exasperated. Kinea, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. and a young man approached, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Qiner. The man possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, standing at around 1 meter 80, clad in luxurious attire that clearly indicated he was not the offspring of an ordinary family. "Oh, I'm here to buy something," Xueqin replied coolly, evidently unimpressed by the handsome man. "I never expected you to actually come to Qinghai. We can see each other often from now on," the handsome man said cheerfully. "And who might this be?" At that moment, he noticed Lin Yu standing beside Xueqin, and his gaze towards Lin Yu involuntarily bore a hint of hostility. "Oh, he is." Just as Xueqin began to speak, a flash of cunning crossed her eyes, and with a sudden shift in tone, she grasped Lin Yu's arm and smiled. "Oh, this is my boyfriend, Hijiaro." Chapter 41. What exactly are you laughing at? As soon as the words left her lips, the handsome man felt as though he had been struck in the chest with a hammer, a mix of astonishment and fury flooding his senses. His gaze dropped to the hand Xueqin held on Lin Yu's arm, and he felt a gut-wrenching pain. His name was Zheng Tianyi, and he had known Xueqin for quite some time, harboring feelings for her. Naturally, he was aware of her aversion to physical contact with men, and now she was holding Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu was taken aback as well, but quickly realized Xueqin was using him as a shield. He had no intention of assisting her in this ruse. With a swift motion, he withdrew his hand and smiled at Zheng Tianyi. "Don't misunderstand. I am already married. She is deliberately deceiving you." "Hijiaro, you heartless scoundrel. Just last night in bed, you didn't say that. Didn't you promise to divorce that woman?" Xueqin immediately shot back, her tone filled with anger, yet remarkably convincing. Lin Yu's mouth fell open in shock. This woman was indeed going all out, sacrificing her own reputation. But then he considered she had no interest in men, so what did she care for her reputation? She probably wished for men to keep their distance. However, while she could afford to disregard her reputation, he could not. He had a family to uphold. In bed, Zheng Tianyi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. Was the pace truly this rapid? Just a few days ago, he had inquired with Elder Song, who had mentioned she was single, and now she was involved with a married man. He felt utterly overshadowed by this situation. "Bro, let me explain," Lin Yu began, a sense of resignation in his voice. "Shut up. You have the audacity to explain, you beast." Zheng Tianyi's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he glared at Lin Yu. "Qiner, can't you see what a reckless man he is? Clearly, he is abandoning you. I never expected him to be such a person." Xueqin's expression darkened, revealing a hint of sorrow. Zheng Tianyi's face brightened. It seemed he still had a chance. "Qiner, as long as you agree to break up with him, I will overlook your past with him and promise to love you for a lifetime. I don't know how to choose. You two can compete fairly," Xueqin sighed. "Fine, I will undoubtedly defeat you." Zheng Tianyi glared furiously at Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt as if he might explode from anger. This malicious woman had swiftly established him as a formidable opponent. "Bro, let me explain." Lin Yu attempted to clarify once more. Save your breath. We shall let our strength speak for itself." Zheng Tianyi disregarded him entirely, bidding Xueqin farewell as he turned to leave. Xueqin felt a sense of satisfaction. In any case, she disliked both of them and was content to let them destroy each other. That was quite a ruthless move. Lin Yu felt utterly drained, forcefully fastening his seatbelt. "I gifted you such a fine suit. Helping me with this little task should be expected," Xueqin said proudly. "Besides, countless men would want to be my boyfriend. How fortunate you are." Not impressed, Lin Yu suddenly regretted agreeing to help Elder Song with Xueqin's treatment. If this continued, she would remain unwell, while he would be driven to the brink of illness himself. The evening banquet was held at the Shangri-La Hotel in a new district of Qinghai City, adjacent to the sea, boasting an exceptionally elegant environment, with luxury cars continuously arriving. Though Xueqin's Porsche was quite expensive, it seemed unremarkable in this setting. Parked right next to the entrance were two brand new Rolls-Royce Phantoms. This was Lin Yu's first time attending such an event, and he felt somewhat out of place, recalling that the most prestigious gathering he had attended was the auction hosted by Zhou Chen's family. This evening's banquet was evidently of a far higher caliber, and one could only assume that attendees had fortunes in the billions to consider their presence acceptable. Lin Yu felt a swell of audacity for daring to attend such a gathering. Upon entering the hall, a host approached them. Xueqin presented an invitation card, and the host respectfully led them to the 8th floor conference room. Lin Yu was taken aback by the room's layout, which was evidently meticulously arranged, exuding opulence and grandeur. Long tables of cold dishes lined both sides of the hall, with 2 rows of round tables in the center, adorned with pristine tablecloths and spotless, crystal-clear utensils. In the center of the round tables were fruit baskets and beverages. By this time, many guests had already arrived, and several stood by the cold dish tables, chatting and enjoying drinks. After a brief inquiry from the host, they were guided to a few tables on the periphery, where they were invited to choose their seats. Lin Yu was surprised to discover that their seating arrangement indicated they were likely of the lowest status among the attendees. After about half an hour, the majority of the banquet guests had arrived, most of whom Lin Yu did not recognize. However, a few familiar faces did appear, including Deng Jianbin, Wei Gongxuan, Zhang Shifan, Elder Song, and the elder of the Zheng family, Zheng Jiaqing. Even Shen Yushuan's father, Shen Han, was present, but unfortunately, Shen Yushuan was not there otherwise. Lin Yu would have certainly sought to sit with him. He felt quite uncomfortable at the table he was seated at, surrounded entirely by people Xueqin knew, both men and women, who were evidently wealthy offspring, likely accompanying their elders. Lin Yu did not know a single person there, and no one bothered to greet him, leaving him feeling rather awkward. "Ah, Tianyi is here. Come sit over here." At that moment, Zhang Tianyi arrived and immediately approached their table upon seeing Xueqin, taking a seat beside her. "Qiner, you arrived early." Zhang Tianyi greeted her amiably. Yet Xueqin ignored him completely. Upon noticing Lin Yu sitting next to Xueqin, Zhang Tianyi's eyes flared with anger. After a round of pleasantries, the group began to chat casually. "Hey, do you know why this exchange meeting is being held today?" A curious young woman inquired. "How could you not know? It's partly due to the recent crackdown in Qinghai's medical field, and also because of the recent fire at the Qilin building. Today, many prominent figures from various industries are attending. The city secretary will be giving a speech shortly, focusing on these 2 issues to remind everyone to be vigilant," boasted a young man in a tailcoat. His father held a significant position in the city government, so he was quite knowledgeable about the meeting's agenda. "I wonder who offended you, Shishine," as he was toppled in just one night, dragging down the entire medical field in Qinghai. He continued, "It must have been some influential young heir. I heard that Director Deng from the Health Bureau and Director Wei from the Public Security Bureau both personally intervened," the young man said confidently, munching on sunflower seeds. "His father's position must be much higher than mine." "That's not it. I'm familiar with the wealthy second-generation and prominent families in Qinghai City. I've looked into it, and they have no connection," Zhang Tianyi interjected, puffing out his chest with a hint of pride, inadvertently showcasing his connections. "Who could it be?" Another young woman asked curiously. "I know all the notable young figures in Qinghai City. Aside from them, I really can't think of anyone with such influence." "Or perhaps it wasn't even the work of a young person," the young man in the tailcoat interjected. "No, I've heard that it indeed was a young person," Zhang Tianyi stated, holding his head high, a sense of satisfaction evident on his face. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yu, who had remained silent until then, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his heart suddenly racing. Could it be that Zhang Tianyi is aware of my involvement in this matter? Who could it be? Everyone at the table looked expectantly at Zhang Tianyi. "I don't know exactly who it is, but my father mentioned that it is highly likely a scion of a prominent family visiting from the capital." Zhang Tianyi wore a proud expression, as if he were speaking of himself, seemingly relishing the feeling of being the sole possessor of such knowledge. Lin Yu couldn't contain his laughter and ended up spitting out his drink, chuckling at the absurdity of being labeled as a child of privilege from the capital. "What are you laughing at?" Zhang Tianyi barked, glaring at him furiously. "Is there no sense of decorum? Are you an idiot, finding amusement in this? You're just trying to attract attention." The others at the table joined in to scold Lin Yu. Xueqin shot him a disdainful glance as well. "My apologies. I suddenly recalled a rather amusing joke." "Forgive my rudeness. Please continue," Lin Yu managed to say between suppressed laughs, offering his apologies. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. If he is not a young master from Qinghai City, then he most likely hails from the capital," said the gentleman in a tailcoat, nodding in agreement. "My father even inquired with Director Wei, but he revealed nothing. Just think, what sort of person could compel a director at the general administration to withhold their identity? That certainly indicates something significant. It seems we must exercise caution when socializing in the future. There are indeed people beyond our ken," another chimed in. "It's a pity we don't know who this person is. Otherwise, we could forge a connection." The group nodded in unison. Lin Yu pressed his lips together, desperately stifling his laughter, for he feared attracting unwanted trouble, having asked Wei Gongxuan and Deng Jianbin to keep it under wraps. What are you laughing at? Did something go down the wrong way? Xueqin shot Lin Yu a glare, tapping his hand with her chopsticks. This gesture was her way of venting frustration. But to Zheng Tianyi, it appeared as a flirtation, igniting a flame of jealousy within him. He abruptly stood up, pointing at Lin Yu, and demanded, "What is so funny? Are our words that amusing?" Chapter 42. Not everyone deserves a toast. My apologies once more. I recalled yet another joke. I beg your forgiveness. Lin Yu reiterated his apologies to the group. Tianyi, let it go. Don't stoop to his level. The mayor is looking our way. The gentleman in a tailcoat quickly urged Zheng Tianyi. Only then did Zheng Tianyi sit back down, casting a hostile glare at Lin Yu. Let us shift the topic. How about discussing the fire at Qilin Building? As I understand it, this incident was the largest of its kind in recent years in Qinghai City. My father was on site, directing the rescue efforts alongside the mayor. A well-spoken man interjected, pride evident in his tone when mentioning his father's involvement with the mayor. Indeed, I heard that many lives were lost, at least in double digits, a girl remarked, gesturing with her fingers to emphasize the point. Such a tragedy would typically tarnish Qinghai City's image, yet it seems to have enhanced it instead. Do you know why? The gentleman in the tailcoat mused. I know. It's because of the unnamed hero who rescued the little girl. His heroic act garnered nationwide acclaim for Qinghai. A well-spoken man interjected eagerly. My father said that the party secretary initially wanted to commend this individual, but he declined. Indeed, the identity of this person remains a mystery. The television station has completely sealed off any information about him. Only the upper echelons of the municipal government know who he is, while the rest of us remain in the dark. The gentleman in a tailcoat nodded in agreement. I find his identity quite intriguing, Xueqin suddenly remarked with interest. That's simple enough. I can ask my father to find out. The gentleman in a tailcoat responded eagerly. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tianyi tensed up, sensing that this was perhaps the first time Xueqin had shown interest in a man. He felt a hint of crisis and disdainfully remarked, "So he saved a little girl? What's the big deal? If you're so capable, why not go save someone yourself?" Xueqin rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If it had been me that day, I would have rushed in without hesitation. Zheng Tianyi hastily declared, "You? Please. You probably wouldn't even make it to the second floor before collapsing in fear," Xueqin scoffed. Laughter erupted around the table at Zheng Tianyi's expense, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He dared not retaliate and slumped back into his seat. Xueqin had some knowledge of the fire incident. After the blaze, firefighters discovered that the entirety of the 18th and 19th floors had been utterly ravaged, leaving no survivors. The details of how the unnamed hero managed to rescue the girl remained unknown, but it was deemed a miracle. Thus, her curiosity about the unnamed hero was piqued, coupled with a sense of admiration. As the meal progressed, the attendees in the conference hall began to raise toasts to one another in a flurry of enthusiasm, though it was limited to small groups. The tables at the innermost part of the room were not accessible to just anyone wishing to pay their respects, particularly the table occupied by the mayor and the party secretary, which was guarded by several men in black suits. Anyone attempting to approach for a toast would be intercepted before they could even reach the table. Will we also have the honor of toasting the secretary and the mayor? That would be quite an achievement, the gentleman in a tailcoat remarked while cracking sunflower seeds. If Qiner goes, she should be able to, a girl beside Xueqin said enviously. Of course, her grandfather is sitting there. Another girl chimed in with a tinge of jealousy. Elder Song was invited to sit with the mayor and the party secretary, and someone of his stature would undoubtedly receive the highest level of courtesy while in Qinghai. Zheng Jiaqing and Shen Hantan were also seated at that table. While Lin Yu did not recognize the others, though they appeared to be distinguished figures from both the political and business realms of Qingyuan City. Ignoring the chatter around her, Xueqin casually scrolled through news articles on her phone, all centered around the fire at Qilin Building, revealing her keen interest in the unnamed hero. Lin Yu felt a pang of anxiety as he feared any articles might inadvertently showcase his image. To be honest, I believe I could also approach for a toast without any issues, Zheng Tianyi proclaimed, attempting to draw Xueqin's attention as he stood proudly with a glass in hand. He wasn't boasting. His father was a well-known entrepreneur in Qinghai, seated at the third table within the room, and their family had some distant kinship with the mayor. That's right, Tianyi. We nearly forgot that you're related to the mayor. Go ahead and toast them. Let us elevate our table as prestige. The gentleman in a tailcoat eagerly encouraged. Indeed, Tianni. Show them the strength of our table. Others chimed in, all eager for the opportunity to toast the mayor's table, which would certainly bring them honor. All right, I shall represent our table in this toast. Zheng Tianni felt a surge of pride from the group's encouragement and shot a glance at Xueqin before confidently striding toward the mayor's table with his drink. The others watched with eager anticipation, but as he approached, two bodyguards in black suits blocked his way. After a brief exchange, Zheng Tianni returned, dejected. Tianni, what happened? The gentleman in a tailcoat asked, surprised. It shouldn't be like this. After all, you should be able to call the mayor your uncle, he added. My uncle and the others were discussing some confidential matters over there. I'll go back in a while. Zheng Tianni quickly fabricated an excuse. The group accepted his explanation, suggesting he try again later. At that moment, Lin Yu felt uncertain, contemplating whether he should approach for a toast. Elder Song and Zheng Lao appeared to be casting glances in his direction, and if he refrained from going, it might come off as impolite. However, if one were to venture into the past, they might be intercepted, for even Zheng Tianni was unable to approach. What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Xueqin observed Lin Yu's unusual complexion and cast a disapproving glance his way. Do you think I should go over to that table and offer a toast? Lin Yu asked, appearing somewhat troubled. Upon realizing he referred to the mayor's table, everyone gasped, and Yin Weifu was the first to inquire, Brother, may I ask what your family does? We sell buns, Lin Yu replied candidly. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in laughter. Are you joking? Are you going over to toast the mayor and the party secretary with buns? Is this person out of his mind? How did he even get in here? Xueqin brought him, someone explained. Upon learning that Lin Yu was brought by Xueqin, the mockery diminished, although a few girls continued to whisper among themselves, their derision evident. Feeling embarrassed by the ridicule, Lin Yu regretted having spoken up and completely abandoned the thought of approaching the table for a toast. Otherwise, if intercepted later, he would likely face even harsher ridicule. At that moment, Zheng Jiaqing noticed Lin Yu's hesitation to approach for a toast, chuckled softly, and addressed the mayor and party secretary at his table. Excuse me for a moment, I must greet a young friend. He then rose and walked over to Lin Yu's table. Upon reaching Lin Yu, he gently patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Shall he? Long time no see. Come, let me toast you. The murmurs at the table ceased abruptly, eyes widening in disbelief. Zheng Jiaqing, an elder from the Zheng family, was personally toasting a young man. Not only at this table, but even those at neighboring tables were astonished, their faces reflecting shock as they regarded Lin Yu. Speculating about his identity, Xueqin was equally taken aback. As a business person, she certainly recognized Zheng Jiaqing and held him in high esteem. Always seeking an opportunity to learn from him, Lin Yu turned to see Zheng Jiaqing and quickly stood up, raising his glass apologetically. Yiheng Lao, Ima Julie saw thee. I intended to come over and toast you, but I saw that your table was off limits, so I didn't dare approach. I wonder why I waited for you for so long without seeing you. Since you can't come over, I'll come to you. This toast is a must for us, Zheng Jiaqing declared, clinking his glass with Lin Yu's before downing the drink in one gulp. Zheng Lao, I am Zheng Tianni. I'd like to toast you. Upon recognizing Zheng Jiaqing, the magnate of the automotive industry in Qinghai City, Zheng Tianni was filled with excitement, hastily pouring a drink to curry favor with Zheng Lao. Your friend? Zheng Lao inquired, glancing at Lin Yu. Not really, Lin Yu replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Oh, then shall he? Please continue with your meal. After the banquet, don't hurry to leave. Wait for me. We must catch up, Zheng Lao said, ignoring Zheng Tianni entirely as he turned and walked away. Zheng Tianni held his glass suspended in the air, his face flushed with embarrassment. Do you know Zheng Lao? Xueqin pulled Lin Yu's sleeve, demanding to know how he was acquainted with such a prominent figure. I treated him once, Lin Yu answered honestly. Don't think that just because you know Zheng Lao, you can act all high and mighty. Who knows what means you use to ingratiate yourself with him? Zheng Tianni, still stinging from earlier embarrassment, snapped. Then you go and ingratiate yourself with someone too. Xueqin shot him a cold glance, realizing that compared to Lin Yu, this ostentatious Zheng Tianni was far more insufferable. I can always ask my father for an introduction, Zheng Tianni retorted defiantly. The group exchanged glances and shared a few chuckles. Wasn't his earlier embarrassment enough? Tianni, it seems your uncle is heading this way, Yin Weifu exclaimed, noticing the mayor approaching their table. Everyone looked up in surprise, then, with growing excitement, confirmed that the mayor was indeed coming their way. See, my uncle must have seen me being intercepted earlier and is coming over to call me for a toast. Zhang Tianyi's expression brightened, casting a smug glance at Lin Yu, his eyes brimming with challenge. Chapter 43. Would you like to come over for a cup of coffee, uncle? As the mayor approached, Zhang Tianyi eagerly stepped forward, brimming with anticipation. To his surprise, the mayor merely nodded and walked past him directly to Lin Yu, smiling as he said, "You must be Brother He Jiarong, right?" The crowd was left speechless. The mayor was actively addressing a young man as a brother. "Hello, Mayor Zheng." Lin Yu quickly rose, recognizing the mayor of Qinghai City, a familiar face from the television. "Hello." Zheng Shujie extended his hand to shake Lin Yu's, grinning widely. "You're no ordinary person now. Just a moment ago, Zheng Lao personally toasted you. Even Shin Hanzhan was about to come over to you, but I quickly stopped him. Since everyone wants to toast you, let me directly invite you to our table for a drink." The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. The mayor was personally inviting him to sit at the head table. Others didn't even have the opportunity to toast him. Yet he was directly invited to drink. Who on earth was this person? Eyes fixated on Lin Yu. The onlookers were perplexed, as he was unfamiliar to them, and they couldn't recall such an individual in Qinghai. "Mayor Zheng, that might not be appropriate." Lin Yu felt somewhat embarrassed. "Come on, don't be so modest, Xiao He. The secretary was just eager to meet you," Zheng Shujie encouraged, giving Lin Yu a friendly pat on the back. Leaning closer, he whispered, "We are all very grateful for your help during the fire incident." That day, he had been on site and recognized Lin Yu, later dispatching someone to investigate him. Upon discovering that Lin Yu was not a special forces soldier, both he and party secretary Xie Changfeng were astonished, wondering how an ordinary individual managed to rescue a little girl unscathed from such a fierce blaze. Zheng Shujie and the party secretary were genuinely thankful for Lin Yu's heroic actions. Had it not been for him, Qinghai's reputation would have suffered, and their own positions might have been jeopardized. With the mayor's enthusiastic invitation, Lin Yu felt compelled to accept and, under the gaze of many, followed him to the innermost head table of the conference hall. Surrounding glances were filled with envy, jealousy, and confusion. Zhang Tianyi's face turned an alarming shade of crimson as he noticed his uncle's warm demeanor towards Lin Yu, who had not even acknowledged him. Xue Qin remained silent, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu's retreating figure, her expression complex and her thoughts racing. At the head table, Zheng Shujie instructed the waiter to bring Lin Yu an additional chair and introduced him briefly to the seated guests. However, unsure of how to properly introduce Lin Yu, he simply stated, "This is He Jiarong, a talented young man from our city." Those present who were unfamiliar with Lin Yu, being seasoned individuals in society, recognized that being personally invited by the mayor indicated his exceptional status, and they warmly greeted Lin Yu. "Xiao He, I heard about the recent incident from Shujie. We owe you a great deal. Come, let me toast you." Party Secretary Xie Changfeng filled his glass and smiled. Clearly, he referred to the fire incident, and his vague wording was meant to protect Lin Yu's privacy. Lin Yu, taken aback by the attention, quickly stood to clink glasses with the secretary and drank it all in one go. "My goodness, if I'm not mistaken, the secretary just toasted him, right?" Yin Weifu gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. After Lin Yu departed, everyone at the table craned their necks to catch a glimpse of him, astonished to see the party secretary toasting Lin Yu. Who was he, really? This was astonishing. Could he be that prominent figure from the capital? Him? Nonsense. Zhang Tianyi spoke bitterly, harboring considerable resentment. "I have conducted my investigation. He is nothing but a useless wretch, idly consuming resources at home, with his only occupation being assisting his mother-in-law in selling buns." After encountering Lin Yu at the Sheng Tianming Lu Hui that afternoon, he promptly instructed his subordinates to delve into Lin Yu's background. Ultimately, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Upon uncovering Lin Yu's identity, he sighed in relief, dismissing him entirely, even beginning to believe Lin Yu's words, that Xue Qin might very well be using him as a shield. Lin Yu was exceedingly ordinary, lacking any significant background. He was merely a son-in-law by marriage. Zhang Tianyi had initially intended to flaunt his superiority before Xue Qin that evening, hoping to dampen Lin Yu's spirit. Yet, not only did he fail to showcase his own prowess, but Lin Yu had also stolen the spotlight entirely. Now, witnessing the city's mayor personally toasting Lin Yu, he felt as if his lungs were about to explode with fury. He immediately rose and exited to the first-floor hall, seeking a secluded corner to dial a phone number. Hello, Zhang Dazue. Was the information you verified for me this afternoon accurate? Zheng Tianyi inquired coldly, visibly displeased. Of course it's accurate, young Master Zheng. I had my people inquire amongst his neighbors, and this fellow is indeed a pathetic mooch. However, his wife is quite stunning. Came a voice on the other end, laced with a hint of lewdness. Damn it, I asked you to investigate him, not his wife. Are you certain you have uncovered all his secrets? Zheng Tianyi retorted, agitated. Absolutely. His father-in-law and mother-in-law may hold positions of power, but they wield no real authority. Compared to young Master Zheng, they are insignificant, Zhang Dazue assured him. Zheng Tianyi, feeling perplexed, wondered why he Jiarong, with such a lack of background, was treated with such courtesy by Zhang Lao and the mayor. Nevertheless, he had no time to ponder this. He was determined to ruin Lin Yu that night. Regardless of how formidable Lin Yu's connections may be, as long as he executed his plans discreetly, no one would trace it back to him. He seethed. Have you found the individuals I requested? They've been located already. Once I receive your signal, I'll lead them out, Zhang Dazue replied eagerly. All right, let me outline my plan for you. Pay close attention. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Tianyi instructed, if he rides back with Xueqin, follow them until they reach a secluded spot, then force them to stop. Disable that fellow and intimidate Xueqin a bit, but remember, do not lay a finger on her. Understood, young Master Zheng, Zhang Dazue nodded. I know she's your woman. Next, I will arrive in a vehicle and successfully rescue her. Do you comprehend? Zheng Tianyi said, feeling a thrill of excitement. Doesn't Xueqin fancy heroes? I shall play the part of her great hero. Understood, young Master Zheng, we will fully cooperate. However, regarding the payment, Zhang Dazue chuckled. Rest assured, there will be no shortage of funds for you. If I succeed in winning over Xueqin, I will add an extra $1,000,000. Zheng Tianyi declared generously. What is money compared to capturing a beautiful heart? I would willingly offer not just $1,000,000, but even 10 million or 1 billion. Satisfied after the call, Zheng Tianyi returned upstairs, already envisioning Xueqin's shocked expression as she nestled in his embrace, where he would tenderly comfort her. At that moment, Lin Yu had begun to engage in amiable conversation with the mayor and others. Xiao He, Song Lao has praised your medical skills to the point of declaring them unparalleled. Initially, I intended to ask him for assistance with a patient, but he fervently recommended you instead, Xie Changfeng said with a smile. You flatter me, Song Lao. Lin Yu humbly replied, casting a glance at Song Lao. Suddenly, he comprehended the significance of Song Lao's earlier comment. Establishing a connection with the city mayor could indeed serve as a turning point in his life. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, realizing that Song Lao had genuinely put forth considerable effort on his behalf. Even if he were to perish due to Xueqin's ire, it would all be worthwhile. After setting a date with Secretary Xie, Lin Yu stood to take his leave. They had invited him, which was a gesture of respect. Lingering any longer would be an act of shamelessness. Moreover, the topics of discussion among the elderly gentlemen held no interest for him, so departing promptly was the wisest choice. As Lin Yu exited the table, he did not return to his previous group, but instead exchanged a brief greeting with Xueqin before heading straight for the door. He had noticed several individuals preparing to approach him with toasts and flattery, and he found such social obligations exhausting. I'll see you off. Upon hearing he was leaving, Xueqin swiftly grabbed her bag and followed him out of the conference hall. Why don't you stay a while longer? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. I have nothing to discuss with them, Xueqin replied, her tone surprisingly gentle. What were you chatting about with the secretary? Xueqin inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yu. What could we possibly discuss? Just idle chatter. The secretary's brother-in-law is ill, and he asked me to take a look. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, wondering why Xueqin had suddenly become so talkative. Didn't you discuss the fire at the Qilin building? Xueqin raised an eyebrow. Why would we talk about that? It happened so long ago, Lin Yu said, perplexed as he glanced at her. Even after all this time, it should be addressed. If it weren't for you, it's likely that the city mayor would have had a difficult time explaining things to his superiors, Xueqin remarked, a cunning smile playing on her lips. What does it matter whether he explains or not? Lin Yu felt a sudden twinge of guilt. Xueqin's words made him feel as if she knew something he did not. Stop pretending. I saw when Mayor Zheng leaned in to speak to you. Although I couldn't hear his words, I could read his lips. You were the one who saved that little girl, Xueqin declared triumphantly. You must have seen it wrong. Lin Yu's heart raced, confused as to why he felt guilty for having done a good deed. Stop your excuses. I compared your height and build with the photo, and you match perfectly. Xueqin's tone was filled with excitement, having not expected that the celebrated hero was so close at hand. I don't care. I'm not him, Lin Yu stubbornly insisted. I don't care. You are. Xueqin huffed. Lin Yu turned his head, choosing silence. In this situation, it was best to remain mute. My house is just ahead. Would you like to come in for a cup of coffee? After uttering those words, Xueqin felt her face flush. She herself was bewildered by her sudden invitation. Why had she ever invited a man to her home? Hadn't she always despised this rogue? Chapter 44, Plot Inconsistency. This insufferable scoundrel, why is he so silent? After waiting for a considerable time without a response from Lin Yu, Xueqin turned and shot him a fierce glare. Lin Yu was entirely oblivious to her words, focused intently on the right side rearview mirror, his expression grave. After a moment, he instructed in a bit, turn right, take Fengling Bridge, and stop after crossing. Why? I refuse. Xueqin retorted angrily. She was not his chauffeur. Why should she follow his orders? There's a Buick that has been following us for quite some time, Lin Yu replied flatly. Huh? Is that true? Should I call the police? Xueqin's voice grew, slightly frantic. Coming from a privileged background, her life had been smooth for over 20 years, and she had never encountered such a situation, making her understandably anxious. It's still uncertain whether they are targeting us. It would be unwise to jump to conclusions, Lin Yu said. In truth, he feared that calling the police would scare off those individuals, preventing him from uncovering their mastermind. Even if they were frightened away now, they would surely seek another opportunity to strike later. Oh, upon hearing this, Xueqin relaxed, believing Lin Yu might be overreacting. Nevertheless, she complied with Lin Yu's instructions, steering the car toward Xiaoa Bridge and stopped after crossing. Huh? Why they stopped? Zhang Dazue, inside the Buick, noticed Xueqin's vehicle had come to a halt and quickly instructed his subordinates to stop as well. In the stillness of the night, a duo, a man and a woman, was suspected of engaging in dubious activities within their vehicle. A scruffy individual with a mocking grin expressed his lewd amusement. This won't do. She's the woman of young Master Zhang. Hurry, have the others encircle them, he commanded, his mouth agape with authority. Subsequently, he messaged Zhang Tianyi, claiming he could dispose of Lin Yu within 20 minutes, urging Zhang to arrive for a heroic rescue. As their vehicle halted, Lin Yu and Xueqin remained seated, perplexed by the stillness of the Buick behind them. Why had they yet to take action? Suddenly, a Jiefeng van careened into view, abruptly halting in front of Xueqin's car. From it emerged a gang of 7 or 8 men, brandishing iron rods and knives, exuding an air of menace. The occupants of the Buick followed suit, 5 in total, equipped with weapons of their own. Xueqin's complexion paled as she deduced that this gang was likely after her. Given her recent acquisition of the Versace sales agency, which had drawn envy and potential retaliation. Do not fear, Lin Yu whispered reassuringly, opening the car door to confront the threat. His past encounters, particularly one involving a scarred assailant, had dulled his reaction to such confrontations. Yet this time, the intent was more sinister, aimed directly at his demise. How dare you covet our boss's business? You must be tired of living, the scruffy man bellowed, his grotesque features contorting into an even more sinister grimace. The secluded locale of Fengling Bridge, particularly desolate at night, emboldened his audacity. Were it not for Zhang's financial backing, he might have taken liberties with Xueqin right there, as such a woman was unlikely to cross his path again. The gang, emboldened, surged forward, their shouts echoing through the night. Although young Master Zhang had instructed them to avoid Xueqin, the chaos of numbers made accidental contact inevitable. Are you afraid? Close your eyes. I shall take care of this, Lin Yu assured Xueqin. She gazed at him, astonished, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. You could leave. This is not your fight. How could I abandon you? You are the granddaughter of Elder Song, and I must ensure your safety, Lin Yu replied with a gentle smile, offering her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Do not forget, I'm the one who rescued a little girl from a 20-story inferno. Xueqin's eyes widened, a flicker of joy igniting within her. He had finally acknowledged her worth. As their conversation unfolded, the gang of brutes approached, brandishing their weapons with malicious intent. Close your eyes, Lin Yu reiterated, then transformed into a blur, a mere apparition. Obediently, Xueqin shut her eyes. her heart racing as she heard the cacophony of screams and the sickening sound of bones cracking. Each second felt like an eternity, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. "All right, you may open your eyes now." Lin Yu's soothing voice broke through the tension. When she finally dared to look, shock washed over her. The ruffians who had moments ago been menacing were now sprawled on the ground, clutching their wounds and howling in agony. Yet, the scruffy leader remained unscathed, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Lin Yu, unable to comprehend how swiftly his henchmen had been dispatched. A cold chill gripped him, a scent of panic wafting through the air. Overwhelmed by fear, he turned to flee, only to find Lin Yu standing before him. "Monster!" he yelped, collapsing in fright. "You aptly named me," Lin Yu replied with a sardonic smile, stepping on the man's ankle. It hurts," he screamed, flailing helplessly. "Who sent you?" Lin Yu demanded, his expression steely. He needed to uncover the mastermind behind this ambush to eliminate any lingering threats to Xueqin. Meanwhile, Xueqin observed from a distance, captivated by Lin Yu's transformation from a timid businessman to a formidable protector. Over the years, her disdain for men had grown, having found none worthy of her admiration. She had become self-sufficient, believing she needed no one. Yet, Lin Yu's emergence challenged her preconceived notions of masculinity, revealing the existence of capable, responsible men. 3 kilometers away, a black Lamborghini idled at the roadside. Zheng Tianyi reclined in the driver's seat, grinning as he relished the thought of his rival, He Jiarong, facing defeat. Glancing at his Rolex, he noted the time and, after spritzing on cologne, sped towards Fengling Bridge. Upon arrival, he witnessed Xueqin's vehicle ensnare between 2 others, a smug smile forming on his lips. "Well done, Zhang Dazue," he thought, rushing forward to announce, "Qiner, do not fear. I am here." But as he approached, confusion set in. Why were his own men sprawled on the ground? "What are you doing here?" Xueqin regarded him with cold disdain. Zheng Tianyi swallowed hard, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. I came to rescue you," he stammered, struggling to regain composure. "No need. Jiarong has already dealt with them," Xueqin retorted, her smile laced with scorn. "Jiarong? You mean He Jiarong?" Zheng Tianyi felt the ground shift beneath him, his mind racing to comprehend the unfolding drama. "Ah, young Master Zheng, you have arrived." Lin Yu approached, dragging the now defeated Zhang Daze behind him. "Indeed, I was passing by when I heard a commotion and rushed over, only to find you and Qiner." Zheng Tianyi feigned nonchalance, though his discomfort was palpable. "I intended to assist, but it seems you managed quite well without me." He forced a natural expression on his face, though his heart was already filled with terror. Was this He Jiarong truly so formidable? How could so many people fail to match him? "Young Master Zheng, your timing is perfect. I just pressured him to reveal who was behind this, and he accused you, claiming you paid him to cooperate in this charade. You may handle his fate as you see fit," Lin Yu said with a smile, throwing Zhang Dazue at Zheng Tianyi's feet. "Ridiculous. You scoundrel. I don't even know you." Zheng Tianyi's complexion suddenly shifted, panic overtaking him as he kicked Zhang Daze several times, cursing vehemently. Chapter 45. Tyranny. Young Master Zheng, please save me, Zhang Dazue pleaded, clinging to Zheng Tianyi's leg, his words incoherent. He was utterly terrified by Lin Yu's intimidation, feeling as if he were on the brink of madness. Given his professional integrity, he would not have so quickly betrayed Zheng Tianyi otherwise. "Shut your mouth. I don't know you at all." Zheng Tianyi's face turned pale, his expression frantic as he kicked Zhang Dazue away. "Is it you?" Xueqin's face darkened, immediately grasping the situation. She shot a fierce glance at Zheng Tianyi, her eyes cold enough to kill. Observing Zheng Tianyi's continued performance, she scoffed inwardly. Indeed, scum was scum. "Young Master Zheng, since this person has been continually slandering you, shall we notify the police and let them investigate this thoroughly?" Lin Yu suggested with a smile. Zheng Tianyi's back broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of calling the police. If his father learned he had committed such a folly against the Song family, he would surely be devoured alive. "Let us not involve the police. It seems you and Qiner have not been harmed," Zheng Tianyi mumbled. "Very well. Then I shall leave this person in young Master Zheng's care. I hope you will handle it wisely," Lin Yu said, patting Zheng Tianyi on the shoulder before calling for Xueqin to get into the car. Xueqin opened her mouth in surprise, wanting to say something, but Lin Yu waved her off. "Scum, I hope I never see you again." She spat at Zheng Tianyi before getting into the vehicle. Zhang Dazue scrambled away, eager to move his car and rid himself of the pestilence that was Lin Yu. As they walked back, Xueqin asked curiously, "Why did you let him go earlier? Leave a line for future encounters. After all, he is a young master, and I am merely an ordinary citizen. It is best not to offend him. If he feels cornered, he might retaliate fiercely. Why provoke such a situation?" Lin Yu replied with a smile. It wasn't fear of confrontation that held him back, but a desire to avoid trouble for Jiang Yan's family and his own mother. "Have you practiced martial arts before?" Xueqin inquired, intrigued by Lin Yu's astonishing skills, which she had only witnessed in films. "Yes, I had a master when I was young, a recluse of great renown." Lin Yu lied effortlessly, adding, "But I wish to keep my identity concealed, so I hope you can maintain this secret for me." Lin Yu referred not only to the events of that evening, but also to the fire incident. "Rest assured, I will keep your secret," Xueqin thought to herself, feeling an unexpected thrill akin to a fan who had stolen a secret from their idol, unwilling to share it with anyone else. "Are you heading home now, or?" "Home," Lin Yu interrupted her without hesitation, causing a twinge of disappointment to swell within her. She found herself amusingly absurd, once detesting the man, now wishing for more time in his company. Was it merely because he had saved her earlier? After dropping Lin Yu off at his apartment, Xueqin couldn't help but call out a thank you to his retreating figure. Lin Yu didn't look back, merely waved in a polite gesture. Upon returning home, Jiang Yan was still awake, diligently studying at her desk. Lin Yu chose not to disturb her, removing his outerwear and turning to shower. "The woman who brought you back must be Xueqin, right?" Jiang Yan suddenly spoke, her voice icy. She had memorized the name after seeing the business card in Lin Yu's pocket that day. Lin Yu felt a pang of guilt, scratching his head as he replied, "We are merely ordinary friends. You need not explain. I have said before, you may associate with any woman you wish, as long as my parents remain unaware. If she brings you back again, do not enter the community," Jiang Yan replied coldly, a strange heaviness settling in her chest. "Oh, understood," Lin Yu responded, offering no further explanation before heading to the shower. Jiang Yan, watching Lin Yu's silhouette, slammed her book shut, losing all interest in continuing. Indeed, no man was worth trusting. He wouldn't explain himself if she didn't ask. How laughable. The following day marked the medical qualification examination at Qinghai City People's Hospital. Lin Yu personally drove Jiang Yan, but due to her need to organize her exam documents, the originally 40-minute journey stretched into 1.5 hours. "You could afford to drive even slower. At this rate, the exam will conclude before we arrive," Jiang Yan remarked frostily. "Don't worry, we'll be there shortly," Lin Yu reassured her, focusing intently on the rearview mirror. He rarely drove, making him somewhat clumsy behind the wheel. The Ferrari had barely moved since it was left with Shen Yuxuan. Fortunately, they arrived just in time for the exam, and once Jiang Yan entered, he relaxed outside. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Shen Yuxuan. "Jiaran, where are you? The imperial green jewelry you had me create is ready. Is it convenient for me to bring some over?" Shen Yuxuan exclaimed cheerfully. The quality of the imperial green was exceptional, not only bringing immense profit to their family, but also enhancing Shen Yuxuan's standing within his clan, for which he was immensely grateful to Lin Yu. Lin Yu provided his location, and Shen Yuxuan soon arrived with the jewelry. Upon learning Lin Yu was accompanying his wife for the exam, Shen Yuxuan immediately gave him a thumbs up. "What a good man." Lin Yu smiled, inspecting the ornaments, and nodded in approval. "Indeed, they are quite fine. These are nothing compared to what I have prepared for your sister-in-law," Shen Yuxuan beamed, pulling out a delicate cashmere box and unveiling a breathtaking imperial green necklace. Its silver-white chain adorned with several thumb-sized imperial green gemstones, exuding opulence and grandeur. "I shall convey my gratitude to Jiang Yan on your behalf." Lin Yu accepted the necklace graciously, appreciating its exquisite craftsmanship devoid of any vulgarity. He intended to gift it to her on their second wedding anniversary. Shen Yuxuan had urgent matters to attend to and departed swiftly. As noon approached, the examination concluded, and crowds began to filter out. Lin Yu noticed a man in his 30s standing close to Jiang Yan, who was holding a stack of documents and engaging her with a sycophantic demeanor. Lin Yu frowned, observing that the man's attire suggested he was not a student, but rather a doctor from the same hospital. "Miss Jiang, it seems we will likely be colleagues in the same department. Please do me the favor of joining us for a meal. I made a bet with my colleagues." The document-wielding man insisted, attempting to persuade Jiang Yan. "Apologies, but my husband is waiting for me," Jiang Yin coldly declined, visibly annoyed. Why not call him and have him head home first? The man lamented, clearly disheartened that such a beautiful woman was already married. Jiang Yin, is everything all right? Lin Yu stepped forward, calling out to her, serving as a warning to the man. Everything's fine. Jiang Yin quickly approached Lin Yu. WH what? Divine Doctor he? The man was initially shocked to see Jiang Yan's husband was Lin Yu, not some wealthy rotund gentleman as he had imagined. He immediately felt a jolt of fear and bowed respectfully to Lin Yu. He had witnessed Lin Yu treating Bane in the emergency room that day, and as a direct subordinate of Li Haoming, he knew how courteous Li was to Lin Yu, thus he felt compelled to show the same respect. Upon hearing the man address him as Divine Doctor he, Lin Yu furrowed his brow and mouthed, "Leave." He wished to keep the matter of his visit for treatment a secret from Jiang Yin, who currently held a limited understanding of his medical skills. Believing him merely capable of treating some obscure ailments and concocting antidotes, the document clerk, displaying a degree of cleverness, nodded and promptly departed. "What did he just call you?" Jiang Yin inquired, her brow furrowed. "Nothing," Lin Yu replied with a cheerful demeanor, suggesting, "Shall we go have some buns for lunch?" "You go ahead. I must return to the clinic," Jiang Yin responded. After escorting her to the clinic, Lin Yu made his way to the bun shop. Just as he finished assisting his mother in selling buns, he received a call from Xie Changfeng, inquiring whether he was free in the afternoon. As his sick brother-in-law had arrived from their hometown and needed Lin Yu's attention, Lin Yu readily agreed, noting that his afternoon was rather unoccupied. "All right, my driver will come and pick me up shortly. He will also collect you, and then we shall head to my home," Xie Changfeng instructed, asking Lin Yu to wait at the bun shop. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside as a steaming basket from a nearby stall tumbled in. Upon witnessing the chaos outside, Lin Yu rushed out with his mother. They saw a large group of city management officers in light blue uniforms conducting a sweep of the food street, demolishing any stalls in their path. Lin Yu's family stall suffered significant damage. Enraged, he shouted, "On what grounds do you destroy our property?" "On the grounds of your disorderly selling," one officer retorted with arrogance. "Who says we cannot set up stalls at the entrance?" Lin Yu replied furiously. His family had operated their stall at that location for over a decade, and now these individuals had the audacity to declare it unlawful. "Who are you to dictate this?" One of the officers sneered, kicking over a table at the stall. "Jiarong, don't argue with these officials," Qin Xiulan, concerned for Lin Yu's well-being, interjected, attempting to placate the officers. "Excuse me, when was it announced that stalls were forbidden?" she asked. "A notice was issued a few days ago. Did you not receive it?" One officer replied dismissively, "Yes, we received it, but it only states that as long as we remain 3 meters from the entrance, it is permissible." "I have not exceeded that distance," she asserted, a hint of defensiveness in her tone. "Not exceeded? It appears to me that you are encroaching 5 meters. The officers retorted coldly. "According to regulations, you must pay a fine of 2,000. Only then may you continue to operate your stall." Lin Yu smirked, realizing their ulterior motive. "So you are here to extort money?" He challenged. "Where is your superior? I shall file a complaint." "Who will you complain to?" A burly officer approached, his demeanor exuding confidence. He was the captain of the local city management team, accustomed to wielding his authority without consequence. "Is it you who leads your subordinates in such tyranny?" Lin Yu countered, undeterred. "I am acting in accordance with the law," the officer replied with a derisive laugh, turning to his subordinates for confirmation of the fine amount. 2,000 boss. "Good, for resisting authority. The penalty shall be doubled. 4,000. If you do not pay today, your bun shop will cease to exist." Lin Yu, suppressing his fury, retorted, "Let us wait for Secretary Xie to arrive. He will determine whether you are indeed enforcing the law." "Who? Secretary Xie? Which Secretary Xie?" The officer scoffed, suspecting Lin Yu of fabricating connections. "Secretary Xie Changfeng of the Municipal Committee," Lin Yu declared coldly, eliciting laughter from those present. "You must be out of your mind. Why would Secretary Xie come to a dismal place like this?" The officer found it amusing, having never heard of such an esteemed figure gracing the filthy food street. "Why should he not come?" A deep, cold voice interjected from behind. "What did you say?" The officer turned to respond, but froze upon recognizing the figure, nearly collapsing. "Secretary Xie." A brand new black Audi A6L, adorned with government plates, stood at the roadside. It was indeed Secretary Xie Changfeng, who had overheard the exchange between Lin Yu and the officer, his anger palpable. "What was that you said about enforcing the law? Which law permits such actions?" Secretary Xie demanded icily. Though his arrival had been brief, it was timely enough to catch the conversation that had ignited his fury. Under his governance, Qinghai had thrived orderly. Yet here lay an abuse of power. Secretary, the officer stammered, his face contorted in fear, realizing his misfortune in encountering the secretary. If I recall correctly, your division chief is named Sun Mingzhan. Am I right? Xie Changfeng observed the officer's uniform. Have him report to my office tomorrow. With urgency. Secretary Xie had no time to delve into details, planning to confront Sun Mingzhan the next day. Yes, yes. The officer nodded frantically, eager to comply. The damages here will be covered by your bureau. Now be gone. Xie commanded with a furrowed brow, exuding authority. The officers, frightened, scrambled into their vehicle and fled. Thank you, Secretary, exclaimed the surrounding vendors, astonished by his unexpected intervention. I am merely a servant of the people, here to serve, Secretary Xie assured them. I promise to hold the relevant departments accountable to prevent such incidents from recurring. He reflected on the importance of engaging with the grassroots, resolving to return frequently to understand the populace's plight. Xiao He, let us depart, Xie urged Lin Yu, as his brother-in-law awaited him at home. Jiarong, you may leave. I will handle matters here. Qin Xiulan smiled, pride swelling at her son's accomplishments in garnering such attention. As they made their way to Xie Changfeng's residence, he informed Lin Yu of his brother-in-law's condition. It was a common ailment of muscle atrophy, with the muscle beneath the back and neck appearing sunken. However, peculiarly, any perspiration would induce excruciating pain in the shoulders, and his arms remained tightly pressed against his ribs, as if bound by ropes, unable to move freely. For 6 months, his brother-in-law had sought treatment in nearby hospitals without success, prompting Xie to invite him to Qinghai, hoping for assistance from Elder Song, who had instead recommended Lin Yu. Xiao He, have you encountered such a peculiar condition before? Are you confident in treating it? Xie inquired. Honestly, I have not seen such an unusual case. Whether I can treat it remains to be seen upon examination, Lin Yu replied candidly, acknowledging the strangeness of the ailment. All right, let's assess the situation first, Xie nodded, considering the safety net provided by Elder Song's endorsement. Xie Changfeng resides in a modest compound assigned to him by the municipal authorities. As he is not a local and lacks a home here, the apartment is of average size, simply decorated, yet impeccably clean, creating an inviting atmosphere upon entry. Seated on the sofa are 3 individuals, including a couple who appear to be only a few years younger than Xie Changfeng. The man sits rigidly, hands pressed against his sides, displaying evident distress. The other is a woman in her 50s, fair-skinned and gentle in appearance, bearing some resemblance to the man. Upon seeing Lin Yu, she immediately stands and greets. You must be Xiao He. Thank you for making this trip. Hello, Annie, it's no trouble at all. Lin Yu replies, instinctively deducing that this must be Xie Changfeng's spouse. Xie Changfeng then introduces Lin Yu, revealing that his wife is named Yang Yan. His brother-in-law is Yang Kuan, and his sister-in-law is Tao Yueping. Yang Kuan and his wife warmly greet Lin Yu, though their eyes betray a hint of skepticism. Their brother-in-law had promised to find a divine doctor to treat their ailment, yet the person who arrived appears to be a mere youth. Even without knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, they understand that mastery takes years, typically attained only after middle age. Thus, they wonder if Lin Yu's youth renders his skills reliable. However, respecting Xie Changfeng's introduction, they refrain from voicing their doubts. In truth, Xie Changfeng harbors his own uncertainties. He only agreed to bring Lin Yu along due to the strong recommendation from Elder Song. Uncle Yang, allow me to check your pulse, Lin Yu says, moving to sit before Yang Kuan. After a careful examination, he discerns that Yang Kuan's pulse is deep and weak, indicative of a soft spasm, a type of Taiyang disease. Despite its complexity, Lin Yu assures that with consistent treatment, it can be cured. How is it, Xiao He? Xie Changfeng asks eagerly as Lin Yu withdraws his hand. He had confidently assured his brother-in-law and sister-in-law that Lin Yu would provide a definitive remedy, and any failure would reflect poorly on both himself and Qinghai. It's not a serious issue. I will perform acupuncture on Brother Yang to promote circulation and then prescribe a course of treatment consisting of over 10 doses, after which he will recover, Lin Yu replies confidently. Wonderful, Xie Changfeng exclaims, hastily instructing Yang Yan to fetch the acupuncture kit. Just then, Yang Yan's phone rings, prompting Xie Changfeng to rise and retrieve the kit himself. Lin Yu chuckles softly, realizing he should prepare his own acupuncture supplies for future visits. Relying on others to provide them could seem unprofessional. Yang Kuan and Tao Yueping share a sense of apprehension, wondering if Lin Yu truly is a doctor who lacks even basic equipment. As Lin Yu prepares to treat Yang Kuan, Yang Yin approaches, saying, "Xiao He, could you please wait a moment? My nephew just called and asked you to hold off on treatment until he arrives. Chunming is coming back." Tao Yueping exclaims, surprised. "Your son is concerned about his father, so he rescheduled his commitments in the capital and is now on his way from the airport," Yang Yin explains with a smile. "That's wonderful. It will be a good opportunity for him to meet Xiao He. Have you heard of my nephew, Yang Chunming?" Xie Changfeng adds proudly. "Yang Tianming, is he the famous singer?" Lin Yu inquires after a moment's thought. "Indeed, you young folks must have heard his songs," Xie Changfeng responds with a grin. "Of course. My wife is a fan of his." Lin Yu chuckles, realizing the serendipity of the moment. Yang Chunming, a wildly popular singer in his 30s, has enjoyed nearly a decade of fame, consistently topping music charts. Jiang Yin, a devoted fan, has listened to his music since high school. Lin Yu had intended to take Jiang Yin to one of his concerts when he performed in Qinghai, never anticipating that today he would be treating her father. He muses that obtaining a signed photo would surely delight Jiang Yin. After a half-hour wait, a knock is heard at the door, and Yang Yin quickly rises to answer. Standing outside is a remarkably stylish young man, Yang Chunming. Lin Yu is taken aback, noting how well-preserved he appears, seeming no older than 27 or 28. However, Yang Chunming is not alone. Beside him is a foreigner with striking blonde hair and blue eyes, dragging a large suitcase adorned with a prominent red cross. "Oh, it seems he has brought a colleague," Lin Yu muses, recognizing the foreigner from a medical journal that Jiang Yin had shown him. He is a renowned neurology expert. "Chunming, who is this?" the family asks, surprised by the foreign visitor. "Oh, Annie, uncle, this is Dr. Kaluo, a neurology expert I brought from the capital." Yang Chunming quickly introduces. "Hello," the foreigner greets in commendable Mandarin, his accent suggesting he has spent a considerable amount of time in China. "Why have you brought Dr. Kiskivi Golo?" Yang Yin asks, somewhat awkwardly, as they had already invited Lin Yu, and now the arrival of another doctor seems inappropriate, as if they doubt Lin Yu's capabilities. Xie Changfeng's displeasure is evident as he interjects, "Chunming, I informed you that I had arranged for a traditional Chinese doctor. Uncle, in this day and age, who still relies on traditional Chinese medicine? It's outdated and ineffective," Yang Chunming retorts dismissively. Lin Yu's brow furrows at this, feeling irritation rise within him. While he has no objection to Yang Chunming seeking another treatment for his father, he takes offense at the denigration of traditional Chinese medicine. "Indeed, Mr. Xie, I have some understanding of your traditional medicine. It may address minor ailments, but for neurological disorders, it often proves inadequate," Dr. Kaluo adds. "Oh, so you're implying that Western medicine is superior to traditional Chinese medicine?" Lin Yu stands, unable to contain himself. "Sir, I intend no offense, but that is simply the truth." Dr. Kaluo replies candidly. "Are you familiar with Uncle Yang's condition? Have you encountered such symptoms before?" Lin Yu challenges. "I haven't seen such unusual symptoms, but ultimately, it is a matter of muscle spasms. I can administer our country's new BTXA injection, which will yield quick results," Dr. Kaluo asserts confidently. His symptoms are far more complex than ordinary muscle spasms. His inability to extend his arms stems from the Taiyang meridian being afflicted by wind evil, resulting in prolonged stagnation and heat damaging the yin blood. Outside of traditional Chinese medicine, no remedy can resolve this, Lin Yu states firmly, his voice calm yet resolute. "Huh. You're quite humorous, sir. If you doubt my claim, would you care to wager?" Dr. Kaluo proposes, intrigued. "Oh, what are the terms of this wager?" Lin Yu raises an eyebrow. "If my treatment does not cure Mr. Yang's condition, and you are able to heal him with traditional medicine, I will publish a personal apology on the largest medical journal in the capital, acknowledging the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine. What do you say?" Dr. Kaluo suggests. "That sounds agreeable." Lin Yu nods, feeling satisfied with the stakes. "However, if you lose, you must bow and admit that traditional Chinese medicine is effective." Dr. Kaluo gazes intently at Lin Yu. "Absolutely not. I cannot agree to that." Xie Changfeng interjects, slamming his hand on the table. "Traditional Chinese medicine is a national treasure. To concede its ineffectiveness would be a disgrace to our cultural heritage. Moreover, Lin Yu's bow would not merely represent his submission to you, but rather the bowing of traditional Chinese medicine to Western medicine, and it is our nation's dignity that would be diminished. I agree, Lin Yu responds calmly, a serene smile gracing his face. Chapter 47. Could you please smile for me? Xiao He. Xie Changfeng could not help but feel a surge of urgency. Did this young he not comprehend the significance of the wager? In other circumstances, one might resort to deceit upon losing, but with him, the paramount authority of Qinghai City, as a witness, there was no opportunity for such duplicity. Secretary Xie, rest assured, I have unwavering confidence in my medical skills. Lin Yu reassured Xie Changfeng with a comforting smile. In our great Huaxia, there exists a saying, a gentleman's word is his bond. Kai Luo furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for the latter part of the phrase. A promise difficult to retract, Lin Yu interjected with a grin, gesturing invitingly. Dr. Kai Luo, please proceed. Kai Luo nodded solemnly and approached Yang Kun, examining his back and arms before opening his peculiar suitcase. Inside, it was meticulously organized, containing an array of syringes, bandages, medicinal liquids, tweezers, and surgical blades. This is a newly developed miracle drug from our country. With just one injection, you will experience relief from your symptoms, Kai Luo stated, extracting a vial with the syringe as he spoke to Yang Kun. Is it truly that miraculous? Tao Yueping inquired, her excitement palpable. After accompanying her husband to countless doctors with no results, she had grown disheartened. Yet, witnessing Kai Luo's confidence reignited a flicker of hope in her heart. Mom, have faith. Dr. Kai Luo is a renowned figure in the medical community of the capital, Yang Qinming asserted with confidence. It was indeed individuals of Kai Luo's caliber who were invited for such cases. Yang Kun's ailment was trivial for Kai Luo, who would ordinarily dismiss the common folk entirely. Xie Changfeng and his wife watched with solemn expressions as Kai Luo prepared to inject Yang Kun. Their hearts a mixture of hope and apprehension regarding the wager between Lin Yu and Kai Luo. Once the injection was complete, Kai Luo instructed Yang Kun to remain still for a while, assuring him that relief would soon follow. He then produced the miracle drug, advising Tao Yueping to ensure daily injections by a physician. Mr. Kai Luo, are you not a bit hasty in retrieving your medication before witnessing any effect? Lin Yu remarked with a hint of exasperation. My medication is undoubtedly effective. Prepare to bow in gratitude, Kai Luo retorted, casting a proud glance at Lin Yu. Mr. He, I'm grateful for your presence in treating my father. Rest assured, I will not let your efforts go unrewarded, Yang Chunming remarked, intending to offer Lin Yu compensation. There is no need for a consultation fee. Were it not for Secretary Xie's invitation, no amount of money could have compelled my presence, Lin Yu replied resolutely, implying that while Yang Chunming may be wealthy and influential, his true allegiance lay with Secretary Xie. Yang Chenming chucked softly, choosing not to press further, but silently reflecting on Lin Yu's significant temperament despite his modest abilities. How do you feel now? Yang and asked Yang Kun impatiently. Yang Kun shook his head, still in evident pain, his arms pressed tightly against his ribs, unable to move. It is not yet time. Let us wait a little longer, Kai Luo stated, glancing at his watch. The group awaited patiently, and after 5 minutes, Kai Luo inquired, how are your arms now? Yang Kun shook his head once more. What about now? Another 5 minutes passed, and beads of sweat began to appear on Kai Luo's forehead. Still no improvement. Yang Kun again shook his head, attempting to move his arms, only to cry out in agony. Mr. Kai Luo, we have been waiting for over 20 minutes. Your soon seems rather prolonged. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone skeptical. Kai Luo remained silent, his cold sweat trickling down his face as he anxiously watched the time. What is happening, Kai Luo? Yang Qinming's expression shifted, and he approached, quietly inquiring. This is impossible, Kai Luo stammered, flustered and unable to explain the situation. I have always stated that Western medicine is ineffective for Uncle Yang's condition. It requires gradual adjustment through traditional Chinese medicine, Lin Yu declared, no longer willing to wait. He picked up the acupuncture needles and approached Yang Kun. Observing Kai Luo's failure, no one intervened to stop Lin Yu. Due to Yang Kun's condition, Tao Yueping had specially arranged custom garments for him, making them easy to remove. Once Yang Kun's clothing was off, Lin Yu swiftly produced 3 silver needles, expertly targeting specific acupoints on Yang Kun's neck and back. Streams of verdant energy flowed gently into Yang Kun's body through the needles. His expression shifted slightly, revealing discomfort. Yet simultaneously, he felt a newfound lightness. Uncle Yang, your muscle atrophy is significant, and the acupoints have shifted, so these needles may sting. Please bear with it. Lin Yu explained as he continued to administer several more needles. Kai Luo watched Lin use acupuncture technique with crossed arms, shaking his head in disbelief. He acknowledged that his medication had failed, yet he was convinced Lin Yu's acupuncture would yield no results either. In his view, Lin Yu was merely putting on a fade. How could a few silver needles possibly affect a cure? After completing the acupuncture, Lin Yu instructed Yang Kuan to sit and wait. Mr. He, if my deductions are correct, it seems we may have reached a stalemate, Kai Luo remarked nonchalantly. That will not be the case, Mr. Kai Luo. I suggest you start contemplating how to apologize to traditional Chinese medicine, Lin Yu replied leisurely. Is it not less painful now? Suddenly, Yang Kuan moved his arm, expressing surprise. As he spoke, he gently tested the movement of his arm, astonished to find that it could gradually extend, and the pain was dissipating. Is it better? Tao Yueping exclaimed, disbelief evident on her face. After enduring such a long illness, could it truly be alleviated in this brief moment? Ha! Young He, no wonder old song praise your miraculous skills. You are indeed living up to your reputation. Xie Changfeng straightened his posture, beaming with pride. Demonstrating the prowess of traditional Chinese medicine before foreign eyes was a source of immense satisfaction. Impossible! Impossible! Kai Luo exclaimed, astonished and incredulous at the unfolding scene. How could the miracle BTXA produced in their country, which was among the world's finest, be outmatched by mere silver needles? Mr. Kai Luo, traditional Chinese medicine is profound and intricate, far surpassing the capabilities of Western medicine, Lin Yu replied with a calm smile, his demeanor radiating satisfaction. Now let's see how you maintain your arrogance, foreigner. What you have witnessed today is the true essence of traditional Chinese medicine, Xie Changfeng declared proudly, feeling honored that Qinghai had such a talented youth as Lin Yu. Mr. He, I apologize for my earlier remarks. I hope you can overlook my indiscretions, Yang Qinming admitted, feeling a wave of embarrassment as he recalled his previous doubts about traditional Chinese medicine. To earn my forgiveness will not be so simple, dear brother. You must agree to one request, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Surprised by Yang Qinming's willingness to apologize, Lin Yu's impression of him improved significantly. Individuals of such prominence rarely humbled themselves to admit fault. Speak, brother. If it is within my power, I shall not refuse, Yang Qinming promptly replied. My wife is an avid fan of yours. I kindly request a short video message for her, Lin Yu asked with a grin. Subsequently, Lin Yu prescribed a formula centered around the gourd and cinnamon for Yang Kuan, advising him to take it for over 10 doses to ensure full recovery. Mr. He, rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise. Within 3 days, you will find my letter of apology to traditional Chinese medicine published in the magazine. Kai Luo assured earnestly as he handed Lin Yu his business card, saying, should you ever visit the capital, do not hesitate to contact me. I will ensure you receive the highest level of hospitality. Although Cairo is somewhat headstrong, he approaches medicine with utmost seriousness. Initially, he displayed arrogance towards Lin Yu, as he harbored doubts about the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine. However, upon witnessing Lin Yu's remarkable skills, he was profoundly impressed, leading him to treat Lin Yu with newfound respect. The couples, Xie Changfeng and Yang Kuan, are also immensely grateful to Lin Yu, insisting on inviting him for dinner, which Lin Yu graciously declined. After exchanging contact information with Yang Qinming, he took his leave. By this time, evening had descended, and Lin Yu made his way directly to Jiang Yan's clinic, awaiting her departure from work. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Sun Feng was particularly courteous. Recalling the incident at Bix's Wang, he felt a lingering trepidation. He Jiarong, though appearing amiable, could be terrifying when provoked. When Jiang Yan finished her shift, Lin Yu excitedly exclaimed, I have something to show you. He then retrieved his phone and handed it to her. Uninterested, Jiang Yan barely acknowledged him, but her gaze was suddenly drawn to the screen of Lin Yu's phone. She paused, then snatched the phone from his hand. The screen displayed a photo of Lin Yu with Yang Qinming, taken when Yang was escorting Lin Yu downstairs. What do you think? Am I not the more handsome one? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Utterly unattractive. You cannot be compared to him at all, Jiang Yan scoffed, though her tone remained relatively gentle. Gazing at the photo stirred emotions within her. Yang Qinming had been her idol for 7 or 8 years. Those youthful days filled with confusion, disappointment, sadness, and joy were all accompanied by his songs. Though they felt distant, they were vividly etched in her memory. How did you come across him? Jiang Yin inquired, curiosity piqued. He came to Qinghai to visit relatives, and I happened to run into him. Knowing you admire him, I asked him to record a short video for you. Lin Yu quickly played the video. Hello Jiang Yan, I am Yang Tenming. Wishing you and he Jiarong a harmonious and blissful marriage. The warm, rich tones of Yang Chenming's voice prompted Jiang Yin to blink back tears. When they married, she had fantasized about him officiating their ceremony. In hindsight, it seemed naive. While having him officiate their wedding was out of the question, perhaps there was still hope for their second anniversary. Anniversary? Jiang Yin scoffed. Do you think he is just some vendor on the street who can be summoned at will? Even if you possess wealth, he must have a schedule too. I heard he is currently busy preparing for a world tour and has no time. What if I could somehow arrange for him to come? Could you give me a smile then? Lin Yu asked playfully, discovering that teasing Jiang Yin was quite entertaining. Let your Xueqin smile for you. Jiang Yin retorted angrily, dismissing him as she turned on her high heels and walked away. 3 days later, Jiang Yin successfully passed the interview at Qinghai City People's Hospital, securing the position with the highest overall score. Observing her excitement as she prepared for a week-long training in the capital, Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. It was the first time he had seen her so elated. I'm leaving. You must be quite pleased, Jiang Yin remarked, her head bowed as she packed her belongings. No, I will miss you, Lin Yu replied earnestly, attempting to sound like a devoted husband. No need for that. As long as you're mingling with Xueqin, I want to interfere, but remember, even if my parents are away, you cannot bring her home. This is my bed, Jiang Yin replied coldly, asserting her dominion in their home. I assure you, she is merely a friend, Lin Yu insisted, anxious that Jiang Yin might take offense and accuse him of infidelity, which would be a great disservice to He Jiarong. Take this for peace of mind. Lin Yu offered her a jade guanyin imbued with a safety charm. As Jiang Yin reached out to accept it, her gaze fell upon the red string on Lin Yu's wrist, the very one he had requested on the day he awakened. Surprised, she felt an inexplicable warmth, but then her thoughts turned to her own entanglements with other women. How shameless, she thought, before snatching the jade guanyin and ignoring Lin Yu completely. The week following Jiang Yan's departure was monotonous for Lin Yu, who oscillated between home and the dumpling shop. On Sunday, he went to his mother's dumpling shop, only to find a striking figure, Xueqin, already there. She was seated at a table, animatedly conversing with his mother. Qin Xiulan, while a collection of Le Boni cosmetics and several Versace bags lay on the table. Xueqin applied hand cream to Qin Xiulan's hands, suggesting, Auntie, your hands are often in water. You should take extra care of them. What are you doing here? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. You're here, Xueqin replied, rising abruptly, a hint of shyness crossing her features. I came to buy some dumplings and check on Annie. Lin Yu nodded, casting a disinterested glance at the items on the table. Looking is fine, but the items can stay. They're not particularly expensive. They're just some samples the manufacturers provided, which I brought for Annie, Xueqin said, her demeanor slightly awkward. Although she couldn't quite classify her feelings for Lin Yu as love, she certainly held a fondness for him, as she had always harbored disdain for other men. Thus, Lin Yu became a distinctive presence in her life. Moreover, following that fateful night, Xueqin found Lin Yu to be enigmatic, compelling her to draw closer and learn more about him. The allure of mystery is often a potent weapon of attraction, marking the beginning of a woman's infatuation. Qiner, I'll accept this for now, but next time, please refrain from bringing gifts, Qin Xiulan interjected, sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere. I apologize for the intrusion, she added, just as a cool voice echoed from outside, followed by the sound of high heels and a rolling suitcase. Lin Yu turned to see Jiang Yin and felt a pang of concern. He hurriedly pursued her. Why are you back so soon? Lin Yu grasped her arm. Are you upset I returned early? Perhaps I should leave for a few more days, Jiang Yin replied frostily, feeling aggrieved. She had not returned home before bringing gifts for his godmother, only to stumble upon this scene. You misunderstand. She merely came to buy dumplings. Lin Yu's words rang hollow even to him, but they were the truth. You must be Miss Jiang, right? Please don't misunderstand. Lin Yu and I are merely friends, Xueqin chimed in, stepping outside. As a woman, upon seeing Jiang Yin, she felt a twinge of jealousy and an overwhelming sense of defeat. No wonder Lin Yu showed no interest in her. Any man with such a beautiful wife would hardly pay attention to other women. In truth, Xueqin and Jiang Yin were equally stunning. Though Jiang Yin's height of over 1.7 meters set her apart among women, particularly with her long, fair legs that could captivate anyone. You are mistaken. My relationship with He Jiarong is merely, Jiang Yin began to explain, but the words faltered on her lips. Why should she relinquish her husband? Her tone shifted, growing icy. Miss Xue, please conduct yourself with dignity. Miss Jiang, I've stated that we are just friends. Why do you lack confidence in yourself? Xueqin retorted, crossing her arms and casting a cold glance at Jiang Yin. Having already perceived Jiang Yin as a rival, she saw no need to hold back her disdain. Lin Yu found himself at a loss, having never encountered such a situation before. The air was thick with tension, and he sensed a hint of rivalry between these two stunning women. All right, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us settle down and talk it over, Qin Xiaolan interjected, her expression revealing her embarrassment. There's no need, Aunt Qin. It's too crowded here for me. This is a local specialty for you. I must take my leave now. Jiang Yin swiftly pressed a package into Qin Xiaolan's hands before turning to depart. Mom, I shall also take my leave. Lin Yu added hastily, pursuing Jiang Yin. Xueqin bit her lip tightly, her face contorted with resentment as she stamped her foot in frustration. Jiang Yin was truly too overbearing. Why are you following me? Shouldn't you be comforting your little girlfriend? Jiang Yin cast a cold glance at Lin Yu, feeling a sense of triumph within. It was evident that Lin Yu still cared for her the most. Please, just spare me. There is nothing between us. Lin Yu felt a twinge of injustice. If there was something between him and Xueqin, it would be one thing, but nothing had transpired at all. Oh, I almost forgot the specialty I brought for you. Jiang Yin suddenly retrieved an item from her bag and playfully tapped it on Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu accepted it and discovered it was a rattledrome, scrunching his nose in distaste and muttering about being stingy. In truth, Jiang Yin was well aware that Lin Yu and Xueqin had no connection, as she had discreetly collected Qin Xiaolan's phone number before leaving. Throughout that week in the capital, she maintained regular contact with Qin Xiaolan, keeping herself updated on Lin Yu's whereabouts. Qin Xiaolan held her in high regard, treating her like a daughter-in-law. Thus, she would never deceive Jiang Yin. Their bond had rapidly strengthened over the week, prompting her to rush over as soon as she landed. In a few days, it would be He Jiarong and Jiang Yan's wedding anniversary. Lin Yu had specifically called Yang Chunming to ask if he would be in Qinghai on that day, hoping he could join them. Regrettably, he received a negative response. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he reserved a table at Yang Chunming's own Western restaurant, intending to celebrate there. Initially, Jiang Yin had suggested a simple family dinner at home, but Lin Yu disagreed, and her parents urged them to go out instead. Ultimately, Jiang Yin dressed up and accompanied Lin Yu out. As it was the weekend, the restaurant was already bustling with patrons. This establishment was among the most upscale in Qinghai City, with a single sirloin steak priced in the hundreds. The decor was stylish and elegant, creating a refined and tranquil atmosphere that attracted many young diners. Excuse me, sir, this table is reserved for that gentleman. The waiter directed Lin Yu to their reserved table, only to find it occupied by another couple. This was one of the best tables in the restaurant, which Lin Yu had specifically booked, and he felt a surge of annoyance. What's the difference? We also made a reservation. Why should we vacate for them? The man seated at the table wore a blue suit and white shirt, looking well-groomed, but lacking in manners. I apologize, sir, but we informed you of the table number when you made your reservation. Please take your assigned seat, the waiter politely insisted. This is my table. The man in the blue suit retorted stubbornly, having arrived early to claim the spot after the better tables had been taken. Could you please show your reservation details? I deleted them. The man snapped. Sir, are you going to keep this up? The man in the blue suit said impatiently, demanding the manager be called to clarify his status. His words were directed at both the waiter and Lin Yu. Forget it. Let us just switch tables. Jiang Yin tugged at Lin Yu, not wanting their mood to sour over such a trivial matter. Humanity is defined by adherence to rules. To act without them is akin to being a beast, Lin Yu remarked, raising an eyebrow at the man in the blue suit with a cold expression. What did you just say? The man in the blue suit stood abruptly, raising his hand as if to strike Lin Yu. Lin Yu swiftly seized his wrist, flipping him onto the table with a crash. Ouch, that hurts. Good, it should. If you don't learn a lesson, how will you know how to behave? At that moment, a man in a suit rushed over. Manager, this gentleman is seated at the wrong table, occupying someone else's spot, the waiter quickly reported. Young Master Chi? The restaurant manager's face paled as he hurried over, pulling Lin Yu's hand away. What do you think you're doing? He took my table. Lin Yu frowned. I am the manager here. The seating arrangement is at my discretion. This table belongs to young Master Qi. As compensation, I can offer you a 10% discount on your bill, the manager stated, his tone leaving no room for refusal. No, I'm seated here. Lin Yu's expression hardened, refusing to yield. If that's the case, please leave. Our restaurant does not serve you, the manager said coldly, gesturing for them to exit. Chapter 49. A special wedding anniversary. Upon finishing his statement, the manager exchanged glances with the waiter, who promptly summoned 2 security guards clad in black suits. Such an establishment would naturally employ security to prevent disturbances that could disrupt other diners. After all, the clientele consisted of high-end patrons, and ensuring their safety was the least they could do. Yes, make them leave, young Master Qi exclaimed, puffing out his chest, feeling emboldened. He was a regular at the restaurant, spending hundreds of thousands each year, which explained the manager's deference towards him. You think we'll leave just because you say so? You're just a restaurant manager. Who gave you such power? Lin Yu retorted coldly, producing a black gold card from his pocket and handing it to the manager. Please take a good look at this card before you speak. This card had been gifted to him by Yang Chunming after their photo shoot. A specially customized VIP card for the restaurant, granting complimentary services to its holder. Initially resistant to accepting it, Lin Yu eventually did so after Yang Chunming insisted, viewing it as a small token of gratitude for the medical assistance he provided to Yang's father. The manager's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the card, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yang Chunming had instructed him that possession of this card equated to having an audience with him. Anyone holding it was among his top-tier clientele. Although others had previously presented such cards, they were typically political or corporate elites, not someone as unassuming as Lin Yu. Realizing that he had offended a valued guest, the manager trembled and quickly bowed. I sincerely apologize, sir. I failed to recognize your status. Please allow us to clean and sanitize this table for you immediately. What did you say? Young Master Qi's face fell as he heard the manager's words, his voice laced with anger. Have you forgotten how I supported your business? He was baffled as to why the manager's demeanor had changed so drastically upon Lin Yu revealing a mere card. Young Master Qi, if you wish, I can offer you another table, but if you refuse, I must ask you to leave and not disturb our esteemed guest's dining experience. The manager replied coldly, his expression hardening as he addressed the man in the blue suit. As his words concluded, the 2 security guards approached with an air of authority. Young Master Qi, realizing he could not act out, bit his lip in frustration. He had recently begun dating a university belle, hoping to impress her on her birthday. But now he found himself thwarted by Lin Yu. With numerous plans in place to win her over, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. So he begrudgingly followed his date to a different table. Apologies for interrupting your meal, dear sir. It is entirely my fault. The restaurant manager, wearing a forced smile, was filled with trepidation. Lin Yu did not spare him a glance, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Once they were seated, Jiang Yin curiously inquired, what card did you present that garnered such deference from him? This is their exclusive black gold VIP card, which Yang Chunming gifted me the other day when we crossed paths, Lin Yu replied candidly. I find that hard to believe. What merit does he have to bestow such a gift upon you? Jiang Yin replied, skepticism etched across her face. Just give me a smile, and I shall reveal the reason, Lin Yu said, gazing at Jiang Yin with a cheerful demeanor, feeling that her stern expression on such a special occasion was rather inauspicious. Rolling her eyes, Jiang Yin ignored him and began to peruse the menu. Today is my girlfriend's birthday, and I am thrilled to have the pleasure of your company here. If everyone could wish her a happy birthday, I shall treat each table to a bottle of red wine. At that moment, young Master Qi stood up, holding a bottle of wine and shouting to the entire room. The crowd was taken aback. Even though they were accustomed to mid to high-end dining, they were astonished by his generosity, as the wines here began at several thousand yuan. Presenting over a dozen bottles would certainly amount to a considerable sum. Many patrons frequented this establishment, not merely for a meal, but to savor the exquisite wines, which were far more refined and lingering than those found outside. Upon hearing such an offer, the guests enthusiastically raised their glasses, wishing young Master Qi's girlfriend a happy birthday. The university belle had never witnessed such a romantic spectacle. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she was enveloped by a wave of immense happiness. And this was merely the beginning. Young Master Qi promptly retrieved a jewelry box from his pocket, delicately opening it to reveal a stunning emerald necklace. With feigned tenderness, he declared, "My dear, happy birthday." I shall love you until the end of time. The crowd was irresistibly moved by the scene, erupting into applause. Tears welled into University Belle's eyes. She had seen this necklace during their visit to the jewelry store, priced at over 80,000 yuan. She was astounded that young Master Qi had secretly purchased it for her. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming impulse to offer herself in return. After helping her don the necklace, young Master Qi straightened up, cleared his throat, and announced, "Since this establishment is owned by Mr. Yang, it is only fitting that we receive his blessings. Waitstaff, please project the video from my phone onto the big screen," he commanded, and the waitstaff hurried over to connect his phone to the screen via Bluetooth. Soon after, the guests watched a video of Yang Chunming, who offered customary birthday greetings while mentioning the University Belle's name. Overcome with emotion, she was brought to tears, astonished by the lengths young Master Qi had gone for her. The crowd was equally touched, many casting envious glances. Obtaining a birthday video from a star of Yang Chunming's caliber was no small feat. Jiang Yin watched, momentarily entranced, her expression betraying a fleeting envy before she quickly masked it with indifference. Lin Yu felt a twinge of regret, wondering if he should have requested Yang Chunming to record a video for him as well. Amidst the cheers, young Master Qi and the University Belle shared a kiss, his hand slipping to her waist, and she offered no resistance. He felt a sense of pride, having won her over. As initially agreed, young Master Qi instructed the waitstaff to deliver a bottle of red wine valued at 6,600 yuan to each table in the restaurant, except for Lin Yu's. He glanced over, noticing Lin Yu's table remained devoid of any wine, and scoffed, "Poppers." However, before he could finish, the restaurant manager approached Lin Yu's table, presenting a bottle of wine with utmost reverence. "Mr. He, your wine has arrived. This is a 1986 Lafite, a special gift from our establishment." The crowd gasped in astonishment. A 1986 Lafite offered as a complimentary gift? Many were wine aficionados and recognized its worth, knowing that although it paled in comparison to the 1982 vintage, it was still a remarkable treasure. The restaurant's decision to bestow such a fine bottle upon Lin Yu sparked speculation regarding his true identity. Young Master Qi's face flushed crimson with rage, unable to fathom how this had transpired. His intent to humiliate Lin Yu by offering wine had backfired, leaving him embarrassed instead. The bottle on his table, valued at over 10,000 yuan, seemed trivial in comparison to Lin Yu's prized Lafite. Jiang Yin was equally surprised, contemplating whether to inquire about the situation, but recalling Lin Yu's propensity to tease her, she swiftly dismissed the thought. "Happy second wedding anniversary. May we continue to accompany each other through every day, whether in poverty or riches." Lin Yu raised his glass and smiled at Jiang Yin, reciting a phrase he had hastily Googled, feeling slightly awkward as it was his first anniversary. Jiang Yin was taken aback, pleasantly surprised that he Jiarong could articulate such sentiments. She nodded approvingly and clinked her glass with his. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the wedding anniversary of two esteemed guests in our restaurant." Suddenly, the restaurant manager rushed to the center of the room, his voice imbued with excitement as he addressed the crowd. "As a token of our heartfelt wishes, I have decided that all food and beverages for everyone present tonight will be complimentary." The patrons erupted in cheers, realizing how fortunate they were to enjoy a complimentary meal. Curiosity piqued as they wondered who the couple celebrating their anniversary could be, capable of eliciting such generosity from Yang Chunming's restaurant. "Mr. He, Miss Jiang, may you enjoy a lifetime of happiness together," the restaurant manager exclaimed, approaching Lin Yu and Jiang Yin with palpable enthusiasm. The crowd turned to them, rising to applaud, and the restaurant buzzed with excitement. Young Master Qi's face turned a deep shade of green, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before him. Was this fellow somehow related to the restaurant manager? Jiang Yin and Lin Yu were equally astonished, seemingly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. "You ask me how deep my love for you is, how much I love you." A rich voice filled the air as a man in a black suit emerged from the inner chamber, holding a microphone and singing with an air of elegance, his gaze brimming with emotion. "Young Tenming, oh, how is this possible? It truly is him, the real deal." The restaurant erupted into a frenzy of ecstatic screams. Even the previously composed ladies transformed into a whirlwind of excitement. Jiang Yin stared in disbelief at the sudden appearance of Yang Chunming, rendered speechless. As he sang, he maintained his gaze on her, gradually approaching and extending his hand, inviting her to rise. In a flurry, she complied. My feelings remain unchanged, my love steadfast. The moon represents my heart. As Yang Chenming sang, he took Jiang Yin to the center of the room, then invited Lin Yu to join them. Placing Lin Yu's hand in hers, Jiang Yan's hand felt slightly cold, prompting Lin Yu to instinctively grasp it tighter, hoping to warm her with his own body heat. Soft light enveloped them as the tender melody resonated, silencing the room, while the guests were swept away by the romantic atmosphere, quietly harmonizing with Yang Chenming's song. Many eyes brimmed with tears, filled with profound envy. How wonderful it would be if they too could experience such a moment in their lifetimes. Beside them, young Master Chi's complexion turned ashen, trembling with fury. Who exactly was this person surnamed He, and why was he so formidable, a name he had never even heard of? After numerous connections, he finally managed to obtain a video of Yang Chenming, only for the real person to appear before him. His school belle girlfriend, once filled with excitement, now wore a face of disappointment and jealousy. As the melody concluded, applause erupted, and many young women shouted, "Yang Chenming, I love you." Yang Chenming smiled and addressed the crowd, expressing his joy at witnessing the 2-year wedding anniversary of his dear friends He Jiarong and Jiang Yan, wishing them a lifetime of happiness together. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Lin Yu was taken aback by Yang Chenming's sudden return. During their phone conversation, Yang had explicitly stated he could not come back from the capital. Yet, here he was, standing before them. In reality, Yang Chenming had indeed been in the capital, but postponed his work upon receiving Lin Yu's call, rushing back to surprise Lin Yu and Jiang Yan. "Jiarong, it's your anniversary today. Don't you have anything to present?" Yang Chenming teased Lin Yu with a smile. It was then that Lin Yu remembered the imperial green necklace. Hastily retrieving it and placing it around Jiang Yan's neck under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The beauty of the necklace illuminated the entire restaurant, enhancing Jiang Yan's radiance. Imperial green. It's truly imperial green. My goodness, the value of so many imperial greens is staggering. This is true love. Those with discerning eyes among the crowd gasped in awe, many women enviously sparkling with admiration. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned, never expecting the necklace to be so precious. She had assumed it was a mere trinket Lin Yu had found somewhere. After all, he had little money, and his salary was all in her account. Young Master Chi, pale as a ghost, clutched his chest, suddenly feeling a constriction in his breath for reasons unknown. "He's here! He's here!" The crowd instinctively began to cheer at this moment of happiness. Jiang Yan's face flushed crimson as she nervously lowered her head, her heart racing. Strangely this time, she felt no inclination to refuse. Unlike their previous encounter at the clinic, her mindset had dramatically shifted. While she couldn't say she was anticipating it, she certainly wouldn't resist if Lin Yu leaned in to kiss her. It dawned on her that, unbeknownst to herself, she had gradually begun to accept He Jiarong deep within her heart. Lin Yu, feeling slightly shy from the crowd's encouragement, glanced at Yang Chenming, who smiled and gestured for him to proceed. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu leaned towards Jiang Yin, inhaling her fragrance, and timidly pressed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Jiang Yin trembled slightly at the warmth of his lips, but felt a pang of disappointment. Why only a kiss on the cheek? Come on, give her a proper kiss. The crowd shared a sense of disappointment, particularly among the men, who felt an exhilarating thrill witnessing such beauty being kissed by another man. "Don't worry, I'll make it up at home," Lin Yu said with a grin. Jiang Yin pinched him sharply, causing him to gasp in surprise. After Yang Chenming performed another song for Jiang Yin and Lin Yu, he hurriedly took his leave, needing to catch a flight back to the capital later that night. As Yang Chenming departed, the look of happiness on Jiang Yan's face lingered. Curiously, she turned to Lin Yu and asked, "What exactly is your relationship with him?" "Smile for me, and I'll tell you," Lin Yu replied, his eyes sparkling with a certain persistence. Jiang Yin shot him a glare, offering a half-hearted smile that revealed her pearly white teeth. "Is that enough?" "Not at all. That smile looks more like a grimace than a smile," he teased. "Speak if you want." Jiang Yin rolled her eyes and, in a huff, began to eat, deciding not to pursue the topic further. After dinner, as they exited the restaurant, a light rain began to fall. Lin Yu quickly took off his jacket and draped it over their heads. To avoid drunk driving, they had taken a taxi instead of driving, and now, with the rain, hailing a cab proved challenging. Thus, they sheltered beneath a nearby tree, close enough that their bodies nearly touched. Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed as she felt Lin Yu's warmth, oddly comforted by it, relishing the moment. A taxi is coming. Let us go. Suddenly, Lin Yu dashed out to flag down a cab, blocking the driver's path. The driver was reluctant to stop, but Lin Yu stood firm, offering, 5 kilometers. I'll give you 100. Kid, let me tell you, it's not about the money. I just can't bear to see you two getting soaked. Get in. The driver replied briskly. What are you waiting for? Get in. Lin Yu exclaimed proudly, noticing Jiang Yin still standing still. Jiang Yin was furious. Why did he always interrupt her good mood? A bit of rain wouldn't kill anyone. Even worse, when they got out, Lin Yu claimed he had no cash, leaving Jiang Yin to pay the fare. She stormed ahead, ignoring him, while Lin Yu was perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. Upon returning home, her parents were still awake and greeted them with smiles, inquiring about their anniversary celebration. Not great, Jiang Yin replied curtly, retreating to change clothes. What is the matter, Jerome? Lisuki nin kirat bujlat. Mom, don't listen to her. It was wonderful, Lin Yu said, showing the video the restaurant manager had recorded. The sight of Lin Yu kissing Jiang Yin made her parents beam with delight. Jiang Jingren quickly pulled Lin Yu into the kitchen, serving him a bowl of white soup, urging, quick, drink this, it's good for your health. What is this, Dad? Lin Yu frowned. Just drink it. No questions, Li Suqin insisted. While you two are still in this romantic mood, hurry and give me a grandchild. Jiarong, you need to step up. By today. It had been exactly 2 years since Jiang Yin and he Jiarong were married, and they had yet to have children, leading Jiang Jingren and his wife to wonder if there were any issues on he Jiarong's side. Step up? We're trying every night, Mom, Lin Yu chuckled, downing the bowl of white soup in one gulp. That night, after showering, Jiang Yin donned a rather alluring nightgown, her fair, toned thighs and calves exposed, while her collarbone and subtle curves were faintly visible. She felt an unexpected anticipation, hoping to seize the excitement of the evening to share something with Lin Yu, thus settling her debt to he Jiarong and satisfying her parents. Otherwise, she wondered if she would still have the courage after tonight. However, Lin Yu, oblivious to her intentions, sprawled out on the floor to sleep after his shower. Enraged, Jiang Yin hurled a pillow at him, cursing, sleep, sleep, may you sleep forever. In the middle of the night, Lin Yu jolted awake, startled to find his nose bleeding profusely. Alarmed, he rushed to the bathroom, feeling an overwhelming surge of desire, prompting him to stab himself with acupuncture needles to suppress the impulse. In truth, neither Jiang Yin nor Lin Yu was psychologically prepared for intimacy, which led him to evade the matter, as he was not he Jiarong. At this moment, in an office on the 6th floor of Qinghai City People's Hospital, a solitary light remained lit. Within the room sat 2 men, one relatively young, the other somewhat older. The younger man was perusing a file folder while inquiring, how long has she been employed? With training included, it hasn't even been half a month, the older man replied hastily. Well then, can the matter I mentioned last time be arranged? The younger man continued to flip through the documents, abruptly halting upon seeing a photograph within. It was a candid shot of Jiang Yin, captured in a pristine white lab coat, her figure gracefully elongated, and her features exquisitely refined. The younger man's fingers trembled slightly as they traced the image. In a few days, there happens to be an academic exchange in Lingen. We could send her there. However, the older man adjusted his glasses, his expression fraught with concern. Even though I'm a chief physician, my authority pales in comparison to Li Haoming's. If he finds out, it could lead to complications. Rest assured, your compensation will be adequate, the younger man assured him. I will do my utmost. The older man replied, his apprehension mingled with a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Very well, I shall await her arrival in Lingen, the younger man declared, extracting the photograph and slamming the file shut before tossing it onto the desk as he stood to leave. Under the illumination, he appeared tall and striking, his tailored suit exuding the charm of a model. This was Li Junyi, who had vanished from Qinghai following the last raw stone auction. Chapter 51. The 1,000-year ginseng king at the last auction, a video of his wife cavorting with another man had utterly tarnished his reputation. Were it not for his father-in-law's influence, he would have severed ties with that woman long ago. Even though they remained married, their relationship had become a mere facade, each pursuing their own affairs. Upon learning that the video was orchestrated by Shun Yuxuan, Li Junyi attributed the blame to Lin Yu, determined to return the humiliation he felt. Thus, he meticulously devised a plan to lure Jiang Yin to Lingen, a territory under his control. Once she arrived, escape would be impossible. Jiang Yin, I have foretold that you shall inevitably belong to me. After exiting the hospital, Li Junyi, maintaining an air of composure, glanced at the photograph in his hand before entering a sleek black car and speeding away. I am to embark on another business trip. Are you pleased? 3 days later, Jiang Yin admired herself in a newly purchased long dress before a full-length mirror while conversing with Lin Yu. Why the sudden business trip? Lin Yu frowned, perplexed by the hospital's incessant demands. There's no alternative. As a newcomer, I must seize opportunities to learn. This is a rare chance that our director fought hard to secure for me, Jiang Yin replied. Is it still in the capital? Lin Yu inquired curiously. Not this time. I am heading to Lingen, Jiang Yin responded. Lingen? Lin Yu sat up straight, a wave of unease washing over him at the thought of Li Junyi also being from there. Perhaps I should accompany you? What purpose would you serve? I'm going to study, Jiang Yin retorted. I'm merely idle at home. It would be a pleasant diversion, and it would save me from your unjustified jealousy. Lin Yu said with a grin. Jealousy? You are being overly sentimental, Jiang Yin exclaimed, quickly retreating into her room, feeling inexplicably guilty. Under Lin Yu's insistence, Jiang Yin reluctantly agreed to bring him along to Lingen, although the hospital would cover only her expenses, while Lin Yu's would be self-financed. Upon arriving at the hotel, Jiang Yin initially permitted Lin Yu to share her room, but he proactively booked a separate one next door. As the academic conference was scheduled to last 2 days, they will be staying for 3 nights. Mr. Li, the individual you asked me to monitor has arrived. In a towering glass building, Li Junyi sipped coffee in a spacious office while a man in a black jacket handed him a few photographs surreptitiously taken of Lin Yu and Jiang Yin entering the hotel. He has come as well, Li Junyi exclaimed, surprised to see Lin Yu's image. A cold smile spread across his face as he recalled the moments Lin Yu had humiliated him at the auction, igniting a deep-seated resentment. He clenched Lin Yu's photograph tightly, his voice icy. This is fortuitous. Since he has arrived, he shall not leave. Contact the hotel manager and instruct him to proceed as planned, Li Junyi commanded. With extensive business ties across almost every H in this day and age, there truly seemed to be a plethora of foolish individuals. I must inform you that such a large ginseng could never be a wild mountain ginseng. The pharmacy clerk couldn't help but roll his eyes, speaking with a tone of disdain. Last time, he was penalized a month's salary for mistakenly accepting a counterfeit ginseng, so he now refrains from carelessly acquiring such items. All right, 60,000, just 60,000, the elderly man exclaimed, gripping Lin Yu's arm tightly, fearful that Lin Yu might vanish with a mere blink. I'll offer 80,000. Suddenly, a voice from behind broke in. An elderly gentleman clad in a white coat approached briskly. He was the resident physician of the herbal medicine shop. Upon seeing the ginseng in the old man's hand, he promptly made a bid. Having practiced medicine for decades and handled thousands of herbal materials, he could instantly discern that the ginseng held some value, prompting him to compete in the bidding. The clerk's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing that the physician was joining the bidding, regretting not having accepted it at a lower price. 100,000. Lin Yu immediately escalated the offer. 120,000. The physician, sensing a potential profit, followed suit. 300,000. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yu raised the price to 300,000, believing that even if the card given to him by Jiang Yin was insufficient, he could call her for a transfer. The physician, however, declined to continue bidding, shaking his head with a smile. Young man, acquiring this ginseng for over 100,000 would still yield a profit. But 300,000 is exorbitant. Master, his accent clearly indicates he is from out of town, utterly ignorant of our Lingen-esque circumstances, the clerk scoffed, regarding Lin Yu with a look of contempt. What do you mean? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. Young man, ginseng of this size is not uncommon in Lingen. It is a genetically modified variant. In recent years, many have engaged in large-scale production, crossbreeding pure strains to mass-produce hybrid ginseng. Thus, we are particularly meticulous when acquiring ginseng. The physician explained patiently, while this ginseng may outwardly resemble wild ginseng, such a large specimen could not possibly be wild. It is likely hybridized, although it may possess slightly higher medicinal value compared to other hybrids. Nonsense. This is pure, wild mountain ginseng, which I personally unearthed. The elderly man, alarmed, rushed to clarify to Lin Yu. Young man, there are many fraudsters nowadays. Be cautious not to fall victim. The physician cautioned Lin Yu calmly. I trust this elder. Lin Yu replied with a smile, then asked the old man, do you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Cash will suffice. Cash, the old man responded, visibly relieved. I'll give you a discount, 28,000 will do. Lin Yu accompanied him to a nearby bank to withdraw the money. Upon seeing the substantial amount, the old man's eyes widened, and he hastily wrapped the cash in a rag, fleeing as if in a panic. Young man, you've been deceived. Such a large ginseng is clearly hybridized. While it may fetch some money at the pharmacy, its actual medicinal value is low, and in personal possession, it may not even be worth several thousand. The commotion between Lin Yu and the physician attracted onlookers, several of whom were knowledgeable about ginseng and began to comment. Old sir, having lived so long, you must have never encountered a 1,000-year ginseng king, have you? Lin Yu said with a smile. Please fetch me a basin of clean water. I will let you witness it. Young man, I fear you may end up in tears, the physician chuckled, shaking his head as he instructed the clerk to bring a basin of water. Lin Yu gently washed the wild mountain ginseng in the clean water, removing the surface dirt, and then said, Old sir, take another look. The physician carefully took the ginseng, his eyes widening in astonishment, exclaiming, It truly is wild mountain ginseng. Incredible. Master, this can't be right. The clerk's expression changed instantly. Old sir, you're not mistaken, are you? There are many that resemble the genuine article with sticky roots. The crowd, too, began to murmur in envy and skepticism. Based on my years of experience, I can assure you, this wild mountain ginseng is tightly formed, resembling a juju pit with no sap leaking. It possesses a spiritual essence with a firm, delicate, and lustrous skin, naturally formed limbs, fine and deep patterns, and long, flexible roots. Coupled with its impressive size, this is indeed a top-tier specimen, likely aged between several hundred to 1,000 years, the physician elaborated, his voice trembling slightly. Such a rare ginseng is something many herbalists may never encounter in their lifetime. Indeed, the old physician is profoundly knowledgeable, Lin Yu remarked, finding his analysis to be impeccably accurate. The crowd erupted in exclamations, marveling at the value of such a magnificent ginseng. How much is it worth? I wouldn't sell it for any price. Perhaps consuming it might grant me longevity. I recall that a 300-year-old ginseng fetched over 10 million a few years back. What incredible luck. This wild mountain ginseng must be worth at least over 100 million. The onlookers were filled with envy, regretting not having seized the opportunity to purchase earlier. Young man, congratulations. If you're willing, you could sell it to our pharmacy. Before the physician could finish, Lin Yu waved his hand in refusal, smiling. I'm sorry, old sir. This ginseng is for my personal use. With that, he swiftly took the ginseng from the physician and disappeared into the crowd. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yu carefully concealed the highly valuable wild mountain ginseng in his suitcase. With its potent medicinal properties and the spiritual energy within him, it could potentially yield miraculous results, making this trip to Lingen exceedingly worthwhile. Lin Yu had long nurtured a fantasy of one day reshaping his physical form. Alas, the notion of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones remained but a legend, scarcely known even in the memories of his ancestors. 2 days passed swiftly, and on the third evening, Lin Yu made a special visit to Jiang Yin's room to return her bank card, claiming he had purchased some local specialties and spent a bit of money. How much did you spend? Jiang Yin asked, clutching her aching shoulder as she tucked the card away. Having managed the family finances for years, she felt compelled to inquire. 28,000, Lin Yu replied candidly. 28,000? Are the local specialties made of gold? Jiang Yin shot him an incredulous glare, feeling exasperated at his recklessness. Had it not been for his newfound ability to earn, she would have kicked him for his extravagance. Wealth is merely a material possession. The most important thing in life is to be happy, Lin Yu said, approaching her from behind and beginning to massage her shoulders. What are you doing? Jiang Yin asked coldly, only to feel a wave of warmth envelop her neck, alleviating her discomfort. Lin Yu gently kneaded her shoulders, infusing her with verdant spiritual energy that dispelled her fatigue from the past few days. I'm truly sorry for having placed such a burden on you all these years, supporting our family alone, Lin Yu murmured softly. Now that I can earn, you need not stress yourself so much. Just pursue what brings you joy. That's easy to say. Don't be fooled by those jewelry companies that have you working part-time. Once they discover you're not generating profits, they will certainly cast you aside, Jiang Yin retorted, feeling that Lin Yu's perspective was still too narrow. Rest assured, I have my own plans. Lin Yu had already resolved that if suitable work was unavailable, he would venture into business for himself, providing security for both himself and his family, while also occupying his time. Noticing the hour was late, Lin Yu bid Jiang Yin farewell and returned to his own room. After Jiang Yin closed the door behind him, she locked it, only to discover that the internal lock was broken. Initially, she contemplated summoning the hotel front desk for repairs, but reconsidered, knowing she would be going home the next day. She decided to manage without it. Moreover, Lin Yu resided next door, which provided her with a profound sense of security. After securing the anti-theft chain, she headed for a shower. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lin Yu returned to his room, he heard a knock on the door and quickly rose to answer it. A staff member entered, carrying an assortment of desserts and juices, and said, "Mr. He, please enjoy." This was a complimentary service from the hotel, which had been delivered for 3 consecutive days. Lin Yu found the juice exceptionally delightful. Feeling thirsty, he eagerly gulped down several mouthfuls. "There's no need to go to my wife's room. She said she doesn't require anything," Lin Yu instructed. "Understood, Mr. He," the staff member replied with a smile. "How do you make your juice? It's remarkably delicious. Could you share your secret?" Lin Yu praised while drinking. "Our fruits are all imported from abroad, meticulously selected, ensuring the juice's exquisite taste," the staff member responded politely. "Ah, that explains it," Lin Yu nodded. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, followed by a thud as he collapsed to the floor, spilling juice everywhere. The staff member's expression changed instantly. He rushed over, crouching beside Lin Yu and patting his chest urgently. Sir, what happened?" Seeing Lin Yu unresponsive, the staff member quickly slapped his face a few times, yet Lin Yu remained inert. The staff member then collected himself, exhaling deeply, and spoke into the intercom. "It's done." Within 10 minutes, 4 burly men stormed in, their movements and demeanor indicating military training. They swiftly bound Lin Yu with rope. "There's no need for such trouble. The effects of the drug will last 3 to 4 hours, the staff member remarked. "Better safe than sorry," one of the men replied coldly, his cautious nature honed by military discipline, ensuring thoroughness even when dealing with an ordinary person like Lin Yu. "Is the surveillance off?" another man inquired. "Yes, it is," the staff member quickly responded. The 4 men then lifted Lin Yu and, after glancing around to confirm no one was watching, hurriedly made their way towards the stairwell. Meanwhile, in an office building, a man in a black jacket hung up his phone and approached Li Junyi, respectfully stating, "Mr. Li, everything is arranged. That girl is now like a cooked duck, unable to escape." "What about Hejiao?" Li Junyi asked, simultaneously popping a blue pill into his mouth and swallowing it with water. He needed to ensure he was in peak condition for such an important night. "He's been captured. Those mercenaries are taking him to the abandoned factory now. They'll warm him up while you deal with that girl, and then they can have their fun with him." The man in black chuckled confidently. "Are you sure?" Li Junyi questioned, a hint of unease creeping in. "Absolutely. Here are the photos sent by the mercenaries." The man in black retrieved his phone to show Li Junyi the images, which depicted Lin Yu bound and gagged, sound asleep. "Impressive work. I'll ensure each of them receives an extra 200,000 after this," Li Junyi replied, elated, before changing into another outfit and spraying some cologne on his wrists and underarms, ready to depart. Half an hour later, Li Junyi arrived at the hotel where Jiang Yin was staying, now deep into the night. "Mr. Li, you've arrived. Everything has been prepared for you." The lobby manager hurried over, presenting a RO. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, then stood up and walked over to Jiang Yan's suitcase, retrieving a needle pouch. He slowly returned to Li Junyi's side and said languidly, "You are fortunate. I have just had a change of heart. Not only will I refrain from killing you, but I shall also ensure that you live well." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 silver needles in his hand were plunged fiercely into Li Junyi's sides. "What are you doing?" Li Junyi exclaimed, both startled and fearful, suddenly realizing he could no longer move. "You must have taken some medicine before coming here. Judging by your complexion, it appears your kidney energy is excessive, causing a rise in yang fire. If you do not find a way to release it promptly, it could inflict significant harm on your body." Lin Yu smiled at him, then proceeded to insert a few more needles into several acupoints governing kidney energy, such as the Guan Yuan and Shinshu points. Li Junyi suddenly felt his body heating up rapidly, particularly in his lower abdomen, as if a flame were consuming him. Subsequently, he sensed a warm current surging through his abdomen, causing his body to tremble as an overwhelming sense of comfort coursed through him, soon followed by a wave of exhaustion. "You bastard, are you trying to do this to me?" Before he could finish his thought, his lower abdomen flared up again, and he shivered once more, realizing his pants had become damp. Li Junyi gasped in disbelief. What the hell is happening? How can a few needles provoke such a reaction? Before he could ponder further, his lower abdomen warmed again. He Jiarong, what have you done to me? I warn you. His words were cut short as his body trembled again, leaving him with a chilling sensation at the back of his head and a dull pain in his kidneys, feeling as if you're being hollowed out. He Jiarong, please, stop or I beg you. His voice was filled with terror, and his bravado had vanished. Stop? Why should I stop? Did you not come here tonight seeking this ultimate pleasure? You should be grateful for my assistance. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, casually scrolling through his phone as if unaffected. I beg you. I feel like I'm dying. After 5 minutes, Li Junyi's voice had become faint, his face as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably, clearly in a state of chills, and he had lost all sensation below his abdomen. Do not worry, I will not let you die. Lin Yu flashed him a smile, hesitated for a moment, then removed the silver needles from Li Junyi's body. Although only 10 minutes had passed, it had been sufficient. Li Junyi's future happiness had been irrevocably shattered. Even if he were to encounter the most beautiful women thereafter, he would be powerless to act. For a man, being rendered into a eunuch is a far greater torment than death itself. Thus, Lin Yu found no necessity to kill him. Get some good rest. Your good days are still ahead. Lin Yu flashed a radiant smile at Li Junyi before swiftly plunging a needle into the back of his head. And Li Junyi fell into a deep slumber. Jiang Yan, open the door. I am staying in your room tonight. After retrieving Jiang Yan's suitcase, Lin Yu kindly locked the door behind Li Junyi and hurried to knock on Jiang Yan's door. He Jiarong, are you insane? Are you going to let me sleep or not? Jiang Yan's face flushed with anger. Just 20 minutes prior, she had been sleeping soundly when Lin Yu suddenly woke her to switch rooms, and now, just as she had begun to doze off, this scoundrel had returned. In truth, the juice served by the waiter had not incapacitated Lin Yu. With his medical expertise, he could not possibly be affected by such a trivial dose. He had feigned unconsciousness to observe the ruse being played out. After being captured by those special forces, Lin Yu had pretended to remain asleep until they reported back to their superior, at which point he swiftly incapacitated the 4 of them and hurried back to the hotel to switch rooms with Jiang Yan. He had anticipated that Li Junyi was behind the scheme, and indeed, he was correct. Given the considerable effort Li Junyi had expended, Lin Yu felt it only right to provide him with an unforgettable experience. Although Lin Yu could have made do in the previous room, the foul stench of blood and sweat emanating from Li Junyi was unbearable, prompting him to seek refuge with Jiang Yan. Seeing her so enraged, he quickly offered an apologetic smile. I am sorry. I accidentally spilled water on the blanket, and it is completely soaked, making it impossible to sleep. Is the blanket truly wet? Jiang Yan stepped aside to let him in, casting a glance at him, vaguely suspecting that this rogue might have ulterior motives so late at night. Tonight is not suitable. I am feeling unwell, and I must rise early tomorrow to catch a train. Please do not pressure me. Jiang Yan bit her lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be so blunt. Look at you. Where are your thoughts wandering? Do you think I would act so beastly? Lin Yu realized her implication, and his face reddened slightly. You are not a beast. You are even worse than a beast. Jiang Yan silently cursed inwardly. This was their first time sharing a bed, and Jiang Yan was nearly too nervous to sleep, while Lin Yu slumbered soundly like a log until dawn. Upon waking, Lin Yu and Jiang Yan made their way directly to the train station. He paid no mind to Li Junyi, knowing that his subordinates would come looking for him by noon. As they walked toward the train, Lin Yu glanced at Jiang Yan's perfect profile and suddenly wondered if she harbored even a trace of affection for Li Junyi, unable to resist asking, when you arrive in Lingen, will you think of Li Junyi? Jiang Yan turned to Lin Yu, her eyes filled with disdain as she coldly replied, Please do not ever compare me to such a person. I find him repulsive. Understood, Sister Yan. Lin Yu smiled knowingly, feeling a sense of clarity within himself. Upon returning to Qinghai, Lin Yu dedicated time to explore several storefronts. He had contemplated that he had once been a medical student and had now inherited a wealth of medical knowledge from his ancestors, thus concluding that opening a clinic to treat patients was the most suitable path for him. This would allow him to build a career while doing good deeds, a truly noble endeavor. As for his relationship with Jishir Hall, it posed no real competition. After all, in a city as vast as Qinghai, patients were abundant. Even if Jishir Hall were to open 10 more locations, they would still be unable to accommodate the demand. However, after several days, Lin Yu had yet to find an appropriate storefront, as there were few available street-facing locations. Most were situated within shopping malls, which were far too noisy for a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. One morning, just as Lin Yu had risen, Old Song suddenly called him, his tone filled with urgency. Xiaohe, are you busy right now? Jishir Hall is in trouble. I am in Beijing and cannot return. Could you please help me take a look? Of course. Old Song, I will head over right away. Lin Yu hardly had time to inquire about the situation before agreeing and rushing to Jishir Hall. As he approached, he could see a crowd gathering tightly around the entrance, with many onlookers outside while those inside were shouting angrily, their words indistinct. Brother, what happened inside? Lin Yu asked an elderly man on the periphery. Jishir Hall's medicine nearly killed someone. The family members have come to cause a ruckus, the old man replied. Medicine from Jishir Hall killed someone? Lin Yu found it absurd. The establishment had maintained its reputation for many years without incident. How could that be possible? We have trusted you for so long, and now you are selling inferior medicine, endangering lives. Such a heartless clinic should be shut down permanently. A man in a yellow shirt was red-faced and agitated, standing next to a patient slumped in a wheelchair, pale and gasping for breath, clearly suffering from poisoning. The patient had a needle in his left arm, with an 4-bag hanging from a hook above his wheelchair. Behind the patient stood 2 women, their faces contorted with rage. One was the patient's wife, and the other his sister. The man in yellow, the patient's brother, was visibly agitated upon witnessing his elder brother's condition. It was merely a cough treatment that had led to such a dire outcome. Naturally, Song Zheng was present, his complexion pale and drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly exclaiming, "You're talking nonsense. Our medicine cannot be fatal." Behind him stood several physicians, all wearing grim expressions, silent as the grave. Impossible? Then take a look at this prescription. Is it not yours? Is this not from your pharmacy? The man in yellow retorted, presenting a prescription and a dispensing receipt. Our prescription and medicine cannot possibly be at fault. Song Zheng clenched his teeth, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. May I see it? At that moment, Lin Yu emerged from the crowd, extending his hand to take the prescription and the receipt. Brother he. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Song Zheng's expression brightened, shedding his previous arrogance for a more conciliatory demeanor, inexplicably feeling a sense of reassurance. Lin Yu nodded slightly and smiled at him, choosing not to speak as he scrutinized the prescription in his hands. The prescription was a remedy for asthma, listing over 20 medicinal ingredients including Su Yi, Wu Wei Zi, Ma Huang, Ping Bei, Qianhu and Fa Ban Xia, evidently a secret formula from Jishir Tang, as a common clinic would not typically prescribe such an array of herbs. Look at the ingredients on this prescription. With so many herbs, a single mistake could indeed result in a tragedy. The man in yellow asserted angrily. Precisely. Every medicine has its risks. Prescribing so many herbs inevitably invites error. Voices from the crowd echoed in agreement. With the patient in such a state, what else is there to discuss? Jishir Tang is no longer reliable. An old song is not the same as before. Their claims of healing and saving lives seem merely a fade for monetary gain. Not only Jishir Tang, but the entirety of traditional Chinese medicine appears to be in disarray. In the future, one should seek treatment from reputable hospitals instead of these small operations that cannot be trusted. It is foolish to still believe in traditional Chinese medicine. As the crowd heard the man in yellow's reasonable assertions, they erupted in verbal condemnation of Jishir Tang and traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Yu felt a surge of anger at their disparagement of traditional practices. Suppressing his rage, he turned to Song Zheng and inquired, "Did you prescribe this?" Startled by Lin Yu's piercing gaze, Song Zheng trembled slightly and hurriedly replied, "Yes, I prescribed it, but this formula was personally devised by my grandfather. It cannot possibly be erroneous. Just confirm whether this prescription is indeed yours. Examine the handwriting carefully," Lin Yu urged, handing the prescription back to Song Zheng. Understanding Lin Yu's intent, Song Zheng scrutinized it and nodded. "This is indeed my prescription. There can be no mistake." Lin Yu compared it with the dispensing receipt and then turned to the man in yellow, stating, "There is nothing wrong with the prescription. It cannot be fatal. Have you made any mistakes in preparing the medicine?" "Absolutely not," the man in yellow asserted vehemently. "With so many herbs, if you lack knowledge of traditional medicine, it is entirely possible to misplace an ingredient," Lin Yu remarked, puzzled by the man's unwavering confidence. "My sister-in-law was also concerned about the possibility of errors, so she specifically asked our neighbor from the nearby herbal shop to prepare it," the man in yellow replied, glancing back at the woman in red. The woman in red nodded, adding, I anticipated you would attempt to shirk responsibility, so I brought our neighbor along. He is also a doctor. As she spoke, a man in his 40s emerged from the crowd, dressed in a Zhongshan suit with a goatee, exuding an air of wisdom. Indeed, I have been the one preparing their medicine these past few days, and I can assure you that both the herbs and their quantities were accurate. Foreseeing your denial, we even brought along the herbal residue from the decoction. The man with the goatee calmly stated, signaling to the woman in red, who promptly retrieved a pot containing the herbal residue from behind her wheelchair and handed it to Lin Yu. My husband became poisoned after drinking this pot of medicine, the woman in red asserted angrily. Previously, when he consumed it, was there any issue? Lin Yu asked, glancing at the residue in the pot, inwardly bemused, realizing that the opposing party had come well prepared. Previously, it was fine, but this time after drinking it, he immediately showed signs of extreme distress and struggled to breathe. The woman in red recalled, if it was fine before, then why is it problematic this time? Lin Yu mused, inhaling deeply to discern the scent from the pot, then raising an eyebrow to scrutinize the man with the goatee. What are you implying? Are you suggesting I made an error with the medicine this time? The man with the goatee retorted angrily. Feel free to identify the herbs in the residue. If necessary, we can take it to the Health Bureau for testing. He continued defiantly, his face flushed with anger. There is indeed no issue with the residue, Lin Yu remarked, meticulously examining the contents of the pot and noting that the herbs, both in type and quantity, were indeed correct. Then it must be your prescription and medicine that are flawed, the man with the goatee exclaimed, a smug expression crossing his face as he pointed a finger at Lin Yu, coldly asserting, your unwavering defense of Ji Shirtang suggests they have perhaps rewarded you handsomely. Birds of a feather flock together. Indeed, like attracts like, you must not be a paragon of virtue either. Others chimed in, precisely, a congregation of scoundrels. Since you have admitted fault, you ought to compensate us without delay. I propose we take legal action against them until they're driven to bankruptcy. I used to frequent Ji Shirtang for prescriptions, but I believe I shall seek a medical examination at a hospital instead. This trash establishment ought to be shut down. Such nonsense in traditional Chinese medicine. The crowd, witnessing Lin Yu affirm the validity of the prescription and the residue, erupted in uproar, vociferously demanding justice from Ji Shirtang. The man in yellow, now more incensed, picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it into Ji Shirtang, shattering the glass door with a resounding crash. The onlookers quickly followed suit, brandishing objects to throw at the establishment. Brother He, Song Zheng's face turned ashen. He had never encountered such chaos before. With his grandfather absent, he felt utterly lost, placing his hopes on Lin Yu. Cease this at once. Lin Yu infused his voice with inner strength, delivering a commanding shout that resonated with clarity and authority, silencing the crowd in an instant. They turned to him with expressions tinged with fear. The previously unremarkable Lin Yu now radiated an aura of undeniable power. I merely stated that the residue in this pot is without fault, not that the medicine consumed by the patient is faultless. Lin Yu coldly glared at the man with the goatee, suspecting that certain herbs may have been intentionally omitted prior to this moment. What do you mean by that? The man with the goatee retorted, his eyes blazing with fury. If you do not believe me, let us go to the Health Bureau for testing to ascertain whether there are any other ingredients. There is no need for testing. Nothing will show up because you have merely mixed some raw banxia into the Fa banxia. They are the same type of herb, but processed differently, hence it would not be detected in testing, Lin Yu replied coolly, knowing that had it not been for his acute sense of smell for various herbs, he might have been deceived by the man with the goatee. You are slandering me. The man with the goatee trembled, desperately masking his panic with rage. Upon hearing Lin Yu's assertion, the crowd expressed astonishment. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about traditional herbs or who had been ill before knew that improper use of raw banxia could indeed lead to poisoning. The patient's symptoms eerily mirrored those of banxia poisoning. Slander. Lin Yu scoffed, then continued. As long as we take this patient to the hospital for a blood test, the truth will undoubtedly be revealed. At that point, you will be guilty of intentional homicide. The man with the goat beard suddenly changed his pallor, trembling slightly before kneeling before Lin Yu, crying out, Brother, I was foolish for a moment. I beg you spare me. I never intended to harm anyone. I merely sought to tarnish the reputation of Jishir Hall. The goat-bearded man's pharmacy was located on the street, charging exorbitant fees. Since the establishment of Jishir Hall, his business had gradually dwindled, prompting him to concoct a scheme to discredit it. He could have succeeded, but he never anticipated Lin Yu's sudden intervention. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with the man in yellow and his sister-in-law equally surprised to discover that it was the goat-bearded man who had secretly plotted against them, despite their unwavering trust in him. The crowd turned their ire towards the goat-bearded man, hurling accusations. Scoundrel! You regard human life as nothing. How dare you call yourself a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? It is individuals like you who tarnish the profession. Such a villain deserves to be punished severely. As they shouted, they began to throw the items they had intended to hurl at Jishir Hall onto the goat-bearded man. You scoundrel! After all these years of being neighbors, the man in yellow bellowed, charging at the goat-bearded man with fists flying. Oh, spare me! The goat-bearded man cried, clutching his head in despair. Just moments ago, he had been boasting as he led the crowd in denouncing Lin Yu in Jishir Hall. Yet now he found himself battered and bruised. You heartless wretch! I will see you brought to ruin. Song Zheng declared fiercely, a sigh of relief escaping him as he cast a grateful glance toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu cast a cold glance at the goat-bearded man, choosing not to intervene. He felt no sympathy for such a morally bankrupt fellow practitioner. Song Zheng, may I borrow your acupuncture bag? I shall assist this gentleman in detoxifying him, Lin Yu requested, prompting Song Zheng to hurriedly fetch the bag and present it to him with great respect. Lin Yu removed the needles from the patient, subsequently inserting a few into acupoints such as the Chai's, e.g., Yanglingquan, and Taichung, with a surge of spiritual energy coursing through the silver needles. He swiftly helped the patient expel the heat from his lungs and the toxins from his liver. Within mere minutes, the patient's complexion began to regain its color. His breathing steadied, and he appeared revitalized. Little divine doctor, thank you, the patient exclaimed, his demeanor returning to that of a normal person. Divine doctor, how astonishing. You have restored him in such a short time. The crowd marveled at the scene before them. Did you see? This is true traditional Chinese medicine, they exclaimed, their admiration evident. Little divine doctor, where do you practice? We wish to seek your expertise. Indeed, little divine doctor, we will come to you for treatment from now on. Such skill, even if the fees are steep, I would gladly pay. Please, no need for such formality. I genuinely wish to open my own traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Everyone is welcome to visit when the time comes. Lin Yu smiled at the crowd, unexpectedly promoting his future clinic while assisting Jishir Hall with its troubles. Little divine doctor, do let us know when you open. May I ask your esteemed name? Oh, I am He Jiarong, Lin Yu replied with a smile. He Jiarong. He is a renowned doctor who has competed with Old Song. Someone in the crowd recalled his name, and excitement rippled through the onlookers. Although many had never met Lin Yu, they were well aware of the reputation associated with He Jiarong. The crowd expressed their unanimous support, pledging to back him should he open a clinic. Brother He, are you truly planning to open a clinic? Song Zheng asked, surprised. Have you selected a location? Not yet. I'm still pondering that. Lin Yu replied with a wry smile, then recalled something and added, I hope Jishir Hall won't mind if I open my clinic. Brother He, what are you saying? You have just assisted us immensely. We are grateful to you. With so many patients, we can hardly manage. We would welcome another clinic to alleviate our burden, Song Zheng said sincerely, his tone respectful, shedding the arrogance he once held. If you haven't found a place yet, I have a recommendation, Xueqin interjected as she approached the group. She had arrived earlier, having witnessed the entire confrontation unfold. Captivated by Lin Yu's calm confidence, she had refrained from stepping forward. She briefed Lin Yu on the potential location for the clinic, to which he nodded in agreement, expressing satisfaction. This location does seem quite suitable. I wonder about the rental price? It's my friend's shop. If you rent it, there's no charge. Consider it my investment, Xueqin replied. Let me think about it. Lin Yu hesitated, not rushing to agree, as he had to consider the feelings of someone at home. When the police arrived, the goat-bearded man was taken away, while the man in yellow and Song Zheng were called to provide statements. Lin Yu returned home directly. That evening, he shared his thoughts with Jiang Yin, refraining from mentioning his plans to open a clinic, instead referring to it as a small business and stating he intended to lease the storefront. No. Lin Yu sighed in resignation. After all, Jiang Yin held the purse strings, and without her consent, his clinic could not materialize. Remembering Xueqin's earlier words, Lin Yu murmured, If you don't provide me with the funds, I might just agree to let Xueqin invest. She offered me the storefront for free. Jiang Yin abruptly turned, biting her lip, and angrily asked, "How much is that storefront?" "Based on location and size, the monthly rent is about 100,000. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. "I mean to purchase it." "How much?" Jiang Yin steeled herself, willing to finance the purchase as long as Lin Yu kept his distance from Xueqin. Lin Yu nearly choked in shock. His ideal scenario was indeed to buy the storefront, but he feared Jiang Yin would decline. He promptly gave Jiang Yin a thumbs up, expressing his gratitude. "Sister Yin, from this day forth, you are my real sister." "Shameless." Jiang Yin's face flushed, inwardly scolding him. "What do you mean by real sister? Do you live in the same house as your real sister?" Chapter 55. Coercive sales with Jiang Yin's approval. Lin Yu called Xueqin to coordinate the purchase, asking if her friend could sell him the storefront. Naturally, Xueqin could not refuse his request. Under her mediation, her friend swiftly transferred the storefront to Lin Yu. The deal was struck at a price of 80,000 per square meter, totaling approximately 6 to 7 million. Jiang Yin winced at the expenditure. Yet these funds were originally Lin Yu's, and she chose not to intervene, allowing him to pursue his endeavors. The storefront was already tidy, needing minimal renovation. A bit of tidying up, installing a counter, and stocking herbal medicines would suffice for it to open. With Song Zheng's assistance, the shop was soon ready. The sign crafted with a wooden plaque and golden lettering. Hui Sheng Tang. With nearly all supplies prepared, the next step involved acquiring medical licenses and practitioner certificates. Handling the paperwork individually would be tedious, so Lin Yu opted to call Deng Jianbin for assistance. Upon hearing Lin Yu's plan, Deng Jianbin readily agreed, inquiring with curiosity, "Brother He, are you planning to open your own clinic?" "Indeed. I hope Director Deng will look out for me when the time comes," Lin Yu replied cheerfully. "Brother He, you needn't be so formal. Rest assured, on your opening day, both I and Director Wei will be there to support you," Deng Jianbin assured him. Just after Lin Yu hung up, a woman in her 30s entered the shop, her curly hair framing a striking appearance. After glancing at the sign, she approached Lin Yu and asked, "Is this a traditional Chinese medicine shop?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "I apologize, but the shop is still under renovation and has not officially opened." He handed over his business card, adding, "I deal in medicinal herbs. Once you're ready to open, feel free to call me, and I shall deliver your order." The curly-haired woman, while speaking, pressed her card into Lin Yu's hand. "I'm sorry, but I already have a supplier," Lin Yu replied, waving his hand in refusal. Song Zheng had already introduced him to a reliable herbal merchant with stable quality and reasonable prices. Lin Yu had personally inspected the herbs, which were of good quality. Thus he saw no need to entertain other suppliers. "Then reject them. Use mine instead," the woman insisted, forcefully shoving her card into Lin Yu's hand. "I've already said, no thank you." Lin Yu frowned, his expression tinged with displeasure. The woman scoffed, sizing him up, and coldly declared, "Do you think I'm here to negotiate? You will use my products, whether you like it or not, or your shop will never open. Is that so? I would love to see how you plan to prevent me from opening this shop," Lin Yu replied with a cold smile, tearing her business card into shreds right in front of her. It was outrageous that even before opening, someone was attempting to impose such demands. Fine. Just wait for your shop to close." The woman, infuriated, pointed at Lin Yu before turning on her heel to leave. Ignoring her, Lin Yu resumed cleaning. About half an hour later, a commotion erupted outside, followed by a bucket of liquid being tossed into the air. Lin Yu instinctively dodged, and a large splash of dog blood instantly covered the floor of the clinic. Fury surged through him as he shouted, "Who did that?" "Your father." As the words fell, 3 ruffians swaggered in, led by a man adorned with multiple ear studs, who arrogantly confronted Lin Yu. "Let me tell you, if you don't buy my sister's medicine, I will make you regret it." Before he could finish, Lin Yu had already moved in front of him, delivering a swift slap to his head. The ear stud man spun around at a sharp angle, crashing to the ground. "How dare you hit our boss?" The other 2 ruffians charged forward, but Lin Yu remained unfazed, swiftly kicking both of them in the groin, causing them to howl in pain and collapse. "You're dead. I swear you're dead." The ear stud man groaned on the ground, clutching his neck, realizing he might have a fracture. He hastily pulled out his phone, calling for help. "Hey, Brother Zue, I've been attacked. Hurry, bring more people. This guy is formidable." "Yes," Xianlin Road, Huishing Tang. After hanging up, the ear stud man continued to moan in agony, threatening Lin Yu, "You're finished. I'm telling you, you're done for. After so many years in the streets, Didn't your boss teach you that a wise man doesn't suffer losses in vain? You're still in my grasp and dare to threaten me? Lin Yu smiled as he approached the ear stud man, gripping his arm and with a swift motion, dislocated it with a loud pop. It hurts. The ear stud man was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, drenched in sweat. Hurts? Then let me fix that for you. Lin Yu twisted his arm back, reassembling it with a crunch. The ear stud man cried out in agony. You'll regret this. Just wait. With a swift motion, Lin Yu dislocated his arm again, causing tears to stream down the ear stud man's face. He continued to toy with the man's arm, repeatedly dislocating and reassembling it, as the other two ruffians watched in horror. Their faces pale. Why aren't you screaming anymore? Lin Yu glanced at the ear stud man, realizing he had passed out from the pain. Hey, wake up. It's not a good time to sleep. You still need to clean up this dog blood. Lin Yu pinched the man's nose, reviving him. Big brother, please stop. I was wrong. Which fool dares to touch my people? Suddenly, an angry voice erupted from outside, followed by a throng of over 10 individuals pouring in, led by Zhang Dezue, who had previously blocked Lin Yu at Fengling Bridge under Zhang Tiany's orders. Brother Dazue, what a rare visitor. Lin Yu greeted with a smile upon recognizing him. Wrong, brother. Zhang Dazue nearly stumbled, vividly recalling Lin Yu's terrifying abilities that night, which still haunted him in nightmares. He felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but restrained himself to maintain face before his gang. Are these three your men? Lin Yu inquired, narrowing his gaze. Yes, no. They were, Zhang Dazue stammered. Which is it? They used to be, but not anymore. I just expelled them from the gang. Now, they're my enemies. And to offend Brother Rong is to oppose me, Zhang Dazue, he declared, relieved at his quick thinking. The ear stud man and his companions turned pale. They had thought Zhang Dazue would come to their aid, but now he had sided with Lin Yu. Brother Zue, you have to help me. How will I explain this to my sister? The ear stud man pleaded, tears streaming down his face. I couldn't care less about your sister. Zhang Dazue shouted back, more concerned with preserving his own life than aiding them. Given Lin Yu's prowess, killing him would be as easy as squishing an ant. Then, Brother Zue, can you supervise these three to clean up the dog blood in my clinic? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Did you hear that? Brother Rong has given orders. So get to it. Zhang Dezue kicked the ear stud man and his companions, who scrambled to their feet, ready to find brooms. Wait, using brooms won't suffice. Please clean it up with your tongues, Lin Yu said cheerfully, appearing utterly harmless. Lick it clean? Zhang Dazue exclaimed in shock. Yes, why? Do you have objections? Lin Yu frowned. No, you must lick. Zhang Dazue kicked the ear stud man and his friends, who groaned in despair but had no choice but to comply under Zhang Dazue's threat. As they licked the blood from the ground, the sight made Zhang Dazue and his companions grimace in disgust, their stomachs churning. Once the floor was clean, Lin Yu waved them off. As they left the clinic, Zhang Dazue sighed in relief, turning back to slap the ear stud man and his companions twice, angrily admonishing, you fools. Next time you offend someone, keep your eyes open. Not everyone can be trifled with. The poor ear stud man, already suffering from a dislocated neck, now had his head twisted from Zhang Dazue's slaps. After being taken to the hospital, the ear stud man called the curly-haired woman, his voice quivering with tears as he recounted the afternoon's events. That Zhang Dazue is such a scoundrel. After all I've done for him, he lets a pretty boy intimidate him. The curly-haired woman seethed. Don't worry. I will avenge this. I'll ensure that his shop doesn't even open. After hanging up the phone, she swiftly dialed a series of numbers. Chapter 56. The Mockery at the Opening Ceremony. Once the call connected, the woman with curly hair immediately forced out a few tears and, with a quivering voice, pleaded, Punga, you must stand up for me. What happened? Who's bullying my little darling? The man on the other end replied, displeased. The curly-haired woman tearfully recounted the situation, and upon hearing it, the man exclaimed in anger, Does this little brat want to die? It's Xianlin Road's Huixing Hall, right? Fine, I understand. He won't be able to open that shop, but it will be too easy on him to deal with him now. I'll send someone to have it shut down on the day of the grand opening when there are plenty of people around. Yes, let him embarrass himself on that day. The woman snorted in satisfaction at this outcome. Dare to touch my Yu Shipong's woman? You won't even know how he met his end. Yu Shipong let out a confident snort. Then his tone shifted to a somewhat lewd manner. Haha, baby, do you have any new projects tonight? My wife is at her parents' place, so I'll head straight to you after work. Just come, and there will be all sorts of projects, the curly-haired woman replied. licking her lips and speaking in an alluring tone. Naturally, she intended to reciprocate for his help. After finishing his work at Huixing Hall, Lin Yu returned home. It was already evening. Deng Jianbin called to inform him that the necessary documents were ready, and he could open for business at any time. Lin Yu decided to set the opening date for the day after tomorrow. Deng Jianbin inquired about the specific time, assuring that he and Bureau Chief Wei would definitely be present. As the opening day approached, Lin Yu shared the news with Jiang Yan, who was utterly shocked, staring at him as if he were an alien for quite some time. During dinner, Jiang Yan suddenly said, "Dad, Mom, let me tell you a joke." Jiang Jingren and Li Suqin were somewhat taken aback, unsure why their usually aloof daughter was suddenly so lively, and they urged, "Go on, we're listening." He Jiarong is opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Jiang Yin stated succinctly. Jiang Jingren and his wife were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances as if they had yet to process the information. "What's wrong? Is it not funny? Your esteemed son-in-law, He Jiarong, who graduated from vocational school, learned some rudimentary medical knowledge from books, now thinks he can open a clinic to treat people," Jiang Yin said coldly, casting a displeased glance at Lin Yu. If she had known that Lin Yu intended to open a clinic when he purchased that storefront, she would have never agreed. Jiang Yin did not look down on Lin Yu. She was simply worried about him. She feared that this fool might end up in prison. After all, practicing medicine comes with responsibilities, and if he were to inadvertently cause harm, it would be a trivial matter of compensation. He could end up behind bars, ruining his life. At such a young age, she did not wish to become a widow, especially now that Lin Yu was gradually making his way into her heart. "Jiarong, is what Yin said true?" Li Suqin asked with a furrowed brow. "I've heard you've treated a few patients, but that was merely luck. After all, you've never studied medicine." Having raised He Jiarong herself, she knew him inside out. She recalled that he had only played games during school, and after graduation, he continued to do so without any medical training. Surely, he couldn't think that reading a couple of medical texts would qualify him as a doctor. That would be a grave injustice to medical students like Jiang Yin, who had toiled for years. "Mom, don't worry, I won't treat serious illnesses. I'll just look at minor ailments," Lin Yu replied with a smile. "I've already obtained my medical license." That medical license was procured through Deng Jianbin. "When you end up harming someone, he won't take the fall for you," Jiang Yin said coldly, feeling a surge of anger. This rascal. Couldn't he see how concerned she was for him? "Well, I think it's fine. As long as you know your limits and don't pretend to know what you don't, young people should have their own careers." "I support you," Jiang Jingren said with a beaming smile, maintaining his doting attitude towards Lin Yu. "Dad," Jiang Yin shot him an angry glare, feeling betrayed that he was siding with Lin Yu without remorse. "Mom, just let me give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we'll talk then," Lin Yu said cheerfully. "All right, give it a shot, but your dad is right. Treat what you can and do not overreach." Li Suqi nodded and then turned to Jiang Yin, saying, "Good girl, let him try." A grown man, lounging around at home, isn't right. You can't expect him to sell dumplings for the rest of his life. Jiang Yin pouted, somewhat reluctantly conceding, "If it were up to me, I'd say skip the grand opening and just open quietly. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing with no one to support him." That's not how it works. The opening must happen. It doesn't matter if no one shows up. Your mother and I can rally our relatives. Coincidentally, the day after tomorrow is the weekend, and they'll all be free. I'll send out red envelopes, and they'll surely come, Jiang Jingren hastily asserted, feeling financially secure and speaking confidently. "I've never heard of sending red envelopes for your own grand opening," Jiang Yin remarked, rolling her eyes as she observed Lin Yu's silence, perplexed at how he had suddenly become so brazen after a few days of confidence. The next day, Lin Yu's traditional Chinese medicine clinic opened as scheduled. Early in the morning, the whole family gathered, with Jiang Yin taking a special leave to join. Upon hearing about the red envelopes, a flurry of relatives eagerly arrived, some even bringing firecrackers. This time, a considerable number of relatives came, including those from both Li Suqin and Jiang Jingren's sides. Apart from a few relatives Lin Yu recognized from a previous family banquet, he didn't know anyone else and had to follow Jiang Yin to greet them. "Jiarong, you've made it. You're opening your own clinic. Can you really do this, Jiarong? Just opening a clinic like that? Traditional Chinese medicine is just a deception. Read a couple of books on the Yellow Emperor's Classic and treatise on cold damage, and anyone could be a doctor. Well, at least it's a job. Better than sitting at home." "Hey, don't say that. Jiarong has money now. Whether he works or not is irrelevant. Last time at the auction, He hit the jackpot with 2 items. The relatives chattered away, their voices a mix of jealousy, skepticism, and disdain. In their eyes, He Jiarong was still the same He Jiarong. Only now he seemed like a lucky fool. After the firecrackers were set off, the clinic remained eerily quiet, with only a few curious onlookers glancing over. All right, the firecrackers have been set off and the business is open. Let us go eat. I haven't had breakfast yet. I agree. Waiting here is pointless. It's better to go eat. I've never seen an opening with no one coming to congratulate the owner. Maybe Jiarong's medical skills are so extraordinary that everyone is too intimidated to come. The relatives joked, their laughter echoing in the stillness. Jiang Jingren and Li Suqin felt a bit embarrassed, having thought the firecrackers would attract at least a few visitors. Anyone who wants to go eat can go ahead. But there won't be any red envelopes for you, Jiang Yin said coldly, and the room fell silent. Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart as he glanced at Jiang Yin, touched that she had spoken up for him for the first time in a long while. I told you so, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at this embarrassment. Jiang Yin shot Lin Yu an annoyed glance and muttered under her breath. Lin Yu walked up to Jiang Yin, gently took her hand, and softly reassured her, "Don't worry. I won't embarrass you. People will come soon, and they'll be important ones. When did you become such a braggart?" Jiang Yin complained, playfully pinching his palm with her nails. Hesitating for a moment, she did not pull her hand away, allowing him to hold it. Due to Lin Yu's announcement of a 10 o'clock opening, there were hardly any patrons present, as it was still before 8. Lin Yu called upon his relatives to enter the house for tea, sunflower seeds, and snacks. "I suggest we could simply sit here all day. I have matters to attend to at home. We should hastily distribute the red envelopes and take our leave. However, since they are relatives, if we depart, there will be no one left. Let us at least lend him some support." The murmurs of the aunts and uncles filled the air. Just then, the sudden roar of 2 powerful engines echoed outside, unmistakably the sound of high-performance sports cars. Shortly after, a blue Ferrari and a Maybach screeched to a halt on either side of the clinic's entrance, and then Shen Yuxuan and Zhou Chun emerged from the vehicles. "Jiarong, wishing you prosperous business and abundant wealth," the 2 exclaimed in unison, handing their gifts to Lin Yu, who expressed his gratitude and invited them inside. The relatives were momentarily taken aback, glancing at the 2 sports cars in astonishment, wondering when He Jiarong had befriended such affluent acquaintances. "Jiarong, we haven't arrived too late, have we?" A hearty laugh rang out from outside, as 3 figures, with 1 leading and 2 following, entered, none other than Deng Jianbin and Wei Gongxuan, to Lin Yu's surprise. Accompanied by Zhang Shujie. "Is that the mayor?" A sharp-eyed relative recognized Zhang Shujie immediately, while they might not know Deng Jianbin and Wei Gongxuan. Zhang Shujie's face was a common sight on Qinghai TV. "But the mayor? How is that possible?" The relatives gaped in disbelief. "Mayor Zhang, what brings you here?" "I apologize for the trouble." Lin Yu quickly offered his polite greetings. "Could I possibly miss your grand opening?" Zhang Shujie chuckled. Originally, Secretary Xie was also supposed to attend, but he has a crucial meeting to attend, and he asked me to convey his apologies. "Secretary Xie? Xie Changfeng?" "Yes, sending his regrets?" The relatives gasped collectively, astonished, almost in disbelief. Dr. He, wishing you prosperous business." "Congratulations, Dr. He. May wealth flow to you." "Dr. He, wishing you great fortune." Suddenly, a large crowd surged forward, reminiscent of the earlier gathering outside Jishitang, including Song Zheng and Xueqin. The crowd swelled to over 100 people, filling the once quiet entrance of the clinic. Dr. He? The relatives stood agape, their sunflower seeds and snacks falling to the ground, as if petrified. Chapter 57. Uninvited guests. Jiarong has truly made it. Indeed, I've always said this child has a bright future. Amazing. Even the mayor has come personally to congratulate him. Jiarong is a role model for our family. We are truly blessed to have such a wonderful son-in-law. From now on, we shall truly have to lean on Jiarong for assistance. I hope he won't forget these less fortunate relatives. The relatives, who had previously ridiculed Lin Yu, suddenly shifted their tone, showering him with compliments. Li Suqin and Jiang Jingren stood in the crowd, heads held high, proudly accepting the flattery. Although they were equally bewildered, this was not the time for confusion. They needed to maintain their composure. Jiang Yin stood frozen, observing Lin Yu converse effortlessly with the mayor and others, clearly indicating a long-standing acquaintance and a warm rapport. This man, whom she had perceived as a useless individual, had astonished her repeatedly since his awakening. In retrospect, every word he had spoken seemed to manifest. Is he truly He Jiarong? Mayor Zeng, Director Wei, Director Deng, allow me to introduce my beloved wife, Jiang Yan. Lin Yu approached and took Jiang Yan's hand. Making the introduction, Jiarong, what good fortune to have married such a beauty. Zeng Shujia beamed. Wei Gongshuan, however, wore a grim expression, as if he had swallowed a fly, lamenting internally that Jiarong was so young yet already married. He and his wife had been contemplating arranging a match between their daughter and Lin Yu. What a surprise. There are always people better than you, and someone had already taken a lead. Wei Gongshuan felt regretful, pondering why he hadn't encountered He Jiarong years earlier. Little did he know, had he met He Jiarong earlier, he likely wouldn't have given him a second glance. What are you doing? Who authorized your opening? At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted, followed by the entrance of 7 or 8 uniformed men. Those in blue represented the business administration. The orange-clad individuals were from the fire department, while the white uniforms belonged to Indeed. Director Deng is correct, the stout man stammered. However, we are merely following the orders of Secretary Yu Shipong to conduct this inspection. Fearful, he hastily invoked Yu Shipong's name, the secretary to the mayor, a figure of considerable authority despite his relatively low rank. The stout man believed that mentioning Yu Shipong would instill caution in Deng Jianbin, yet he was unaware that Zeng Shujia was also present at the scene. Deng Jianbin glanced at Zeng Shujia amidst the crowd, who discreetly signaled with a glance. Immediately, Deng understood the implication. Yu Shipong instructed you? Do I seem so gullible? Either summon Yu Shipong here or get out. Deng Jianbin retorted, his expression steely and voice raised. The stout man hesitated before saying, all right, please hold on. I'll call Secretary Yu right away. He stepped outside to make the call, and Yu Shipong reassured him not to panic, promising to arrive shortly. With Yu Shipong's backing, the stout man returned emboldened, shedding his previous deference. Director Deng, isn't your authority as a deputy head of the Health Bureau a bit overreaching? No wonder you haven't been promoted. As soon as Yu Shipong arrived, he began to mock Deng Jianbin derisively, even before entering the room. As a close aide to a high-ranking official, he held Deng Jianbin in contempt, knowing well that many promotions hinged on his informal recommendations to the mayor. Secretary Yu, they claim you sent them here, but is that true? Deng Jianbin inquired skeptically. Indeed, I received reports from the public regarding illegal medical practices here, so I dispatched personnel to investigate. Yu Shipong replied arrogantly, his chin raised. This matter does not seem to fall under your jurisdiction, does it? Deng Jianbin coldly questioned. Moreover, I assisted in securing He Laodi's credentials. There should be no issues. I shall oversee it regardless. What you handled, I will scrutinize. Yu Shipong brazenly declared before the assembled crowd, having already resolved to recommend Deng Jianbin's dismissal to the mayor after their encounter. Secretary Yu, your audacity is quite alarming, remarked Zeng Shujia, who had emerged slowly from the throng. You, Mayor Zeng, Yu Shipong gasped, nearly stumbling as he quickly donned a smile. Mayor, what brings you here? I came to support He Laodi on his opening day and to bring a gift from the secretary, Zeng Shujia stated calmly. Why are you on good terms with him? Yu Shipong stuttered, almost losing his balance. Forget about our relationship. Continue with your investigation as planned, Zeng Shujia instructed, waving his hand dismissively. The stout man and the others turned pale at the sight of Zeng Shujia, their courage evaporating. It's a misunderstanding, Mayor Zeng, truly a misunderstanding. I had no idea about his connection with you. Yu Shipong stammered, his back drenched in cold sweat, inwardly cursing the curly-haired woman who had inadvertently led him into this predicament by offending the mayor's associates. What misunderstanding? I insist you continue your investigation. Zeng Shujia's expression darkened. If you fail to uncover any wrongdoing today, prepare to resign immediately. I have no need for someone who abuses their power. I was wrong. Yu Shipong's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, pleading tearfully. This position had taken him over a decade to attain. Losing it would mean the end of his career. Are you not ashamed enough? Drag him out. Zeng Shujia barked at the stout man and others nearby. They shivered and immediately seized Yu Shipong, dragging him away like a discarded rag. With Yu Shipong now utterly powerless, they felt no need to regard him any longer. My apologies, He Laodi. This is my oversight for not managing my subordinates properly. Zeng Shujia expressed to Lin Yu, a hint of regret in his voice. Not at all. You are too kind. Lin Yu replied hastily. How about joining us for lunch? I have a few friends visiting from the Jiangnan military district, along with Jianbin and Gongshuan. Zhang Shujie invited. No need, I wouldn't want to intrude. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. Intrude? Hilaudi, you must join us. Wei Gongshuan insisted earnestly. Lin Yu waved his hand in refusal, explaining that he had a group of relatives to entertain. Zhang Shujie did not press further. He bid farewell to Lin Yu and departed with Deng Jianbin and Wei Gongshuan for their meal. Doctor, please save my son. Lin Yu had just finished seeing off visitors and was about to take his relatives out for lunch when a middle-aged man rushed in, cradling a toddler in his arms. The child's face was flushed, drenched in sweat, with eyes rolling back, limbs convulsing, symptoms reminiscent of seizure, yet not quite. Quickly, place him on the examination table. Lin Yu urged, clearing the way for the anxious father. As Lin Yu turned to attend to the child, Jiang Yin seized his arm, her voice cold. What do you think you're doing? His symptoms are severe. How could you possibly treat him? Yes, Jiarong, the child is so young. What if something goes wrong? Li Suqin added, her tone urgent. He seemed fine earlier, just a minor ailment. And now you're attempting to treat something so serious? Jiarong, if you can't treat him, please don't. A mistake could lead to imprisonment. Another relative cautioned. Though the relatives' tones lacked mockery, they privately doubted Lin Yu's capabilities, believing he was overstepping despite his connections. What? You lack medical expertise? Then why open a clinic? The child's father erupted in anger, having overheard their remarks. I have never claimed to lack skill. Lin Yu responded calmly, gently freeing himself from Jiang Yan's grip. He approached the examination table, placing a hand on the child's arm. The relatives exchanged doubtful glances, but Lin Yu's confident demeanor was somewhat reassuring. Are you capable of treating him? If not, close up shop and leave. Delay could worsen my child's condition. Silence. Lin Yu interrupted coldly before the father could finish his sentence. The child's body trembled at Lin Yu's commanding tone, his throat tightened, and he dared not utter another word. You must have taken him out right after he awoke this morning, Lin Yu deduced, observing the child's hands and mouth. The fingerprints were red and raised, lips crimson, tongue coated white, and pulse faint but rapid, indicative of a seizure. Yes, I took him out for a stroll after he woke up, the father replied, astonished. How'd you know? It was quite windy this morning. Why would you take him out? You were only exhausting him, Lin Yu remarked, retrieving a needle pouch to prepare a few acupuncture needles. He swiftly inserted them into the child's points, and almost instantly, the convulsions ceased, the child's demeanor calming as he fell into a deep sleep. A miracle worker. Thank you, thank you. You are truly a modern-day Hua Ta, the father exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude upon witnessing his son's recovery. The relatives were equally astounded. They had not anticipated such a swift resolution. In a hospital, the process would entail long waits for registration, consultation, examination, and prescription, a time-consuming ordeal. You flatter me. This was merely a common case of childhood convulsions, nothing severe. In the future, just be more vigilant with the child, Lin Yu modestly replied. As Lin Yu spoke, he prepared a prescription centered around the traditional formula of Zhongjing Guizhi decoction and handed it to the little boy's father, saying, follow this prescription to prepare the medicine. 1 dose will suffice for a full recovery. Do remember to add some glutinous rice during the decoction. If you wish, you can procure the medicine from me. If not, feel free to go elsewhere. Of course, I am willing. The boy's father nodded eagerly, hastily reaching for his money. Doctor, how much do I owe you? This child is my first patient today, so there will be no charge, Lin Yu replied with a smile. The boy's father expressed his heartfelt gratitude, promising to help spread the word about Lin Yu's skills before leaving with his child in his arms. Jiarong, quite impressive. When did you learn medicine? No wonder you dare to open a clinic, remarked a relative, astonished. Brother Jiarong, could you take a look at us as well? A group of relatives, somewhat incredulous yet intrigued, insisted that Lin Yu examine them too. Very well. I happen to have some time today. I shall examine you all, Lin Yu cheerfully responded. Jiang Yin gently tugged at him, cautioning, be careful not to reveal your true self. It matters not. Even if my true self is exposed, you would not perceive it. Lin Yu winked playfully at her, his words laden with meaning, before proceeding to attend to his relatives. Jiang Yin frowned, puzzled, unable to decipher Lin Yu's cryptic remark. Aunt, you're suffering from cervical spondylosis. I will prescribe a decoction of kudzu root and angelica. Take 1 dose daily for a week, and after 5 or 6 courses, you will be cured. Uncle, you have coronary heart disease, characterized by chest tightness and cough with phlegm. I will prescribe Xiao Qinglong decoction to warm and transform the cold phlegm, along with Ma Huang Gui Ji decoction to dispel the exterior and warm the phlegm. Follow my prescribed method until you see improvement. Cousin, remember to eat regularly. Your abdominal pain indicates intestinal dysregulation. I will prescribe Fuzi Lizhong decoction. After a couple of weeks of nurturing, you will feel better. Lin Yu remained calm and composed, accurately diagnosing each relative's condition. They gazed at him in awe, as if witnessing a marvel, realizing how much he had changed in just a short time. Jiang Yin looked at Lin Yu with astonishment, yet her brow remained furrowed, sensing an air of mystery about him, like a thick fog that obscured what lay beyond immediate sight. Jiang Jingrun and Li Suqin, however, were merely delighted, basking in the admiration of their relatives. After lunch, Jiang Jingren intended to distribute red envelopes, but the relatives hurriedly waved him off, insisting on offering money to him and Li Suqin instead. Since Jia Rong has opened his practice, how could we accept your red envelopes? We ought to give you gifts instead. Indeed, we must come by often to trouble Jia Rong, they chimed in unison. Our money must be accepted. Otherwise, it would imply that you do not regard us as family, they added. Exactly, we are all one family. There is no need for such formality. The atmosphere shifted dramatically from the morning, revealing the inherent nature of humanity to seek advantage and favor. In the end, Jiang Jingren retained his prepared red envelopes and even received several thousand yuan, unable to contain his joy. More than the money, it was the face Lin Yu had given him in front of their relatives that mattered. Who would dare to belittle the Jiang family now? Li Suqin, Akwali Alata, patted Lin Yu on the back, urging Jia Rong, remember to work hard and bring honor to our family. Yes, mother, Lin Yu responded with a smile. Jia Rong, come outside with me, Jiang Yin suddenly said coldly, rising to leave the private room. Noticing her displeasure, Lin Yu quickly followed. What could be troubling her now? Li Suqin wondered, perplexed by Jiang Yan's sudden change in mood. It's your fault for indulging her. You must discipline her properly from now on. How could she speak to Jia Rong like that? Jiang Jingren frowned, voicing his concerns. Once in the restroom, Jiang Yin abruptly pulled Lin Yu into the women's bathroom, pushing him into a stall and locking the door behind them. Pressing against the wall, Lin Yu felt his breath quicken as he looked at Jiang Yin, whose alluring figure was alarmingly close. Nervously, he stammered, Do you have a preference for this sort of thing? I have no such preferences. Jiang Yin pinched him firmly at the waist, her piercing gaze fixed on Lin Yu. Tell me, who are you really? Lin Yu's heart sank. Could Jiang Yin have discovered something? Who am I? I am your husband, Jia Rong, he replied with a chuckle, desperately concealing his unease. No, you are not. Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes were cold and sharp, seemingly capable of seeing through Lin Yu's soul. His heart raced, panic setting in. Had he been discovered? Would Jiang Yin, with her fierce temperament, not hesitate to eliminate him, especially considering the advantages he had taken from her over the past 2 months? At the very least, you are not the Jia Rong from before. Jiang Yan's expression softened slightly as she sighed. Lin Yu let out a breath of relief. Surely, she was merely suggesting he had changed. Was it necessary to be so intimidating? People do change, he replied with a smile. I am glad that fall woke me up. But I must ask, do you prefer the old me or the current me? As his words fell, Lin Yu's hand found its way to Jiang Yan's waist. She were according to elder song. He can hold on for at most 2 more years. Even if a deity were to descend, it would be of no avail. It is already a miracle that he has endured such a chronic ailment for over 40 years. I have been in contact with Elder Song, and he mentioned that he would return as soon as possible, the young man in military attire said confidently. Old Lei, I know a young man who is well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine and possesses remarkable skills. Perhaps you could allow him to take a look at your condition. Deng Jianbin hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Although there's a saying that one should not recommend a physician, he could not resist endorsing Lin Yu. Indeed, Old Lei, though this young brother is quite young, his medical skills are exceptional. Both my father-in-law and my partner's ailments were successfully treated by him. Wei Gongshuan chimed in. This morning, we were attending the opening ceremony of his clinic. A young man? Wei uncle, are you jesting? The young military man scoffed, his expression tinged with disdain. As far as I know, achieving any degree of success in traditional Chinese medicine requires decades of dedication. Historically, renowned practitioners have always been of advanced age. Standing out among his peers, he came from a privileged background and possessed exceptional abilities. Having attained the rank of major at a young age, he carried an air of superiority. Hearing Deng Jianbin and Wei Gongshuan praise a young man so highly left him somewhat unconvinced. Xiao Jun is correct, but there are exceptions to every rule. Initially, I too found it hard to believe that this young man could possess such extraordinary medical skills. But seeing is believing, Wei Gongshuan reflected, vividly recalling the scene of Lin Yu treating his father-in-law and partner, a memory that still resonated deeply with him. Indeed, old Lei, this young brother not only excels in medicine, but also possesses admirable character. Such talent and humility at such a young age is truly rare. Deng Jianbin added with a smile, slightly irked by Lei Jun's skepticism towards Lin Yu, thus subtly mocking him. Though I have not witnessed Xiao He's medical skills firsthand, given Gongshuan and Jianbin's praises, I believe he must be quite capable. However, considering the complexity of old Lei's condition, I suggest we wait for Elder Song's return, Zhang Shujie opined after careful consideration. Very well, let us proceed as Mayor Zheng advises and discuss further at a later opportunity. Deng Jianbin and Wei Gongshuan, seeing the disbelief, refrained from further discussion and urged Lei Jun to join them for a drink. Uncle Wei, where is Xuan Ning currently employed? Is it in Qinghai? Lei Yun eagerly inquired. Wei Gongshuan, who had been classmates with his father, recalled that when their families lived in the same city, Lei Jun and Wei Xuanning had grown up together, sharing a childhood bond. However, during high school, Wei Gongshuan was transferred to Qinghai and their opportunities to meet diminished. Nevertheless, Lei Jun had always held Xuanning in his thoughts, taking a long leave not only to accompany his grandfather, but also to see her. She's not in Qinghai, but rather in a county under Qinghai City. After graduating last year, I arranged for her to work there. She has a spirited nature, and I thought it best for her to gain some experience, Wei Gongshuan explained with a chuckle. When will she return? Lei Jun pressed anxiously. In a few days. Her mother's birthday is coming up, and she will be back then, Wei Gongshuan replied with a smile. He had always thought highly of Lei Jun, admiring his handsome looks and exceptional talents, believing he was destined for great achievements. Marrying his daughter to him would undoubtedly be a wise choice. However, he harbored a tinge of regret that a certain He Jiarong had married early, despite his humble background. Wei Gongshuan still preferred him as he fit his ideal son-in-law standard. After the group finished drinking, they accompanied Elder Lei to the sanatorium. Having received prior notice, the director personally welcomed them, bowing respectfully. Elder Lei, it is our honor to have such a distinguished figure visit our Qinghai first sanatorium. Distinguished figure? Just an old man, Elder Lei chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. The room assigned to Elder Lei was the finest, spacious, and well-equipped. Elder Lei, I heard about your condition. The director began to inquire. But suddenly Elder Lei was seized by a violent coughing fit. His complexion flushed as he expelled thick phlegm, tinged with blood. The situation appeared dire, and the onlookers' expressions shifted to concern. Quick, get the medication. Elder Lei's personal physician urgently commanded. A nearby nurse hurriedly retrieved a medical kit, extracting a small vial and handing a blue pill to the physician, who administered it to Elder Lei with water. This imported cough suppressant typically worked swiftly, but after several minutes, there was still no relief. Elder Lei's violent coughing caused him great distress, his body trembling like a precariously balanced structure, on the verge of collapse. What is happening? Lei Jun exclaimed, gripping the physician by the collar and demanding, why is this medication ineffective? I do not know, the physician stammered, his face pale with fear, unsure of how to respond. Although he was Elder Lei's personal physician, the elder's ailment was chronic, and there was little he could do apart from being present and administering medication during emergencies. Now, with the medication failing, he felt helpless. I will call for our doctors immediately, the director quickly stated, pulling out his phone to make the call. I'll contact Elder Song for advice, Wei Gongshuan added, promptly dialing. Upon hearing about Elder Lei's condition, Elder Song instructed Wei Gongshuan to pass the phone to Elder Lei's physician, inquiring if the medication had been administered. The physician confirmed it had. Now listen to me. Apply pressure on the lung meridian point with one hand and the Qiao Sun point with the other, gently kneading and pressing. Elder Song urged. Understood, the physician replied repeatedly. Though trained in Western medicine, he had some knowledge of acupoints. Following Elder Song's guidance, he quickly located the 2 points and began to apply pressure as instructed. As the physician pressed, Elder Lei's coughing gradually subsided and his breathing began to stabilize. The onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Once Elder Lei's condition improved, the physician advised him to lie back and rest. "How is old Lei?" Elder Song inquired anxiously over the phone. "His condition has stabilized, Elder Song," Wei Gongxuan replied with a smile. "You are indeed a miraculous healer. This method addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. It merely provides temporary relief, and there may be a recurrence soon. It appears his condition may be more severe than I initially thought," Elder Song replied solemnly. "By the way, didn't they arrive around noon? Why hasn't T. Xiao he been called to take a look?" "Well, Elder Lei and Xiao Jun have some reservations about Xiao, since he is quite young," Wei Gongxuan hastily explained. "Nonsense. Since when did age determine the worth of a physician? Lives are at stake. Hurry and summon Xiao He," Elder Song exclaimed with a hint of irritation. "All right, I will inform Xiao Jun immediately." Wei Gongxuan nodded quickly. He held genuine respect for Elder Song, especially since he had dined with Xie Changfeng before, which instilled a sense of reverence in him. Upon Elder Song's command, he turned to Lei Jun, Xiao Jun. "Elder Song has stated that this method only treats the symptoms. There is a possibility of a relapse, so we must promptly seek the young brother I mentioned to you." Lei Jun frowned, feeling reluctant, yet understanding the gravity of his grandfather's situation, he eventually nodded in agreement. "Very well, Uncle Wei. Please call him and ask him to come." Upon hearing this, both Wei Gongxuan and Deng Jianbin's expressions subtly changed, revealing a hint of embarrassment. It appeared that this young man, Lei Jun, was accustomed to commanding others. When seeking assistance, one should at least send a car to fetch the person rather than not taking the initiative at all. Without further ado, Wei Gongxuan stated, "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to pick him up." "That would be too troublesome, Uncle Wei. Let him take a taxi here," Lei Jun replied nonchalantly. "Ah, young man, such words cannot be uttered lightly. We are asking for help with a medical issue. Courtesy is paramount, is it not? I believe sending a car is more appropriate. But it would be best if you personally went to invite him." Wei Gongxuan's countenance darkened, and he pressed a button on his phone. Were it not for Lei Jun's usual deference towards him, he would have lost his temper long ago. It was one thing to be commanding at home or in the military, but now, seeking assistance and treating others with such disdain was truly impolite. Lei Jun, sensing the tension in Wei Gongxuan's demeanor, bit his lip and conceded, "Fine. I will go personally to invite him." "I will accompany you," Deng Jianbin hastily chimed in, leading him downstairs and driving him to Huisheng Hall. "Yan Ye, why the rush to leave? Can't we enjoy a little longer?" Inside Huisheng Hall, Lin Yu was tugging at Jiang Yan's arm, unwilling to let her depart. After their meal, Lin Yu had pulled her over, expressing his boredom and requesting her company for a while. Several whiles later, he still refused to let her go. "What are you talking about?" "I have laundry and cleaning to do," Jiang Yan exclaimed, forcefully shaking off Lin Yu's hand. "You can do that later." "Well, I do if you leave," Lin Yu replied, somewhat aggrieved. "That's your problem, not mine," Jiang Yan retorted, gathering her hair and grabbing her bag as she made her way toward the door. Just as she reached the entrance, Lin Yu suddenly blocked her path, startling her. In frustration, she lightly punched his chest, scolding, "Move aside. I have to go to my shift tonight. If we delay any longer, I won't finish the laundry." "Moving aside is possible, but first, you must answer my question from noon. Do you prefer the current me or the past me?" Lin Yu asked with a smile, leaning closer to her. Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively leaned back. In a sudden burst of energy, she pushed Lin Yu away and dashed out, calling back over her shoulder, "Neither." At that moment, a young man in military attire entered, casting a cold glance at Lin Yu. "You're He Jiarong?" "Indeed," Lin Yu replied, momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Upon noticing Deng Jianbin behind him, he quickly smiled. "Brother Deng, have you finished your drink?" "Yes, this is our esteemed guest from Mingdu, Lei Jun," Deng Jianbin promptly introduced. "Ah, hello," Lin Yu said with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake, but Lei Jun did not budge, frowning as he stated, "We don't have time to waste. Let's go." "Where are we going?" Lin Yu felt a tinge of displeasure at his attitude, but refrained from expressing it out of respect for Deng Jianbin. "Brother He, I must trouble you to assist old Master Lei with his medical needs," Deng Jianbin began, but Lei Jun interrupted coldly. "He needs to treat my grandfather." Lei Jun, upon seeing Lin Yu, inexplicably harbored a sense of hostility, unable to comprehend how such a young man could garner the admiration of Wei Gongxuan and Deng Jianbin, especially the former, whose eyes gleamed with appreciation whenever Lin Yu was mentioned. "Apologies, Mr. Lei, but I have a scheduled patient and cannot attend to this at the moment," Lin Yu replied coolly, turning away and re-entering the room. Chapter 60. The third invitation, Lin Yu was not lying. He indeed had a patient scheduled for a consultation. What patient? Have him come back tomorrow. Lei Jun snapped, visibly displeased. One must adhere to integrity. Since an appointment was made, it cannot be altered at will, Lin Yu said, organizing some freshly dried herbs at the counter without lifting his gaze. Do you know who my grandfather is? Lei Jun's ire was further ignited by Lin Yu's indifference. Regardless of who your grandfather may be, every patient deserves equal treatment. Moreover, one must adhere to the principle of first come, first served, Lin Yu replied calmly. You. Lei Jun was incensed by Lin Yu's words. He had always been indulged and pampered, and had never experienced such indignation. He rolled up his sleeves, preparing to retaliate. Lei Jun, calm down. Deng Jianbin intervened, rushing over to restrain him. Since brother he has a patient, we can return later. If he won't treat us, I won't need his services. Uncle Deng, we are leaving. Lei Jun gritted his teeth, leaving behind those words as he turned to leave. He had never trusted Lin Yu's medical skills. Had it not been for Wei Gongshuan's strong recommendation, he would not have even bothered to come. Lei Jun, Deng Jianbin called after him, but Lei Jun did not look back and simply got into his car. Brother he, do not take his behavior to heart. He is a wealthy young master used to being domineering, Deng Jianbin said with a smile. Brother Deng, if you were to request my assistance, I would never decline. However, if a random individual barges in, shouting at me and commanding me about, I am afraid I cannot accommodate that, Lin Yu said with a stoic expression. Yes, you are right, brother he. His attitude was indeed excessive, but, Brother Deng, I shall not see you out. Before Deng Jianbin could finish, Lin Yu coldly interrupted him. Seeing Lin Yu genuinely enraged, Deng Jianbin dared not say more, apologizing, I am sorry, brother he, for the disturbance. With that, he turned and left the medical clinic. Back at the sanatorium, seeing only the two of them return, Wei Gongshuan inquired, where is Jiaro? Why did he not come with you? Uncle Wei, please refrain from recommending such self-important individuals to me in the future, Lei Jun replied with a stern expression, clearly displeased. Before heading inside to check on his grandfather. What happened? Wei Gongshuan asked Deng Jianbin. Oh, what can I say? This young master Lei is too arrogant and offended young he. Deng Jianbin sighed, feeling helpless. This Lei Jun, Wei Gongshuan, was also somewhat annoyed and quickly took out his phone, saying, I will call young he. Wait. Deng Jianbin hurriedly stopped him, lowering his voice. I suggest you do not make that call. I believe young he is genuinely angry this time. You did not see Lei Jun's attitude when he entered. I will not treat him either. But, old Master Lei, getting anxious will not help. The one who tied the bell must untie it. If Lei Jun wishes for young he to assist, he must personally go to ask him. Otherwise, no one will be able to help. Deng Jianbin waved his hand, advising. He had known Lin Yu for quite some time and had never seen him this angry before. Thus, he decided not to meddle further in this matter, as it would only tarnish his own impression in Lin Yu's eyes, ultimately serving no one's interests. After ensuring old Master Lei's condition was stable, Wei Gongshuan and Deng Jianbin took their leave. That evening, Lei Jun stayed with his grandfather, but when morning arrived, old Master Lei did not awaken. Lei Jun called out to him, but there was no response. His face flushed, and he appeared to be in pain, seemingly slipping into a state of unconsciousness. This terrified Lei Jun, who quickly dialed the director's number. Within 10 minutes, the director arrived with 2 doctors, but their skills were limited and they were at a loss. Lei Jun promptly called Old Master Song, explaining the situation. On the other end, Old Master Song was taken aback and exclaimed, How could this happen? Did young he not treat your grandfather after the consultation yesterday? Although he was uncertain whether Lin Yu could cure old Lei's illness, he believed that, given Lin Yu's abilities, even if a cure were not possible, it would not result in old Lei falling into a coma. I didn't invite him at all, Lei Jun stammered, feeling a pang of guilt when questioned. Absurd. Did I not instruct you to invite him without fail? Why did you not go? Old Song exclaimed in anger. I did, but he was too busy to spare the time, Lei Jun hurriedly replied. Grandfather's condition is critical. Cannot you return immediately? For a long time, Lei Jun had placed all his hopes on Old Song. Listen, Xiao Jun, I must be frank with you. I had already informed your grandfather about his condition. I am at my wit's end, yet he refrained from telling you to spare your feelings, Old Song sighed, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Reflecting on their years of acquaintance, he realized that although their meetings were infrequent, they held each other in mutual regard. He would never abandon even the slightest glimmer of hope. What? You could do nothing? Lei Yunis Hatsak. panic engulfing him as the pillar of his faith crumbled in an instant. Without the psychological fortitude instilled by military training, he might have collapsed. Having been raised by his grandparents, he shared an unbreakable bond with them. The thought of losing his grandfather forever filled him with unbearable anguish. This is an old ailment. Had it been addressed sooner, I could have treated him, but now it is simply impossible. If anyone in this world can heal your grandfather, it is Xiao He. His medical skills surpass mine, which is why I insisted your grandfather come to Qinghai. Old Song's voice grew somber. In his heart, he believed that if miracles were possible, they could only be wrought by Lin Yu. Grandfather's condition. How many days can he hold on? Lei Jun choked out. At this rate, perhaps not more than a week, Old Song replied, sighing. I will resolve matters here in the next couple of days. If Xiao He can treat him, it would be splendid. If not, I shall personally return to see old Lei off. As soon as the words left his lips, Old Song's eyes reddened. All right, Grandfather Song, I will go and invite him right away. No matter what, I will bring him here. Tears brimmed in Lei Jun's eyes as he hung up the phone. Then he instructed his grandfather's doctor before dashing out. Uncle, your ailment is palpitations. I will prescribe a large dosage. If you follow my instructions, you will recover in 6 treatments and will not relapse. At that moment, Lin Yu was attending to patients. And thanks to the publicity from the previous day, many sought his expertise today. Mr. He, please, I beg you, save my grandfather. Lai Jun Rashdin, breathless. Get out. Lin Yu coldly rebuked him before he could finish speaking. He despised being interrupted while treating patients, especially by someone as rude as Lei Jun swallowed hard, forcing the remaining words back down his throat. After Lin Yu finished with the patients, Lei Jun hurried over. Mr. He, I was rude yesterday. You may punish me as you see fit, but please save my grandfather. I said, please leave. Lin Yu replied without even glancing at him, his expression impassive. Lei Jun's face turned anxious. He clenched his fists but remained silent, retreating to the side and waiting impatiently. Patients continued to arrive, and Lin Yu remained occupied, even having lunch delivered hastily while he worked. As for Lei Jun, he could not muster the appetite to eat, consumed by worry for his grandfather's state. After Lin Yu treated all the patients, it was already afternoon when Lei Jun approached him again. Mr. He, please, will you come see my grandfather? Sorry, my consultation hours have ended. I'm closing now. If you wish to see me, come earlier another day, Lin Yu said while tidying up. He then locked the door and walked away without looking back. Mr. He, Lei Jun felt helpless, realizing Lin Yu was still upset with him, and he regretted being so impulsive the previous day. The next morning, after ensuring his grandfather was settled, Lei Jun returned to Lin Yu's clinic. This time, he refrained from shouting. Seeing patients in consultation, he remained silent, quietly sitting to the side. By the time all patients had been treated, it was already evening. As Lin Yu prepared to close, Lei Jun respectfully approached him, bowing deeply in a sincere tone. Lei Yun, earnestly beseech you to lend your hand in saving my grandfather. I am profoundly grateful. Sorry, time's up, Lin Yu replied, not lifting his gaze as he turned to leave. Mr. He, Lei Jun desperately wanted to chase after him, but feared further angering Lin Yu. He reluctantly stepped back. On the third morning, old Lei remained in a coma, coughing intermittently, prompting the nurse to wipe his mouth and notice the blood in his saliva was significantly thicker than before. Terrified by this sight, Lei Jun rushed back to the clinic. As he exited, it had begun to rain lightly, but by the time he arrived at the clinic, the rain had intensified. Without an umbrella, he stood at the entrance, concerned that the water on his clothes might dirty the lobby and displease Lin Yu. Inside, 2 or 3 patients were being attended to, and Lei Jun dared not make a sound, standing straight as he patiently waited in the rain. Rainwater streamed down his face and hair, soaking his clothes thoroughly. Once Lin Yu finished with the patients, Lei Jun stepped forward, kneeling down and trembling as he called out. I, Lei Jun, implore you for the 3rd time. Please save my grandfather. Chapter 61. Big brother, I was wrong. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. And yet, in the face of his grandfather's life or death, Lei Jun's knees bore no such value. The wind, mixed with rain, lashed against his face, chilling him to the bone, yet he felt none of it, his resolute face etched with determination. His grandfather had taught him that one must bear the consequences of their actions, and now he was facing the repercussions of his arrogance and disregard that had angered Lin Yu. He felt that this punishment was inadequate, and thus his demeanor appeared exceedingly humble. Young Master Lei, please leave. You are precious, and I cannot bear the responsibility should anything happen to you, Lin Yu remarked. Casting a glance at the kneeling Lei Jun, his expression indifferent as he continued sorting his accounts. I acknowledge my mistake. I humbly beseech you to save my grandfather. The Lei family will be eternally grateful. Lei Jun's voice rose, filled with determination. He resolved that if Lin Yu did not agree today, he would kneel for an entire day. If Lin Yu still refused tomorrow, he would kneel for 2 days, persisting until Lin Yu agreed or until his grandfather's condition worsened. Lin Yu ignored him, engrossed in his work. In truth, he was well aware of old Lei's condition and had already planned to intervene. His repeated refusals were merely to teach Lei Jun a lesson. After Old Song's phone call with Lei Jun, Old Lei had reached out to Lin Yu to explain his condition. Lin Yu had not promised a cure, but had assured that the situation was manageable. Old Song was overjoyed, for he understood Lin Yu's humility. If Lin Yu stated uncertainty, it typically indicated a manageable issue. Thus, the notion that Old Lei could be saved filled Old Song with elation. However, at Lin Yu's request, he did not disclose this conversation to Lei Jun, leading to Lei Jun's repeated pleas. Xiao Jun, what are you doing here? Please get up. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, followed by a woman in police uniform who hurriedly approached, holding an umbrella and reaching out to pull Lei Jun up. Kue Ning, what brings you here? Lei Jun looked up in surprise to find it was Wei Xuanning. It had been a long time since they last met, and she had blossomed into an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her large, bright eyes and fair, rosy skin resembled a perfectly ripe peach. Her figure was impeccable, long legs, a slim waist, a proud chest, and a curvaceous rear, her police uniform adding an air of elegance and vigor. I want to see Grandpa Lei, and they told me you were here, so I came over. Wei Xuanning opened her umbrella over Lei Jun's head and asked, you still haven't told me why you're kneeling here. Get up. As she spoke, she tugged at Lei Jun, but he shook his head, guilt-ridden. I came to ask Dr. He to treat my grandfather, but he refused, so I want to get up. Is this person really that unreasonable? He's a doctor. Doesn't he have any medical ethics? Veikue ning ekleimed angridi. Just wait, I'll go reason with him. Without waiting for Lei Jun's response, she dashed into the clinic. Kue ning, it's all my fault. Lei Jun tried to stop her, but she had already burst through the door, slamming her hand on the table and shouting, Are you Dr. He? Do you have any humanity? Leaving someone to die? Lin Yu glanced up at Wei Xuanning, momentarily taken aback. It was his first time seeing such a beautiful police officer. There was an undeniable charm about her. You seem to be having irregularities in your menstrual cycle lately. Perhaps you should learn to temper your temper, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. What did you say? You scoundrel! How dare you joke with me? Wei Xuanning glared at him and swiftly moved to his side, aiming to slap him across the face. In a flash, Lin Yu caught her wrist, twisting her arm behind her back, as she found herself suddenly pressed against the table, unable to move. Let go of me, you scoundrel! She shouted, struggling against his grip. However, her struggles soon ceased. Her face flushing with embarrassment as she realized her position. Her rear end was raised as she leaned over the table, and Lin Yu, standing closely behind her, was uncomfortably close. You lewd scoundrel, you're finished. She hissed, her face turning as red as an apple. My apologies, it was unintentional, Lin Yu said, quickly stepping back as he realized the awkwardness of their position. Seeking death, Wei Xuanning shouted fiercely, raising her hand to strike Lin Yu again. This time, her palm moved with incredible speed and power, enough to cause a mild concussion to an ordinary person. Yet, Lin Yu stood motionless, smiling as he allowed her to strike. Wei Xuanning felt a surge of confidence, thinking, he isn't dodging. I'll show him. But to her astonishment, her palm missed him by mere centimeters, brushing past his nose. Impossible. Wei Xuanning gasped, clenching her teeth and adjusting her stance to strike again. This time, her blow should have landed squarely on his face. But once again, she missed by a fraction. Her expression shifted as she looked down to see that Lin Yu had indeed moved without her noticing. So he has skilled. With a cold snort, Wei Xuanning unleashed her full strength, employing her martial arts and combat techniques to attack Lin Yu relentlessly. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she could not land a hit. Every strike fell just short of him, not even brushing against his clothes. Bagua palm? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, amused by her technique. But your skills are lacking. Shut up, Wei Xuanning retorted, her speed increasing as she pressed on. Your angles are too low. Your stance is unstable. You're not applying enough power with your hips. Lin Yu continued to critique her while playfully tapping her arms, thighs, waist, and rear. You lecherous scoundrel. I'll fight you. Wei Xuanning, feeling the sting of his playful taps, was infuriated. In a moment of frustration, she reached for her gun at her waist. But as she aimed it at Lin Yu, she suddenly found him missing. Pointing a gun at someone casually is quite rude, you know. Lin Yu's voice rang out as he appeared, sitting leisurely on the table, twirling her gun with his finger. Give me back my gun. Wei Xuanning's face paled with urgency. Losing her firearm as a police officer was a serious offense. Without waiting for her response, she lunged for the gun. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not reclaim it. I can give it back, but you must apologize for your earlier rudeness, Lin Yu said, dodging her attempts with a grin. Not a chance. Wei Xuanning gritted her teeth in defiance. Then I suppose I'll just toss it into the garbage truck behind the building. If you don't mind the smell, you can take your time looking for it. Lin Yu laughed. Fine, I'll apologize. Wei Xuanning huffed, realizing that rummaging through garbage was too disgusting. I'm sorry, is that enough? Not at all. That lacks sincerity. Lin Yu shook his head. What do you want then? Wei Xuanning glared at him, wishing she could devour him whole. However, the fact remained that he was far too skilled for her to defeat. Just say the words, "Big brother, I was wrong, and I'll hand your gun back," Lin Yu said, still smiling at her. Dream on. Wei Xuanning's face turned crimson with anger. Very well, I'll just toss it into the garbage truck. Lin Yu sighed, turning to leave. Big brother, I was wrong. Wei Xuanning finally managed to force those words out through gritted teeth, tears welling in her eyes, feeling utterly wronged. Having always been the one in control, she was not used to being bullied like this. All right, I forgive you, Lin Yu relented, returning the gun to her. He couldn't bear to see a woman cry. Wei Xuanning snatched the gun from him, turning to leave, but suddenly paused, recalling something. She turned back, her voice cold and tearful. You need to treat Grandpa Lei right now, or I swear I'll do everything in my power to take you down. Fine. Lin Yu chuckled, shaking his head. He found her teary-eyed fierceness somewhat endearing. After gathering what he needed, he exited the clinic with Wei Xuanning. Dr. He, Lei Jun exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Yu emerge. Let us go, young Master Lei. I will assist your grandfather. Lin Yu's tone softened as he regarded Lei Jun with newfound respect. Kneeling like that had not incited his disdain. Rather, it had earned him admiration. To cast aside one's pride for the sake of a loved one was the mark of a true man. Thank you, Dr. He. Lei Jun's heart soared with joy. He quickly stood up, but after kneeling for so long, his joints felt stiff, and he stumbled to the ground. Lin Yu swiftly caught his arm, and Lei Jun felt a warm sensation spread through him, the stiffness in his legs suddenly vanishing. He looked at Lin Yu in astonishment. Lin Yu smiled and patted his shoulder, ushering him into the car. Upon arriving at the rehabilitation center, they found an elderly man in a white coat, gray-haired and evidently of advanced age, bent over, performing acupuncture on Grandpa Lei. Director, who is this? Lei Yun est curiously. Oh, young Master Lei. This is the Chinese medicine expert, Elder Xiao, whom I summoned from Ling'an this morning. His reputation in Ling'an and the entire Jiangnan region is second only to Elder Song. The director replied respectfully, almost boasting, as Elder Xiao had come on his account. No need to trouble him. I have summoned Dr. He. Lei Jun interjected. Lei Jun spoke politely, his tone devoid of any sharpness. The 3 days of being turned away by Lin Yu had indeed been quite enlightening for him. He, the divine physician? It won't matter who you invite. Upon hearing someone claim to be a divine physician, old Xiao couldn't help but scoff. Let me tell you, your grandfather's condition is irreversible. Do you understand what irreversible means? Old sir, one shouldn't speak so absolutely, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Young man, you should first examine the old gentleman's condition before you speak. Old Xiao shot a cold glance at Lin Yu, who he did not recognize as he had just arrived from Ling'an. He then waved to the nearby nurse, saying, showing the recent chest x-rays and CT scans. The nurse promptly brought the images to Lin Yu, Lei Jun, and Wei Xuanning, explaining, the lung markings are thickened, the left pleura has thickened and adhered. The left costophrenic angle is blunt, there is mobile fluid within, the left diaphragm is restricted, and there is chronic pulmonary tuberculosis in the left upper lung, with the lung lobes gradually atrophying and pulmonary fibrosis worsening. Pulmonary fibrosis? Upon hearing this, Lei Jun felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting. He was familiar with the term, as the father of one of his comrades suffered from the same ailment. This disease is indeed irreversible. with a mortality rate higher than most cancers, and it is said that the average survival time post-diagnosis is less than 3 years. Given his grandfather's condition, even if he were to regain consciousness, he likely wouldn't survive for long. Lin Yu scrutinized the images in silence for a long while. The issue of pulmonary fibrosis had not been mentioned by Elder Song, indicating that the onset of Lei Lao's condition was relatively recent. He anticipated the complexity of the situation to be so profound. Young man, do you still dare to boast that you can cure him? Old Xiao was quite pleased with Lin Yu's difficult expression, looking at him with a hint of disdain. He had seen too many young individuals who, having learned a mere fraction, dared to speak such arrogance. Chapter 62. A scholar of great talent. Please accept my respect, Mr. He. Is there still hope for my grandfather? Lei Jun's eyes brimmed with tears. This man, who had been through the trials of war, was now genuinely panicked. In the face of life and death, humanity feels so insignificant. 50-50, Lin Yu pondered for a moment before providing a cautious reply. What audacity! Old Xiao frowned, his tone distinctly displeased. I want to see how you come to that 50-50 conclusion. Feeling frustrated, Old Xiao thought Lin Yu's words were not just a slight to his medical skills, but a slight to the entire medical community. The entire elite of the medical world could not solve this dilemma, and yet a mere youth dared to speak so boldly. Old sir, please don't be anxious. If we disregard the other symptoms, considering the current degree of fibrosis in Lei Lao's lungs, if we can effectively control it, he can indeed survive, Lin Yu said thoughtfully as he stepped closer to Old Xiao. Nonsense. Old Xiao looked at Lin Yu as if he were a fool. If there were a way to control it, then we wouldn't see so many people die each year. Please, do not be upset. Allow me to finish. Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound, with boundless potential. Many challenges that Western medicine cannot overcome, we in Chinese medicine can indeed tackle. You cannot deny that, can you? Lin Yu replied with a smile. Although Old Xiao had a bad temper, Lin Yu could see that he genuinely cared for his patients, earning him Lin Yu's respect despite the latter's mockery. Your words hold some truth. Upon hearing Lin Yu praise traditional Chinese medicine, Old Xiao straightened with a hint of pride, but then sighed, his demeanor turning somber. However, what has been passed down from our ancestors has dwindled to nearly nothing, and I feel ashamed before my forebears. Old sir, allow me to prescribe a remedy, and you can assist me in verifying its efficacy. What do you think? Lin Yu smiled and took a pen and paper, writing down a prescription and handing it to Old Xiao. Could you please see if this will be effective? Old Xiao furrowed his brow as he examined the prescription, and then his expression shifted. He looked up at Lin Yu in astonishment. Young man, who is your teacher? This is not convenient to disclose, but I assure you, he is an extraordinary individual, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Old Xiao stared at the prescription in his hand, quite shocked that it had come from a young person. For Lei Lao's symptoms, traditional Chinese medicine would typically categorize it as a case of suspended fluids, usually treated with a formula centered around 10 jujube soup, adjusted according to the patient's specific condition. However, Lin Yu took an unconventional approach, prescribing a formula resembling minor blue dragon decoction, but with several distinct variations. What astonished him further was Lin Yu's addition of a rare herb, 1000-year ginseng king. This herb was the key ingredient, the finishing touch that invigorated the otherwise mundane combination of over 10 herbs. Theoretically, following this prescription could effectively curb pulmonary fibrosis and even improve the patient's condition. However, the challenge lay in obtaining that most crucial herb, 1000-year ginseng king, which was said to exist only in legend. Young sir, this prescription truly leaves me in awe, but that last ingredient is exceedingly rare, Old Xiao remarked, astonished at Lin Yu's prescription, and unwittingly addressed him with a tone of respect. What herb? I will procure it. If it exists in this world, I will acquire it. Lei Jun exclaimed joyfully, elated at the prospect of his grandfather receiving treatment. With the resources of the Lei family, he believed they could procure any herb. While it is true that you can acquire what exists in this world, the ingredients listed in this prescription happen to be non-existent. Old Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. What herb does not exist in this world? Lei Jun was taken aback, rushing over to glance at the prescription. Is it this Cloud Fu Ling? He did not understand traditional Chinese medicine or herbs, and upon seeing the unfamiliar name, instinctively assumed it was that. Cloud Fu Ling is a common herb. Old Xiao shook his head and chuckled, then pointed at the final ingredient, this one. 1000-year ginseng king? Isn't that easy to find? They often mention it on the news, talking about 100-year and 1000-year ginseng. They Yun replied, positive. Those are all fabrications. Don't be misled. Even hundreds-year-old ginseng is extremely rare. Since ancient times, ginseng has been a precious herb, rumored to grant immortality. Do you think they would have left any for us today? Old Xiao shook his head and sighed. The oldest known ginseng in the world is only about 400 years old. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun stared at the prescription in his hand, momentarily frozen as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing the hope that had just been reignited. Old sir, I will handle the matter of the herbs. You just need to help me verify whether this prescription will be effective. At this moment, Lin Yu calmly interjected with a smile. Young sir, are you suggesting you can acquire 1,000-year ginseng? Old Xiao paused, somewhat surprised. Indeed, some time ago, I went to Lingyan and accidentally acquired a ginseng of considerable age. Please take a look, old sir. Lin Yu said, turning to rummage through his bag. Just boasting. Wei Shui Ning shot him a glare, exclaiming angrily. Do you think someone would sell you 1,000-year ginseng? Even if you had the money, you couldn't buy it. Wei Shui Ning said this because her grandfather, Zheng Jiaqing, had been unwell for a period and had sent someone to procure 100-year-old ginseng, no matter the price. Yet even then, they only managed to acquire some inferior substitutes, with the oldest being just over 100 years. She firmly believed that no matter how wealthy Lin Yu was, he could not surpass her grandfather's wealth, making it implausible for Lin Yu to obtain 1,000-year ginseng king. Little miss, why don't we make a bet? Lin Yu smiled at Wei Xuanning. Bah, who are you calling little sister? Wei Xuanning let out a cold snort and said, if we were to fight, how shall we proceed? Let us make a wager. If I can produce a ginseng that is nearly 1,000 years old, you must address me as big brother from now on. Lin Yu responded with a smile, agreed. Wei Xuanning readily accepted, adding, but if you fail to produce it, you must call me auntie whenever we meet. Xuanning, how can you speak to mystery like that? Lei Jun quickly pulled her back. He initiated the bet. Anyone who backs down is a coward. Wei Xuanning retorted angrily, still nursing her resentment over Lin Yu's earlier slap on her backside. Had she been able to match him in strength, she would have long since severed his hand to feed the dogs. Agreed, Lin Yu declared as he reached into his bag and pulled out something wrapped in red cloth, turning to Elder Xiao. Please take a look. Elder Xiao's expression shifted, and he eagerly accepted the package, unveiling a ginseng of exceptional quality. Do you have a magnifying glass? Elder Xiao urgently asked the director. Yes, yes. The director quickly replied, rushing out to retrieve one. Elder Xiao examined the ginseng closely through the magnifying glass, his astonishment growing as his hand trembled slightly. This is truly a masterpiece. I cannot assert it is 1,000 years old, but it must be at least 600 or 700. Elder Lei's illness could genuinely benefit from this. What? How can this be? Wei Xuanning exclaimed in surprise, leaning in to inspect the ginseng, but finding it indistinguishable. Is there hope for grandfather? Lei Jun was equally ecstatic, looking at Lin Yu with immense gratitude, fervently promising, Mr. He, rest assured, if you cure my grandfather's ailment, the Lei family will spare no expense. That is excessive. Healing is my duty. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, turning to Elder Xiao. Could I trouble you to take care of this ginseng? I trust you completely. Of course, of course. Elder Xiao was pleasantly surprised, not expecting Lin Yu's level of trust. Remembering his earlier jibe at Lin Yu, he felt a flush of embarrassment, reflecting on the new generation's prowess. Young sir, while we can manage the pulmonary fibrosis, the chronic condition caused by Elder Lei's old wounds is equally perilous. Elder Xiao recalled, having been so caught up in the excitement that he had overlooked this critical aspect, realizing that if this ailment remained untreated, Elder Lei's situation would remain dire. I've heard Elder Song mention this. It's manageable, Lin Yu replied with a smile as he approached Elder Lei, removing the silver needles from his body before taking out his own needle pouch. He deftly rolled a silver needle between his fingers and gently inserted it into Elder Lei's body. The needle quivered slightly upon entry. After inserting a dozen needles, Lin Yu was beginning to perspire lightly. The Tai E Divine Needle? Elder Xiao's eyes widened in shock. Lin Yu was employing a technique known as the Tai E Divine Needle, which was rumored to be a mere trick in modern times. Yet, Lin Yu's technique was authentic, one he had encountered in an ancient medical text. The challenge lay in the precision of the needlework. A slight miscalculation could yield dire consequences, leading to its eventual disappearance and evolution into simple methods. After Lin Yu completed the treatment, Elder Lei's cough subsided, his breathing steadied, and his complexion began to regain its vitality. Elder Xiao was deeply moved, glancing at the ginseng in his hand, tears forming in his murky eyes. A true master indeed. He stepped aside respectfully, bowing deeply to Lin Yu, trembling as he said, "Your talents are extraordinary. Please accept my humble gratitude." In Elder Zhao's heart, traditional Chinese medicine transcended age and experience. He felt he was not bowing to Lin Yu, but to the hope of traditional medicine and its future. Moments later, Elder Lei awoke, feeling a refreshing coolness where there had been searing pain. Seeing the crowd around him, he was taken aback, glancing at the silver needles in his chest and quickly understanding the situation. He chuckled wryly. "I fear my old bones won't last much longer." Elder Lei, not only will you endure, but you will also extend your life, Lin Yu said with a smile. "And you are?" Elder Lei inquired, puzzled. "Grandfather, this is the miraculous doctor, he who saved you." Lei Jun's voice trembled with emotion. "So you're the young he that old song spoke of. Indeed. You are quite impressive." Elder Lei remarked. "Mr. He, does this mean my grandfather's condition is now cured?" Lei Yun asked eagerly. "Not yet. We can only say it is temporarily managed. However, if Elder Lei follows my prescribed regimen diligently, within 10 days, we can entirely suppress the pulmonary fibrosis. As for the chronic ailment, I will administer acupuncture once a week, and it will be completely resolved within a month," Lin Yu explained. "Young He, is that true? Will I be able to drink again?" Elder Lei's eyes sparkled with hope, realizing that Lin Yu could indeed cure him. "Grandfather." Lei Jun shook his head in exasperation, realizing he had no way to rein in the old man's exuberance. With Elder Xiao and the nursing staff present, Lin Yu's involvement was concluded, so he took his leave, with Lei Jun personally escorting him back to his clinic, expressing his profound gratitude before departing. Later that evening, as Lin Yu was about to close the door, Wei Gongsun called him, his tone eager. "Young He, are you finished? Come to my house for dinner. My daughter has prepared a feast." "Director Wei, I cannot make it." "Young He, are you refusing my invitation? It is my first time inviting you to my home. Is that appropriate?" Wei Gongsun's tone shifted, revealing his displeasure. "Very well," Lin Yu reluctantly agreed, informing his mother-in-law before heading to Wei Gongsun's residence. Upon entering, Lin Yu was surprised to see Wei Xuanning sitting on the sofa watching television. "Director Wei, she is with you?" "Indeed, this is my daughter, Xuanning," Wei Gongsun chuckled. "I heard you met this afternoon. Xuanning accompanied you to treat Elder Lei?" Lin Yu nodded, forcing a smile, thinking it was indeed a case of not being able to avoid one's fate. Wei Xuanning seemed to have been expecting his return, shooting him an annoyed glance. "Dad, I don't understand why you had to invite this scoundrel. He bullied me this afternoon." "What?" Wei Gongsun's expression changed instantly as he turned to Lin Yu, demanding, "What did you do to my daughter?" "Director, it's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding." Lin Yu panicked, recalling the embarrassing incident, his heart racing, realizing that he had not intended any offense. "Young He, let me tell you, if a man does something, he must take responsibility." Wei Gongsun seized Lin Yu's hand, his voice stern. "If you have wronged my daughter, you must take responsibility. Rest assured, I do not mind your marital status, as long as you divorce your wife. I will not oppose a relationship between you and Xuanning." "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? We merely had a spar this afternoon. I did not defeat him." Wei Xuanning, startled by her father's words, quickly corrected herself, omitting any mention of Lin Yu's slap, determined not to marry this rogue. "Oh, I see. Lily can fight too, huh?" Wei Gongxuan chuckled awkwardly, releasing Lin Yu's hand. A fleeting look of disappointment crossing his face as he lamented internally about the missed opportunity for something extraordinary to unfold. He had always held a deep affection for Lin Yu, and now, upon learning that Lin Yu had cured old Lei's ailment, his admiration grew immensely. He yearned to have Lin Yu as his son-in-law, disregarding even the fact that Lin Yu was married or even had children. Yet, he recognized that such matters required patience. Reflecting on his previous eagerness, Wei Gongxuan realized he had acted impulsively, wanting Lin Yu to take responsibility before his daughter had even clarified the situation, almost exposing his intentions prematurely. Thus, with a jovial demeanor, he remarked, "I initially intended for you to bring Jiang Yin along so your sister-in-law could meet her, but I worried she might be too busy with work. It's all right, I'll give her a call. She should be off work by now." Lin Yu promptly retrieved his phone to dial Jiang Yin. Wei Gongxuan's smile faltered, cursing himself for speaking too soon, as Jiang Yin's arrival would surely disrupt the interaction between his daughter and Lin Yu. Fortunately, Jiang Yin was preoccupied with a medical case collaboration with Renai Hospital over the past few days, leaving no time to attend. During dinner, Zheng Yunxia continually served Lin Yu dishes, making him feel slightly embarrassed. After the meal, Zheng Yunxia and Wei Xuanning began to clear the table, and Lin Yu found his gaze irresistibly drawn to Wei Xuanning, fixating on her form. Clad in snug blue jeans, her curves and long legs were accentuated alluringly. Noticing Lin Yu's attention, Wei Gongxuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking to himself how bold the youth of today were. Soon, Wei Xuanning caught on to Lin Yu's gaze. Enraged by his covert admiration, she exclaimed, "You lecher! What are you staring at? What did you call me? Don't forget we made a bet this afternoon. If you don't admit it, you'll be a little dog," Lin Yu replied with a grin. "You!" Wei Xuanning seethed, gritting her teeth and forcing out big. "Brother, is that sufficient? Now, what were you looking at just now?" Wei Xuanning's chest heaved with indignation, a flicker of fear arising within her. Was it possible that this rogue had developed an unusual fixation on her form? You should typically enjoy fitness, shouldn't you? I recommend hiring a more professional trainer, as your prolonged incorrect posture has slightly misaligned your pelvis, which is likely the cause of your recent menstrual irregularities, Lin Yu stated calmly. Nonsense. My trainer is a provincial champion. Wei Xuanning frowned, clearly displeased. Then you should certainly switch. Such a person is merely a name without substance. If you continue training under him, the pelvic misalignment might lead to severe consequences, ranging from infertility to life-threatening issues. Lin Yu spoke with earnestness, devoid of jest. Wei Gongxuan was alarmed by this, immediately inquiring, "Xiao He, is it truly that severe? What can be done?" "She is not in a serious condition. With some gentle manipulation, she should recover within a month," Lin Yu assured. "Fantastic. Beginning tomorrow, I'll have her go to your clinic for treatment." Wei Gongxuan felt elated, having been racking his brain for ways to facilitate Lin Yu's interaction with his daughter. And now, fortune had smiled upon him. "Dad, I'm not going." Wei Xuanning, recalling Lin Yu's earlier actions, felt a surge of fear. If she went, wouldn't she'd be at his mercy, considering she couldn't best him in a confrontation? "If you don't go, I'll have you transferred back to Qinghai." Wei Gongxuan's expression darkened, his voice stern. He believed his daughter had matured sufficiently over the past year, and thus agreed to the transfer. Upon hearing this, Wei Xuanning bit her lip and huffed, storming into her room. "This girl has been spoiled by me. Please don't mind her," Wei Gongxuan chuckled. After sitting at Wei Gongxuan's home for a while, Lin Yu took his leave, deciding to pick up Jiang Yin as she should be finishing work soon. Since Wei Gongxuan's residence was not far from Renai Hospital, Lin Yu chose to walk. As he neared the hospital entrance, he spotted a tall figure engrossed at her phone, approaching him. It was Jiang Yin. Her car had broken down, and she had been taking taxis to work in recent days. Just as Lin Yu was about to approach, he noticed a champagne-colored BMW 7 Series trailing her, maintaining pace while the driver leaned over to speak to Jiang Yin. She remained absorbed in her phone, seemingly ignoring him. Lin Yu, suspecting she was being harassed by some ruffian, hurried over, calling out, "Jiang Yin, are you all right?" Jiang Yin looked up, surprised to see Lin Yu, then brushed her dark hair aside, shaking her head. "I'm fine." "Who is this person?" "He is a doctor from Renai Hospital who insists on driving me home," Jiang Yin replied with a hint of exasperation. "Hey buddy, I'm her husband. Here to pick her up. No need for your assistance. Thanks." Lin Yu leaned in to greet the man in the BMW. The driver's expression shifted, a cold smirk forming as he retorted, "You're quite the husband, coming to pick up such a beauty on foot. If she were my wife, I wouldn't let her walk a single step. Indeed, I've always said I lack a car and a house, yet she clings to me, insisting on marrying me. I can't shake her off. What a predicament." Lin Yu feigned lamentation. The BMW driver's expression darkened further. "Get lost." Jiang Yin muttered. Several individuals could not resist the urge to capture the moment on their phones. The expression on the BMW owner's face suddenly soured, and he was taken aback, unable to fathom that Lin Yu had indeed arrived in a Ferrari. However, Lin Yu did not seem like the type of person who would possess such wealth. "Hey, buddy, do you remember our bet from last night? You said that if I drove a Ferrari to drop my wife at work, you would have to walk back. Well, here I am, so you can start walking," Lin Yu said with a smile, noticing the BMW owner's silence. "Impossible. That car must be borrowed or rented. Otherwise, why didn't you drive it last night and instead walk to pick up Jiang Yin?" The BMW owner, Fong Yiming, retorted with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin felt a pang of anxiety and glared at Lin Yu. She had warned him against comparisons, and now it seemed he had been exposed. The mood among the onlookers shifted as they regarded Lin Yu with a hint of disdain. So it's rented. I thought he was wealthy. How ridiculous. Pretending to be something he is not. What a vain person, they scoffed. Lin Yu, however, did not feel the need to explain. He calmly retrieved the vehicle registration and tossed it into the BMW owner's lap, saying, "Open your eyes and see whose name is on it. By the way, my surname is He. I am He Jiarong." Seeing Lin Yu's confidence made Fang Yiming uneasy, yet his colleagues leaned in to see, forcing him to unfold the registration, which indeed bore the name He Jiarong. It truly is his car. I told you. Who would rent a Ferrari just to drop off their wife at work? Someone exclaimed. Fang Yiming, the car is indeed his. You must fulfill your bet. As the crowd anticipated Fang Yiming's embarrassment, Jiang Yin shot Lin Yu a startled look, fearing he had squandered their family's savings on this car. Fang Yiming, now red-faced and speechless, was at a loss. Yes, Fang Yiming, fulfill your bet. Lin Yu said with a grin. Is it difficult to walk backward? Allow me to assist you. With that, Lin Yu dashed up to Fang Yiming, crouched down, and seized his ankles, lifting him. Fang Yiming yelped in surprise, unable to comprehend the situation, feeling an overwhelming force as he was propelled forward. Left, yes, now right, good. Lin Yu guided him, making Fang Yiming follow suit, his face flushed with embarrassment and struggling to speak. Let go of me. You're making a fool of me. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Jiang Yin, too, couldn't he help but chuckle at Fang Yiming's predicament, rolling her eyes at Lin Yu, realizing that beneath his seemingly honest demeanor lay a mischievous side. All right, enough is enough, she intervened, seeing Fang Yiming's face turn an alarming shade of crimson. Lin Yu finally released Fang Yiming, who collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Fang Yiming, you indeed honored your word, but it appears you need more practice. Lin Yu remarked, patting his hands and giving him a thumbs up as the crowd erupted into laughter once more. Fang Yiming glared at Lin Yu with palpable hatred, his chest heaving with indignation. Lin Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Yin, confident that anyone contemplating pursuing her would think twice after this display. Jiang Yin returned a disapproving look, though a small smile crept onto her lips. After returning from the hospital, Lin Yu discovered Wei Xuanning waiting outside the clinic, angrily kicking the security door. What are you doing? He called out, incredulous that a police officer would vandalize someone else's property. I'm kicking the door. What time is it? Why aren't you open? Just shut down already. Wei Xuanning retorted with annoyance. Once Lin Yu opened the door, she impatiently demanded, hurry up and give me a massage. I have things to do. All right, lie down on the bed, Lin Yu replied while tidying up the desk. Although it was a simple request, Wei Xuanning's face flushed with embarrassment, cursing him as a rogue in her mind. As she lay on the examination table, a flicker of fear coursed through her. This fearless policewoman, known for being a terror to criminals, was experiencing trepidation. Aren't you going to wear gloves? She asked, furrowing her brow. Do you think massages require gloves? Get comfortable, Lin Yu said, already placing his hands on her lower back. A refreshing sensation enveloped her as the tension in her muscles dissipated, and her fear evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of comfort. Lin Yu's hands glided along her spine, easing her entire body into relaxation. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the bliss. Even when Lin Yu's hands brushed against the upper part of her backside, she didn't react, wishing the sensation would last indefinitely. All right, you can get up now, Lin Yu said after more than half an hour. What? So soon? Veikue ninket claimet surpriset. Before her face reddened at how eager she sounded for more. Lin Yu regarded her curiously. This young lady had just been vehemently opposed to him. I'll be on my way then, he said, turning to leave. Come back, he called out. The consultation fee is 80. How stingy. Veikue ninkufet. Slapping a 100 yuan note on the table. Is our food free? Here, S100. No need for change. Consider it a tip from your benevolent aunt. With that, she dashed away, fearing Lin Yu would detain her. Later that afternoon, after attending to a few patients, Lin Yu closed the clinic and went home for dinner. Once he finished, he set off to pick up Jiang Yin, who was running late due to needing to pack up some items after the final day of case discussions. He waited for her in the emergency hall on the first floor. As Jiang Yin descended the stairs, the door to a nearby office swung open, and Fang Yiming, clad in a white coat, rushed out, Addressing Jiang Yin, about what we discussed this morning, please consider it. Our hospital is just as good as the Qinghai City People's Hospital, and I'm the director's nephew. If you join us, you'll be the department head. Not interested. Thank you, Jiang Yin replied curtly, not even glancing at him as she walked straight to Lin Yu. Fang Yiming's demeanor darkened upon seeing Lin Yu, his face a mask of resentment. Lin Yu's eyes were equally frosty. It seemed Fang Yiming had learned nothing from their earlier encounter. Just as Lin Yu contemplated confronting him again, a sudden screech of brakes erupted outside, followed by a panicked voice shouting, "Quick! Help! Doctor! Save him!" A young man clad in black leather burst in, followed by a burly man cradling a bloodied young man in his arms. Lin Yu immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. The injured man bore severe wounds, with shards of glass embedded in his hair, likely the result of a car accident. He hurriedly stepped forward, reaching out to feel the man's wrist, checking for a pulse. He then examined the man's legs, body, and head, exclaiming urgently, "He has suffered tremendous impact. Both legs are crushed, his skull is fractured, 4 ribs are broken, one of which is pierced along. He requires immediate surgery." Do you consider yourself a deity? Can you discern medical conditions merely by touch? Do not presume that a smattering of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine allows you to flaunt it here. This situation necessitates surgical intervention. Only Western medicine can provide the healing he requires. Get out of my way. As Lin Yu finished speaking, Fang Yiming seized the opportunity to coldly rebuke him. He had inquired about Lin Yu and was aware that he owned a medical clinic and had a modest reputation within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. However, he held a profound disdain for it, viewing it as nothing more than a charlatan's trickery. The severity of the patient's injuries was beyond the capabilities of traditional Chinese medicine. So he seized the chance to humiliate Lin Yu thoroughly. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yin quickly pulled Lin Yu aside. The injured had already been transported to the hospital. Why should Lin Yu still be making a scene? Although Fang Yiming's words were harsh, they were not without merit. The optimal treatment for this patient was indeed Western medicine. At that moment, 2 nurses hurriedly wheeled the patient away for examination. "I do not care whether it is traditional or Western medicine. I just want you to save my brother," the young man in the black leather jacket said coldly. "Otherwise, your hospital can prepare for closure. Our hospital's fate is not for you to dictate." Fang Yiming scoffed. "Not for me. My brother's father, Qian Haid, certainly has a say," the young man retorted icily. Qian Zong." Fang Yiming trembled at the mention of the name. Qian Haid was a renowned medical equipment magnate in Qinghai City, donating over $1 million in medical supplies to their hospital annually. Moreover, Qian Haid's brother-in-law was the chief of the Health Bureau's political work department. If he were to casually accuse their hospital, it could spell serious trouble. "I will call the director right away. Please wait." Fang Yiming, not daring to delay, rushed out to contact the director. Upon hearing that it was Qian Haid's son, the director's tone shifted instantly. "Yiming, quickly call Director Li Haoming of the People's Hospital and ask him to come help with the rescue. I am currently out of town, but am hurrying back. You must do your utmost to stabilize the family's emotions." Yes. Fang Yiming nodded hastily, hanging up and calling Li Haoming. When Li Haoming learned that the director of Rinai Hospital needed his assistance, he did not decline, but mentioned that he had an emergency patient to attend to first. Fang Yiming quickly agreed, hoping for a swift response. After a brief interval, the results of Qian Xiao's various tests were revealed. Fang Yiming was taken aback by the results, which aligned perfectly with Lin Yu's assessment. Indeed, he had suffered crushed legs, several broken ribs, one piercing the lung, and a slight skull fracture. Qian Xiao was remarkably fortunate to be alive. "Doctor, the patient's condition is critical. Surgery must commence immediately." The head nurse rushed in, visibly alarmed. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and perform the surgery." The young man in the black leather jacket, seeing Fang Yiming frozen in place, shouted anxiously. "Young brother, based on the x-rays, Qian Xiao's situation is not optimistic. Given our hospital's level of expertise, I fear we have little hope," Fang Yiming lamented, his expression grim. Even if Li Haoming were to come in person, the prognosis would be bleak. "Damn it, if you cannot treat him, what are you doing as a doctor?" The young man in the black leather jacket, feeling the weight of responsibility for coaxing Qian Xiao into a reckless race, angrily confronted Fang Yiming. "While I am a physician, my skills are limited. Even Director Li from the People's Hospital may not guarantee success," Fang Yiming stammered, his face paling. "What do we do now?" the young man shouted, his eyes wild with desperation. Our only hope is to go to the capital. Get out of here. The young man kicked Fong Yiming down to the ground, cursing by the time we reach the capital, he might be dead on the way. Then let us wait for Director Li. The hospital director is en route, and they will surely find a solution, Fong Yiming suggested, clutching his stomach in pain, feeling utterly defeated by the misfortunes of the night. This cannot wait. If we delay further, he will be beyond saving. Unable to remain passive, Lin Yu realized that a life was at stake. If he did not act now, he would be forced to watch helplessly as the man succumbed to his injuries. You? What do you know? Didn't I tell you to get lost? Why are you still here? Fong Yiming immediately vented his frustration at Lin Yu. You cannot treat such an injury. Just leave, Jiang Yin urged, pulling Lin Yu toward the exit. No, if I leave, he will have no chance of survival. Lin Yu insisted, gripping Jiang Yan's arm and gazing at her with solemnity. If it were you who could perform this surgery, would you simply walk away? But you cannot. I assure you, I can heal him, Lin Yu declared with unwavering resolve. Hurry, if you can save him, then do so. The young man in the black leather jacket seized Lin Yu's arm, as if clinging to a lifeline. Brother, do not listen to him. He is just a country doctor, a mere clinic physician. Fong Yiming shot Lin Yu an incredulous glance, his voice cold. If you are so capable, why don't you treat him yourself? The young man in the black leather jacket, exasperated, slapped Fong Yiming on the head before turning to Lin Yu. You're a doctor, right? Please, I beg you. Save my brother. I need assistance. Jiang Yin, lend me a hand. Lin Yu rolled up his sleeves and called to Jiang Yin as they entered the intensive care unit. Shut up. Fong Yiming attempted to object, but the young man in the black leather jacket swiftly silenced him with another slap. Lin Yu requested a needle pack from the head nurse and entered the operating room with Jiang Yin, locking the door behind him to ensure no distractions. Fetch me a basin of clean water and cut open his clothing, Lin Yu commanded in a serious tone, treating Jiang Yin as his assistant. Startled by Lin Yu's intensity, Jiang Yin complied without protest, quickly preparing the water and using scissors to cut the injured man's clothing open. Wearing sterile gloves, Lin Yu began to cleanse Qian Dishao's wounds and proceeded to feel along his ribs. This technique, passed down through generations, allowed him to realign broken bones without surgery. With closed eyes, Lin Yu examined the shattered bones, meticulously rearranging them before exhaling deeply and stabilizing Qian Dishao's legs with splints. Jiang Yin watched in astonishment as Lin Yu, without any instruments, skillfully reassembled the fractured bones by hand. Next, he retrieved silver needles, inserting them into over 10 acupuncture points on Qian Dishao's chest, abdomen, and limbs. As he performed the acupuncture, he gradually channeled his own energy into the patient. Qian Dishao's rapid breathing began to steady, the pain on his face subsiding, and his vital signs gradually returning to normal. Young brother, I must remind you that it was you who brought him in. Should anything go awry, the blame cannot fall upon our hospital. Fong Yiming warned the young man in the black leather jacket, concerned about the potential repercussions of Lin Yu's actions. Shut your mouth. If anything happens to my brother, I will make you pay. The young man snarled at Fong Yiming, his irritation evident. Approximately half an hour later, the door of the intensive care unit swung open, and Lin Yu and Jiang Yin emerged. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and announced, "The patient's condition has stabilized. It is imperative that the needles remain in place. Otherwise, he may enter a critical phase once more." Upon hearing this, Fong Yiming's expression shifted, and he hurried into the ICU. He was astonished to find that all of Qian Shao's vital signs on the monitoring equipment had returned to normal. When Fong Yiming exited, Lin Yu and Jiang Yin had already departed. A sense of unease lingered in Fong Yiming's heart. Was he Jiarong truly this formidable? Shortly thereafter, when Qian Shao's parents arrived, he was quick to insist, "Do not mention that I brought him here." The man in the black leather coat kicked Fong Yiming and growled, "Just say someone called 120, and you want to fetch him. I only arrived after hearing the news. Do you understand?" Fearing that Qian Shao's parents would blame him, he threatened Fong Yiming to keep silent. Understood, understood. Fong Yiming nodded repeatedly, and then an idea struck him. He hastily proposed, "But you must agree to one condition." "What is it?" The man in the black leather coat frowned, clearly displeased. "When the dean and Mr. Qian arrive, you must say that I was the one who saved Qian Shao." Fong Yiming grinned. The man in black furrowed his brow, contemplated for a moment, glanced in the direction Lin Yu had gone, and seeing that Lin Yu had no intention of claiming credit, he nodded in agreement. "Now then, let me ask you all, who treated Qian Shao's illness?" Fong Yiming's expression darkened as he directed the question at the surrounding nurses. The nurses exchanged glances but remained silent. "Are you all deaf?" Fong Yiming shouted angrily. "Does this even need to be asked?" "Of course it was you, Dr. Fong." The head nurse immediately stepped forward to flatter him. Having spent many years in the hospital, she had ascended to her position not by chance. Her ability to read the room was keen. Fong Yiming was the dean's nephew, and she could not afford to offend him. Since Lin Yu was not affiliated with their hospital, she decided to bestow the credit upon Fong Yiming as a favor. If Fong Yiming spoke well of her to the dean, perhaps he could even recommend her for the head of the nursing department. "Indeed, it was you, Dr. Fong." As the head nurse spoke, the other nurses hastily nodded in agreement, not daring to contradict her. Good, good. Rest assured, we all work together to save Qian Shao. I will report this truthfully to the dean and ensure you are all credited with the accomplishment. Bonuses and such will not be an issue. Fong Yiming proved to be a savvy negotiator, promptly promising rewards. The nurses, hearing this, beamed with joy and chorused, "Thank you, Dr. Fong. How's my son?" At that moment, an anxious voice called out from outside, followed by a group of people rushing in. Leading the charge were Qian Haid and his wife, Zhang Lanying, with Dean Dai Wei trailing behind. They had encountered each other at the entrance and hurried over together. As they walked, Qian Haid had inquired about his son's condition. But Dean Dai Wei had refrained from answering, for based on the examination results Fong Yiming had relayed to him, it seemed Qian Shao might no longer be among the living. "Mr. Qian, you have arrived, and Dean, you are back as well." Fong Yiming greeted them eagerly. "How is my son?" Qian Haid asked breathlessly. "Do not worry, Mr. Qian. I have just completed the operation on Qian Shao. His condition is now stable, and he is out of danger. You can rest assured," Fong Yiming proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest. "Is he truly healed?" Just then, Li Haoming also entered, his expression one of disbelief. Earlier, Fong Yiming had shared the examination results with him. Based on those, Qian Shao's prognosis had appeared grim. Even if he had been present, he might not have been able to save him. Now, within such a short span of time, Fong Yiming claimed to have completed the surgery and stabilized Qian Shao's vital signs, which was indeed astonishing.